Section 1 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 1. His Own Man. James Louis McFarlane. The bearer of this name swung his feet to the floor and sat up suddenly, cupping his big hands over his knees to steady himself. For the past hour, between periods of half-conscious drowsiness, he'd been hearing the verdict that men in authority were pronouncing upon men over whose destinies they held control. But it had not appealed to him that his own case might come under consideration. That morning he had sat for an hour in the sunshine in front of the huge hospital where our country is trying to restore men who had been abroad to take their part in the war. Of late he'd been realizing that in his fight for health he was waging a losing battle. He had not been able to combat the shrapnel wound in his left breast with the same success with which he had fought the enemy. So he had resolved to test his strength. He'd gotten up and started down the road to learn precisely how far his legs would carry him. He'd forgotten to reckon on the fact that going down a mountain is much easier than climbing one. So he'd gone on until his knees began to waver, and he found his strength exhausted. He'd rested a while and then turned back. But the upward trip had been slow business, painful work that set a cold perspiration running and a gnawing fire burning in his left breast, while the bandages over his shoulders and around his body had become things of torment. The hot sun of California had beaten down on him until he was panting for breath. He was forced repeatedly to stop and to seek a resting place on any projecting stone or dry embankment of the mountainside. His tired eyes were wearied with the panorama of brilliant color that lay stretched everywhere around him, the green of the live oak, the bright holly berries, the pinkish-white urns of the manzanita, the purplish velvet of the pitcher sage, clotted blue lavender cobwebs of the thistle sage. The only things he did see were the frequent heads of Indian warrior, and he saw them because they were like wounds on the earth, as red as real blood, as red as the blood that had soaked many a battlefield, dripped in many a hospital, that he saw every day on the dressings that were removed from his side. He had seen so much blood that anything that reminded him of it was nauseating, so he turned from the gorgeous flower, eagerly painting the mountainside, and looked up to the blue of the sky. But looking toward the sky only more clearly defined the rough path he must follow. There came to his mind a passage that he had heard his father read from his pulpit on Sabbath mornings with the burr of Scotch that a generation of our country had not eliminated. "I will lift mine eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help." He was lifting his eyes to the hills, but no help came. He wondered whether this was because he was obeying the dictates of other men, or whether it was because he had forgotten God. In his childhood his father and mother had taught him to pray and to believe that his prayers would be answered. When he'd gone out to serve his country for some inexplicable reason, he'd stopped praying and concentrated all his forces on fighting. There were atrocities that had been committed against men of his race and blood in the beginning of the war that drove all men of Scottish ancestry and sympathies a trifle wild. He had reached the war period, one of the gentlest of men. But he had embarked in the venture that other men of our country of different ancestry felt was freeing the world from tyranny, with outrage in his breast, a feeling that was shared by all men of the race and country of his people. Things had happened to one certain band of Scots that no man having a drop of Scottish blood in his veins could ever, or wanted to, forget. Under the stress of this feeling, the lad whose mother had always lovingly referred to him as "my Jamie" forgot her teachings and her God, and went out to see how much personal vengeance he could wreak upon the men who had wounded the heart of all Scotland deeper than the exigencies of ordinary warfare need wound the heart of a nation. He had gone for vengeance, and he had revenged himself thoroughly on many an enemy. Then the hour had come when a ragged sliver of filth-encrusted iron had entered his breast and poisoned his blood. After weeks on the borderland, he had dragged back to his feet, and now he carried with him two wounds that would not heal, one in his heart that the world could not see, and one on his breast over which doctors and nurses vainly labored. When it was definitely settled that he could not go back to service, he was sent home. There another wound was added to the already deep ones that were torturing him. During the 3 years of his absence, the frail little mother, eaten with fear and anxiety for her only son, had made her crossing, and his father, always dependent upon her, had not long survived. The small property had been sold to pay for their resting places, and nothing remained in all this world that belonged to him, neither relative nor fireside. Even his friends had scattered, and there was nothing for him but to remain a ward of the government until such time as he was pronounced able to begin life again for himself. In recognition of valiant service, indicated by a couple of medals and a service bar pinned over the wound he carried, he had been sent to California, where it was hoped that the brilliant sunshine, the fruits and the clean salt air, the eternal summer of a beneficent land, would work the healing that the physicians had been unable to bring about. He'd been given the benefit of the best place there was to send men in his condition, the mountain resort Arrowhead Springs, high on a mountain covered with the foliage of every tree, bush and vine native to such a location, where the air was perfumed with flowers and full of bird-song. The government had taken and had made into a great hospital, and the reason for the location was that at this point nature brought to the surface a stream of boiling hot water, water so hot that it was not possible to thrust a hand into it, water that boiled from some cavern below where the unquenched fires that are always burning in the heart of the earth flamed their reddest, and the streams came up with the tang of sulphur and many chemicals, and with unvarying heat year after year. The springs were piped through the hospital, where all their medicinal properties were turned upon the men who, like Jamie McFarlane, must be healed of stubborn wounds before they could return home to take up a man's work in the affairs of our land. As he struggled up the mountain that morning, the perspiration streaked his cheeks, while his knees wavered and his white hands clutched at any tree or shrub that offered support. James McFarlane was thinking. He was thinking fast and thinking deeply. He was wondering, since 1 year at these boiling mineral springs had done him no good whatever, whether another year would accomplish what the first had failed in doing. He was wondering if he were not weaker, less of a man than he had been a year ago. He was wondering how long the government was going to keep him at these springs when their water did him no good. He knew of the bitter denunciations that were being made all over the country of those in charge of caring for our returned soldiers. He knew of the red tape, the graft, and the slowness involved in reaching the boys with the treatment that they needed, and which should have been accorded them with all the speed that was used in starting them on their perilous venture. He knew there was bitterness in the heart of almost every wounded man on this point. There was poignant bitterness in his own heart. So many weeks had been wasted, so many months had passed before decision had been made as to what was to be done, and how it was to be done, and where it was to be done. So much had been taken for granted, and so little efficiently accomplished after peace had been declared. In his enforced moments of rest, he kept lifting his eyes to the sky. He could not look at the sky without his thoughts climbing very high, and sometimes that morning they almost skirted the foot of the throne. He realized that he would have given anything in this world if he could have gone home and knelt at the knees of his mother, laid his head on her lap, and tried the one thing that he had not yet tried, just the plain old-fashioned thing of asking God for the help he'd not been able to secure from man. And so at last he had reached the palms and roses, the loquats and oranges, and the grape-covered slopes, where cultivation had begun to provide food for those who lived on the mountain-top. He looked at the bloom-laden orchards almost with distaste. He was so tired. The air was sickeningly sweet with the penetrant and enduring perfume. He thought with impatience that he would be glad if his eyes might rest upon some spot where a blood-red flare would not strike them to bitter memory, for persistently around the rocks of the mountainside, close to the spots of cultivation in which each tree was rooted, there blazed the flame of the Indian warrior. So he had at last dragged up the driveway and up the front steps where he'd done a thing that was not customary. All the grounds and the side verandas were for the men, but disabled soldiers were not supposed to drape themselves over the reed davenports near the big entrance doors. There happened to be a davenport standing under a broad window at one side of the entrance that offered him the first solution of a resting place. He glanced at several automobiles he did not recognize as he climbed the steps, then he headed straight for the lounge and stretched himself on it, where for a time he lay unconscious of what was going on around him. As he became rested, voices on the inside of the window at first were only voices, and then as his heart quieted and the burning in his side eased and his tired limbs relaxed, he realized that name after name was being read from a list, and each name represented a man whose case was being discussed, and what was eventually to become of him was being decided upon. But he had not realized as they went down the J's and the K's and the L's that M was coming soon. He had been in the hospital so long. He was so accustomed to his room, to his nurses, to the routine and the men he knew, that the place was home, the only home on earth he had. Everyone had been kind. He had no fault to find with the doctors or the nurses. They had done their best, and he had done his best, but the truth remained that he was no better, that lately doubts had arisen as to whether he were even as well as he'd been when he came. And then, with all the suddenness of an unexpected blow, clear on his ears came his own name, in that cold, impersonal tone of businessmen transacting an affair of business with an eye single to the welfare of the greatest good to the greatest number. He did not recall ever having heard his name spoken in precisely such tones before. It made him feel as if he were not a man, but merely an object, and then he realized that the matter under discussion was the disposal of that particular object. He heard his place of enlistment, his war service, his awards, a description of his wounds, recited in such a monotonous tone that he realized it was being droned from a book, and then a brisker voice inquired, "How long has McFarlane been here?" The answer came, "A little more than a year." Then the question, "Have the springs done him any good? Is he better?" Then the answer, "Not so well. His wound is stubborn, and in spite of all we can do, it refuses to heal." The sweat of Jamie's exertion had dried up on his body, but it broke out again with the next question, "Is he tubercular?" And the answer was, "No, not yet, but he is in a condition where at any minute tuberculosis might develop. There never was more fertile ground for it." Jamie McFarlane sat, gripping his knees and licking his dry lips and waiting to hear the verdict. It came in few words. "Send him to Camp Kearney." For a minute the red of the Indian warrior flamed before the eyes of the listening man until he could only see red. For a minute hot anger seared his body in scorching protest. He'd heard them say that he was not tubercular, but that he was fine breeding ground for the dread disease. Now they were planning to send him into a place where every man either had the plague or was so near it that he'd been sent to take the risk of contracting it, as was proposed in his case. It was not fair. It was not just. He had enlisted eagerly and early. He was not a drafted man. He'd fought to the limit of his power. He had taken whatever came uncomplainingly. The medals he wore attested his daring. He would march into that room and he would tell those doctors what he thought of them and their callous decision. He tried to rise and found that he was too weak to stand on his feet, and then he heard the doctor who'd read off the names voicing a protest in his behalf. "I can hardly feel that it's fair to send a man of McFarlane's achievements and in his fertile condition to what is admittedly a place for the tubercular." The other voice answered, "If a year here has left him not so well as he was, why hope that another year will do more than keep him in the place of a physically better man who might come in and make a recovery if he had McFarlane's chance?" At the cold justice of that statement, Jamie McFarlane sank on the lounge and lay back on the pillow, and of how long he lay there he kept no count. He only knew that the voices were going on inside of the window, and that men were being judged, that hopeless cases were being sent to what appealed to him as a hopeless place, while those who had a chance were being given the greatest opportunity to recover. And that was fair. That was just. But being of Scottish extraction, having been born with fight in his veins, and an eternal and steadfast love of the mountains and the stars and the sky and the sea and his fellow men, he decided that he would no longer be any man's man or the man of any government. He was alone and derelict. He would be his own man. If he must die, why die in Camp Kearney, where the greatest plague that ravages humanity gnawed in the breast of every doomed man? Without time for mature deliberation, without any preparation whatever, James Lewis McFarlane reached up and gripped the window-sill with one hand. With the other laid hold on an arm of the couch and brought himself to a standing posture. He retraced his steps down to the roadway, and there he turned to the right, which faced him toward the north, and with slow, careful steps he began his great adventure. End of section 1. Read by Sandra.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 2. The Great Adventure. Now a great adventure may be killing white hippopotami in Africa to one man, and commanding his own soul for an hour to another. To Jamie McFarlane, after years of steadily taking orders from superior officers, there was something exhilarating in assuming an erect position, and for the first time deciding for himself whether he would seek his fortune toward the north or the south. Why he decided on going north he had not the slightest notion, but it was probably because the road led down in that direction, and he found mountain climbing more than he could endure. So he started north, and on a down grade. He went very slowly. He kept looking at the sky, the trees, and it seemed to him that the blooming orange orchards he passed and the lemons and the loquats were less heavy in their perfume. The air grew more bracing. He began to wonder if he could ever reach the sea, if he could have a strong tang of salt in the air, if it might not be bracing. He picked up a stick beside the road and used it as a cane upon which to lean. After a while he came to a crossroad, and there he paused intently to examine each of the three directions, any of which he might travel if he chose. Truly he was having a heady adventure. As he stood there, a car approached from the east, and noticing Jamie's uniform, his emaciated face and hands, the driver stopped, as all drivers stopped in those days, only Jamie, confined in hospitals, did not know it, and asked him if he would like to ride. The car was turning north, so Jamie said that he would very much like to ride. That is how it happened that the wheels of an automobile carried him so far from the region of the hospital that when he was really missed, and nurses were sent out to seek him, 100 miles away and still speeding northward, Jamie was making fine progress on his big adventure. He liked the road that led to the north. He liked it so well that when finally the driver told him he was turning west at the next crossroad, where he had business in a big city, Jamie decided that a man in uniform who might be sought by government officials had better remain in the country, and so he climbed from the car and slowly plodded north. In an enforced rest he began to realize that night was coming, and that he was hungry. He had not a cent in his pockets, and to lie on the ground in the chill of a California night would probably kill him very speedily. Then he realized that, quite likely, death was the great adventure he was seeking, that in taking his fate in his own hands and walking out of the hospital and away from the provisions that were made for him by his government, he had known that he would exhaust himself speedily to such a point that his troubles would be ended in the quickest way. He spent a few minutes wondering whether his troubles would be ended or only just begun, because the Scots have a way of teaching hell and fire and brimstone, and having been to the world's latest war, Jamie McFarlane knew more about hell than any Scottish minister who had ever described it from a pulpit, and having carried an open wound in his breast for nearly 2 years, there was no one who could tell him much about fire, and the brimstone at the springs had not worked. So he went on through the evening shadows until he could go no longer. Then he sat down on a nice big warm boulder beside the road, crossed his feet, and waited to see what would happen. The very thing that he might have known would happen, had he been living among a world of well men, did happen. Another car came along, and the owner, noting his pallor and his uniform, and having a vacant seat, stopped, and again he was asked if he would care to ride. "Slick," said Jamie to himself. "Maybe this isn't going to be so bad after all." He looked at the car, which was loaded to the running boards with camping paraphernalia. He could see rolls of bedding. He could scent food. The man had a friendly face, The girl on the seat beside him was young and pretty. The woman with whom he was invited to occupy the back seat was of motherly appearance. Her round face was strong and attractive, and under the spell of it, Jamie was guilty of evasion. He said he had just left a hospital where he had been for a year. He gave the impression that the doctors had discharged him. He did not say that he had discharged himself, that he was a fugitive. He did say that he was looking for work, and that he would be mighty glad to ride with them until he reached a location where something promising offered for men newly mustered from the service and weak from illness. The driver said that he was William Brunson from Iowa, that he and his wife and daughter had been touring California in their car during the winter, but now they were going to the north part of the state to visit friends until it came time to head for home, as they must reach Albion in time to put in the crops. And Jamie, fearing that in starting his great adventure he might get into the papers, neglected to say what his name was, but he did say that he would be wonderfully glad to ride with them as far as they were going in his direction. He was glad to ride, but he was not half so glad to ride as when the car stopped and in the mouth of a canyon near the road a camp was made. He hoped no one saw that he staggered or how short his breath came as he tried to help in unloading the car. He had to be careful because the one big thing for which he was thankful beyond words had happened. He had only looked toward the hills. He had only thought about asking the Lord for help. He wondered vaguely if there might be a possibility that God had been looking in his direction at that instant, if he had seen his need, if he had sent these kind, hearty people who were offering supper, a bedroll for the night, and a lift on his journey for the morrow. That was that much. And so he put up the very best bluff that he could at being a whole man and sound man while they gathered wood for a night fire, and prospected for a place to spread the beds and find comfort. He had a feeling that he did not quite deserve the thing that was happening to him. He had been wondering if he would be forced to crawl away among the bushes like a whipped dog, and in the chill of the night find a certain but painful release. This was not exactly as he had expected things to happen. He was going to have a supper of hot food and a blanket. In deference to his white face and shaking hands, he had been offered a choice location close to the campfire, so there was no reason why tomorrow should find him any worse for the experience. Anne Brunson was a jolly soul. She was everybody's friend. She persisted in calling Jamie, "You, Mr. Soldier Man," and when she saw how very white and uncertain on his feet he was, she mercifully gave him a seat and set him to peeling potatoes, while she left her daughter and her husband to do the rougher work of completing the camp. As he had made his way down the driveway from the hospital to the road, it had occurred to Jamie McFarlane that for a man in his condition to walk out of the only shelter on earth to which he was entitled without a penny in his pockets was a great adventure. As he sat peeling potatoes for Anne Brunson while her daughter and her husband showed him all the tricks that could be concealed in and around the body of a 5-passenger car, the neat little cupboard on the running board for dishes and food, the tiny refrigerator, the 2-plate gasoline stove for boiling the coffee and cooking the meat and potatoes, the possibility of getting many things into an amazingly small compass, he thought that his adventure was going to be homelike and common, and that the country was full of kindly people who had not forgotten their soldier boys. There was a bare chance that he might find some light work that he could do, that something might happen which would at least be better than permanent retirement to the city of the White Plague. So he tried to be very careful and peel the potatoes thin and handle them as he had been taught by his thrifty mother when he had helped her in the kitchen of childhood. As he worked, it did not appeal to him that there might be an adventure each minute drawing near. He had taken the precaution to place himself behind the car so that any passer-by might not see him, and after supper was finished and the beds made up, he had lifted a pair of eyes trained to scouting, and had seen a flickery light far above but slowly descending, so he had said that he would take a short stroll. He had left the Brunsons and slowly and quietly had made his way back through the canyon among thickets of holly and live oak, looking for a spot where he might rest for even a short time and watch that uncanny light be alone, and try to plan for the morrow. One thing he felt imperative to his flight, and that was as speedily as possible to get rid of his uniform. The officials really missed him from the hospital. They sent out a general call. His uniform would be the thing which would quickly identify him. Every man in uniform would be scrutinized. There would be radios, telephones, newspapers against him. He must think what he could do and how he could do it. So he went up the canyon until he left the light and the voices of the camp behind him, and when he found he was tired, he sat down in the white moonlight and looked up for the light, and it was gone. Foolish of him to be uneasy. Someone had lost a trail and had now found it. He did not realize that the rock upon which he sat so blended with the overhanging branches of a live oak that he was invisible. He did not realize it until one breath of soft breeze sweeping down the mountain at his back, he found himself face to face with plenty of adventure and of sufficient size to satisfy him. He did not realize how long he had sat figuring what he could possibly do. What aroused him was a something coming down the canyon on his right, and as he looked steadily in that direction, he saw the figure of a large man emerge from the bushes and begin carefully making his way, with as little sound as possible, straight toward him. As the man cleared the shadows and stepped into full moonlight, Jamie could see that he was tall, bareheaded, in his shirt-sleeves, wearing boots and breeches. There was a heavy belt filled with cartridges around his waist, and when he turned to look over the path that he had traversed and to listen, Jamie McFarlane could see the big gun on the right hip convenient to the man's hand. So his breath came very softly, and as stilly as in no man's land, he wormed farther back among the overhanging branches. The reason a great adventure is an adventure is because the things that happen are so very simple and so very natural. Why it is great is merely because one has not expected it, not because it could not very well have been expected had one's wits been working. A formidable man with a big gun headed down the canyon toward Jamie, he reflected, might constitute something of an adventure. The might grew to large possibilities when the ears of Jamie, who had done quite a bit of scouting and as much work on his stomach between firing lines, realized that down the mountain to the left of him there was coming a something else that was alive, something that was slipping, that was using the utmost caution, and yet slowly and surely was coming his way. The adventure loomed large enough to suit Jamie's wildest ideas of an adventure when a second man, not quite so large as the first, but still formidable, a darker figure since he wore a coat and hat, who carried an ugly revolver in his right hand, slowly parted the bushes and stepped into the canyon slightly to the left. Then Jamie sat in open-mouthed wonder while these two men met, because of the signal light he had seen, and the big man told the other that he had been down to the road to see what the smoke and the fire meant, that there was a party of tourists, a mere mouse of a man. They could risk his being unarmed, while either of them could handle him with one hand. The turnout looked as if undoubtedly a few $100 could be depended on somewhere about the man, or one or the other of the woman, or the car. The second man had straightened up and said slowly, "One man and two women. Are the Janes young and likely looking?" All the blood in James McFarlane had rushed to his head, and then back to his hands and feet, where fighting blood is most at home. He was no longer a sick soldier dependent on the mercy of a passing stranger. His stomach was fortified with the potatoes and the meat and the coffee and the bread that smiling Ann Brunson had shared with him. He had drunk the water that laughing little Susan had brought to him, and bathed his tired face in it. He had no doubt but money to pay the expenses of the journey was in the pockets of one of the party. They had earned it by hard work on a farm. They had gone pleasuring as was their right, and so far they had a pleasant time. But if they were to be robbed of their money, if William Brunson were to be beaten to insensibility or killed, if the women who had befriended Jamie were to be left to the mercy of these two in the canyon before him, then there was something very worthwhile in the world remaining for him to do, or at least to give what life he had left in attempting to do. So, like a snake over the stones, he drew himself together and felt with a long arm for a big piece of loose rock, When the precise moment arrived at which the big man drew near to the smaller one to hear what description he would give of the woman of the camp, softly under cover of the oak branch, at one and at the same time, Jamie McFarlane did two things. With his right hand he reached for the revolver in the holster on the back of the big man. With his left he smashed the jagged rock squarely into the face of the man who was slavering over the description of a sweet young girl. When the big man wheeled, he found his own revolver in his own face, and there was nothing to do but to back away with his hands in the air as he was ordered, while Jamie McFarlane, even taller and more massive of frame, slid down from the rock and extricated the weapon from the fingers of the bleeding and half-senseless bandit. With the two guns in his possession, Jamie put sufficient distance between himself and the men for safety. Then he said to the bigger one, "Throw me your cartridge belt and your shoes and trousers." In reference to the smaller man, he said, "Peel off his coat and throw it to me, also his hat." When he had these garments in his possession, he backed still farther away, and then he laid one of the guns very conveniently, and with the other shifting from his right hand to the left, he managed to shed the uniform of a soldier of the United States. He got out of the boots and the breeches and the coat, saving nothing but his identification tag and valor medal, and he put on the things that he had accumulated. Then he kicked together in a bundle the things he was leaving, and with both guns and the belt in his possession, he backed his way down the canyon until he put sufficient distance between himself and the two bandits so that he dared to turn and make his way as speedily as possible back to camp. In the darkness made by the shadow of a branch, he awakened William Brunson as quietly as possible, and explained his change of wardrobe, and he thrust into the hand of his host one of the guns that he carried. In the fear that there might be accomplices who might follow the bandits, camp was broken hastily, everything piled into the car, and speedily many miles were placed between themselves and the men who preyed without discrimination upon the purses and the happiness of others. When the car moved away with its load, Jamie McFarlane leaned back and rested his head against the supports of the car top, and laughed weakly. "After all," he said to the Brunsons, "Army training is not so bad. If I had never been a soldier, I doubt seriously if I could have made myself invisible, or if at one and at the same time I could have taken the gun of one man and smashed the face of another. And as for collecting their wardrobe, I understand that our government does not desire soldiers who have been discharged to use their uniforms for any great length of time, so it is well to get rid of mine the first day I become a plain American citizen." Exactly what William Brunson and his wife and daughter might have thought of this in the safety of an Iowa farm, where time for thinking occurs frequently, is one thing. What they thought of it as they fled down a California road with two guns in the car, two irate bandits behind them, who might possibly overtake them in a speedier car at any minute, and possibly a third bandit with them, was a different proposition entirely. Susie Brunson sat on the front seat and held the revolver that had been given her father, convenient to his reach. Mrs. Brunson sat on the back seat with her eyes round and a heart full of consternation. William Brunson stepped on the gas and turned at every crossroad he encountered. He did not in the least care where he went. All he wanted was to lose proximity to where he had been. He had a feeling that the lights of any small town that California proffered would look very good to him at that minute. As for Jamie McFarlane, he had enjoyed his supper. He had clothes that would not identify him as the man who was missing from the Arrowhead Hospital. He knew where he hoped to get his breakfast. He considered himself lost to the world of hospitals, and if he could achieve this adventure during his first day of freedom, there was every hope that he might be able at least to hold his own on the morrow. And so, through utter exhaustion, his head began slowly to sink down and over. Mrs. Brunson, dubious about the clothes, studied him as intently as she could by the night light. He looked exactly like any decent American of Scottish extraction, debilitated by illness. Finally she whispered to her daughter, "Susie, can't you dig out a pillow for this poor boy? You can see he has been awfully sick and is plumb tired out." Susie managed to get the pillow from the end of a roll on the running board, and Mrs. Brunson laid it on her shoulder and against the back end of the car, and pulled Jamie's head over on it, while Susie knelt on the front seat, and with tears of thankfulness still wet on her young face, tucked a blanket over the shoulders of Jamie McFarlane, as she said, "I tell you, Ma, from what he said to Pa, we have had a pretty close call, and I believe we better ship the car and get on the train and go north by the quickest, safest route." But Mother Brunson, being made of sterner stuff, replied, "Oh, I guess not. We'll just keep closer to the towns when night comes. We will stop the sleeping beside the road. We'll keep the gun your Pa's got, and get some cartridges for it at the first stop. I think we can make it all right and finish our trip." End of Chapter 2.
Section 3 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 3. The Bee Master. "Ma, do you think we've shook 'em?" inquired William Brunson over his shoulder along in the cold, still hours between 3 and 4 the next morning. "Got any idea how many miles we've come?" asked his wife, and William said he had not. He had forgotten to look at the speedometer when they stopped to make camp, but he was certain that he had turned 100 corners and taken every crossroad he saw, and the small town they were entering appeared as if there might be some place in it where they could find a clean bed and have a few hours of rest. As they drove down the main street, they saw the open door and the lights of a hotel, and so they decided that they would have beds and a good rest, and then they would have baths and breakfasts, and after that they would hold a council and decide what they would do. When it came to leaving the car, they found their guest of the road sleeping so heavily it seemed a pity to waken him, so they locked the car, threw an extra blanket over him, and left him to the luxury of the entire back seat. That was how it happened that when the life of the town began to stir on the streets that morning, James McFarlane awoke with a bewildered sense of being lost. He had no idea what had happened to the Brunsons or where he was, but he speedily learned that by reading signs on the streets around him, and he figured that nothing could have happened to the Brunsons in a town of several thousand population, so his first thought concerned breakfast. He had hoped the night before that he would be with the Brunsons, probably at the location on which they were camped, before making a start for the day. Now evidently their plans had changed. They would probably come from the hotel before which the car was standing, refreshed with sleep, baths, and food. He reflected that he had enjoyed refreshing sleep. He could postpone the bath, but there was an insistent demand in the pit of his stomach for food. He was in no mood to be particularly choice. He was so ravenously hungry that he felt he could have eaten almost anything, and tantalizingly there arose from restaurants, from the hotel building, from cafes and corner stands around him, the odors of ripe fruits. Later, the aroma of coffee and cooked foods assailed his nostrils, so he began to figure on how he could materialize breakfast. It occurred to him that he would step from the car and stretch his legs on the sidewalk and see if he could shake himself into slightly better circulation. He found himself sniffing ham and fried potatoes and toast and coffee and bacon and waffles somewhere in the immediate neighborhood, merely from force of habit, because he knew there was not a penny in his pockets. He ran his hands into the region where the pockets of a male are usually located, and stood in stupefied bewilderment because he brought the hand back to the light, and in it there was quite an assortment of nickels and dimes, a quarter or two and a 50-cent piece. His mouth fell open slowly, and his eyes widened, and without in the least knowing why he did it, he looked above the line of the buildings over the range of the mountains in the distance, and on across the cloudless, deep blue of the California sky, and said, very politely, "I thank thee, Lord." He could not have told how long it had been since he had reverently said, "I thank thee, Lord." He had been figuring that in the few years past he had not experienced very much for which to thank the Lord, at least not since a fire had been eating in his breast, and weakness had assailed his limbs and shaken his big, capable hands. He did not stop to reflect either that the Lord might not have much to do with the fact that he was wearing another man's trousers, but after all Jamie felt that he needed the trousers. He needed them exceedingly, and he had given his own, which were much better looking and infinitely cleaner, in exchange for the ones he'd acquired, the looking down upon which filled his fastidious soul with repulsion. He reflected that if he'd been in a position to see the trousers, he might have risked one more day wearing his uniform. Having no idea when the Brunsons might return to their car, and being increasingly hungry since there was money in his fingers, and he need not delude himself with the idea that he was not hungry, he squared his shoulders and looked round to see if his particularly sensitive nostrils could detect from which of the surrounding places where food was being cooked exactly the most delicious odours were emanating. That recalled him to the change he held in his palm. He spread his right hand in line of vision, and with the forefinger of the left slowly pushed the coins around. He was so rejoiced over his findings that he could have shouted like a small boy. The half and the quarters made $1. The nickels and the dimes and a few pennies for good measure totaled 87 cents. He reflected that by judicious ordering, by making it mostly coffee with a little toast and bacon to add backbone, he would not be utterly at the mercy of the world for another day, at least. Since he thanked the Lord merely for the feel of small change in his hands, it occurred to Jamie, even in his hunger and his desire to keep near the car, that he might ride further if possible, that it would be a good thing once more to pay tribute. So again he looked to the sky, and this time, with a burr that might have descended to him from the tongue of a grandfather on either side of his house, he said right out loud there on the sidewalk of the California town, "It's unco good o' ye, Lord." And when his ears heard him talking like a Scot, they telegraphed the strange proceeding to his brain, and Jamie, who a few minutes before had felt decidedly aggrieved, laughed aloud, and turning started down the street toward the most insistent odour of bacon and coffee that he could detect. It was while he was sitting on a high stool with his feet on a railing before a counter that the clothing he had adopted drew closely around him, and he became aware that he was wearing a hip pocket that contained something that from the feel of it might have been several things, but at first shot Jamie decided that he would guess a bill book. Then it occurred to him that it might be a good thing, since one pocket had yielded a living for a day at least, to go through all of them, and so he began on the outside breast pocket of the coat, in which he found a couple of cheap cigars. In the other pockets there were some bits of string and several buttons and a filthy handkerchief, the big revolver and a handful of cartridges. Then he tried the inside pockets and found a couple of letters, which he decided to attend to later. Then he ran his hand in his left pants pocket and brought it away empty. And then, to finish the job, he reached around to the hip pocket and brought out the bill book. It really happened to be a bill book, and it really happened to have several bills in it. And instantly Scot caution asserted itself in Jamie's mind. He had heard considerable about bandits and light-fingered gentlemen and taking your neighbour's property without his knowledge or consent. On the mere knowledge that there were 2 or 3 bills that might be of reasonable denominations, he slipped the book shut and slid it back in his pocket, and then he leaned his elbows on the counter and thought deep and fast. He was not a thief. He never had been. But he was on a great adventure. It was becoming greater every minute. He reflected that if his little mother, up close to the throne, had been looking down at him and praying with all her might for his safety and his success in his undertaking, and if the Lord had been bending her way and listening with loving, indulging ears, Jamie thought he could not have gotten along much better so far. Only half a day, only a night, and through the blessing of an automobile, 2 automobiles to be exact, he was more than 200 miles from where he had started, and since those 200 miles led to the north and the west, he must be considerably nearer the sea. Precisely why all his being had begun clamouring for the sea the minute he'd gotten to his feet and made his start, Jamie did not know. He had not taken time to analyze himself or to try to find out why he wanted water, worlds of water, clean jade green and sky blue and indigo blue water, salty water and foam, great swaths of snowy foam. He wanted to see waves, big waves, piling up high on a beach, and then he was obsessed with the ridiculous feeling, probably because he was missing his morning bath, that he wanted to get in that water. Then he wanted to lie on the sand and bake in the sun and sleep endlessly and go back to the sea water again. Possibly it was not boiling water from an interior spring that was needed to fit his peculiar conditions. Maybe it was cold water, salt water, sea water that would turn the trick. He was thinking so intently of the bare possibility that the sea might do something for him that the springs had not done, that he almost forgot the odors of food around him. He could afford to forget, since he would not be forced to abstain. He was going to have a cup of coffee with thick, rich cream in it, and crispy toast and real bacon in only a minute. About the money in his pocket, he did not know precisely what the man to whom the breeches he was wearing belonged owed society in general, but he had an idea from the enterprise in which he had found him engaged, from his talk and familiarity with the situation, that this man might owe a fairly heavy debt. Jamie had the feeling that since he had captured 2 guns and defeated the brutes, the 2 of them, in what he had heard them saying aloud in clear English, that they intended to inflict upon a man who evidently was a very decent man, and who through long years of economy and hard work had amply earned the vacation he was taking, he was entitled to the contents of their pockets. As for the fresh young girl and her equally wholesome and interesting mother, a wave of nausea swept Jamie's whole being, and regardless of who might be looking, he pulled the bill book from his hip pocket and opened it wide and emptied it, and found in his amazed fingers exactly $49 even, in 1s, 5s, and 10s. This time he was really stunned, and the ceiling of the restaurant was so uninviting that if he did glance upward, even involuntarily, he forgot his thanks. He made a wild and desperate resolve on the instant. When he had eaten the food he'd ordered, he was going to have a bath, he was going to have clean, fresh underclothing, he was going to have trousers and a coat that fitted and would not fill him with repulsion, and he was going to have a hat in which he might appear at least as attractive as it was possible for him to look. He gave the ethics of the case very slight consideration. He'd frustrated the attack on the camp, he'd gotten away from 2 men with their artillery, he'd been of sufficient benefit to William Brunson and his wife and daughter, so that they should be willing for him to have $49 as his reward, and from the depth of his soul and the ceaseless grind of the wound in his left breast, he felt that the Lord would absolve him for buying clothes that were new and clean. What was it the doctor had said? That he was the best breeding ground imaginable for germs? One glance at the legs of the trousers he was wearing made him feel like the original factory in which germs had been invented. So he stuck his long arms as far out of the coat sleeves as he could and pushed the side lapels as far back as they would go, and gulped coffee so hot it almost scalded him, and ate bacon that really was crisp, and toast that was properly browned. He paid his bill, and carrying the wealth of a mint on his person, went back to the sidewalk and looked for the Brunson car. It was standing where he'd left it, so he went over and walked past the hotel office. He could see no sign of any of the Brunsons, so he went to the clerk and asked to see the register. When he found what he was looking for, he told the clerk to tell his friends if they came down before he returned, that he'd gone to get a shave and some fresh clothing. Some way he got a decided feeling of uplift from the fact that he would not have to tell William Brunson and his wife and daughter that he was whipped and sore, a broken hulk of a man with not a penny in his pockets and fleeing from a government with whose regulations he was not even familiar, so slight was his own prospect of release. Such a thing as walking from the care of the government without any notion as to where he was going or what would happen to him had never occurred to him, even among far-reaching possibilities, and now that he was doing the thing, he had to admit that he did not know whether he was a deserter or not. Certainly he could not be a deserter, because the war had been over for so many long months. Of course, there was some formality that probably had been gone through with to keep him on record and in care of the government. There was the barest possibility that a day might come in which he would want to ask for the official history pertaining to the decorations he carried. He left the hotel with instructions from the clerk as to where the best outfitting store of the town could be found, and bought himself the clothing he needed to make him clean and comfortable. Sparingly, of the cheapest things he could find that would possibly serve his needs, he bought what he felt he required. And then he went into a barber shop, and when his hair was cut and he was freshly shaved, he paid for a bath, and this he followed up by a change into his new clothes. When before a mirror in the bathroom he tried on his new hat, he reflected that if he had red blood in his veins and 100 pounds of beefsteak on his bones, he might not be such a bad-looking man. Tall he would always be, and big-boned like his Scottish ancestors. His lean hands were tapering, his features were finely cut, and his deep blue-grey eyes at least looked as if they might be honest eyes, kind eyes, interesting eyes. So Jamie went back to the hotel carrying a neatly wrapped bundle which contained another man's coat and yet another man's trousers. He meant to drop it by the wayside somewhere along his journey, merely in case some man as sorely pressed as he'd been might find it, and it might fill a need, even as his needs had been served. When William Brunson walked into the office, Jamie, fortified by neat grey trousers and a coat that really fitted him, and a shirt that was clean and fresh, arose smilingly, holding out a hand, but instead of recognition he received a cold stare. He had to remove his hat and work his Scottish burr before William Brunson would accept him as his passenger of the previous day, while the wonder with which he had gone to sleep as to whether he was leaving his car in the possession of a third bandit forever vanished from his mind. There had not been even the ghost of a bandit for 10 generations in the ancestry of the man before him. On that William Brunson would have taken oath. As he stood holding Jamie's hand, he looked at him laughingly and said, "Well, I'll be darned. I didn't know you, and if I stand away from you, I bet Ma and Susie won't either." Jamie laughed in return. "I made that lightning change in the dark last night," he said. "Moonlight is a mighty deceptive thing. I only wanted to shed the uniform of Uncle Sam pronto, so I took the first chance that offered. But when I woke up this morning and found that my clothes were better fitted to walk than I was, I decided that I'd see how quick I could change them." "Come on to breakfast," said William Brunson. "Thank you, I've had my breakfast," said Jamie McFarlane. "If you're going to be good enough to let me ride with you so long as you're going north and west, that will be fine." "There isn't any question about how long you may ride with the Brunsons," said the husband and father of the Brunson family. "You may ride just as long as you darn please. Doesn't make any difference to me if it's all the way to Iowa." So Jamie picked up a morning paper and read until Mrs. Brunson and Susie came into the office, and they really did not know him, so he had to work the burr on them before they would believe that he was their passenger of the previous night. Both of them quite agreed with the judgment of their husband and father. They did not care how long this man rode with them, and he did not care either. So they went a considerable distance that day, with dinner by the wayside and the night at a small hotel, and then Jamie felt that the time had come when he must turn west. He could journey by easy stages. He had enough change in his pockets to carry him through food and lodging for several days, he figured, and so throughout the long sunny day, plodding along, he made his way west. Then he found he had gone too far north, so he laid his course west by south. He had no desire to go where cold would rack his aching bones. He wanted to stay where the sunshine was uninterrupted and penetrant. He went slowly and sat a while frequently, and at noon rest when he felt that it was almost time to be thinking about lunch. In the mottled sunshine of a live oak, with his arm on a stone for a pillow, he fell sound asleep. And when a passing drove of cattle finally wakened him, he rose, picked up the stick he was carrying, and stretched himself for his journey. As he did so, he missed something. He had to think a minute to recall what it could be. It struck him that his trousers were not setting exactly as they had when he fell asleep, and running his hands around his body, he encountered an empty hip pocket, and then an empty coat pocket. The gun, too. Almost sick with shock and disappointment, Jamie sat back on the rock and looked around him. Lying on the ground a few yards up the mountainside, he could see the bill book he had appropriated. There was no use in exerting himself, even to climb to it. It lay spread open, rifled of course, and so he was once more about where he had started. Enough remained of the nickels and dimes in his breeches to carry him through that day and perhaps breakfast for the morning, but the bed which he needed almost more than food had gone as mysteriously as it had come. Jamie looked more nearly Scot than he did American as he sat on the stone, dourly frowning. Exactly why he had not put that bill book in his breast pocket and buttoned his coat he could not imagine. He'd found it in the hip pocket, it fitted there, and he had put it back mechanically. If he'd been using his brains, he reflected, he would have exercised caution. He reflected also that there must be something in the fact that a large part of the world had lost its ancient sense of honour. There had been no question of honour between the bandits who meant to prey on the Brunsons. They had talked as if anything the Brunsons had might belong legitimately to them. Jamie recalled the fact that he had not been troubled by any particular qualms about taking what he had found in the bandits' trousers. He spent a minute on the subject and still remained firm in his convictions that he had acquired a right to it, and that was why he was feeling so particularly sore that he had not taken better care of it. When a bed meant the question of whether he lived slightly longer or died very speedily, and probably very painfully, why had he been so careless with that which meant necessities and fresh bandages that he would soon be needing? After a while Jamie rose to his feet and laid out his course still west by south. The honest hunger that had been in the pit of his stomach an hour before was replaced by a flat nausea, and he'd not gone far when he found a cold perspiration beginning to break out in his palms, at his temples, on his body. He did not even look up at the sky to decide whether he would voice an appeal or not. He deliberately walked in all the sunshine he could find because, from a taste of night out of doors, he thought he would need all the stored warmth he could accumulate. At his last resting place he took all the change from his pocket and carefully divided it. He might reach a town where for 50 cents at some cheapest of lodgings he could hire a bed. What remained would have to be equally divided between supper and breakfast. After that he was at the mercy of the world again, and at that minute he was feeling that the world might very possibly be quite as much against him as it was for him. The one consolation upon which he could rest was that if a call had been sent out from the hospital and descriptions of him had been posted, thanks to the bandit, he was so changed, and no one would feel that he was the man who answered the descriptions that would be given. So Jamie followed his program until after breakfast the next morning, and then with only a few cents left, still headed west by south, he stumbled on. He realized that he was almost at the limit of endurance. Persistent walking had tired his feet and legs until they were beginning to swell, so that his shoes were feeling too small. The sun had beaten on his unaccustomed head until he was dizzy. His eyes were so tired that he could have cried for the relief of dark glasses, and the price he might have paid for them at that time yesterday was lacking when he needed it so badly today. Of the greater part of that day Jamie had no very clear memory remaining. The most he knew was that he had alternated walking as long as he could walk with dropping any place he could sit or lie when he could go no farther. Just where he got into a road that led him into a canyon he did not know. He had been pushing on so nearly insensible to everything around him that he had not realized that the road had narrowed to a bridle path, and the bridle path had narrowed to a footpath, and the footpath had begun to wind around the base of one side of a mountain that in the general upheaval of things had been split asunder from top to bottom. He'd rounded a curve and faced the panorama before him suddenly, and at one and the same time he realized two things. He was hearing singing water. He was hearing water that was rushing and falling and spilling and laughing and doing all the heartening things that water knows how to do when it is left to follow a rocky bed down a canyon. Jamie stood still and looked to the right and to the left and at his feet. On the right he saw walls opening up and began at ordinary range and climbed higher and higher until hundreds and then thousands of feet had been attained. These walls had stood through so many ages that the crevices and irregularities were filled with live oak and holly and sage, with yucca and frosty blue-green cotyledon. Ferns were hanging down near places where the high walls seeped water. On the left the same panorama of exquisite beauty spread before him, and at his feet lay a well-defined, smoothly worn path, a path that he could see had been beaten by the feet of countless foot-passengers, and here and there his eyes, even though overtired, could detect the hoof-print of a horse, a range-rider, he thought probable. The water at his feet seemed clean. It had to be cool. It was falling over rocks. It was leaping small precipices. It was dropping down before grottos, fern-lined of delicate beauty, and trim little ouzels were darting through the spray, very likely to nesting places that lay protected by falling water. Jamie promptly sat down in the sunniest place on the warmest rock he could find, and studied the situation, and after he had rested a while he got down and drank from his cupped hands. Then he dusted off his new clothing, which was getting rather rough usage, and took up his stick and followed the footpath. It was not so difficult to follow, because it was downhill all the way, and before he'd gone any great distance he began hearing voices. Then he realized that a place of such exquisite beauty would attract people, that probably campers or picnickers might be enjoying themselves beside the water that ran so impetuously that never before had he seen water travel in such haste. Jamie reflected that there was a possibility that he'd done the wrong thing in discarding his uniform. From the frequency with which he had been offered rides when he wore it, from the utter indifference with which cars had whizzed past him hundreds of times that day, even when he had stood very close and raised his hand to ask for passage, he figured out that a man in uniform would be given assistance. A man in civilian clothes might be loaded with revolvers and have a mind full of evil intentions. The day seemed to be past when any traveller having a vacant seat would have despised himself if he'd failed to offer any one journeying on foot the privilege of riding. There was no question of riding now. Right foot forward, then the left, and then the right again. And oh, but they were swollen stiff, and oh, but they ached. Just when Jamie decided that he would take off his shoes and stockings and bathe his feet in the cold water and see if he could not reduce the aching and the swelling, he came face to face with a freshly painted big notice which stated that the water before him supplied Clifton, no doubt a town nearby, that the ranger rode the canyon to protect it, and that anyone who in any way polluted the water would be promptly arrested. So Jamie smiled dourly and looked down at his aching feet and realized that he had better leave his shoes where they were, since if he ever removed them there was a large possibility that he could not induce his feet to return to their capacity. At any rate, his direction was right. Each step he forced himself to take was carrying him west and south. At first, tired though he was, he had not been able to ignore the beauty of the canyon through which he travelled. Within reach of his hand, Hunter's Rock leek was blooming. There were ferns and mosses. There were red larkspur and lavender, blue and yellow lupin, and the red of pent stamen, and many yellows, and one little pool filled with the pearl white of blooming lizard's tail, with its rank foliage, its attractive flowers. None of these Jamie knew, for none had been included in his study of botany in the East. On and on Jamie went down the canyon. How slowly he went he did not realize himself, but by and by he began to see people. Then he knew that he'd been right when he thought he heard voices. There were places where smoke ascended, and suddenly and joyfully Jamie felt his problem for the remainder of that day solved. All he had to do was to wait until the picnickers left the canyon, and then he would search where they'd been and gather up the dry wood of dead branches and twigs that they'd collected or that had fallen, and in one of the places where they'd been cooking he would make a fire so big and warm that he could spend the night in comfort. So he sat down and waited until the sounds of the canyon had been reduced to bird notes and falling water, running water, laughing water, singing water. Then he began picking up everything big enough to burn, and in the crook of his left arm he stacked it as he went along, until he had as big a load as he could carry. Presently he found a cavern of stone in a side wall of the stream, where people had been cooking, and far back in the ashes over which water had been poured he found a few living coals. So he scraped the wet ashes away and drew the coals to the front and petted them with tiny twigs and dried grasses, and by he coaxed a feeble flame, and this he fed until, as the sun went down and the air grew chill, he had heat with which to comfort his aching body. Then on one of his excursions after wood he crossed the stream and made his way down the right-hand bank close at the foot of the mighty wall, leaning over and frowning above him. There he came to a small open plateau of stone, and what he saw made him laugh aloud. The picnickers, who had spent a happy day there, had left the remains of their lunch. They had set it out on the rocks for the birds and the squirrels had not yet found it, and the birds had long since gone to rest. There were several slices of bread and butter. There was a cold tongue sandwich. There was a hard-boiled egg and the half of a dill pickle, not to mention crumbled pieces of cheese. So the soldier of the government, now a soldier of adventure indeed, sat down on the big rock, still warm from the heat of the day, and ate all the supper he wanted of very excellent food. When he arose to go, the father in him said, "Leave what remains for the wee folks as you found it." And the mother in him said, "Take with you every crumb that remains against the morrow. The wild things know how to fend for themselves. You're sick and you're almost at the limit of endurance, and you will need, oh so badly, the slice of bread for your breakfast in the morning." Jamie thought that over. He had not cared particularly if he took the bandit's breeches. He had not cared enough to keep him from using the contents of the bill book. He'd filled his stomach to repletion with what had been left for the wild folks, and none of the wild folks had preyed upon him or refused him anything. It might be that in all the greenery climbing and trailing from and festooning the walls that shut him in, there was food better to the liking of the wild than what had been left for them. But there was a streak of something in Jamie, the same streak that had carried him to the woods and the forests, that had sent him uncounted miles along the banks of the trout brooks of his boyhood, a streak of decency and cleanliness in his soul, and that streak now said to him, Take your chances, as the wee folk take theirs. So Jamie got back on his knees and crumbled the bread and broke the crusts. Whimsically he laid one last piece of crust on his tongue, and then he went on hunting wood. When he felt that he'd enough accumulated, he built his fire, and warm and comfortable as need be, he curled up before it, and with his arm for a pillow and a stone for its support, he fell sound asleep in a very few minutes. He never felt the tiny lizards that ran over his feet. He never saw the trade rat that sat on its haunches and surveyed him with questioning eyes to see whether there was anything about him that it would like to exchange for the half of a pearl button that it carried in its left cheek. The hardness of his bed awoke him in the night, before the fire was gone, and so he piled on the remainder of the wood and turned his cold side toward the flame and the warm one down and went back to sleep again. When morning came, he washed his face and hands by wetting his handkerchief in the stream, and after that he wet his handkerchief several times and wrung the water over the coals he'd left, scattering them widely and obliterating every trace of fire that could possibly spread. Then, with feet still aching, in the shoes he'd not dared to remove, he started on down the canyon. About 10 o'clock that morning he met the ranger. The ranger of this particular canyon was not so lonely as were the range riders of the mountains, but for all that he was friendly. He stopped to talk a minute, and as he casually glanced at Jamie, he saw the attenuation of his figure, he saw the whiteness of his hands, he saw how the skin of his face settled on the lean bones, and being young and full of life and having in his veins quite a bit of the milk of human kindness, he said to Jamie, "My mother tells me that if I keep in the saddle too much, I'll develop gout in my feet. What do you say to taking the horse for the next few miles and letting me exercise?" Jamie said if that would be any accommodation to the ranger, he'd be glad to ride for him, but he'd not figured on what the gait of a horse would do to his left breast. Fit himself to the saddle as easily as he could. Riding was torture he could not endure for long, and so, after a mile or two, he was forced to walk again. But he was thankful for the offer, and dimly he was beginning to formulate in his mind the feeling that the world is made up of good people and bad people, of selfish people and thoughtful people, of cruel people and kind people, and it was merely a case of luck as to which you meet when you went on a great adventure. From the ranger on, Jamie's adventure stretched lagging miles of torture, still west by south, until nearly 3 o'clock that afternoon. Nobody had left a lunch box, and there had been no place where the few pennies he carried would buy food. He had left the canyon and followed a road that had widened until it would accommodate horses and vehicles, here and there a car, not a greatly travelled road, not a busy, well-kept road, a road that became increasingly more difficult for Jamie to follow because his feet had endured almost all that human feet can endure when they're attached to a sick man who is gamely driving himself to the ultimate limit. Near 4 o'clock the hunger that had been in abeyance since the night before began to torment him. He was exhausted to the point at which he found himself taking 2 or 3 sideways steps to keep from lifting his feet even a slight degree higher to step over a small irregularity in the road. He was beginning to realize that there was slight chance of shelter for the night. There was equally small chance of food. So far his adventure had yielded its bright spots, its thrills, its pains. At that minute, between the scorching in his breast and the burning in his shoes and the general ache all over his tortured body, he could not see much in it. He began to wonder if he could make his way back to the hospital, and whether they would take him in, and then he thought of the white plague, which they had said had not as yet attacked him, and so he shut his lips very tight and stood swaying on his feet as he peered like a half-drunken man down the road before him, trying to decide whether the wheel track on the right seemed the least bit smoother than the wheel track on the left. When he decided that the one on the right was the one for him to travel, he reeled widely and started forward, and furtively his eyes began to search the road on either side for the spot where ultimately collapse would come. He wondered if he stumbled and fell and could not arise, if he lay unconscious in the middle of the road, whether anyone would find him and what they would do with him if they did. It was from searching the sides of the road that Jamie missed the point where there was a turn until he found his feet following it, and then he looked ahead and his eyes widened, and his breath came in a light gasp. Down the road, only a few rods on the right, he could see a small house, and of all the houses that he'd ever dreamed about and thought that he would like particularly to own and to live in, that house appealed to him as the most inviting. It stood close to the road. A white picket fence ran along the front of it. A neat white gate shut it from the highway, Its painted face was soft and attractive. New England was obvious all over it. Flowering vines were climbing up its corners and over the tiny front veranda. Outside the gate he could see a circle of crushed shells, and he thought the walk that led to the front door might be made of shells. It seemed to lie very close to the road, and there was not much ground on either side of it. All that there was seemed to be filled with the very flowers that Jamie had helped take care of in his mother's New England garden. He could see hollyhocks as high as the eaves of the house, and in many colours to the left and to the right he could sense the gay hues of nasturtiums and zinnias and marigolds, and his sensitive nostrils could pick up the tang of heliotrope and mignonette and forget-me-not and violets. But above everything else he had the impression of a cloud of blue, sweet, restful blue. Jamie rocked on his feet and stared at the house yearningly. His vision carried beyond it, and he saw that on the other side of the line fence there was another dooryard and another house, and then houses began gathering in a friendly way on either side of the road and leading away as far as he could see. Here and there were other houses, other signs of life. At that instant there came softly to his ears the slow, steady wash of what might possibly have been a low tide of the sea. In his exhaustion, his senses numbed with pain, he had travelled most of the afternoon, a plodding, half-conscious thing, but now touched by the nearness of humanity, touched by the beauty of somebody's home, excited with the prospect that by some possibility he might find shelter and food, his sluggish blood surged up, his head lifted, his dull eyes brightened slightly, and his keen nostrils turned to the west and sniffed inquiringly. Then said Jamie right out loud, right from the depths of nowhere, "If my old nose don't tell no lies, 'pears like I smell what ought to be the Pacific Ocean." He had not the faintest notion why he called it the Pacific Ocean. He probably did it because he was so desperately tired that if he did not manage to chuckle about something, there was every probability that he was going to tumble down in the road and lie still without giving his new clothes the slightest consideration or any other thing in all the world. At that minute the screen door that led from the veranda into the secret of the beautiful house, whose whole exterior was one delicate, luring invitation, opened, and there came through a man, a tall man, a slender man, an aristocrat from head to toe, lean, and with long silken white hair flowing back from his forehead, and a soft short beard of silver-white wavy silk coming down on his breast, a man with long slender nose, big deep-set eyes, and white lips. He reeled as he came across the veranda, and both his hands clutched his left side, and he kept on wavering to the right and left until he reached the gate. Then he took his hands from his side and clung to the gate. He leaned over it and hung to it, and he looked up and down the road, and there he spied Jamie. He lifted one of his hands and beckoned. Jamie stood there staring at him, and then slowly and deliberately slapping one swollen foot and then the other on the hard road, he took a few steps in the man's direction. He stopped again to stare at him, to note the fine lines of the angushed old face, the immaculate apparel, the stricken attitude of the frame hanging across the gate. So, with all the strength that he could muster, Jamie took a few more steps and came within speaking distance, and on his dazed and incredulous ears there fell the strangled cry, "Help! For God's sake, lad, help me!" 1 minute before, Jamie could not have believed that he could help anybody or anything. He had been figuring that he had reached the end of his endurance, that if he did not have help himself in a very few minutes he would be past the place where he could ever need it. There was something about the whiteness of the fine old head, something about the breadth of the shoulders and the leanness of the frame that reminded Jamie of his father. And possibly because he was reminded of his father, Jamie lifted his eyes above the wonderful white house, above the lace of the trees surrounding it, above its sheltering vines, way up to the blue, and far down in his heart he gave an imperative order. "Now you've got to help me, Lord. You must help me now." Then he clenched his fists very tightly at his sides and covered the 3 steps more to the gate. He found the combination by which it opened, and he put his arm around the old figure leaning on it, and in a dry, breathless voice he heard himself saying, "Why, of course I'll help you," and he had not the faintest notion whether he could manage 3 steps farther himself or not. But he did accomplish the 3 steps farther. He pulled the screen door open. He headed the stricken man he was trying to support toward a big davenport and let him down on it, easing him back against the pillows that he punched up hastily. Then on his knees, grasping the side of the couch, he spoke again in his voice of dry breathlessness. "What must I do?" Instinctively both hands of the stricken man had sought the region of his heart. Jamie's thought, as his mind cleared at another man's extremity, was, "He's got it mighty near where I have," and so he repeated again, "What must I do?" The answer came, "The telephone. You must call my doctor. He must get me to a hospital." Pushing against the couch, Jamie rose to his feet and looked around him. Then he saw a telephone on the wall and a small table before it and an open telephone book. So he sat down on the chair and drew a deep breath or two. Then he asked over his shoulder, "Can you give me the number?" After a paroxysm of pain that brought sweat to the white dome above the white brows sheltering the big eyes that were pools of darkness, there came the answer. "You will find the number and the name on the list beside the phone. Dr. Grayson." Jamie hunted down the line and found the name and number, and then he put in the call, and while he waited for it, he again asked over his shoulder, "Whom shall I say?" The gasping reply was, "The bee master." So presently Jamie found himself insisting that Dr. Grayson come to the telephone personally, and when he had the assurance that Dr. Grayson was speaking, he found himself mustering strength to say, "The bee master has been stricken with a very heart attack. He wants you to come and to bring an ambulance. He wants to be taken to the hospital immediately." The answer had been, "All right, I can reach him inside of an hour." Then Jamie had cried into the telephone, "Instructions, give me instructions. What shall I do for him?" The answer was, "Aromatic spirits of ammonia. Bathe his face and hands, give him a few drops. Keep him nearly upright. I'll cut the time as much as I can." So Jamie went back to the Davenport, and as he laid hands on the stricken man, he whispered, "Now help, Lord." And from somewhere he drew strength to pull the bee master more nearly to a sitting posture and to pile the pillows higher behind him. Then he began looking around to see from what direction he might conjure aromatic spirits of ammonia. The doctor had spoken as if the remedy might be somewhere near and its use customary. When he could not see anything that suggested a bottle, he ventured a question, and a wave of the hand directed him to an adjoining room, where on a table beside a bed there stood a bottle labelled "Aromatic Spirits." So Jamie brought it, and then he stumbled to the back of the house, and in a hasty survey of the kitchen in which he found himself, he caught up a towel. For one brief instant he glanced from the back door, and that back door led to a porch and on over a few level feet, and then a walk started in a slope, none too gentle, that seemed to lead down and down and down, and with a quick look, Jamie exulted softly, "My God, I've reached the sea." He caught up the towel and hurried back to soak an end of it from the bottle, and surreptitiously as he thrust it toward the sick man, he carried it past his own face and inhaled to the depths of his lungs. He kept very near as he managed, bathing the hands and feet, and from the ammonia he drew enough strength to stand and return to the kitchen. There he took the liberty of prying the paper lid from a bottle of milk he'd seen at the back door, and slowly with deliberation he gulped half its contents. That so put heart into him that he was able to find a suitcase in the top of a closet in a bedroom. He was able to open a chest and transfer to the case certain papers, and to relock the chest and give the key into the possession of the stricken man. Then he found an overcoat and slippers and other small articles he was instructed to collect, and when everything was ready, he sat with the ammonia-saturated towel to await the ambulance. Then he heard himself being asked to remain in the house, to take care of the bees until it was ascertained how ill their keeper was, and when he would be able to return to his work. "I don't know the first thing about bees," protested Jamie. "I can't take care of them. Can't you direct me to someone who can see to your property in an intelligent way?" "There's nothing to do," said the bee master. "Keep the water pans filled. My next door neighbour brings my food. You can sleep in my bed. You look tired and sick yourself. I'm not afraid to trust a man having your touch, your face, your voice. Promise me that you will take my place until I return." So Jamie reached in his pocket and held out the decorations for valour before the eyes of the stricken man. He said that he had recently been discharged, that he had no home at present, and that he would be glad to remain in such a friendly house and do what he could, but that he must have instructions, full instructions as to what he must do for the bees. The bee-master smiled, a rare and illuminating smile, and sank back on the pillows as if he were content, and then he said, "Any day the little scout may walk in, my side partner, and you can ask anything you want to know and you'll get an intelligent answer. Margaret Cameron next door can tell you a good deal, and she's a rare cook. Tell her what you like, and help yourself to my clothes and bed. Then he shut his eyes and dropped over the edge into unconsciousness. A few minutes later the ambulance arrived, and the frame of an old man, having a face suitable for a model for the most exquisite likeness of any patriarch of old, was started on its way to a hospital. In only a minute, with the doctor who had come for him, Jamie had secured the hospital address and the promise of a telephone call after an examination had been made. He had liked Dr. Grayson, had liked the touch with which he laid his hands on the fine old wreck on the Davenport, liked the sympathetic way in which he bent over the stricken figure, liked every tone of the voice in which the explanation of the case had been given. The bee-master has been putting off his evil day to the limit. He must go to the hospital. He must remain for an operation he's been fighting for a year or two. I hope you can arrange to settle here if you're the man he's selected for several months at least. Jamie lifted a shaking hand to dry lips and iterated and reiterated, "But I don't know a thing about bees. I don't know a damn thing about bees." After the ambulance had driven away, he staggered back into the house and straight through to the kitchen, where he finished what remained of the milk, and that so heartened him that he stepped through the back door and looked down the side of a small mountain, where all the world seemed alive and aglow with flowers upon flowers of the same old-fashioned kinds that bloomed around the front, and on either hand, down the outer line of a wide stretch that must have covered at least 2 acres, there were literally hundreds of domed white hives, towards which heavily laden bees were winging in a low humming. Then he could see a stretch of sands that looked like silver, and then he could both see and hear the rhythmical sweep of the Pacific at low tide. He stood there until he could stand no longer. Then he closed and latched the door and went back to the Davenport. He dropped on it, worked off his shoes, pulled his coat from his shoulders and drew an Indian blanket over his chest, slid the pillows lower, and then unconsciousness overtook him as it had overtaken the bee-master a short time before. End of section 3. Read by Sandra, New Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 4 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 4 In the Garden of the Bees. It was afternoon of the following day before James McFarlane awoke, and he did not regain consciousness feeling either refreshed or invigorated. On trying to assume a sitting posture, he discovered that he was sore through and through, that every bone in his body ached with an ache that was nearly intolerable. And when he set his feet on the floor and examined them carefully, and then looked at his shoes, he realized that the shoes were not going to contain the feet for some time to come. Remembering the bee-master's offer of clothing and his bed, he hobbled through the house until he found the bedroom, and he uttered a thankful exclamation when he stumbled into the bathroom adjoining. A thorough soaking in hot water with a cold shower afterward helped considerably with the ache and the soreness. He borrowed of underclothing he found in a chiffoniere in the bedroom to make himself comfortable, and a pair of moccasins on a shelf were the thing for his feet. Then the scent of cooked food assailed his nostrils, and as he came into the living room, he had at the door his first vision of Margaret Cameron. Margaret Cameron did not in the least resemble Jamie's mother, but she resembled a woman who might well have been typical of a universal mother, and exactly the right kind of a mother at that. Her face was beautiful, with a severely cut beauty that always indicates an indomitable spirit. With one glance at Margaret Cameron, one would have been safe in arriving at the conclusion that she would be drawn and quartered before she would renounce her religion, her country, her political opinions, or her family. She was tall, she carried no ounce of superfluous flesh. Her hair was white, and her eyes were blue. There was color in her lips and cheeks. She looked wonderful to Jamie when she smiled at him. "I had a ring from Dr. Grayson this morning," she said. "He thought you would be sleeping, and he didn't want to awaken you. He told me you were to take care of things here until the bee-master comes back to us." I never was sorrier about anything than I was over being away when he was stricken. A young relative of mine needed me sorely. There was a death in her family, and I was forced to go to her. I think, said Jamie, that I found everything the bee-master required, and I believe there was no time lost. There was a hint of finality in the slight gesture in which Margaret Cameron threw out her hands. I haven't a doubt, she said bluntly, but the bee-master had everything he needed. There is no one on earth who wouldn't do anything Michael Worthington wanted. The point is that he was forced to call on a stranger for help that I, as his friend of long standing, would have loved to give. I see, said Jamie quietly. I am sorry you weren't here. I think you are right about anyone doing anything he asked, because here I am, and anyone less suited for what he asked of me couldn't have been found in the state. But because he asked it, I am here to try. A dry smile crossed Margaret Cameron's face. Her eyes narrowed as they followed a line of vision that carried through the living room, through the combination kitchen and dining room, across the back porch, and out to unmeasured leagues of the sea beyond. The Pacific Sea, the peaceful ocean that smiles and lures and invites and so very seldom shows the fangs and the jaws of the monster that lies lurking in its depths. I understand, she said quietly. I know why you are here, and I can see that you are not fit for work. Dr. Grayson mentioned that you looked mighty seedy. He thought you might have been one of ours, across. Jamie ran his fingers in his pocket and produced a service bar and 2 decorations for valor and held them toward her. And Margaret Cameron came forward and took his unsteady white hand in both of hers and said, God love you, boy. I've got the bee-master's routine by heart myself, and while I don't know as much about the bees as he has really been making a business of teaching the little scout, I know enough to show you where the water pans are and how to keep them filled with the right combination of water. Strange, but they like a sprinkle of salt in it. And I can go over the flowers with you and show you which need the most water and when. I think if you rest a few days, you can make it all right. And I will cook your meals as I always have cooked the bee-masters. Only you might as well tell me what you particularly like and how you want it. No 2 people have tastes alike. That's mighty good of you, said Jamie. I am ready to confess that I am ravenous this minute, and whatever you have brought will be fine, I am sure. So he went into the kitchen and ate the food that Margaret Cameron had provided him. He learned how to operate the gas stove in case he wanted a hot drink at any time. He was shown where a small ice chest stood on the back porch in which there was daily deposited a bottle of cream and a bottle of milk. And he noticed a basket of eggs and some fruit. And then together they went over the garden, and he located the different hose attachments and was given exhaustive instructions about watering the flowers. Noticing how very unsteady he was on his feet, and how terribly those members were swollen, seeing his thin white hands with the blue veins standing in ridges, Margaret Cameron drew her own conclusions. As they came up the back walk, she advanced very slowly to give Jamie time to keep up with her. And when they reached the back door, she asked of him, Are you bee immune? Jamie looked at her in a speculative silence for a moment, pondering that question. And then he said, I'm not at all sure I know what you mean by bee immune. Why, I mean, said Margaret Cameron, that there are people in this world whom bees won't tolerate. There are people to whom it would mean certain and mighty unpleasant death to go down either sideline of this garden. There are people whom a bee naturally hates, and there are others with whom they instantly make friends. One man may lift the roof of a hive and scoop up a handful of working bees. There's a man who comes to help the bee-master sometimes who carries bees around in the crown of his hat. But that doesn't prove that they are a safe proposition for everyone. Jamie thought that over. How do I go about finding out whether I am bee immune? he asked as he leaned against the casing, facing the woman before him and noting that she was almost his own height. "Right there," said Margaret Cameron, "is where the little scout comes in. There isn't anything the bee master knows about bees that he hasn't carefully passed on to his side partner, his first assistant. I imagine you will have a visitor today or tomorrow. If you don't, I will telephone. Take my advice and keep away from the hives until you get your instructions." Then Margaret Cameron gathered into a basket the dishes that Jamie had been using, crossed the side yard, and through a small gate entered her own premises. Jamie stood and watched her going to a low white house that seemed cheerful and homelike, that appeared as if it might have required the same amount of labor and the same length of time to construct, and yet, in some way, lacked the luring charm of the home of the bee master. Refreshed by the food, Jamie went out to the middle of the road and stood looking at the house and the grounds. There was such a slight variation in the width of the eaves and the angle of the roof, one could scarcely have told where lay the difference between it and the other houses that stretched away down the street. As he stood studying it, Jamie had difficulty in defining the difference to himself. Maybe it was the setting, the whitewashed paling fence, the quaint sloping veranda. Maybe it was the particular color of paint that preserved the wood. Maybe it was the rare vines, the odorous shrubs, the gay flowers clambering everywhere with absolutely no hint of order or precision. Anyway, there was something about the house shaded by the tall eucalyptus trees and the lacy jacaranda, with its gaudy surrounding carpet of blue flower magic, that gave to it, Jamie could think of no other term, a welcoming face. It seemed to be a human thing, and it seemed to smile the warmest kind of welcome. Then Jamie looked beyond it to the scintillating blue of the sea and the equal blue of the sky, and then he looked higher. He stood there thinking intently, and before he realized what he was doing, he had repeated a phrase in his father's tongue that he had used a few days before. "You are unco good to me, Lord." Then Jamie smiled through misty eyes at the house, and he went into it, carefully noting the side seats and the delicate vines trained over the veranda. He looked at the rugs on the floors and decided that they were Persians of antiquity and price. He was unschooled in rug lore. He knew that the furniture was antique and priceless. He ran his fingers appreciatively over pieces of rosewood and mahogany that were old and shining from use, and that had been designed by master craftsmen long ago across far seas. The bookcases ranging from floor to ceiling almost around the room held his attention for a few moments. And then he stopped before a writing desk, opened, the quill of the master in the small horn holder of shot, the sheets of an unfinished letter lying on the pad. With that fineness inherent in the heart of a gentleman of Scotland, Jamie picked up the sheets, lifted the pad, laid them face down on the mahogany of the writing desk, and returned the pad to its place. The letter would lie there untouched until the return of the bee master. Then Jamie's eyes wandered to the case above the writing desk. He had been reading names prominent in literature from the beginning, but each volume in that small case seemed to be either completely concerning or in some way related to bees. At one instant, Jamie's hand lifted to open one of the doors. Probably its weight roused him to the fact that he had better rest a few more days before he began on a task that might be over quickly or might be long. In detail he went through the adjoining sleeping room, noting its neatness, the precision of its arrangement, the delicate beauty of the etchings and engravings, the rareness of the books that lay here and there, the quiet grace of the furnishings. He went back through the kitchen and the back porch, and came out into the open shine of the afternoon sun. He was thin enough and cold enough to love its warmth. As he stood there looking down the stretch of the garden to the sea, he thought it comprised the most beautiful picture that he had ever seen. It covered 2 acres of the Sierra Madres where they met the Pacific. A crude walk, fashioned from stones collected from the mountainside, ran in steps down to the beach below. There was a pergola loaded with grapes, as they are allowed to run in the gardens of the East, but lavishly among them grew wisteria and clematis, roses and vines whose names, habits, and flowering he did not know. On either hand, sometimes with abrupt juttings of big rocks, sometimes in tiny fertile plateaus, sometimes on gentle slopes, there grew every fruit tree that loves to flourish in the soil and sun of California. Loquats and figs, oranges and lemons, plums and peaches, pears and nectarines, dates and grapefruit, only a tree or 2 of each, and between and beneath them tiny cultivated beds of vegetables. Prominently bordering the walk halfway down the mountainside, staked and rankly growing, Jamie's eye was caught by a blare of purple-red where stalks of tomatoes lifted huge fruits, some of them bursting with ripeness, and on either hand everywhere, bushes and shrubs, vines and flowers, and yet more flowers, and because Jamie recognized nearly each one of these, he knew they were the quaint, old-fashioned flowers that his mother and his grandmother had grown. There were Madonna lilies that, in the warm soil and the luring sunshine, had opened to bloom at 2 and 3 feet less height than in the cold gardens of the East. Carpeting around them were beds of cinnamon pinks, touching the fresh salt air with their spicy sweetness, mignonette and heliotrope, forget-me-nots, and great blue blooms of myrtle, the like of which Jamie never had seen, a whole world of flowers and fruit. On either hand, steadily, slowly, came the low hum of millions of working bees. Bees hived not in the ugly flat houses used in numberless apiaries he had passed on his journey, but each stand in a separate spot raised above the earth on a low platform and having a round, pointed roof that gave the hives a beauty, a quaintness, and appropriateness to the location. On close examination, Jamie found that each hive stood in a bed of myrtle, blue as the sky. And then he saw that back of the hives the fences were a wall of blue plumbago, delicate sheets of it, and above, one after another, great lacy jacarandas lifting clouds of blue to the heavens. And then he realized that facing the hives, around and near them, there was a world of blue. Blue violets, heliotrope, forget-me-nots, blue verbenas, blue lilies, larkspur, bluebells, phlox, blue vervain, blue and yet more blue. Past his head and face, lured by the reds and brilliant colors around the house, darted the jewel-throated and crowned hummingbirds. But the bees lived in a whole world of blue. It seemed as if the blue flowers dearly loved to creep up to these white hives, to vine around them, to cling to them, to bloom above them. Alone, close to the back walk, Jamie noticed several big hives that stood by themselves where he would have to pass within the distance of a few feet when he made his first journey the length of the garden, out of the gate and across the strip of sand to where the ocean, in a great bay, came lapping up the shore and then slid back again, gently, softly, with only a low murmur song that would be the finest thing in the world to lull a tired man to sleep. Slowly, with wavering feet, Jamie made his way across the back end of the house. Under a jacaranda tree on the east side, he saw the most attractive bench. So he went and sat upon it at just the precise spot where the branches of the tree threw a mottled shade over his head and left his lean body stretched in the sunshine. He sat and tried to think. Because the sky was so beautiful, and the sea was so beautiful, and the garden was so painfully beautiful, there came to him the old thought he had dragged around for the past 2 years. How much longer? How much time had he anyway? How soon was the sky going to lose her eternal verity, and the sea to cease smiling, and flower faces and bird song, and the hum of the bee, and the chirp of the cricket? How soon were they to be over for him? Because he had tried himself so sorely, because he was so desperately strained and overtired from his journey, he was not very hopeful. Everything concerning himself looked the blackest it ever had. The bandages that he had removed for his bath bore brilliant stains, telling anew the story of angry wounds that refused to heal. So that afternoon Jamie's individual case seemed more hopeless to him than it had seemed when he had arisen in hot rebellion and walked out from the protection of his government. But the irony of the whole thing was that, when for himself matters could scarcely have been blacker, all inadvertently he had fallen into one of the most exquisite beauty spots that the face of the world had to boast. There are only a few places where love and artisanship build a small house with a welcoming face. There are only a few places where love and good horse sense build a garden, half of wildings and half of quaint old-fashioned things that evolved without the help of crossing and fertilization and other makeshifts that produce growth so rampant and sizable that it is difficult to believe that the blooms are living things. There are only a few places where the side of a mountain walks down and slides down and jumps down and meanders winding, flowering ways until it reaches the white sands of a brilliantly blue sea. And it is easy to believe that such a location would naturally be the home of tiny round white houses with round roofs where millions of bees make honey to sweeten the food of a world. It is easy to see that the hum of the bees and the scene of the flowers would draw the birds to a place like this. And across any stretch of ocean shoreline there is bound to be the wide sweep of the great gray pelicans and the black-winged anhingas and the wild ducks, the snow-white of the gulls, and the scimitar-winged sea swallows, like birds of carved ivory, arching and sailing for pure love of blue sky and blue water, and to indulge the powers of flight. There are bound to be Mother Carey's chickens, and little stilt-legged sandpipers, and killdeers tilting along the shore, and there are sure to be little children digging in the sand, and grown folk having an hour of pleasure stretched in the sunshine, asking earth to heal their bodies and the sun god to heal their hearts. As Jamie sat on the bench under the jacaranda feeling so ill that the tears of self-pity were stinging the lids of his wide gray eyes, he vaguely wondered what it would do to him if he were to go down to the sea and soak his body in the cold salt water and let the sun drive home every medicinal property that seawater contains. He had tried a year of hot water from the boiling bowels of the earth. How would it do to try a year of cold water from the seas of the surface and the sun of the heavens? Jamie's lips twisted bitterly. He was probably as near heaven as he would ever be until heaven passed him by, and it might be that only a few days would end his tenure of the little white house and the mountain garden, and it would be his lot to move on until his case grew even more desperate than it was at that minute. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 5. The Little Scout. The following day, as Jamie sat on the same bench, his mind occupied with the same subject, in a wide flare between earth and sky, a slender bit of a child sailed over the fence and landed expertly on the sanded walk of the garden. As the small figure righted itself, one hand caught the band of a pair of particularly dirty breeches, and the other stuffed more securely therein the tail of a not overly clean shirt. Standing on one foot, the youngster removed a canvas shoe from the other, shook the sand from it, and replaced the shoe on a bare foot. The child drew a deep breath, and stood still an instant with a wandering gaze roving over the garden. In that pause Jamie took mental account of the lean, flat figure. One trouser leg was fastened at the knee. The other had lost its fastening and hung halfway down the ankle, with a loose strap and a flopping buckle. The sleeves of the green khaki shirt were cut off at the elbows, and one of them was ripped lengthwise to the shoulder. Hands and arms and legs as well bore the traces of climbing and rough exercise. The little face was rather flat, the nose a faint pug, the mouth wide. The eyes seemed not overly large. At that distance Jamie could not decide what color they were. The hair might have been brown if it had not been bleached by California suns until the outer layer was a flaxen tan. Where it fell apart, darker streaks appeared. It was cut evenly in a circle from earlobe to earlobe and across the forehead in a bang. Dutch, Jamie supposed, and as he sat watching, the child, with a movement exquisitely deft and graceful, began to pirouette, to dance in the sunshine, sometimes with arms curved above the head until the tips of the fingers touched, sometimes with the right arm extended and lifted and the left trailing behind like a flying Mercury. Up and down the walk went the small figure, whirling, reaching as if snatching butterflies from the air, dancing all alone there in the mid-afternoon under the California sun. Then tiring, a sudden change from the dance to a walk started the youngster straight toward Jamie. Halfway between lay the Madonna lily bed. Opposite, the child paused, bent forward, and peered at the lily faces. And then Jamie's eyes widened, and a queer, incredulous grin crossed his face. What he was seeing was a very small person on bended knees, elbows akimbo, hands at the sides, in a half-crouching attitude, with eyes rolled heavenward, ecstatically sucking, one after another, the pistils of the Madonna lilies. Jamie's grin widened to a chuckle when he noticed that a pistil, overflowing honey, had dripped a drop on a petal, and the child supported the underside of the petal and licked away the drop with an appreciative tongue, and then arose and came slouching down the walk until Jamie drew back his toes because they happened to be particularly sore and tender, and he did not want them stepped on. The youngster stopped and looked at Jamie, from the crown of his tired, sick head to the soles of his very badly swollen feet, and an expression of wonderment crossed the small face. But there was not the slightest sign of fear, and there was no backward movement. Ground attained was firmly held. "Oh, hello," said the child. "Hello," said Jamie, as cordially as he could say it, in a voice that had so recently been roughened with the emotion of self-pity. "Where's the bee-master?" asked the small person. Jamie hesitated. He was near enough now to look to the depths of the eyes trained on him, and it struck him that they had more depth, more expression, more comprehension than any pair of eyes that he had ever seen on a person of anywhere near that age. There were things lying away back in the depths of the brownish-gray eyes meeting his that awoke Jamie to caution. "He went away for a few days and left me in charge," he answered. "Oh, but we don't know you," objected the small person. "But I am here," said Jamie. "So you are," said the small person, "and you probably wouldn't be here if the bee-master hadn't said you might. And whatever he says, goes." With that goes, both hands were spread out on a level with the belt line and given an emphatic downward and outward sweep that seemed to cover long distances with perfect accuracy. "I'm glad you think I'll do," said Jamie. I haven't had time to think anything, said the small person. I am no acrobat in my head. I can't think quick. If the bee master told you to come here and stay here, you've got to come, and you've got to stay, and you've got to do. That's all there is to that. I'm the bee master's side partner. Look me over, kid. It ain't expensive. Jamie smiled, and when Jamie smiled, which was not any too frequent an occurrence, there were tiny dancing flecks of light in his eyes, and a stretching of the skin over his lean face, and a twitching of his lips that made an appeal that had not as yet failed in its effect. The child advanced a step and laid a hand on Jamie's arm, while an impish grin overspread the small features. The inquiry was shot at him suddenly. "Did you see me pirouette?" Jamie nodded. "Did I pull it off pretty well?" "I thought you did famously," said Jamie. "We got to do that darn stuff in school," said the small person. "It's the bunk. But when I get off where I think I'm alone, I practice it. I think I can do it better to the bee music and to the waves than any other kind. It's sure goofy. I wish you could see fat old Bill pirouette. But if your school makes you do it, you might just as well keep everlasting at it until you do it a little bit better than the other fellow." "That's sound logic," said Jamie. "If you start out with that kind of an idea in your head and keep everlastingly at it, there isn't any place you can land except at the top of the heap." "That's the way I've got it figured," said the small person casually, "and I've learned while only just as wide and just as high as I am this minute that I can't be scoutmaster and chief of the robber's den and first assistant to the bee master unless I hoe it down." Jamie decided that the little figure before him was surely a boy. There was a slight drawing closer, a lowering of the voice, and the small person asked confidentially, "When did they take him to the hospital?" Jamie drew back and looked inquiringly at the child. "I didn't say anyone was taken to the hospital," he protested. "No, you didn't," conceded the small person. "But if you had known the bee master as well as I've known him, in all the time we've been partners, which is ever since I've been big enough to climb the fence, you'd know that there wasn't any place they could take him away from this garden except to the hospital. And you'd know there wasn't any way they could take him except flat on his back." "I suspect that's about the truth," said Jamie. The youngster, in an instant gesture, threw out wide arms with spread fingers and nodded emphatically. "That's just exactly the truth, because he has needed to go for months and months, and Dr. Grayson's told him to go, and coaxed him to go, and tried to make him go, and none of them could make him. He thought he'd do anything in the world for me. He said he would. So when I saw that he wasn't going to go and couldn't be made to go," there was a sudden straightening of the small figure and a squaring of the shoulders, "I didn't tell him to go to the hospital. I told him to stay at home and do what he felt like." And here the youngster chuckled, "'Cause I knew darn well that was what he was going to do anyway, and I didn't want to spoil my record. When you got a position to hold, you might as well look a little to keeping up your fences." There was no reason that Jamie could see as to why he should not laugh, and anyway he had done it before he knew it was coming. But it did not disconcert the small person, not a particle. "When will they operate?" The question upset Jamie. He slowly shook his head. "I don't even know what his trouble is," he said. "Neither do I," said the child. "I guess it's the only thing on earth that really hurt his heart that he didn't tell me about. He told me about all the things that hurt him and drove him from his home in the East, and about the little girl with gold hair that he had to give up in such a horrid way. And I've been all through the big carved mahogany chest and straightened all the papers and seen all the pictures in it. I know about how he loved Mary, and I know about the home he lost. I even know the secret that broke his heart, and I know all he can teach me about the bees." The small person paused and dropped into a voice of absolute business impartiality. "About the bees now. There's so much to learn that the men who write the books haven't found it all out yet. So, of course, the bee master couldn't teach it all to me. But I know that he could show me about the hives, and about the bee bread and foul brood, and about queens and nymphs and workers and drones and nurses. That about nurses is the sky blue limit. You wouldn't hardly believe that a hive of bees would have nurses, now would you?" Thinking of recent experiences, Jamie said slowly, "Nurses are among the most wonderful things in the world, and I have heard that bees are very wonderful, so I think it's probable that they do have nurses." "Right you are, Pat," said the small person. "I can take you to any of these hives and open them up and show you maybe as many as 40,000 nurses taking care of the white nymphs." And then, for the second time, Jamie faced the question, "Are you bee immune?" And again, Jamie answered, "I don't know. I've had no experience." The small person chuckled appreciatively. "Neither had I until I got it. After I had stuck around from the first time I ever saw his white head, and away back into his eyes until he said I might be his partner and help him with the bees, I hadn't had any experience. So I went back one morning down along the east side over there to see whether I was bee immune, and we always thought afterward that I made a mistake. My scent wasn't right." Jamie bit his lip and swallowed hard because, as a matter of fact, the young person before him smelled more strongly of horse than of anything else, while dog ran a close second, and mingled with the odors of horse and dog there was a strong hint of Madonna lilies and onions. The combination played on Jamie's delicate sense of smell in a peculiar way. It was not so long since his eyes had been smarting with self-pity. Yet at that particular minute he wanted to whoop, and there was no good reason at all why he should not. Without in the least understanding his mental processes, the small person proceeded gravely. "My scent wasn't right. You know, a bee has got smell hollows instead of a nose. They are in two little tubes that stick out where a nose would be if it wasn't on a bee. And each one of the worker bees, which are the ones that do the business around a hive, each one of the worker bees has got 5,000 smell hollows. And a worker isn't a patchin to a male. A male's got 37,800 smell hollows, so he'll be sure not to miss the scent of the queen when he goes out to love her up. So if a male came near me, a fat chance I had, all gummed up with horse and dog. That was the whole trouble. My scent wasn't right. The bee master said it was too aggressive. I had been riding Queen and playing with Mom's dog when I got into a scuffle with Chum. Half the time he's on top, and half the time I am. And I was all smeared up with dog and horse and things like that, things a bee doesn't like. The bee master always said if he had used any judgment himself, it wouldn't have happened. He always felt bad about it, but I didn't mind so much. It's a pretty good thing to know just exactly what you are getting into, and then, if you think you can stand it, why most likely you can. Anyway, I said I would go down before the hives in the east row the way the bee master went to fill in watering pans, and to watch that there wasn't any robbing going on, and to see if the queens were all happy and laying a few million eggs or so. And I went meandering along, and first thing I knew, out came a big working bee zooming right above my head, and behind it came 2 or 3 more, and they were between me and the master, and I didn't want to cut through his flowers. He's just about as particular as anybody God ever made about flowers. and I didn't know exactly how to get my chance to dust the home plate, 'cause I had only 2 eyes and each one of them had maybe 6,000 on each side of its head. Then the bee master yells at me. He says zigzag, and that was all right if he had said it in Spanish or French or something, but there wasn't any use in talking English before his bees because they understood him just as well as I did. I tried hard enough to do what he told me, but whenever I'd zig, the darn bee would zig too, and whenever I'd leap to one side and try to zag, the bee had zagged just a little bit before I had, and just naturally, working it that way, we interfered. Say, did a black German ever zip you? Jamie's face went black for an instant, and then he looked at the eager little face in front of him and let the instant pass as he said quietly, "Not with the stinger of a bee, no. But I've had a few experiences with wasps and hornets out in the fields and woods when I was a boy. I get the general idea." "I hardly think you do," said the small person. "I hardly think there's anything in the stinging profession wearing 6 legs that's got quite such a sharp, long, ready-to-use stinger as a black German bee. By gravy, they can ping you to the liver. And when about 3 of 'em takes you on the back of your neck and around the ears and into your arm muscles, oh boy." Both hands clenched and then unclenched and were thrown outward in a wide-spreading sweep. When I got back to the bee master, I was shaking like I had a chill, and I bet enough salt water was running down my face to make a good soup spoon full of salt. Because the bee master says every bucket of water you take from the ocean is 3.5% salt. But I bet 2 bits I'm saltier than that. If I'd have died, I couldn't have kept my salt water back. The master said it was rotten, and he held me tight and rubbed off the stingers, 'cause that's the way you must. If you pull 'em, it makes them worse. And then he turned the hose on a clayey place and mixed a cool poultice of mud and spread on the stings, and he said he ought to be booted for letting me go down among the bees when I was all smelly of dogs and horses. So I wiped up my eyes, and I said I reckoned that was the trouble. What I ought to have done was to put on his old bee coat and rub some lilies on my head and some cinnamon pinks on my breeches. So I went to the back porch and got his coat, and when I commenced putting it on, he asked me what I was going to do, and I told him I was going to get my scent right and try again. He just sat there looking at me, and I never saw his eyes get so big and black, and I never saw his face get whiter when the pain was hurting him the worst. And away back under his breath, so I could barely hear, he whispered, "Before God, you wouldn't do it, little scout." And I said, "God ain't got nothing to do with this. It's between you and me, and I'm going." And so I buttoned up the coat, and I went down to the cinnamon pink bed, and I just about rolled in it. I don't know, but I treated the pinks rougher than the master liked. But you'll understand if you ever get stung by a black German why I was anxious to get plenty of cinnamon on. And then I smashed the sweetest lily I could find and rubbed it in all over my hair. And then I started down the east walk. I thought I'd try the Italian bees first. They're a lot decenter than the Germans. I ain't much of a whistler, but I whistled Highland Mary the best I could, and I went along soft and easy. And I ain't right sure, but I carried the last lily in my hands, and keeping serene, around bees you just naturally got to keep serene. No rough stuff goes. But I wasn't oozing certainty so's you could notice it. I stopped by the door of every last Italian, and they never done a thing to me. So, the master was right. I took my medicine because my scent was wrong. So I rubbed up the lily a little when I headed for the black Germans, and I went and stood in front of them and counted 10. Then I double dared 'em to come on and sting me. They sort of fussed around a little, and 2 of them came pretty close. But when they got the flowers strong, they went away again. Anyway, I faced them down, and when I went back to the bee master, he took me up in his arms, and he said he wished to God he'd lived to see the day when his little Mary would have showed spirit like that. And he hugged me so tight, he nearly cracked every bone in my body, and he gave me the first kiss I ever got off him, and I ain't had half a dozen since. Believe you me, he's no necker, and he said that I could be his partner and help him about keeping the bees. Let me tell you, you'll get on your uppers and you'll do something worthwhile. You'll stir your think tank absolutely to the bottom before the bee master comes across. His coat's hanging on the back porch, and there's flowers aplenty here in the garden. Any time you want to find out how the bees feel about your soul, you can get it over with, including war tax. But oh boy, let me tell you this. Before you go near the hives of the black Germans, get your scent right. But how do I get my scent right? Asked Jamie. Well, for one thing, I'll show you the right coat. Put that on and then go and stick your head in the cinnamon pinks and rub it all around like I did. And then take a Madonna lily and smash it and rub it all over your hands, and maybe you better go down by the water tap where there is a little spongy place and pull a handful of mint and rub it all over your breeches. Whatever you do, don't weaken. You better whistle the right tune. Can you whistle slow and easy, Highland Mary? That's the one the bees like best. Her name was Mary, and if you can whistle it real soft and easy, and lots of love, and lots of coaxing, and lots of lonesomeness, if you can work it up just right, you are just about his height. The bees might not know the difference. Yes, I guess they would too. You probably never heard of such eyes as bees have got. A worker after you has got 6,000 eyes on each side of its head, and a male, 'cause on account of the queen again, when she flies clear nearly to heaven, way above the birds and everything, a male has got 13,000 eyes on each side of its head. So you better believe if one got roused up about you, he'd see that your head wasn't white. All the bees would miss the bee master's white head. It was always bare, and they'd miss his beard and his big dark eyes. Ain't he wonderful? Yes, I have an idea from the few minutes I saw him, and from his home and his library and his profession. Yes, I have an idea that he is rather wonderful. He's just the only wonder of his kind, said the small person, with the widespread downward gesture that was becoming familiar to Jamie. Then the question came abruptly. Was he awful sick? Jamie looked into the wide eyes of comprehension before him, and thought of neither lie nor evasion. Yes, he said, he was the sickest man I ever saw, and I've certainly seen some sick ones. You can't tell me much about him, said the small person. I've helped him up the back walk and to the Davenport, and gotten the ammonia a few times when I didn't ever think I'd pull him through. I've seen him suffer until the sweat would run right down and drop off the tip of his nose, just a drop at a time, slow, and fall on his shirt front, splat, splat. And I'll tell the world it's pretty awful. If he's sick like that again, maybe he'd better go on and die. At the casual tone in which the suggestion was uttered, Jamie reeled back on the seat and stared hard at the impersonal face of the youngster before him. He had been under the impression that this child adored the bee master. At that minute he felt he was facing a little pagan who did not adore anything, or even have a fair conception of what the word might mean. Yet there had been considerable conception of what the word might mean in the instructions as to how he was to whistle Highland Mary. So Jamie, through narrowed eyes, looked steadily at the little scout, and then he said tentatively, I thought you liked him." "Liked him?" said the little scout. "Say, look here." Before Jamie's eyes was thrust a grimy right hand. Smashed down like the blade of a knife came the left across the wrist. Slowly the fingers of the right hand opened and closed. "I need that in my business," said the little scout. "I couldn't ride queen. I couldn't be leader of the scouts. I couldn't paddle my canoe. I couldn't be the bee-master's partner without it. But if it would take that pain out of the bee-master's side, I'd give it to him just like that." The right hand was severed and discarded in mighty effective pantomime. A great big lump rose up in Jamie's throat, threatening very nearly to choke him. The small person stood on one foot and set the other on the bench and clasped a pair of grimy hands around the bended knee and leaned toward Jamie. "I guess you got me wrong," was the surmise that fell on his astounded ears. Then suddenly that position was relinquished, and Jamie felt a small body beside him and a small head leaning precariously near the wound that made red stains on his breast, and one little abused hand lay down on one of his hands, and a small face was lifted to his, and a voice low and mellow and exceedingly sweet of tone said to Jamie softly, "Do you know how beautiful dying can be?" Perhaps that hit Jamie the hardest of all, because he had not been contemplating death as a beautiful thing, and he had been contemplating it day and night for other men for more years than he liked to enumerate. In his own case, 2 was plenty. He could not speak, so he shook his head. "Just like me," said the small person. "I didn't know anything at all about it, but Nanette did. Nanette's my big sister. She had the rottenest luck. At the lake where we went last summer, a man got drowned, and next day Nanette was playing along the shore with some other kids and ran right into him just as they got him out of the water. And he had been in long a-plenty, and the turtles hadn't done a thing to him. And she came home, and Mother said she had the hysterics, and she kept on having them in the night in her sleep, till I got so I saw about what she'd seen. So not long ago, my mother's little old Aunt Beth went to heaven, and first Mother said we couldn't go and say goodbye to her. She went in the night, you know, in her sleep, with her hands folded on her breast, and the strangest little mysterious smile on her face. It was like she knew a beautiful secret that she'd love to tell, and she was smiling over it while she decided whether she would tell or not. Dad said maybe it'd be a good thing to let us go. Maybe Nanette would see something that would make her feel better. Nanette didn't want to go, but after Dad said that, Mother made her. So we went after dinner when we had come home from school. Mother washed us up and put on our Sunday clothes, and Dad took us in the car, and right at the front door the beautiful part started. There was a big wreath that nearly covered the door, and it began in little blue forget-me-nots and violets and heliotrope, and it ran into white hyacinths and gold hyacinths and blue ones, and there were sprays of lavender, heather, and white roses and pale pink roses, and at the bottom, where it was tied with lavender chiffon that hung clear to the porch floor, the loveliest white lilies. I never saw anything that was so beautiful. The small face lifted to Jamie's. "Did you ever see anything as lovely as that?" he was asked. Jamie shook his head. In the living room, where ever since I'd known her, Aunt Beth had sat in a wheelchair, it was just flowers everywhere. All our family sent them, and all the neighbors sent them, and her church sent them, and people we'd never heard of sent them, because everybody loved Aunt Beth. Mother said she was the biggest little liar in the whole world. Days when you could see she was twisty with pain, she'd look you straight in the eye and say she was better. She was always better, and she had the funniest house. You never went to it that from somewhere she couldn't pull out a cookie with candy on it, or red peppermint sticks. and she always had the best raisins. My, you never tasted such raisins as she always had, or sometimes popcorn or donuts. And the last time I had been there, the spiciest gingerbread. It smelled like the geography of India's sounds. We went back into Aunt Beth's bedroom, and over her bed there was a lavender satin spread, and she was lying upon her pillow, and her hair was soft and wavy. She had a big roll of hair, and it was bright brown. She was 87, and you couldn't hardly find a gray hair on her head. It was in soft, silky coils, and it waved so pretty. And death had gone and magicked her. There wasn't a line in her face, and her throat was round, and her lips were smiley. My, she was the prettiest thing. And her dress was like it was cut from soft gray clouds, and the sleeves and down the front was all cobwebby lace, and at her wrists it tied in perky little bows. Nanette stood and looked at her, and she kept creeping in closer to her, and she looked, and then she grabbed me and she said, "Why, I thought she'd be like the man I saw." And then Dad and all of us found out for the first time that Nanette thought all the dead people everywhere looked like the man that had been in the water among the turtles and everything. And I'll tell you, we were glad then that we'd brought Nanette to see Aunt Beth. She was so pretty. Nanette wanted to untie the ribbons in her sleeves and fix them the way she wanted them. And that made me want to do something for her, and so I asked what I might do. And they said I might put her slippers on her. They turned back the lacy spread with the lavender lining that covered her, and I got to put on her feet her little gray slippers with white fur on 'em. They were the prettiest little things, and then I fixed her skirts, her gray satin petty, and her lacy dress, and Nanette fixed her sleeves, and we covered her up and kissed her goodbye. And we came away, and you can't scare us with being dead any more. Nanette hasn't jumped in the night since, not once. We know now that there are several kinds of being dead. There's the kind where you've had a bad heart and you haven't told true, and you've taken things that didn't belong to you, and you haven't played the game square with God, and you haven't had any respect for your government. And of course you ain't going to look very well whether you're dead or alive if you've got things like that inside you. And then, added to that, there's accidents that might happen to anybody. Lying in the water for a long time in turtles is one thing, or being burned in a fire or blown up in a factory. That's your hard luck. But if you get to die at home, just go to sleep softly in your own bed in the night, so softly that you never lift your hands off your breast. And when you see God, a little sweet smile creeps over your face. Gee, I bet God and all the angels were tickled to pieces to see Aunt Beth when she came walking in, all slender and straight and young in her softy cloud dress. Nanette put forget-me-nots and Parma violets and heliotrope in her hands when she got her sleeves tied right. If she still carried them when she got to heaven, all around her would be smelly with flowers. None of us wanted her to go. We all liked to take care of her. We all liked to take her fruits and flowers and books and papers. Every one of us saved every funny story we found to tell her. But at that, we were all kind of glad when she went, 'cause her bones must have hurt her, and she couldn't have told true when she always said she was better, because she had to give up and have the doctor sometimes, bad as she hated it. The little scout stood up with outflung hands and a gesture of finality. After I've told you that, you can see how the bee-master might look if God decided that he should go to sleep in the night, and there wouldn't be any more pain in his side, or any more sweat dripping off his nose. I bet all the harps and all the trumpets in heaven would go zoom, zoom, and all the angels would come flocking if the bee-master went through the gates. I bet God himself would stand up when the bee-master came up, so straight and tall to salute him, because sometimes somewhere he'd been in a war. He's got a bully uniform, and he can pull off the snappiest salutes. He's been a soldier, and I bet you've been a soldier too, 'cause you look like a soldier, and you move like a soldier, and I think it's punk that you ain't got your uniform on. I just love uniforms. And then Jamie's mouth fell open and his eyes widened. A cautioning hand was thrust backward toward him. A sibilant hiss that was intended for a warning to silence struck his ears. Leaning forward softly, a step at a time, one hand thrust outward for balance, one thrust back for caution. The little scout crept in a crouching attitude down the walk, eyes fixed straight ahead. Leaning over to get the alignment, Jamie saw a big bumblebee clambering over the entrance pedal to the horn of a trumpet flower. He saw the little scout measure off a certain distance, crouch, and then quicker almost than he could sense what was happening. A stream of saliva shot straight and hit the bee, knocking it off its moorings. The little scout sprang into the air and uttered a whoop that would have startled an Apache on the warpath. Wildly whirling and shouting and with beating hands, the child, in a shrill, boyish voice, cried, "Hit him! By golly, I hit him! Knocked him ping!" Then turning, the small figure made a rush toward Jamie, and a hand gripped each of his knees. "Say, if I bring fat old Bill and the nice child and Angel Face, will you tell them? Will you say I did it? We got a bet. I'm 2 bits to the good. I'll lick the hide off 'em if they don't take my word. But I could put up a heap bigger swank if you'd tell 'em you saw me." Jamie finally got his mouth arranged in a position in which it would speak recognizable English. Then he said, "Surely. Any day you want me to. I'll meet your pals and I'll testify that fairly and squarely you hit the bee." "I've been practicing on that for a week," boasted the small person proudly. "I've been trying, and I bet a quarter that I'd do it. And 2 bits is some bet, let me tell you. There's lots of things you can do with 2 bits. Jamie thought of times when he had contemplated less than 2 bits in an open palm during the past few days, and admitted the truth of the assertion. Talking of money evidently started a new train of thought. With inquiring eyes, the youngster studied him. "Will you go to the hospital to see the bee master any time soon?" "I'm waiting for a telephone call," said Jamie. "Dr. Grayson told me that he would call and report progress. And as soon as the master is able to see me, of course I'll go." The little scout dipped in a breeches pocket and brought to light a handful of numerous things, and from strings and buttons and buckles and pebbles with the left hand selected a dime and 2 nickels and held them over to Jamie. "When you go, will you stop at the nearest lunch counter and get a hot dog and a bottle of strawberry pop for him and give 'em to him from me with a tight hug and a kiss?" Jamie accepted the money with a sober face. "Surely," he said enthusiastically. "I'll give you the kiss for him right now," said the small person, and without any preliminaries, Jamie had pasted fairly on his lips the hardest, hottest, sweetest little kiss of all his experience. He found his hands on the shoulders of the small person, and his eyes intent on the face. "Look here," he said, "are you a girl or a boy?" The small person, with a deft twist, slipped through his fingers like shifting sand and took a step or 2 backward. "If you can't tell, it doesn't make a darn bit of difference, does it?" And Jamie was constrained to admit that it did not. "I guess I'd better be going," said the little scout. "I wish you'd get on the job with that hot dog. Impressive. The master likes 'em with the bun toasted and the boiled weenie split and fried and striped with a line of mustard, and a thick slather of fried onions on and a slice of dill pickle. Can you remember that? Is that the way you like 'em?" "Love 'em, Mike," said Jamie, licking his lips. I haven't had one in ages. Sure, I can remember. Then that's that, said the small person. Do you feel like you're sure going to get on the job and you're sure going to take care of things here? The level best I can, said Jamie, but I'll have to tell you, as I told your partner, I don't know the first thing about bees. And you don't look chipper enough, said the small person, to coast down the east side and climb up the west side of 2 acres of bees. You sit still and I'll go see if they are all right myself. So Jamie sat under the jacaranda and waited while the little scout went down the east side, carefully inspecting every hive of bees, and returned with the report that the water pans were all right. The queens were all laying eggs, the workers were all busy, the drones were droning, like disagreeable mussy things they were. There was not any foul brood, and there were no robbers at work. Just common, honest bees, said the small person, working hard to gather up all the honey they can find in the flower gardens where the Sierra Madres smash through the Santa Monicas right into the sea. The small party insisted on leading Jamie into the house and showing him the library of bee books. All the volumes that could be read with profit to find out how to take care of the bees were pointed out. And then a light finger ran over the volumes on a shelf by themselves with the comment, "Now these are the funny ones." A small blue volume which opened of itself was selected, and from it an amused voice read, "There are several kinds of bees. The best are small, round, and variegated." "Can you beat it?" asked the youngster. Jamie, glancing over the little scout's shoulder, caught Aristotle on the title page, and perhaps his 100th shock for the afternoon. After the volume was closed and set back on the shelf, the child turned toward him, and Pliny says that when bees cross the Mediterranean in migration, they each one get a little pebble and carry it with their feet to make them heavy enough that the wind won't blow them away. And a laugh that was clear and silvery broke on Jamie's ears. "Ain't that the bunk? You ought to hear the bee master laugh when he reads Pliny on bees. And there are a lot more of them, and they are just as funny. But these are not funny at all. These are mostly what you need to know to get really interested." The small finger ran across Lubbock and Swammerdam, with the remark in passing, "He has got wonderful pictures of how bees are inside," and paused on Huber. "You'll want to read Huber," the little scout said. "He was blind, but he thought out all the experiments and made all the investigations, and a man with eyes kept the records. He's wonderful, too. His book is named New Observations on Bees. Pretty good for a blind man, I'll say. You know, being a bee master is a lot of other things besides just bees." The explanation was offered offhand, gratuitously. "It's being outdoors most of the time. It's flowers and what flowers bees like best. It's a case of quick eyes and a steady hand, and I'd say you got to be decent. You'd better be certain you're hitting on all your cylinders before you go around bees. The bee master says that bees know, and if anybody's a liar and a cheat and got the odors of sin and selfishness hanging around 'em, tell it to Papa. The bees know it like a shot. If you're mean, and they haven't got a bit of mercy, the minute they get a whiff of what you are, they puncture your tire. If you know, away down deep inside you, that you ain't right and that God wouldn't let you into heaven if you went to sleep in the night, you better throw up this job and let me hunt somebody else to look after the bees." Jamie stood very straight. He emptied his pocket of his Distinguished Service decorations and lowered them to the eyes of the small person. "Insofar as I know," he said quite seriously, "there is no reason why the bees should dislike any odors that might emanate from my exterior or even from the most secret places of my soul. Well then, that's all to the good, said the small person. You just look to me sometimes as if you wasn't sure whether you was going to stay or whether you was going on. I'll admit, said Jamie, that it has been difficult for me to decide whether I'd stay or whether I'd go on. But if you will help me, I think it would be better for me at least to try what I can do. Jamie stood still and watched the small person go down the walk toward the fence, which had afforded the means of entrance. Poised on top of it, and in the act of swinging over, there came clear to his ears the admonition, "Better stick around, Bo, you'll like it." End of chapter 5.
Section 6 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 6. Good Master, what shall I do? For an hour after the departure of the bee-master's partner, to whom the master had so tenderly referred as the little scout, James McFarlane sat and stared at the whitewashed panel of fence over which the child had disappeared. First a whimsical smile played over his features as he recalled the straightforward humor, the businesslike attitude, the flashes of tenderness, and the ruthless acceptance of facts following each other so rapidly in the mentality of the youngster. Then he seriously pondered for a few minutes on whether this peculiar small person really was a boy or really was a girl. The only definite conclusion he arrived at was that sometimes he was a boy and sometimes she was a girl. His mind traveled on to the thing that was always foremost. What was it the youngster had said about death? That there were several ways? What he had been facing for the past 2 years was death, and the pitiful thing about it for him was that he had never faced it so imminently nor so surely as at that minute. His aching bones reminded him of his weakness every time he moved. His swollen feet cried out whenever he bore his weight on them, and as for the burning in his left side, he had carried it around with him for so long that it was almost like an incurable heartache, or a mental strain from which one never found surcease. Jamie felt reasonably sure that he could eliminate death by water, fire, and explosion. He did not feel that any of these things were likely to happen to him. So there were the 2 remaining kinds of death. He must face one or the other. That carried his mind back to the time when as a little boy he had said his prayers indiscriminately at the knees of either his mother or his father, for his father had been woman tender with his only child. There had been a period of years when he had knelt beside his bed and repeated what he'd been taught with some additions of his own. There had been still later years when he had gotten into bed and muttered a makeshift prayer. And then there had been another stretch of years when, in the pride of his strength and the diverse interests of the full day, he had been so sufficient in his own body and his own mentality to any need that assailed him that he not only had not prayed a prayer of asking, because he was getting along very well without asking for anything, but he had not offered a prayer of thanksgiving. And as he sat there that afternoon looking over the blue garden that was merely a small mountain running down to the sea, studying the beauty of the flowers, the foliage, and the fruit, and then looking on to the white reaches of sand and the blue of the ocean and the sky stretching away halfway round the world, he was assailed by a distinct sorrow, a feeling of regret that he had ever ceased his nightly prayer. If his arms had been strong and his brain had been sufficient, if he had not needed to ask physical help, he might have asked that his mind would be kept from the very thing that had happened, and there was always the prayer of thanksgiving. Since the mists had cleared in the beginning and the sun had shone through and coaxed the earth to foliage and fruit and animals, and man had evolved after the ordained scheme of things, there always had existed in some degree the same exquisite beauty that lay before him now. There always had been in the breast of every man born to enjoy it, a heart which should have rejoiced and should have given thanks for such a heritage. There always had been lips that should have spoken up and told the Creator how wonderful was the mystery of the earth, and the majesty of the sea, and the beneficence of the sunshine, and the healing hours of moonlit darkness. There always had been the duty his father bravely had assumed to acknowledge his obligations, to point the way to other men less sensitive to the call of God and nature. Jamie fell to wondering about how he was going to make the kind of death that the little scout had played with and kissed and rejoiced in, had thought lovely, become a reality for himself. As he remembered what the child had said, Jamie was devoutly thankful that whatever his mistakes might have been, whatever his errors, whatever sins he had committed, he had not wronged his fellow man. He had not soiled and disgraced any innocent woman. He had not lied and cheated and besmirched his soul in trickery and unfair business dealings. He had intended, when he left college, to study forestry. He had meant to be a tree man. Always he had loved the woods, the fields, the flowers. But to him a tree had been a living thing, a thing with feelings, a thing with feet in the earth and a head in the sky and widely reaching arms of beneficence that gave either shade or fruit, or the pleasure of flowers for the benefit of the world. He had meant to go to the greatest doctor of trees, and under his guidance and instruction take a thorough course in tree surgery. Then he had meant to begin the great work of saving every possible tree now in existence. He reflected that working as a bee-master was not so bad. Always he could do what he might for the trees, and at the same time a world of flowers were necessary to furnish a sweet that from the dawn of history had delighted man, had been medicinal, healing. A noticeable factor in the wealth of the world was the work that the humming gauze wings swarming up and down the garden before him were carrying on. If a man were going to live, if he had the chance to remain for any length of time in a place like that, if he could learn the profession without expensive tuition, without lengthy apprenticeship, it might be a quicker way to a livelihood, and it might be as pleasant and more interesting. There was a possibility that the volumes on the shelves above the bee-master's writing desk might contain information that would make a living bee, capable of what seemed remarkably near to thought and preconcerted action, quite as interesting as an immovable tree, which certainly could not be imbued with mental processes even by a far stretch of the imagination. Just when Jamie had decided that in the event the bee-master came home from the hospital weakened and incapacitated, and approved of the manner in which he had cared for his home and watered the garden and the trees and taken care of the bees, merely in case he should make himself useful and interesting and should be asked to stay, just when he had resolved that he would find out for himself whether the prophecy that by sticking around he would like it in the garden of the bee-master, up popped the old black thought. How much time are you going to have in which to like it? How long will you, trying to do something for the bee-master, resemble the case of the blind leading the blind? If he were not going to be sufficiently well, if he were not going to be sufficiently strong, if in a few months humming bees and chirping crickets, singing birds and running water, the blue of the garden and the sea and the sky were to be over for him, what was the use? Down below he could see where towers and mountains of rocks had been gnawed and eaten by high tides and smashing waves. Why should not he, when the master came home and the trust he had assumed was over, why should he not just accidentally step off of one of those frowning crags and go down in an undertow that might carry him to China for all he knew? And then, in a flash vivid before him, came the mental picture that the little scout had conjured up when he had told so casually about the drowned man and the turtles. Sharks, it would probably be, that would worry his lean carcass. The smile was rather gruesome that twisted Jamie's face when he reflected that his sharks would not find much nourishment in bone and muscle. Then he carried the thought a trifle further and reflected that the muscle would likely be fairly tender. He might make a mouthful for something. Then up, big and bright before his eyes, popped that childish enumeration of the kinds of death, and the description of the little old lady who'd lain on the spread of lavender satin covered with delicate lace, the beloved lady who softly and gently had gone to sleep in the night without even lifting her folded hands, and who carried to her grave a look on her face that the little scout had described as a smiling secret. There was in this child the paganism, the frankness, the cruelty of childhood. What was it La Fontaine had said about children? That all of them were brutally frank, brutally cruel? Large streaks of cruelty had been discernible in the little scout, but not so large as the streaks of generosity. of tenderness, of the love of fair dealing. Jamie could see the grimy palm in which buttons and strings and sinkers and corks and buckles were pushed around to find the coins that went to pay for a treat for the master. Then, too, there had been in the back of the head of the little scout the penetration to fathom the look on the face of the sleeping woman. Jamie reflected that if he purposely went down to the crags of the Pacific and threw himself to the sharks when he came before God and his father and mother, he could carry no smiling secret on his face. He would not have kept the faith. He would have broken the laws of God and man. He would have allowed frail women to surpass him in courage, in endurance. He shut his eyes to close out even the imagined look on his mother's face. So right there, Jamie crossed off the Pacific from his scheme of release, and he registered a solemn oath in his breast that no matter what happened, no matter if he again came to the fortunes of the road, to the callous indifference that so many wayfarers encountered, no matter what, anything at all that the most imaginative could think of, he would not take the chance of facing the Creator with a craven soul. He swore by all that he ever had loved and reverenced that he would try with all his might in the short time that might remain to him, to master the secret that had given birth to the smile, and that whatever of good he might be able to do for the bee-master, or for anyone he encountered in the time he had left, as far as he possibly could, he would forget himself. He would put his own pain and chagrin and disappointment, his own feeling of defeat and uselessness, his own craving for love and intellectual companionship in the background. And he would see if the more than 6 feet of bone and muscle that contained his being could do any small service that might come his way for God and his fellow man before he went. Maybe if he could accomplish some little thing, something that would ease the ache of even one heart that ached as his was aching at that minute, just maybe that knowledge would be the secret that he might carry in his breast, that would set the stamp of an indelible smile on his face, so that even a child could discern the majesty of the impulse, and he would not be ashamed when the end came. Then he arose, and resolutely, though painfully, hobbled down the long stretch of the curving and irregular mountain stairway until he reached the gate. There he sat down and looked the length of the remaining steps and up and down the coast. On his left hand, not so far down, he discovered the most attractive young mountain of stone. It stood boldly, proudly, with defying arrogance in the edge of the Pacific Ocean, and there seemed to be a way by which one might climb it at the back. Jamie imagined that somewhere on the top of it there might be a grooved space where one could sit and look to the north and the west and the south, across the measureless miles of sea face, into illimitable space of sky country, into the starry orchards of heaven. He wondered if any king had ever ruled from a throne like that, and he decided that none ever had. He decided that he would set that spot as his goal. Today he would go no farther, because he had learned that going down a mountain is far easier than climbing it. But tomorrow he would open the gate and he would go to the exact spot where the trumpets of the toluache and the exquisite lavender beds of a dainty creeping flower that was sand verbena. Jamie had never heard of sand verbena, but he had very sensitive nostrils, and at that hour of the evening he could pick up an exquisite perfume, and he watched a few late bees journeying back and forth to the delicate beds of colour, just at the line where the pinkish lavender of the verbena and the gold of the beach primroses opened to the sun. He would go that far the coming day, and the following he would march right straight ahead until he attained the crest of the dauntless rock. To reach it, he must pass a long stretch of breaking waves, each of which seemed to say to him, I dare you to come on. Jamie sat there and contemplated his feet and thought of their swollen and aching condition, and a great longing assailed him to thrust them into the cold salt water of the ocean. Once he half started to rise, and then the thought came to him that if he became chilled, if he took a heavy cold, if he developed a cough— Jamie laid his hand on his left breast and sat still. That would mean the end very speedily, and if it were a possible thing, he intended to fight until the bee-master came home and relieved him of the trust that he had assumed when he had agreed to remain with the bees. But the longing, the desire to step into the cold salt water had been awakened. When he heard his call to supper, he started slowly, painfully up the winding stairway. Every few steps he paused and turned to look at the lazy waves creeping up the sand and rolling back again, and he said to himself that as sure as there was light in the sky, one of these days he would go down there and he would put at least his feet in the ocean. He would climb that mountain of rock, and he would sit on a high peak as far into the night as he chose. He would watch the Pacific Ocean when the moon was threading it with a million silver pathways. Some time there might possibly be a storm. There might be waves that would lash almost to the top of that towering mountain of stone. Thunders might crash and lightning might dart in forked tongues, and the waves might go mad and do their worst in unchecked frenzy. Then he would make a point of being on the top of that rock, and he would watch that storm of the elements and see how nearly it resembled a storm that for a long time had been raging in his heart and in his mind. It would be something to think about, something to work for, a definite objective in view merely to reach that lofty rock crest. He climbed a few steps farther and paused again to study the face of the sea and the towering crest that in his own mind he named the throne. It was a throne, a place for a man to captain his own soul. A man would be a monarch of all he could survey, even for a short time on that crest, and it was better to be a monarch even for an hour than never to have had a kingly aspiration. So Jamie went to the supper that Margaret Cameron had prepared for him, and because that climb had wearied him so, because his feet were throbbing almost unendurably from the long, unaccustomed march to which he had forced them, he decided that he was not so well as he had been when he left the hospital, and right there he made a large mistake. His body might have been tried to such an extent that it was not so well, but his heart and brain had been given some exercise that was decidedly beneficial. While he ate his supper, Margaret Cameron went through the rooms, touching a curtain here and there, wiping a speck of dust from the wonderful pieces of old furniture, searching with jealous eyes to see if the stranger were doing any damage to the property of a neighbour whom she'd learned through the years not only to respect but to cherish with a devotion that was deep and lasting. Presently she came from the living room and dropped abruptly to a chair beside the table at which Jamie was eating his supper. "You know," she said, "I've had about all I can stand today. I'm worried over matters of my own. I've only one child, and she's always been a good girl. She did her schoolwork well and her training course, and she hadn't any difficulty in getting a school when she wanted it. But I can't see why she was bent on going so far from home when she might have had a position here where she could have stayed with me. Maybe she was tired of the little house and the exacting old woman always scouring and cleaning, always fussing about how the young people are going to ruin. I'm not sure that I didn't drive her away, and I'm sure that her cousin Molly coaxed her away. I'm not sure that there is any sense in the idea that the present generation is going to ruin. My mother thought exactly the same thing about the girls of my day. When I wanted to go with the boy I married to a barn dance or a corn husking, or on horseback to a picnic or a rally, she thought surely we were doing something that youngsters had never done before, and that perdition was yawning wide for us. Maybe it was, for all I know. Anyway, I'm unhappy about Lolly. She seemed to me to have something on her mind that she wouldn't tell me, and that isn't all. I'm free to admit that if the bee-master doesn't survive this operation and come back to his home and his neighbours, the rest of this world is going to be decidedly tasteless to me. We've lived here side by side for a good many years. I've come over and helped him fix up his place, and he's been over and helped me fix up mine. And when the young folks would go away in the evening and the time dragged, he'd come over and we played cribbage or checkers. I never had brains enough to play chess, so it would interest him. Sometimes I'd come over here and we'd sit there by the fire and read aloud from some of those fine old books." She paused and looked at Jamie. "Are you familiar," she asked, "with Donne's Devotions?" Jamie nodded. "They were in my father's library," he said, "but nobody even thought to save his books for me. He died while I was in the war, and Mother had gone not long before, and they sold everything. Not even a scrap of clothing or furniture did any of the neighbours save for me. Donne's Devotions went with the rest, I don't know where, and I was too sick to search, and I hadn't the money. I had to stay where the government would care for me. But I can see what it would mean to see the bee-master with a tinge of firelight on his fine old face and John Donne in his lean fingers." Slowly Margaret Cameron nodded. "Yes," she said half breathlessly. Yes, it was a wonderful picture he made. Never in all my life have I seen even a painting of a man so physically and spiritually beautiful as the bee-master. I hope when he comes back that you will stay until you thoroughly learn the fineness of his spirit. It would be a help to you all the rest of your days, only to learn how gentle and tender and fine a man like Michael Worthington can be. The papers today are so full of what men are that they should not be. I wish every young man in the whole world could live a year with a man like the bee-master, in order to learn his patience and his forbearance, his breadth of view, his loving outlook on life, and his fearlessness concerning the hereafter. Then why, asked Jamie, did he fight the operation so? A dingy flush of red crept up in Margaret Cameron's cheek. Well, for one thing, she said, he came here with a broken heart. He never has talked to me in detail, but I've started over there on 2 occasions when he was talking to the little scout, and I think that child knows who it was, or what it was that broke his heart. I think that kiddie knows what he fled from when he came here, alone with only furnishings for his library and his bedroom. There's a picture in his bedroom, probably his wife. I asked him once about her, and he only said that she had been dead for many years, and that he had lost, too, her child whom he adored. But there was something more than that. Death isn't insurmountable if it's accompanied by hope, and the face of the woman who hangs in the bee-master's bedroom might very well stand for a typical portrayal of hope, of purity, of steadfast courage, almost any fine quality that a woman could have. He had lost her. He'd lost her child. I feel sure he had lost his home and friends. I think he deliberately went to the end of his tether, and when he could go no further he fell and left his case in the hands of the good Lord. So they talked on until dusk, when the remnants of his supper were packed in the small basket and Margaret Cameron went home. She invited Jamie to come over any time he was lonely, and she promised to help him with the morning work until she was sure that he had learned to do the watering right, because the lilies must not have enough water to rot the bulbs, and the roses must not start mildew, and the palms must be just dry enough, and the acacias just wet enough. Jamie felt by the time she had finished enumerating the reasons as to why she should come, that there certainly was necessity for her presence when he began operations. Then he went into the living room, and because his blood was full of poison and circulating slowly, he scratched a match and lighted the fire that was laid on the hearth. He looked at the chair that stood beside it for a long time, a high-backed chair with wide armrests, a chair of invitation. Without even closing his eyes, he could see the silken hair and beard and the white forehead and the beautiful eyes of the grand old man, whose spirit was the master of the bees and the master of the house and the master of his soul. And something in Jamie, that was part of the thing that made him what he was, refused to take the master's chair. He pushed it back to one side and selected another that he thought would fit his long frame very nearly as well. Then he opened the case above the writing desk and picked down one of the volumes that the little scout had pointed out to him. It fell open of its own volition at one page, and the first paragraph that Jamie's eyes rested on read, quote, "There are 2 kinds of rulers among bees. If there are too many rulers, they perish, for thus they become distracted. The olives and the swarms of bees multiply at the same time. They begin by making a comb, in which they place the progeny. The comb is deposited with their mouths, as those say who affirm that they collect it from external sources. Wax is made from flowers. They bring the material of wax from the dropping of trees, but the honey falls from the air, principally about the rising of the stars, and when the rainbow rests upon the earth." End quote. When Jamie read that paragraph, his shoulders shook with a dry chuckle. He paused and began communing with the fire. "Left on this job to keep the bees," he said. "What I should do is to go over there into the working library and select a volume of instructions for beginners, and find out for myself about a few of those things the little scout mentioned, how to tell a queen from a worker, a drone from a nurse. I think I'll feel mentally brilliant if I could look at a bee climbing over a rose and tell whether it was a working bee or a nurse. I wonder if the little scout knows those things." Jamie looked at the fire. "I shouldn't be surprised a particle," he said. "I can see that what I should do is to get the practical part of the bee business first, and read the romance afterward. But by my crossbow and halberd, I swear this romance of the bees is entrancing reading." Jamie drew the lamp closer and threw another oak knot on the fire and slouched to comfort in the chair, and read on until he found his eyes were tiring and the fire was low, and then he went to bed. When he awoke the following morning from a long, sound sleep, and managed his bath and the straps that bound the bandages on his chest over his shoulders and round his back to hold his dressings in place, he had made a distinct step forward because he was not thinking about the wound or how soon it would finish him. He was thinking about whether the little scout would come again that day, about whether, after he finished the work he must do, he would have strength left to carry him to the lavender and yellow boundary of the beach, about honey that rained from heaven so very obligingly for the bees of ancient times to gather it up and fill it into cells. He was thinking about almost anything except himself, and that was one of the best things that had happened to him in 2 long years. That day, when the watering was over and he had taken a nap after lunch, he made the journey that he had contemplated and sat on the hot sands. And he was so intrigued with the evening perfume of the little lavender flowers that grew there, so charmed with the beauty of the gold, that he decided that he would hunt through the bee-master's books and see if he could find a book on flowers that would tell him what these strange and beautiful things were. And as from the higher point of vantage he looked with longing eyes toward the clean, cold water of the sea and toward that stretch that lay between him and the throne, he decided that possibly in a week he could make it that far, because his feet were feeling much better after the night of rest, after long application of water, and his muscles were not so stiff and his bones were not aching so intolerably. That evening at 6, the telephone rang and Dr. Grayson reported that the operation was over. The bee-master was back in his own room and was conscious. Almost his first question had been whether there was any message for him concerning the bees, and the doctor told him that everything was fine, but if there was any special report that he could make for the morning dressing, it might help. So Jamie reiterated the statement that everything was fine and added particulars as to the watering and inquired when he might see the bee-master. Dr. Grayson had replied, "He doesn't realize how precarious his condition is or how weak he is, but I should think that in a week or 10 days you might come for your first visit. In the meantime, I will call you and give you a report each evening to let you know how he is, and I would be interested in knowing how you are feeling yourself." Jamie hesitated over that. He did not know exactly what to say. But before he had time to say anything, the doctor continued, "There was no time when the life of the bee-master was in jeopardy to give you any attention, but you look to me like one of our boys who is carrying a pretty serious problem somewhere in his anatomy, and I had my doubts as to whether you were equal to the job you were undertaking. Any time you would like to come in and let me look you over, get a pencil and I'll give you instructions on how to reach the hospital, if you're a stranger in these parts." So Jamie said he was a stranger, and he would very much like to have the location of the hospital, and when he came to see the master, if the doctor would be kind enough to keep that offer open, that would be famous. So another day and then another went by, and each day Jamie finished watering the flowers and the fruits and mixing the drink for the bees, and his inspection of the hives slightly earlier. He had followed the little scout's advice. When he went among the bees he had donned the coat worn by the bee-master, and he had rubbed Madonna lily over his hands and hair, and made himself intimately familiar with the cinnamon-pink bed. There was a question in his mind, from what the child had said, as to whether the sensitive organs of the bee might not detect a faint odor of the dressings he wore and resent it as unfamiliar, but nothing of the kind had happened. He had been so near the bee-master's height and form, he had worn the familiar coat, he had practiced frequently on Highland Mary, and the bees paid no attention whatever to him insofar as he had given them a chance. The isolated hives of the black Germans he kept away from. Down in the depths of his soul he had a feeling that if he got near a hive of anything that was named Black German, he would very likely muster what remaining strength he had and kick it into the middle of the Pacific, regardless of what might happen by way of retaliation. When he hung the coat on the hook on which he had found it, his fingers struck something rough and warm, which on examination proved to be a bathing suit of wool, a warm, heavy suit. Jamie took it down and fingered it eagerly, and then he walked to the back porch and looked out over the blue waters of the sea. He held the bathing suit up to his shoulders and drew it around him, and wondered whether it would cover the bandages and what would happen if the dressings were soaked with salt water. He was afraid that would not do, so he turned back regretfully and slowly hung the woolen bathing suit, not where it had been, but on the first hook nearest the casing of the back door. Hung it right up prominently where he must see it each time he went in and out that door. And every time he saw it, he stood and looked at it, and in a few days more he decided that it would not be a bad idea to put it on and go with bared feet down on the hot sands. There would be no chill about that during the heat of the day, and then he might walk where the little waves were breaking enough to wet his feet, merely to feel the joy that he imagined he would experience in having those cold, salty waves creep up and run over them. He could go back to the warm sand and dry them rapidly, and why might not a process like that stimulate circulation? Why would not the hot sand draw the sluggish poisoned blood in his veins to his feet? Why would not the cold salt water drive it back? Why would not the stimulation thus gained help to throw off the poison bred by the wound in his breast? So, through the warm golden days, Jamie kept his trust with the bee-master the level best he could, with the help of Margaret Cameron, and his mind had as much exercise as his body. Much sooner than he had expected he reached the foot of the throne. The climb was not bad at all, and he did find, around on the side of the huge rock facing the sea, a long gash that made a wonderful seat, a seat that fitted the curves of his body, a seat that, when upholstered with the bee-master's old working overcoat, would be wonderful to slouch in, to rest, to soak in the sun, to breathe in the salt from the west of the crest. He had not reached the point where he had definitely decided that he would fight. His mind was merely stirred with suggestions, conjectures, and possibilities. If anyone had asked him, who had the right to ask, and had been given a frank answer, Jamie would have said that 6 months, without any doubt whatever, would be the length of his tenure. A year of the best treatment the government could give him had left him worse. He thought about 6 months would see the finish. Sometimes he was considerably disquieted because the call for him to visit the hospital had not come. Each night at 6 o'clock he answered the phone and heard that the bee-master was barely holding his own. He was not yet able to converse or be bothered about business. Each time he received one of these reports, he called the little scout at the number that had been given him and passed the report on. Twice the little scout had been in the garden for a short visit after school hours. Each time Jamie parted with his new friend with deeper regret. Each time he'd seen some new emanation of the mentality of the youngster that had surprised, sometimes shocked, sometimes delighted him, and as for the question of sex, he was not a bit nearer the solution than he had been the first day. After supper on the 9th day, for the second time Jamie made his way the length of the back walk, across the beach, and climbed to the throne. He was armed with a broad-brimmed old slouch hat and the old overcoat. He climbed the throne and settled in an especial seat of his own that he had managed with considerable work and more strength than he had known he could muster. He had collected some broken pieces of rock and fitted them indifferently and farther to the left than there had been an accessible seat. Wrapped in the overcoat, he dropped on the seat and faced the eternal verities of sea and sky. No land was intruding. It was the bowl of the sky closing down, the smooth wash of the sea rolling in, and away in the distance a faint red glow marked the spot where the sun threw its light on a world that was steadily turning from it. There Jamie did some more thinking. He was having plenty of mental exercise in those days. He still thought death, but at least he had a manlier thought in facing it. And when he thought life, he did not think of himself, or upbraid his government, or pity other wounded men. He thought merely of that one thing he might possibly do, and what it might possibly be that would give him some justification when he faced his Maker for the spending of his latter days. End of section 6. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 7 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. The Storm Woman. The new day was one of fog and stillness, and then a cold wind that Jamie did not care to face. Just at evening, when he looked from the back veranda and down across the stretch before him, he realized that the thing he had wanted to see was going to happen. There were heat flashes across the horizon. Forked tongues of light were beginning to flicker up, and there was an ominous stillness. And away up to the north and west he could see big black clouds beginning to mass and to gather. Jamie straightened up. A storm, he said to himself, the storm. By all that's good and peaceful, I'll see it from the throne if it's the last thing I ever do. He looked over the garden, putting away several things that high wind might damage. He carefully closed the windows and locked the doors, and then he went into the closet on the back porch and ransacked the bee master's belongings for suitable clothing. He laid out the bee coat and the old overcoat, and then he found a heavy raincoat that was precisely what he wanted. He put the bee coat on, and carrying the overcoat and the raincoat and wearing the old broad-brimmed hat, he locked the back door behind him and slowly made his way down the back walk, across the sands, and climbed the throne. Putting on the overcoat and spreading the raincoat so that he could draw it around him, he dropped into the niche he had prepared for himself and drew his covers snugly so that he would not chill. Then he sat watching the coming storm in intent eagerness. He did not know that he was matching forces. He did not realize that for 2 years the storm that racks the soul and body of a man even to destruction had been raging in his battered breast, in his heart, in his brain. He did not know that he had dimly realized the strength, the terror, the futility of it. He did not know why he wanted to see the sky reach down and the sea rise up and do their utmost. He did not know that he wanted to compare the storm that may sweep the heart of a man with the kind of storm that may sweep the world. He honestly tried to protect himself so that he would not hasten what might be in store for him. He did not want to fail when the bee master had trusted him with the home and the possessions and the occupation that were all he had of his very own. And he did not know that as the storm drew nearer, as the clouds grew blacker, as the heat waves resolved themselves into definite flashes of lightning, as the night closed down black as velvet around him, he did not realize that his moral and mental forces were rising with the tide of the storm, that all the remnants of manhood left in his shaken body were gathering together for some sort of culmination, just as presently the storm would reach its height and then subside. Without moving a muscle, almost breathlessly, he lay back in his rocky nook and wondered exactly how high the tide would rise. He had not informed himself as to whether the point of rock might be surrounded. He thought it would be an unprecedented storm that would sweep over it. At any rate, he was taking the chance. He might have asked Margaret Cameron whether that point ever was completely submerged. He was certain that it was high above any level to which man had seen the ocean lift, that it must be safe. At the point where Jamie realized that he was having the best time he had had since the guns were booming and the rage of battle was smashing, and he had been able to deliver what he considered a few effective blows, each of which he had invariably accompanied by a grinding shout, "In the name of the 42nd Highlanders!" Just when his blood really was tingling and his spirits were answering to the smash of the waves that were flinging spray to his feet, to the roar of the thunder and the crash of the lightning, just when the fight was going good and Jamie was a 42nd Highlander, and with a sword of magic was cutting off the heads of innumerable Germans with each sword thrust of lightning, the most astounding thing happened to him that ever had happened in all the years of his existence. All around him and enveloping him there came slowly and faintly, creeping a strange odor. Jamie dropped from the sky battle to everyday realities and turned his head to the right. Delicately, as when he was creeping belly down toward the Germans in no man's land, hunting a lost comrade or scouting enemy locations, he sniffed the night air. The first absolute information that he felt he could rely on, that his nostrils telegraphed to his brain, was sage. He took another sniff and recognized the lavender flower of the beaches, San Verbena, one of the most subtle and exquisite faint odors in all nature. And then a whiff of primrose crept up. And then, just when the crack that seemed to split the heavens wide was followed by the boom of the reverberating thunder, there came to Jamie's ears a wrenching sobbing that was the most pitiful thing he had ever heard. Still as death, he sat in his wrappings, his head turned, his nose and his ears alert. And by, sniffing and listening, he reached his conclusion. The throne that he had thought so wonderful, that he had preempted, that he had meant to occupy on many a night of communion in his effort to make his peace with God, was not his personal throne. He was an interloper. Someone else was familiar with the winding way that reached the eminence from the back. Someone else had a fight that needed the healing of God through nature to help him wage. Beside him was someone who smelled of the sage of the mountains, of the lavender and the gold flowers of the beaches, and this someone else had the voice of a woman. Not the cracked voice, not the breathless voice of an old woman. God knew Jamie had heard women cry, the women of France, the women of Belgium, the women of England. He was an expert on all kinds and varieties of sobs of anguish that could be wrenched from the frame of a mother, a wife, a sister, a sweetheart. Slowly, softly, as nearly without sound as possible, he turned to face this woman. She had found her seat where he had first sat. She probably did not know that another seat had been made, beyond the place to which she must have been accustomed, or she never could have found it in the darkness of the storm. She must have been familiar with that point through other storms, or she never would have sought it when that one was raging at its fiercest. As nature wore herself out and began gradually to ease in the storm she was waging, another amazing thing happened to Jamie. The raving wind that had been sweeping from the west was gradually shifting to the north, and it began blowing something across his face, something that was soft, something that was silken, something that was tugging and pulling and plastering to him with the driving spray and the beating rain. In dumbfounded bewilderment, he worked a hand to the surface and softly touched his cheeks, and across them there was streaming the silken banner of a woman's hair. Jamie realized that when that woman learned that there was a man there, she probably would be so frightened that she might throw herself into the boiling sea a few feet below them. He was afraid to speak, afraid to move, and the one thing that he did not figure on was that there might be beside him a pair of nostrils sensitive as his own, and that there might very presently emanate from him an odor that would become discernible to someone else. Just how that would have worked out, Jamie never knew, because at the instant that his hand crept higher to work the blinding hair from his eyes, a long, low flash of lightning struck the breast of the ocean, and for one instant lighted the rock like day. In that instant, Jamie saw the white face and the big, wide eyes of a woman, eyes that he would remember while remembrance remained with him, a face that by no possibility could he ever forget. The sharp gasp of astonishment at his presence there, where anyone accustomed to the rock might well have supposed there would be no one, his quick ear told him came from a woman accustomed to self-control. She had not screamed. She had not jumped. It was merely the catching of a breath. Jamie was in a measure prepared. He had been trying to plan something. He was not taken unaware, as she was. What he had meant to say, what he had thought would be a wise thing to say, never was uttered. What he heard himself saying was, "Don't be startled. What hurts you so? Let me help you." Then a voice that was going to take a place in Jamie's mentality, along with the eyes and the face, a deep, rich contralto voice with a touching quaver of pathos through it, a voice shaken with emotion and accented with tones native to his ears, answered him. "Why did you come here?" Jamie replied, "Very possibly for the same reason you did." The voice answered, "Oh." Jamie combed the streaming locks from his cheeks and his lips with his fingers and sat tightly holding them in his hand. And he who had gone out to compare the battle of nature with the battle of his soul forgot all about himself as he said to the girl beside him, "Did anybody ever tell you that a trouble shared is a trouble half endured?" Then he laughed a deep, burry Scotch laugh. He threw out his right arm and felt to the north until he circled the shoulders of the woman beside him. "You aren't half covered," he said, "and you are drenched. Creep over here in the protection of my coat. And then, because it is night, and because I know that your soul is racked and maybe your body tortured, tell me the truth. I'm sure I can help you. There is always a way. I can think of something." Jamie never forgot that when his arm reached across the shoulder beside him, there was no shrinking, no repulsion, no hesitation. It took one more flash of lightning to show him that the woman he was trying to comfort was young. She was not beautiful, but she was luringly human. Plastered with rain, wrenched with grief, he had no right to judge her. "I mean it," he said, taking up the thread of his thought again. "I mean it. If you will tell me, I promise to help you." But how can you help me?" said a voice, every tone of which Jamie registered as it fell on his ear. "I don't know," said Jamie. "I don't know how I can help you, because I don't know what you need. I only know that I can help you, that I will help you, if you will tell me what it is that troubles you." In the long silence that followed, Jamie manipulated the bee-master's raincoat to the best advantage possible and tightened the grip of his right arm. At last, above the rumbling of the subsiding storm, above the crashing of the waves below them, Jamie heard again the voice for which he was waiting. "I can't tell you," said the woman, whose breast was still heaving, whose shoulders were still quivering. "I can't tell a stranger in the darkness, in the storm, what it is that is hurting me." "Oh, yes, you can," said Jamie casually. "Better now than at any other time. If it is anything you aren't proud of, the darkness will cover you. If it's anything you are afraid of, you may depend on the strength there is in my right arm. If it is anything that as much of a man as I am can do for you, I want you to understand that you are my mother or my sister, or any relationship that you can think of that a man who is trying to be fairly decent wouldn't violate. I'll give you my word of honor that I will not follow you. I will not make any effort to learn who you are or where you came from. If you came here tonight intending to throw yourself into the undertow that sucks down from these rocks, you needn't be any too sure that I didn't come with the same intention. I'll admit that I've thought about it. I've got a storm of my own in my breast. I've got my wounds that are still open and bleeding. There's nothing about me that you need hesitate over. I'm just telling you that your voice is young, and your face is young, and your body is strong. And in some way there can be healing managed for young hearts that are breaking. And I do believe that trouble shared is trouble at least half endured. Tell me." Jamie could almost feel the thinking process that was going on in the mind of the woman whom he was trying to shelter and to support. "It's a long story," said the rich voice at last, "and it's a story that's got what the world calls shame in it. And the world is right in calling what there is in it shame, because I am ashamed. I couldn't sit here in broad sunlight and let you shelter me and look at me and tell you. I could only tell you in such darkness and turmoil as this, and you can't possibly do any good. But there is this about it. If you came and weathered the storm and resolved that you could go on with what you call an open wound in your breast, I'll promise you that I'll not go over the rock. I'll promise you that I'll find my way back to the friends I left, that I'll go home, that I'll take up my work, that I'll do the best I can." "That's fine," said Jamie, "as far as it goes. But it doesn't go far enough to do you any more good than the good of saving your soul alive, because we don't get life at our own volition in this world, and we have no right to give it up until the God who gave it says we have lived it. What I am offering to do is to take the burden that's crushing you off your heart. Isn't there a little bit of shelter in the arm across your shoulders? Doesn't my voice sound sincere? I haven't the least objection in the world to telling you who I am, where I come from, or where I'm going when I leave this rock. I have told you that I will not follow you. If there is anything in tonight that you would blush for tomorrow, I will not intrude myself. But I do beg you to believe me when I say that I know I can help you, if you will tell me." And that was a very bold and daring statement for Jamie, with 6 months to live and nothing in his pockets to make to any woman in distress. Yet he made it in the utmost confidence, and there was something in his voice that carried conviction. Before he knew precisely what had happened to him, the thing for which he had striven occurred. The length of his frame, he felt the relaxation of the taut muscles beside him. He bent to extend the shelter of the raincoat. "That's a good girl," he said, in exactly the same tone he would have used to a 6-year-old. "Now go on and tell me what happened to you. You needn't make it a long story. You could probably tell it in 10 words if you chose. What hurt you? How can it be fixed?" Again he could sense the intense thinking. "All right," said the voice beside him. "What I need above everything else on earth at this minute is a marriage certificate and a wedding ring and a name for an unborn child. My need is desperate. That's all. Now go ahead and make good your boast." "All right," said Jamie smoothly, instantly. "The proposition you have put me is almost the easiest thing I could manage. I've got a name, and it is of no particular use to me, and I haven't much time left in which to use it. I've strength enough to manage a license and a marriage ceremony, if it's necessary. If you pledge me your word of honor that the trouble in your heart can be healed by giving you a name I am going to quit using shortly, you will grant I was right when I told you I could settle your difficulty. I've been wondering for days past what I might do that would be something fine and shining that I could lay at the feet of the Master when I go farthest west, as I am going very soon, to render my last account, and you have opened the way. I think it would be very decent. I think it would be something the Master would approve if I left my name to a little child that is making its way toward earth and facing a heritage you wouldn't want for it." Then suddenly Jamie felt the woman in his arms merging her form with his. He felt her hands on his breast. He felt them reaching out to find his face. He felt the hot breath of her voice. "You wouldn't," she was panting. "Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't get me a marriage license? You wouldn't stand through a ceremony with me? You wouldn't let me use your name?" Jamie found the hand on his face and gripped it tight with his left hand. He had presence of mind to tighten his grasp around the shoulders yielding to him. He was enough of a Scotsman to command the situation. "You are mighty right, I would," he said. "I'm telling you true. Here, if you don't believe me, I'll convince you. and he shifted the hand he held until the finger of it could touch the bandages across his breast. "You feel that?" he asked. "You're not touching the body of a man. Those are bandages covering the body of a man, and under those bandages there's an open wound that will never heal. I am telling you true. There's no one on earth who is closely related to me. There's no one to care what I do with my name or the few remaining months of my life. The nearest I can come to a family is a mother and father, and they are both in heaven. And if either of them were here this minute, they would say, 'Cover the shame baby with your name, Jamie.'" "Jamie," said the voice beside him a little breathlessly. "There isn't a sweeter name in all the world that could be given to a little child if it happened to be a boy. But it's too big a sacrifice. It's a thing that shouldn't be asked of any man, no matter how free, no matter how willing." "Well," said Jamie, "I'm telling you I am free. I'll prove it by citing to you records you can look up. I'm part of the aftermath of war. You can find my name if you look in the proper place for it. I'll tell you right here that it's James Lewis McFarlane, and from the time I can remember, my mother and father made it Jamie. I ran away from a hospital a few days ago because my case was hopeless, and I wouldn't go where they wanted to send me. You know Camp Kearney? You know the village of tents that means the white plague? I hadn't it, and I wouldn't go there, so I ran away. I got as far as the apiary just below here on the mountainside, and I couldn't drag any farther. I was staggering toward the bee master to ask him to help me, but he beat me to it and asked me to help him. I thought I couldn't, but I did. I helped him to the hospital in time for his operation. I am staying in his house, taking care of his property. I am telling you truly what my name is, where you can find me. I am telling you that you may have my name any time you want to claim it." "Tomorrow?" said the girl breathlessly. "May I claim it tomorrow?" "Any time you say, any place," said Jamie. "Tell me where you want me to go and what you want me to do." And then, quite before Jamie knew at all what was happening to him, or what was going to happen, he felt another shift of position of the woman in his arms, and for the next second he was in her arms. Hands had found the sides of his head, and his face was turned up, and a wet, cold, salty face was laid against his. Cold lips were touching his cheeks, and a breathless voice was saying, "Oh, you're good, you're good. I didn't know there was a man like you in the whole world. Will you meet me tomorrow at 3 o'clock at the Marriage Bureau in Los Angeles? Will you truly have a marriage license made out? Will you stand beside me through a ceremony that will mean life and the lifting of a black burden?" "I will," said Jamie. "Don't give yourself another minute's worry. Dry your eyes and cheer up. I will be right there as sure as God is in his heaven, and there's any justice for women in all this world. And if I am not there, you can know that the red tiger is eaten through my vitals until I cannot get there. But you needn't worry, because I shall be there. God wouldn't give me this shining chance and then snatch it away from me." "Will you sit here, right here in this spot, for a few minutes more?" asked the girl. "I'll sit here all night if you tell me to," said Jamie calmly. And it was not so calmly either, because his heart was tearing until he was afraid it would fall out of the opening above it, and his blood was racing as blood had never raced in his veins. The girl in his arms might be cold and clammy and salt-pasted, but he was neither cold nor clammy. He got one more tight hug and one more kiss, which happened to land squarely on the tip of his nose, not the location in which he wanted it in the least, and then she was gone, and he heard swift feet going down the back of the rock, and his trained ears could hear the first few footfalls across the dark beach. He sat there and waited and looked down into the boiling surf and out over the battling sea. And by he calmed himself so that he could think straightly and evenly. And then he said, "Such quick action as this seems to indicate that my time is short. And if there is a big thing that I have a chance of doing in this world, I've got to do it and do it quickly. So tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'll start on what appeals to me as the shining part of my great adventure. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. A New Kind of Wedding. When the faintest sound of a footfall had died away, Jamie settled back in his niche in the rock, drew his wrappings around him, and turned his face in the direction of the sea, the face that had been held between a pair of strong, impetuous woman's hands, the face that had been showered with wholly impersonal caresses, merely as an expression of release from a thraldom of shame. He had been paid in the coin of the realm of womanhood most desired by men, therefore most frequently offered by women in extremity. Jamie sought among his clothing and found a handkerchief. He pulled it out and carefully wiped his face. There was nothing about the clammy, salty kisses he had received that he wished to perpetuate, not even the memory of them, because the girl who gave them had not meant them for him personally. She had bestowed real kisses elsewhere. These were the first available expression of thankfulness for freedom, freedom to lift up her head, freedom to face the world, freedom to go on with her life in such a manner that the ever-ready finger of scorn need not be pointed at her. Jamie grinned dourly as he scoured his face. "I hope she doesn't think," he said to the boiling surf below, "that she fooled me any with those kisses. It's all right. She's welcome to my name. She's welcome to her ring, if she buys it herself, and her certificate. I didn't see her very well, but what I did see didn't look like a fast woman. I'll say that for her. And she didn't act as if she were used to calling on other people to shoulder many of her burdens. God knows she wasn't afraid for her body, or she wouldn't have been on this rock close to midnight in this storm. Not afraid with physical fear, but I suppose it's the mental strain that gets people the worst. I suppose it's mental fear or nerve strain, or whatever you might call it, that's been eating me for the past 2 years. It's not that I'm afraid of death physically. God knows I've seen enough of it so that I can take my medicine as I saw thousands of boys take theirs. It's just that since I am alive, since I am breathing, since there is the ghost of a possibility that I might have a slim fighting chance, I hate standing still and watching myself going out by the inch. And the reason I hate the going is because I've never lived. I've never had the things that, to a man, constitute real life. And I want a taste of life. I know just enough about the sky and the sea and the earth to want to get on the tree job and run it down as I've always intended. Then, for a time, long past the stipulated time, Jamie sat and watched the gradual clearing of the sky, the calming of the sea. It was not long before he could see the stars again. In some way a star was always connected in Jamie's mind with a suggestion of hope. Ever since he had read an oration by the greatest agnostic of his day, in which he had said at the grave of a beloved brother, when put to the ultimate test himself, "In the night time of despair, hope sees a star, and listening love can hear the rustle of a wing." Jamie had thought that perhaps the lips of man never had uttered more beautiful words. This night had been a night-time of despair for a young thing that he had held in his arms for a few brief minutes. Every night for a long time had been a night of despair for him. He was sorry to the depths of his heart for the grief that racked and tore and drove frantic such a fine, strong young thing with an odor of the woods, with the sage of the mountains, and the lavender and gold flowers of the beach distilling like incense around her. That was the pity of it. How had shame happened to a woods girl? Jamie knew that while he lived there would remain in his nostrils the scent that had first assailed them, carried by the winds of the storm, and as if it had not been removed, he could feel the clinging of the silky strands of hair. She must have a perfect mane. Then he wondered how it came to be unbound. Then he remembered something else, the one revealing flash that had shown him the girl most clearly. He had not thought of it at the time, but he remembered it now. That flash had disclosed bare feet and a streak of white above them. "By Jove," said Jamie softly to the spirit of the sea that was drawing up very close to him in that hour. "By Jove, she wore a nightdress and one of those eider-down kimonos over it. I remember by the feel of her and by her bare feet. She asked a few minutes' grace before I should start. That means that she had gone to bed and was so driven she had decided that she'd bed in the sea. And she'd put on the kimono and come as she was to this point she knew how to find. She couldn't have come up these rocks as still as thought, and she couldn't have gone down them with the swiftness and ease she used if she had not known them perfectly. And a few minutes wouldn't carry her far across the sands of this soaked beach. That means that she came from somewhere very near here." And then, as an outsider might speak to him, Jamie added, "And if you will recall what you said to her, old man, you gave her your word of honor that you wouldn't try to find her." And Jamie answered back and said, "But how am I going to keep that promise? How am I going to marry a girl with such a noble face, with hair of silk, and hands of such assurance? How am I going to stand up and swear that I'll love her and take care of her so long as we both shall live, and then not work for her, not wonder where she is and what's happening to her, and whether I could not do more for her than to give her my name at a pinch?" Then Jamie, for the second time that night, thought of his great adventure, and he said to the sea and to the nearby personality who had commenced the conversation with him, "I'm not so sure that what I called a great adventure in jesting, merely to hearten myself, may not possibly prove to be more of an adventure than I've reckoned on." Then the outside voice talked back to Jamie again, and it was a jeering voice that laughed at him and sneered at him. It said, "Well, Mr. Married Man, you'd better be getting home and fortify yourself with rest and sleep. You'd better press your trousers and see if the master has got a decent scarf you can borrow. If you're going to be a bridegroom, you'd better think about starting your preparations." Jamie, detecting the sneer in the voice, defended himself. He said, "Well, what would you have done? If you hadn't a relative on earth, if you knew you wouldn't live to see the consequences, if a woman creature, young and attractive, was ready to throw herself into the sea before you, wouldn't you save her by any means you could? wouldn't you give her a name that couldn't hurt her, and that might possibly help her all the rest of her life? He did not hear any answer to that, and so he turned his attention to the sea again. I'd like to know, he said dourly, what a lot of the mothers in this world mean. If they've known enough about the awful power of sex attraction themselves to marry a man and bear a child, why, in God's world, don't they know what they're letting the young folks up against when they turn them loose in utter and untrammeled freedom on the mountains and through the canyons and on the beaches and in the parks and the dance halls and the streets? Can't they see that however times and customs change, the desires of the heart and the urge of the body do not change? They only grow stronger with the freedom and license and physical contact allowed in these astounding days. Then Jamie arose unsteadily and drew on the raincoat, and shuffling his feet before him, made his way down the steep pathway, with which he had become sufficiently familiar during the few times he had climbed it to negotiate it safely. He followed his way down the beach by gyrating between the slopping of the waves and the entangling primroses. When he found he was among mats of primrose that threatened to trip him, he veered toward the water. When he splashed in the water, he veered toward the primroses, and by so going he came at last to where the lights of the bee-master's home threw a welcoming beam down the mountainside. Then he felt along the back fence until he found the gate, and after that it was easy to reach the back door, and he was entirely ready for the back door by the time he opened it. He dropped on the first chair he encountered to rest a while. "I'm none too sure," said Jamie, "that my contract for tomorrow, or is it today?" He glanced up at the clock and saw to his surprise that it was today. "Won't be about all I can accomplish in one day." But that one word that had been jeeringly thrust at him out there on the rock, bridegroom, persisted in his ears. It meant something to a man to be a bridegroom under any circumstances. It should mean the most wonderful thing in all the world. There should not be anything, unless it might be the love of God, that would be bigger and higher and holier in the heart of a man than to be the groom of his chosen bride in ordinary circumstances. But there was nothing ordinary about the circumstances under which he had contracted to be a bridegroom. No, there was not. The storm of the elements, the storm in his own heart, the storm in the heart of the girl. "Holy Moses," said Jamie. "What a storm! Regular typhoon. Anyway, for the clearing up tomorrow, I'll go to bed, and I'll see whether I can sleep or not. And if I can, then I wonder how much time I'm going to need, and how I am going to find the place where I've promised to be." Then he thought of Margaret Cameron. She could tell him what car lines he must take, and once he reached the heart of the city, it would not be difficult to find the proper office where the business of the county was transacted. So Jamie lay down and shut his eyes. The velvet blackness of the night closed around him, and the steady sweep of the sea breaking on the shore so very near came with rhythmic cadence. There was enough wind to sing a little. He was very tired, but he had made good his boast so far. He had told the girl that if she would tell her trouble, he could help her, without a notion in his head as to how he was going to help her. By the depth of her grief he could measure the depth of her relief that set her lips on his face, her hands frantically clutching him. He had saved her position before the world, probably. He had offered what was of not much use to him in the stead of the man who had been too much of a hound to make good his obligations. After all, he would have something beautiful to think about when the last hour came. Maybe the little scout had been right about the different kinds of death. Maybe when Jamie's time came, he could think of the passion of relief, of deliverance, of utter panicky joy that had obliterated the passion of fear and humiliation in the girl he was going to try to help. Maybe he could fold his hands and go softly in his sleep, and maybe at least his face could carry the smiling secret that the little scout had talked about, if he got a chance to enter the gates and face his mother. The next thing Jamie knew, the clock that he had set for 7 was burring, and he awoke from deep sleep and went to his breakfast and the watering. He merely told Margaret Cameron that he had some business in town. No, he was not going to the hospital, because he saw the desire to go with him in her eyes. He was not going to the hospital until Dr. Grayson sent for him. He would be back in the evening in time for dinner, maybe sooner. She need not mind about his lunch. Jamie did the most important of the things he had been doing daily outdoors, postponing as many of them as he possibly could to the coming day. Then he went in and rested a while. Later he brushed his clothing and searched through the drawers and the closets. The bee-master had told him to help himself to his clothing if he needed changes, in view of the manifest fact that he had taken him from the road with only the clothing on his back. Jamie thought it over, and then he selected an extremely good-looking gray silk shirt and a dull blue tie. He looked at his own trousers critically. He had slept in them and given them rough usage, and he had worked in them some. They were not suitable trousers for a bridegroom. He was so near the bee-master's height and build that a pair of gray ones he found stretched in the long drawer of a highboy were exactly right. He went on searching, and by he had the bed almost covered with clothing that appealed to Jamie as eminently suitable for an honest-to-goodness bridegroom. Then he went to his bath, and when he managed the fresh dressings on his left breast, he hesitated over the antiseptics and omitted them. He would not go to his bride even with a taint of medicinal odor about him. Since she smelled of flowers herself, he would emulate the example of the greatest beau the world had ever known, by having the odor that emanated from him merely that of fresh linen, of utter cleanliness. At heart, Jamie was a gentleman. When he locked the front door and started down the walk for the short trip to the trolley line, which ended a few rods away, he was as white of face and hands as his condition warranted. Otherwise, he was an attractive gentleman. He carried his head at a high angle. He squared his shoulders, as much military training had required. He stepped out in the master's best shoes and gray trousers and black coat, in his gray silken shirt and his dull blue tie, and a soft, broad-brimmed black hat. He stepped out, habited as it was proper that any gentleman might habit himself when he was going to be a bridegroom. He stepped very carefully that he might not accumulate dust on his shoes before he reached the trolley. And in taking this care, it occurred to him to wonder where the girl he was going to marry was at that minute, and what she was doing, whether she really would be at the appointed place to meet him, and what she would look like, and what she would say to him, and with what words she would leave him when she had secured from him the things that she had admitted she needed so badly: a name, a wedding certificate, and a ring. When he reached the ring in thought, a dull red flamed up in Jamie's cheek. He was not sure that he had not gone too far. Before the bee-master had been carried from his home, he had pointed to a little drawer in his secretary, in which Jamie would find money for an emergency, for milk or ice, or whatever he needed until the master's return. From that drawer, as a fortification for his self-respect that morning, Jamie had taken $10. He was not sure that $10 would pay for a marriage license. A marriage license was a commodity he had not previously considered. He had no idea what the article cost, but he felt certain it would not be more than $10. Small change for car fare and for a sandwich for his lunch, and the money for the license. Perhaps the girl would expect to pay for it, but Jamie could not quite endure the thought of a woman paying for his marriage license. After all, if he stood up and married the girl, it was his wedding, the only wedding he would ever have, probably, and he meant to have it in appropriate and decent clothing, even if he borrowed the clothing. And he meant to pay for his wedding, even if he borrowed the money. If he had not stayed there and taken care of the bees, someone would have been asked to do it who would have been paid, and when his first earnings were handed to him, he could return the $10. He had borrowed that amount. But about a little thin engraved circlet of gold that looked as if it might fit a woman's finger, about that little ring that he had run across among the bee-master's collar buttons and small belongings. He had it. He had it in his vest pocket. It might be a souvenir. It might be something precious. It might be that there was nothing among the effects of the bee-master more dear to him. He had not at all made up his mind as to whether he might use it or not, but at any rate he had it in his pocket. He was fortified with the clothing and the price and the ring, if he should bring himself to use it. Then a thought appealed to him. There was a bare possibility he could materialize his thought, and so he consulted the motorman, and after making several changes, landed before the old courthouse with some minutes to spare. Hurriedly, he made his way to the marriage license bureau on the main floor. He told the clerk he was expecting to be there shortly with a young lady to secure a marriage license, and he asked about the expense and found to his relief that he had more than enough money. Then, with all the haste compatible with the state of his knees, he left the courthouse and regained the street. He looked around him, up and down and across, and in that survey he located a jewelry store. It appealed to him as modest in appearance, so he walked in and faced a clerk across a case filled with rings. He laid the money he could spare on the counter and said, "Could you furnish me with a very plain, simple ring for that amount?" The clerk had not been accustomed to furnishing rings for that amount of money, but he was of Hebraic origin. He was shrewd, and he realized that the money on the counter was all the money the man before him intended to spend. If he did not take it, he would not have it. So, after some hunting, he found a ring that Jamie thought would be the right size. It looked fairly satisfactory, so the Hebraic gentleman had the money and Jamie had the ring. He took the shining band of gold that he had borrowed from the master and transferred it to a left-hand pocket of the vest he was wearing. And in the right-hand pocket, convenient to his fingers, he slipped the circlet that at least had the merit of shining. Then he headed back for the courthouse, and as he stepped into the office, he faced a woman whom he knew instantly. He knew her height. He knew her eyes. He knew without knowing exactly how or why he knew. He was a bridegroom, but the woman he was facing was not a bride. She was a widow, if any story were to be told by her clothing. From head to foot, the Storm Girl was in deep mourning. A tight, small hat fitted her head and was pulled so low that he could only see a gleam of the eyes that he had been positive in the lightning's flare were either black or brown. The office lights revealed them brown, gray-brown. The baffling thing about the costume the girl wore was a veil. He would have called it a widow's veil. It was thick. It was black. A broad satin band finished the edges. The band covered the mouth and chin. The hat shaded the eyes, and a mask-like gleam of eye and a line across the cheek and nose were all Jamie was permitted to see of his prospective bride. For a minute he experienced a sense of shock, and then he realized that in some manner death figured in the adventure he was embarking on that day. The girl was in mourning. Possibly, after all, the man whose place he was taking was a dead man who might have fulfilled his obligations if he had been granted the opportunity. But at any rate, the girl had distinctly said that she must be rescued from shame. So if a dead man figured in the case, he hadn't been very much of a man, and it was shameful that he had left the marriage ceremony to any chance of disaster. These things were tearing through Jamie's brain, swift as light flashes, while Jamie himself lifted the bee-master's hat and brought his own heels together and presented a figure that would at least have been worthy of consideration by any woman. His hasty rush after the ring that was to save his self-respect, that was to put a crowning touch of pride on his only wedding, had set his heart pumping unduly, and so his cheeks were not so white as they had been. His lips were not so blue. A flush of red had surged to his face, and he looked very much as any lean, self-respecting, well-dressed man of Scottish origin and American birth and training might be expected to appear. From force of habit, as he straightened from his bow, Jamie extended his hand and recognized the touch of the hand that met his. And then he lined up shoulder to shoulder and said casually, "We figured time from the same watch, didn't we?" The girl beside him merely assented. Jamie took charge of proceedings with all the self-assurance of a man who was accustomed to captaining his own affairs. Whatever the woman beside him was getting out of this, Jamie had made up his mind that he was going to get a wedding, and it was going to be his own. He took the arm of the girl beside him and piloted her to the clerk's desk. Whether she had the correct impression now or not, Jamie did not know, but he proposed that when she got through with that wedding and went her way with the ring and the certificate that were to save her self-respect, she should, at least, go in the belief that she had married a man. He had forgotten all about telling her that very shortly he would not be a man. He intended for the few minutes that were to come to be all man. So he impelled her to the clerk and announced that they wanted to fill the forms necessary to procure a marriage license, while Jamie wrote down the names of his father and mother and the date of his birth and his residence, and his occupation and all the things required. Beside him stood a tall, self-reliant girl who was filling in the blank that had been given her. When these documents were filled out as the law required, to keep the Storm Girl firm in the impression that he was a man of his word, Jamie picked them up and signed first, then handed them to her for her signature. When the clerk finished his share of the proceeding and offered the long envelope to Jamie, he waved toward the girl he was marrying, and the clerk gave her the document. They were directed to the office of the probate judge, and it was not any time at all until the necessary papers were signed, sealed, and delivered to Jamie, who, without one glance of examination, handed them to the Storm Girl. Jamie paid the fee and walked beside her to the street without knowing even the surname of the woman he had married. She might be either Smith, Jones, or Brown. It was ridiculous, but it was true that the touch of a hand, a strip of white face decorated with dark eyes, and I, Alice Louise, take thee, James Lewis, to be my lawful and wedded husband, were all the information he had. So he had married Alice Louise. He was not particularly well satisfied with the name. She did not look like Alice, and she did not the least in the world resemble Louise. He had known Louises by the dozen all his life, and they always had light hair, always they had blue eyes, and they were always clinging, dependent little things. Never since he could remember had he known of a woman who could touch shoulders with a 6-foot man and carry her head like an empress, who extended a hand mighty near as big as, evidently firmer than, his own, and in a voice of mellow contralto from away down in a deep chest, answer to the name of Louise. Jamie cupped his hand around the elbow of Alice Louise, merely to show her that he considered himself enough of a man to take care of her in case she needed him, and he piloted her to the street, and there, standing on the sidewalk, for the first time they looked at each other. Jamie deliberately waited to see what the lady had to say, and as he waited, with concentrated vision, he strove to pierce that crow-black costume and fix in his memory the form and all he could see of the face of the woman before him. He had given his word that he would not seek her, and he was not any too sure that he was going to keep that word. He was not any too sure that he was not going to know who she was and where she lived and why she had used him to ease her heart and her conscience, to save her body from the ocean. As he awaited, looking straight into the face of the girl opposite him, he saw that the muscles of the cheeks and the lips were all in a quiver, and that the steady stare of the eyes looking into his was going to dissolve any minute in an uncontrollable gush of tears. Tears did the same thing to Jamie that they do to any man when an attractive woman admits she is facing something that is too much for her, that she needs his help. He had intended to force her to speak, and the first thing he knew, he was no longer facing her. He had stepped beside her, and he was saying to her in low tones, "Steady yourself. You'll be all right in a few minutes. Are you taking the car at this corner?" She had merely nodded in assent, and still with her elbow in his palm, Jamie piloted her through the crowds and helped her on a streetcar, and the people surged between them. As he saw her enter the car and make her way to a seat, he realized that Alice Louise and "I do," were all that he had heard her say. He had not kept his determination to force her to speak. He had felt so sorry for her when he realized she was near a breakdown. He had spared her. Anyway, he had shown her that he was a man who could run his own affairs. He had helped her to a streetcar and away from him. He could not honorably board the same car. So he stepped back, raised his hat, lifted his chin, and looked at the car, on a bare chance that she might glance his way before the car started and carried her from sight. Then Jamie put on his hat and regained the sidewalk and said to himself, in not very pleasant tones, "Well, can you beat that?" He had not expected much, but he had expected a word or two, and not only had the words not been spoken, but the lady herself had not even turned her head to see whether he was going to take the same car or not. She had walked down the aisle, taken her seat with her back toward him, and sat immovable until she was carried from sight. It did not avail much that he might see what car she had taken, or in what direction she went. She might take any car, and she might leave it in a block or two in order to use the speediest opportunity to escape him. She had gone away, Mrs. James Lewis McFarlane, with the necessary credentials and the ring he had produced at the proper moment for a finger that had hesitated to receive it. Now he was left standing on the sidewalk, and the best thing for him to do was to see how soon he could reach home and restore the bee-master's wardrobe to its accustomed place. He had been a bridegroom, and there was nothing to it, not even thank you. If he wanted to extract any romance whatever, he would have to get it from the salty kisses that had swept his face the previous night. And being honest, he had to admit that if the rock upon which they had sat had been the means of the girl's salvation, she probably would have kissed it with as much or possibly more enthusiasm. Jamie stood on the sidewalk and waited for his knees to stiffen slightly before he began searching for the car he required to carry him back to the Garden of the Bees. When he found it and boarded it and sank into a seat, he said to all and sundry, "Well, of all the darned weddings." He knew that he said it because he heard the words, but nobody else seemed to have heard them, because everybody was interested in their papers and their friends and where they were going. So Jamie went back to the house and returned the borrowed raiment and assumed his own. Then he went out in the sunshine and sat down to think things over. He had half a mind to tell Margaret Cameron that this was his wedding day, and she might prepare him any kind of a feast she saw fit to offer for such an occasion. A wry grin crossed his cheeks when he thought of the look that would come on her face if he told her that. And then she would speak, and she would ask where his bride was, and where his bride had happened to be a secret, and the business of the bride herself. He reflected that if she was where she had been at midnight the previous night, she would not be so very far from him at the present minute. He was assailed by an impulse to go down and walk up and down the beach, to scan each house accessible from the shoreline, to see whether in any of them there was visible a glimpse of a girl clad in the deepest kind of mourning. How much that mourning meant, Jamie could not decide. He remembered that the girl had offered to begin at the beginning and tell him the story. It had been he who had told her to use a few words, merely to state what she wanted. If she had been as full of Scottish blood as he, She could not have taken him at his word more quickly or more completely. She had stated the bald facts, and he, Jamie reflected with another twisted grin, had materialized the facts. The lady had said she needed a ring, a marriage certificate, and a name, and she had stood beside him. She had allowed the ring to be put on her finger. She had taken possession of the certificate. One thing he did recall. She had laid the document on her breast and folded both hands over it and held it there as if nothing in all the world could be more precious to her. And his name. At least she had accepted it in marriage, whether she meant to use it or not. Jamie felt something of a fool that he had not at least stretched out his hand and picked up the record the girl had written and read it. He had not been much of a man, and he had not managed his own wedding in his own way, quite as he had thought that he would. It all harked back to the fact that he had given a promise, that he had said that he would not intrude himself. He would make no effort to find her. He had said that he would be content merely to offer what assistance he could, and the amount and kind of assistance that the girl required had been very clearly specified to him. He had accepted the bargain. He had gone through with it. The thing to do now was to go out on the back porch, put on the bee-master's old bee coat, raid the lily and the cinnamon pink beds, and while his body was free from the taint of surgical dressing, go down and face the black Germans and find out for himself whether he was bee immune for sure. It was a piece of knowledge that he wanted to have before the little scout put in another appearance. So Jamie donned the coat and applied the lily and wiped his head through the pinks, and slowly, deliberately, with as much assurance of step as he could assume, he made the long march down the east line, pausing before hive after hive of bees, looking at the tiny things that were coming and going so busily on humming wings, realizing that he did not know a drone from a worker, a nurse from a queen. He resolved, as he stood before one of the hives, that when Dr. Grayson called him that evening for his daily report, he would ask how soon now it would be possible for him to see the bee-master for a few minutes, and he would ask how long it was probable that he was going to remain in the hospital. Then he reflected that if he had not been called yet to see the bee-master, there was every chance that he was so weak and so ill that he might be away a matter of weeks, possibly of months. Besides, bees were very closely related to trees, and what the little scout had pointed out to him of bee lore was so alluring that he might as well go deeper. He might as well read some of the technical books and see what they contained. It was going to be some time yet before his fate was decided, and in that time possibly there was nothing more interesting, nothing more useful that would come within his possibilities to which he could turn his attention than just bees. So Jamie, doing his best on Highland Mary, went slowly the round of the hives, and as he turned up the back walk and sighted the big hive of the black Germans, he remembered something else. He hunted for the water tap around which grew the mint. He pulled a handful of it and rubbed it over his trousers and over his sleeves and crushed it in his hands, and then, doing his best on the tune prescribed, he slowly approached the black Germans. He planted himself in front of their first hive. He stood there as long as he pleased. He knelt down and peered into the opening. He studied them so intently that he realized they lacked the gold of the Italians. They were of different shape. When he slowly walked away, he felt that the next person who asked him if he were bee immune might safely be given an affirmative answer. He believed that the next time a bee alighted on a flower before him, he would at least be able to say whether it was an Italian or a black German. He so disliked the name that he told himself as he climbed the back walk that if those bees belonged to him, he truly would pick up the hives of the black Germans and carry them down and pitch them into the Pacific Ocean. He would not have anything called a black German, not even a bee, where it was a daily reminder of what true black Germans had done to men of his father's race and country, to men who carried his same blood in their veins. Of course, it was silly to carry the loathing contempt he felt for a race of men into his feeling for a hive of bees. It was not very sensible, but Jamie reflected as he slowly climbed the walk, eating a big red tomato that he had picked from a vine he passed, that there was not much reason to most of our likes and dislikes in this world. What we liked was so a matter of individual preference, and preference was so controlled by the manner in which one had been reared, by environment, by individual taste, that necessarily there had to be a wide range given to personal preference. Jamie wiped his fingers and threw the core of the tomato as far as he could fling it down the mountainside, and went into the house. On the back porch, he changed to his own coat and entered the living room to select the particular book he wanted to read, with two thoughts foremost in his mind. His tenure of the bee master's garden had resulted in three things. He was a bridegroom. He knew a black German bee from an Italian, and he had found out that there was something particularly and peculiarly satisfying about a big, dead ripe tomato. He would try that tomato stunt between meals every day. The fruit slid down his throat and landed in his stomach with a sort of cooling, refreshing effect that was better than any glass of wine he had ever taken. There was no heat about it, no forced stimulation. It did the work and felt wonderful where it was, and left an urgent invitation for more. So the bridegroom stood before the small writing desk, and, opening the case above it, ran an investigating finger over the titles of many books. Then he selected one, and dropped into the chair that he had decided to use as his own, and tried to concentrate all the mentality he had upon the subject of what was necessary for the beginner who would keep bees. He found himself reading paragraph after paragraph about proper hives and comb cases and smokers and all sorts of paraphernalia that he could find in a big case on the back porch if he opened it and knew what to look for. His eyes were reading the words, and his brain was fixing with unbelievable stubbornness, which, after all, was not so unbelievable in a man of Scottish ancestry. His brain would persist in dwelling on a surprised hand that had drawn back and then advanced to be decorated with a wedding ring, on a marriage certificate that had been held tight against a breast that looked capable and immensely attractive. Then his brain would focus on a pair of keen brown eyes bespeaking nerve strain to the limit. His brain would keep making his eyes see quivering lips and twitching cheek muscles. The thing he had done was going to stay with him for a while. He was not going to be able to put it aside and concentrate his thought on anything, not even a thing as interesting as the little scout had said bees were. He truly did want to get on with a real bee book, that about bee nurses. Who would train a bee to become a nurse? Were bees sick? Did they need nurses? Did they sting each other and have wounds that would not heal on their small anatomies? He must find out about that speedily, but he could not find out about it at that minute, because he had a number of things that were forcing him to think about them. And these things were, after all, important. You could not alter the fact that events had put him legally in a position where he was a married man, and you could not alter the fact that an immensely attractive woman had stood beside him and put herself in a position where she was a legally married woman. And there was not any reason why he should try to get away from the fact that she would be of much more use to the world, to her family, to a nebulous little person, as she stood, even in her black dress, in enforced composure, than she would have been as a formless thing, wasted by an undertow, leagues away, and worried to the bone by the lean hounds of the sea. To have saved the life of a woman like that was worth thinking of. He had thought last night that it might be the one worthwhile thing that he could do before the end. Since he had nothing else to do, and since it would intrude, he could not very well be blamed for thinking about it. Evidently no one else was going to think about it. He had coveted a word. He had not received even a thank you, but that was all right. He did not ask or expect anything. Right there, Jamie closed the book with his finger in the place and went to open his front door. A messenger boy handed him a parcel and a letter and disappeared with such miraculous swiftness that there was no conclusion left for Jamie except that he had been told to make his delivery and also to see how speedily he could vanish. Jamie laid down the book without looking to see what page he had been reading on, and slipped the letter from the band that held the small oblong box in his fingers. With the letter in one hand and the box in the other, he contemplated them. He studied them. He turned them over and around, and he caught an odor emanating from the box that he knew. Before he opened it, he recognized what he would see. He was sufficiently sensitive to odors that his brain told him, even as his fingers worked to confirm the message, that when he slipped the paper and lifted the lid of the size of box that florists use for violets, he would find a big bunch of the pinkish lavender flower that grew on the sand bordering the Pacific Ocean. Now he would get the flower book, and when he got it, as he did later, he learned to know sand verbena by its real name, and he learned that the 6 o'clock odor of this flower is perhaps as sweet a scent as can delight the nostrils of any lover of evanescent perfume. He lifted the delicate blooms and hunted through the master's belongings until he found a little bowl of antique copper, and this he filled with water, and into the water he carefully put the flowers. Then he took the letter and sat down in the chair and slowly and deliberately broke the seal. Again, Jamie felt that he knew exactly what he was going to see. The thing that the eyes and lips had been unable to say because the effort of speech would unlock a floodgate of tears, that thing had been written. So he was not in the least surprised, but to the depths of his heart he was pleased. when he raised the flap of the heavy oblong envelope and extracted an equally heavy sheet of paper that he unfolded to read. My dear Mr. McFarlane, the reason I left you without saying one word, without one backward look, was from the physical necessity of keeping my lips tight shut and my eyes wide open, in order that I might not attract the attention of passerbys and humiliate you by making a scene before people. I want you to know that what you did for me has given me life, the chance to go on with my work with the same prideful assurance I always have taken in it. You have eased the heart of a woman who was slowly dying from fear and anxiety. All my life, I shall thank you for your kindness of last night, for your unparalleled act of today. If you are correct in your statement that you have not much time, believe this, that every night before I go to bed, I shall ask God to extend to you His utmost clemency, the deepest depth and the highest height of His mercy. It is quite impossible that I should voice adequate thanks for what you did for me, and now I find that it is equally impossible to write anything on this paper that will come any nearer expressing my sincere thanks for the obligation to you under which I find myself. With all my heart, I do thank you, and I hope that God will bless you and keep you. I hope that you may be mistaken, and that there may be a long and happy life in store for you. Half a dozen lines ahead of it, Jamie got it, and it hit him in the face like a blow. It was written there in a firm, beautifully legible hand, just such writing as Jamie had imagined the hand that he had held last night and had seen in operation that afternoon would write. With undying obligations, Alice Louise McFarlane. Well, I'll be darned, said Jamie. Can you beat it? Is she really going to take my name? Is she really going to use it in some kind of business? Is she really going to bring a child into the world and call it McFarlane? Then Jamie began the process of reading the letter again, and it was not long until he could have repeated it a word at a time backward. Just why he kept getting it out and holding it in his fingers and turning it over and examining the paper and studying the script, he did not know. It was wonderful. It was right. It was all his heart could have asked. It sounded exactly like the girl who was just the height, who had the strength of body, who had the mane of silken hair, who had the keen brown eyes, who had the firm breasts, the capable hands, the mellow, luring voice that Jamie had always imagined would be exactly what he would want when he met the woman who would be the one woman of all the world to him. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Vitamins and Scouts. The last thing at night, Jamie again read his letter. He opened the envelope and unfolded the sheet, very carefully scrutinizing each written word. It was not in the least necessary that he should do this in order to know the contents of the letter. Some way he liked the feel of the paper in his fingers. If he had been buying stationery for the storm woman, who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him during an official marriage ceremony, he would have bought that kind of paper. He thought very likely that he would have been willing to stake a small wager on the fact that this particular woman would use green ink. A woman who carried about her a distinct odor of sage and of sand verbena and primroses would use green ink. He thought that a hand such as he had held would fashion the letters of the alphabet as they were fashioned in his letter. He thought that she would express herself clearly, tersely, and in excellent English such as had been used. As he read it and reread it and repeated it from memory while he was busy with the watering or occupying his hands with something that prevented him from taking it from his pocket lest he soil it, a doubt began to spring in his mind. The doubt had not the slightest reference to the girl who had written the letter. What he was vaguely beginning to distrust was his own judgment. He could not quite couple the feel of the woman he had held in his arms, the tones of her voice, the silken length of her hair, the agony of her cold salt-encrusted face laid against his. He could not quite couple the brow and the eyes, the wide mouth and the firm chin that the meager lightning flashes had revealed. He could not couple the quivering lips and the twitching cheeks and the tear-suppressing eyes with dishonor. He could not quite keep on, day after day, hour after hour, thinking over and over each least detail of his latest adventure, and feel that this nameless, troubled girl was wanton. The real truth was that he did not want her to have been soiled. He did not want unbridled emotion ever to have swayed her. He did not want to feel that there was anywhere in all the world a man who could sully her honor. Sometimes he tried to figure on what manner of man it was that could have brought such trouble into the life of a girl who so filled his conception of exactly what a girl should be. He kept thinking about what a wonderful companion she would make, what a journey along the trail through the canyon of hurrying water would mean with her for a comrade. Without the slightest knowledge of what had happened to him, Jamie's thoughts had taken a new turn. When he awoke in the night and shifted his position to rest his wounded side, he answered the demands of pain and immediately fell to thinking of the storm girl. It probably would not be a debatable question with doctors as to whether Jamie's journey and his subsequent experiences were the best thing for a sick man. From their books, from their teachings, from their practice, they would simply know that such an experience would kill a man in Jamie's condition, and Jamie, in the little ones and twos of the night, stretched his long frame on the bee-master's bed, moved either leg or arm, and twisted his spine, and felt that the soreness had thoroughly gone out of him. The pain of the long march had left his feet and legs. His hands and arms seemed to have sufficient strength for one day more. Then his attention was attracted by the rhythmical sweep of the waves as they came washing up the sands below his window and rolled back to the mother of big waters again. Jamie turned his head and listened to the song of the Pacific Ocean. He decided that there was a reason why it had been called the Pacific Ocean, the peaceful ocean. From the window beside which he lay, his vision carried for miles across the moon-silvered water, water so calm that it was scarcely ruffled by the waves that kept it in undulation almost as regular as breathing. Just when Jamie had decided that the Pacific Ocean had been well named, he remembered the Storm Girl. That recalled to his mind the storm, and he reflected further that perhaps the ocean was like a woman, that it was the still waters that ran deep, that after many days of peace, when the storm finally came, it really was a storm to make even the god of storms look down and take notice. The thing that a doctor never could or would have figured on about the entire circumstance was the thing that happened. Breathing in unison with the sweep of the waves, Jamie very shortly went to sleep again. His last conscious thought was not about himself. It was a commingling of lazy sunlit waves, a feeling of being drawn somewhere by a rope of hair across his face. He went over the top into dreamland, in imagination clutching a letter in one hand, and in the final drop into unconsciousness, the last thought that he sensed in his brain had something to do with a bathing suit and a gorgeous big red tomato. When Margaret Cameron finished dusting and entered the kitchen to gather up the dishes from which Jamie had eaten his breakfast, she found that long, lean individual sitting at the table and looking at her speculatively. There was a question in his eyes, a humorous quirk around his mouth. His fingers were drumming the table. Then he spoke. "Margaret Cameron," he asked, "are you a lady?" Margaret Cameron took hold of a wooden chair back and, leaning forward, studied Jamie intently, but she answered him quietly and readily enough. "I try to be." "Oh, I don't mean," said Jamie, "have you got a long line of highly bred ancestors? Are you skilled in the fine arts of society? Do you wear exquisite clothing and live a life of elegant leisure? What I want to know, to put it briefly and bluntly, is, would you faint at the sight of a drop of blood if it happened to be human blood?" Margaret swung a chair around and sat down on it. "Can't you manage your dressings?" she asked quietly. It was Jamie's turn to be disconcerted. "You know," said Margaret, "when you bend over to reach the hose and going through the garden, the bandages across your back and the straps over your shoulders show, and they look to me to be cumbersome things. I've wanted to speak to you for a week. I believe I could take some unbleached muslin and make a kind of jacket and fold some supports across your shoulders that would hold it up exactly as well and not be half so uncomfortable." Jamie sat silently staring at her. At last he said, "I think what I had in my mind was this. I was going to ask you, if you could stomach it, if you would take one good look at a decoration I wear on my left breast, and then I thought I'd go to work and put a kind of schedule that I've thought out for myself into practice, for, say, 1 month. Then I'd ask you if you would look again and see if I'd done any good. I've got a shrapnel wound, and it must have been particularly filthy shrapnel. It carried with it some sort of damnable poison that defied the best doctors at the base hospitals, and passed me on to London and then to this country, and clear across the continent. I've had a year of boiling in hot water and fussing with nurses and doctors, and I'm worse than I was when I began their treatment. Just as a little secret between you and me, I'll tell you this. They were going to put me in a tuberculosis place when they knew and admitted I didn't have tuberculosis yet, and I wouldn't stand for it. I got up and walked out, and I've come this far. From the minute I started, and for long before, when that hot, chemically saturated boiling spring water soaked into me, I couldn't help feeling that it was fostering germs and breeding more. For 6 months I've wakened in the night thinking about the sea, and I'd gotten to the place where, when I decided to walk out, I headed for a cooler spot and for the ocean. Now I've gotten here, and I've made up my mind that I'm going to try it. I want to go over a list of food with you. I want you to cook me plain, simple, nourishing stuff, something that's got iron in it, something that will have a tendency to purify and clean up blood saturated with poison. When I finish my morning rounds with the bees, I'm going to put on that bathing suit at the back door. I am going down the back walk, and I'm going to squeeze a tumbler level full of the juice of a couple of those big red tomatoes and drink it. And then I'm going on down to the sea, and I'm going in mighty close to the edges of those bandages. I'm not so sure that I'm not going heels over. Then I'm coming out, and I'm going to lie on the hottest sand in the hottest stretch of sun I can find, and cover the bare parts until I get toughened enough that I won't blister. I'm going to let the sun dry that salt water into my anatomy. I'm not going to rinse it off. Then I'm coming up and eat whatever you prepare for me in the kind of combinations we agree on that will go toward the making of a man. Then I'm going to take a nap. Then I'm going to get up and drink a glass of orange juice. Then I'm going to go out in the garden and see what I can do for the flowers. There are some dead leaves on the lilies that need to come off, and there are some that need propping. I could clip the seed pods from the roses that have bloomed to help keep up the succession. I can find a world of things to do. Then we will arrange a dinner that will have at least a tendency to be what you might call a gesture in the direction of making a real man out of particularly big bones and peculiarly flabby muscle. I'm going to walk down to a place on the beach that I call the throne, and I'm going to sit there, and thoroughly wrapped in the master's eiderdown dressing robe and his old working overcoat on top of it, so that I cannot possibly chill. I'm going to breathe fog and mist and salt water until my tongue tastes salty in my mouth. I'm going to lie down there and go to sleep if I take the notion. Margaret Cameron stretched out her hand. Now look here, Jamie, she said. You're all right up to that point, but you had better cut that right out. You had better not try sleeping outdoors in fog and mist. Maybe it's all right to go and breathe it for an hour, but don't go to sleep and let your circulation run down, and the fog settle over you and wet you and chill you to the bone. That's a wrong idea. Change that part of your program, and as for the rest, I'll think hard all day, and you think hard, and this evening we'll talk it over and see if we cannot make out the menu you want to follow. You try with all your might, and I'll try with all my might, and we'll see what we can do, with the help of the good God and all outdoors, to put you on your feet. Now, come on, let's have a look at that sick side of yours. So Jamie stretched himself on the bed and uncovered his breast. Margaret Cameron, bending over him, could feel the blood slowly receding from her face. My, but that's an angry wound, she said at last. The flesh looks as if it had been burned. It's almost angry enough for what we used to call proud flesh. And it's deep, and it's wide. She stood staring an instant. Then she shifted her eyes to Jamie's. Are you good for a strenuous diet and a stiff pull? She asked. If you mean, have I got the courage? Yes, said Jamie. If you mean, have I got the strength, or have I got a chance? I don't know. All I know is that I am going in the ocean, All I know is that I am going to soak in sunshine. All I know is that I'm going to be a calamity to the tomato patch. Why I want these things I don't know, but I am ravenous for all of them, and since they are here, why shouldn't I have them? Where'd you get that tomato idea? Asked Margaret Cameron. I ate one yesterday, and it seemed to fill a long-felt want. It seemed to hit the exact spot. I had a feeling that it was cleansing and cooling. I got the idea that if I'd squeeze the juice from a couple of them and drink it at a time when my stomach is empty, it might do something for me from the interior out that medicines and boiling springs have not accomplished. It's a queer thing, said Margaret Cameron, but there may be something in it. There's a housekeeping magazine I take that has a health department in it that I've been reading for several years, and in the last year or two they have been stressing nothing in all the world but just the thing you have hit on. Just tomatoes. I didn't think I'd ever pay much attention to what the little scout would call bunk about vitamins and calories and the like, but the other day something funny happened to me. I went down to the city to do some shopping and to have a visit with a niece of mine who teaches in the schools there, and she took me to lunch in a lovely big room in one of those enormous department stores. At a table right adjoining us there sat a woman whose name Molly whispered to me across the table, and I remembered that wherever English is spoken all over the world, her songs are sung. She had a noble face, a kindly face, an intelligent face. I couldn't keep my eyes from the efficiency of her hands and the beauty and individuality of her clothes. With her there was a little dumpling of a girl. You couldn't imagine anything healthier. You couldn't imagine anything prettier or more appealing. At one time when I was feasting my eyes on the child, because she reminded me so of my own girl when she was a little roly-poly thing like that, just when I was looking straight at her, with her spoon poised halfway to her mouth and her eyes very serious, she asked, "Grandma, how many calories is there in this Jell-O?" And Grandma threw back her head and laughed until half the diners in the room looked in her direction. Then she took off her glasses and wiped her eyes and said, "Lord love you, child, your old grandma wouldn't know a calorie from a calumet. You'll have to ask your up-to-date mother." Then the youngster laid down her spoon and announced very positively, "I can't eat this Jell-O less I know if it's got the right number of calories." And the white-haired lady answered, "Well, my dear, I am a pretty good physical specimen myself, and I've gotten along all my life without knowing whether I was eating calories or vitamins or rattlesnakes. I just go ahead and eat food that is what I want and tastes right, and nothing happens to me. There won't anything happen to you if you eat what you want for one day while you are lunching with me. And tomorrow Mother can tell you whatever it is that you want to know." The baby thought that over, and then she said cheerfully, "All right, I'll just eat it and see what it does to me. Maybe it will reduce my hips. Don't you think they stick out a little too much?" I looked at the little person carefully. She had the brightest eyes and the finest skin. You could see away down into her cheeks. Her lips were so red, and her flesh looked so firm, that I thought to myself, well, whatever calories and vitamins may be, they have certainly done a very perfect work on you. If I were your mother, I'd keep you right straight on the path you're going. I asked Molly something about it, and she tells me that she broke down a little with her schoolwork last year, and she took a trip to Denver. There she heard about a doctor who cures everything that ails you with what you eat. The idea seems to be that there are certain food combinations that you can't safely mix. The point Molly brought out was that the great American breakfast, eggs and toast and bacon and coffee, is about a deadly combination. Molly said that doctor proved that the yeast of bread and the albumin of egg and the fat of bacon and what caffeine you get in coffee would kill a guinea pig in short order. It seems that you may eat all the eggs you want cooked in any conceivable way, but you must not take them in combination with the yeast of bread and the acids of meat. You may eat all the starch you please at one meal, but you must not take it in combination with the acids of meat or albumin. You must keep the bread and potatoes and starchy things confined to one meal. Then for dinner you may have any kind of meat you want, but you must take it with vegetables that are not starchy. You must cut off the bread, beans, potatoes, any starch. You must confine the desserts, the fruits and jellos, and leave out the pastry. It is simple. It is easy. Merely a slightly different arrangement in combinations of the same things you've been eating all your life. But Molly says it makes all the difference in the world. She's been trying it for a year, and she says her flesh is so hard and her muscles work so fine and her brain functions better, and she doesn't know she has a stomach. She thinks it's wonderful. What I am going to do is make a point of seeing her and get her to write out the combinations, and then I am going to try them on myself, and I can try them on you at the same time. And on your own hook, you can try the sand and sunshine and the salt water and the sea fog and the tomatoes and oranges, and we'll see how we come out. At any rate, said Jamie, it will be more interesting to put in time planning a fight to live than to spend months moping around figuring on how soon I'm going to die. In the meantime, if you would be so good as to fix up that arrangement you talked about for bandaging, I'll be very grateful. If I could get out of the weight of all this harness, I'd almost feel as if I'd been redeemed spiritually as well as physically. So Margaret went home to bring her sewing basket and her measuring tape. Jamie sat on a chair while she took his measurement for the length and width the bandages need be, and figured on the shoulder straps to support them. Then Jamie returned to his work. At exactly 10 o'clock, he came up the back walk and selected 2 of the biggest, ripest tomatoes he could see on the bee-master's vines. He carried them to the kitchen and worked the juice from them through a small round sieve he found hanging on the wall. And when he had a tumbler overflowing, he lifted it and drank it with the keenest relish. "That certainly hits the spot," he said. Then, being Jamie, and his early rearing being ingrained, he emptied the pulp into the sink basket and turned the faucet on the sieve, and when it was thoroughly cleaned, he wiped it on a towel hanging above the sink, and laid it in the sunshine of the window-sill to be quite sure that it dried thoroughly without rusting. From the hook beside the door, he took down the master's bathing suit, and going into his room, he divested himself of his clothing, and stepped into the suit, and when he drew it up to button it over his shoulders, he was not wearing anything by way of dressings for his wound, save a pad of gauze fastened in place with such binding as he could secure from a face towel pinned with safety pins. His bare shoulders felt wonderfully released. He was as elated as a woman with a haircut. In old slippers to protect his tender feet, and with an old Indian blanket to keep his unaccustomed flesh from burning, and a handful of towels, Jamie went down the back walk, traveling slowly, out through the gate, and standing there he selected one spot where the waves of the bay stretched before him, looking peculiarly clean and foamy white. Then he made his way between the mounds of gold primrose and the verbena that waited for the cool of the evening to show the loveliness of its face and to distill on the air its delicate perfume. Gingerly, Jamie set his bare feet on the wet sand. Slowly he advanced on the ocean. When the first cold waves broke over his feet, he could have shouted with delight. They were not nearly so cold as he had imagined they would be. Only cold enough to give a refreshing feeling of exhilaration. A little further out, he was in to his knees, then halfway to his waist, then to a point where he began to feel top-heavy, to realize he must either swim or go back. He could not feel that swimming was exactly the thing he should undertake, so he contented himself for the beginning with walking up and down at the greatest depth he could manage and preserve his equilibrium. He could not always tell exactly how the waves were going to run, and sometimes he stumbled on an unseen rock. Once he fell headlong and felt a cold wave, half of terror, half of delight, run through his blood, when a colder wave of salty water washed clear over him. He stumbled to his feet and shook back his head. He reached down and scooped up handfuls of water and rubbed it up and down his arms and over his shoulders. He swung his long arms in it and kicked out his feet, and when he found that he was panting, he walked out and purposely, in the cleanest, bluest place he could select, thoroughly immersed himself. Then he arose and went back to his blanket. He arranged it and the towels he had brought in such a way to cover his arms and legs and his head, and to leave his trunk clad with the wet suit exposed. And he stretched himself on the hot sands and let the sun of California come raying straight down until it dried the salt water in the dressing pad and the suit into and around the wound on his breast. The amazing thing was that it did not sting nearly so badly as he had thought it would. Nothing to compare with the severity of many of the different dressings that had been used, until his flesh was cooked almost to the point where it would endure no further punishment. Jamie found himself saying, "Salt. Saline solution." It struck him that he had heard of natives in uncivilized countries using salt for the healing of wounds. He remembered institutions that advertised salt baths. There must be something pretty fine about salt used medicinally. Then he remembered that the little scout had told him that every gallon of water dipped from the Pacific Ocean contained 3 1/2% of salt. When he had lain for an hour in the sun, Jamie got up and went to his lunch, and afterwards to 20 minutes on his feet in the garden, and then a nap. Then he drank the juice of 2 ripe oranges, drank it cool from the ice of the small refrigerator. It struck him as he closed the refrigerator that it might be a good idea to work up enough tomato juice to fill 2 or 3 glasses and consign that to the ice so he could have it cool. So he went down to the garden and gathered the tomatoes and put that thought into action. It was while he was in the kitchen working with the tomatoes that there came a rush of feet under the window, and a blood-curdling series of yells broke on the air. Jamie dropped the tomato that he had been using extreme care not to drop, and muttered an exclamation as he recovered it, drenched it under the faucet, and laid it on a plate. Then he stepped to the back door to see what the commotion might be. Drawn up in front of him at a particularly erect angle, and pulling off as snappy a salute as he was accustomed to seeing anywhere, stood the little scout. Ranged along the walk there were 3 children, concerning whose sex there could not be the slightest doubt. The little scout indicated the first youth in line. 11, possibly 12, said Jamie to himself. The introduction, accompanied by a wave of the hand and a flourish of a wooden sword, was this: Fat Old Bill. Jamie's quick eyes went to the face of the youngster. Fat Old Bill had not the slightest objection to being Fat Old Bill. He grinned, did his best at a salute, and stepped aside. The scoutmaster waved a sword, and a boy, possibly 10, commented Jamie. A boy, lean, slender, with olive skin and red lips, with black hair and big liquid black eyes, a boy unusually beautiful, stepped up, trimly saluted the scoutmaster and then Jamie. The introduction that accompanied him was Pa's and Ma's nice child. Again Jamie's eyes searched the face of the youngster, and it was evident that the nice child did not give a darn what the scoutmaster called him. The sword waved for the 3rd time as the nice child stepped aside, and the next boy fell into line. Possibly 13, and maybe 14, was Jamie's comment. A boy taller than either of the others, with enough flesh amply to cover his bones, red hair, blue eyes, and immaculate and unusually expensive and carefully selected clothing. There was a peculiar arch to the boy's lips, a slight projection of the teeth, a flock of dancing lights shining in his eyes. The wooden sword waved a wide circle and grounded. The red-haired youngster executed a salute for the scoutmaster so gracefully that it was a picture to see. His heels drew together, his chin lifted, his shoulders squared. The salute was wonderful. The scoutmaster waved him on to Jamie with the introduction, Angel Face. For the 3rd time, Jamie looked inquiringly and discovered that Angel Face was so accustomed to the title that he probably would have been annoyed if it had not been used. Then, with little gray points of malice in his eyes, Jamie squared his shoulders and executed a for sure, honest-to-goodness, 4 years in a bleedingly bloody war salute for the youngsters, and all of them pricked up their ears and recognized the real thing when they saw it. "Gentlemen of the Scout Company," said Jamie, "I am exceedingly gratified to be introduced to you. No doubt the bee-master has been accustomed to welcoming you in his garden. In his absence, I extend the same welcome." He turned to Angel Face. "Would you be good enough," he said, "to give me an introduction to the scoutmaster?" The red-haired boy opened his eyes wide. "The scoutmaster knows you," he said defiantly. "Sure," said Jamie. "The trouble with me is that I don't know the scoutmaster." At that moment, a badly battered wooden sword circled through the air. "Attention! Scouts to order!" The boys lined up and saluted beautifully. "Ready!" came the order of the master. "Tell the world the name of your scoutmaster." The boys squared themselves and paused ready. The eyes of each of them were focused on the point of the sword. "All together now," said the scoutmaster. The sword waved through the air, and in unison, at the tops of their voices, the boys began, each letter bitten off with a snap that fairly hurled it in the face of Jamie. T-H-E, the, L-I-M-I-T, limit, the limit. They saluted and dropped back, and the scoutmaster stepped before Jamie, sheathed the sword, straightened the right hand down the seam of the pantaloons, laid the left across the breast, and the figure swayed forward in a profound bow. Jamie knew exactly as much as he did at the beginning, slightly more, for he saw that the scouts really were obedient and really were well trained. Then the scoutmaster addressed Jamie. "The bee-master lets us fight Indians here." "All right," said Jamie. "Whatever he allowed goes with me." The scoutmaster turned to the scouts. "Disband," came the sharp order. "Prepare for attack." Jamie looked the scoutmaster over. He had no notion when the Dutch bob had been brushed. It was ornamented with quite a collection of the wild oats of California and a few small twigs and leaves. The face might have been cleaned sometime this morning. It certainly was not clean then. He saw a different shirt, but equally as disreputable, and the same breeches and shoes that had been worn on the first visit. The scoutmaster marched down the length of the walk, heading straight toward an opening in the whitewashed board fence that separated the grounds of the bee-master from those of Margaret Cameron. Jamie watched while the right hand of the scoutmaster went into a protruding pocket and from a mass of things that it contained selected a piece of red chalk. By that time Jamie had taken a seat on the bench under the jacaranda and concentrated on the scoutmaster. He had forgotten the scouts. He had even forgotten to wonder why they had disappeared and where they went. With deft strokes, quick and sure, the scoutmaster was executing on the white-painted fence with sufficient skill that the intention was recognizable, the figures of 4 Indians. The first was limned as leaning forward, peering ahead. The second was more erect. The third faced front, and the fourth followed. When the scoutmaster reached the girders to which the boards of the fence were nailed, he merely lifted the chalk, made a line on the edge, and dropped back again to the boards. By the time the 4 figures were blocked in sufficiently to be recognized, the scoutmaster came back to Jamie and from a breast pocket of the shirt produced a genuine police whistle, through the ring of which a leather string was knotted that passed around the neck. Lifting the whistle, the little scout blew a shrill note, and bounding past bushes and over flowers, from different directions came the scouts. Each of them was armed with a gaudily trimmed bow, a leather quiver on the back filled with crudely fashioned arrows. Most of the arrows were roughly dressed splinters of wood. The scoutmaster saluted. "Scout 1, my weapons." The imperative command was instantly answered by Angel Face. He saluted before the scoutmaster and offered an extra bow and quiver of arrows. Gravely, the arrow pouch was slung over the shoulder and the strap fastened on the breast. Gravely, the bow was taken possession of and the sword sheathed. "Scout 2." Fat old Bill grinned the salute he could not make as he appeared around a lilac bush, his arm loaded with big, dead-ripe tomatoes. "Scout 2, advance and do your duty," came the command, and fat old Bill waddled to the fence and set a big red tomato on the girder exactly where the heart might have been supposed to be in the anatomy of each crudely drawn Indian. Then action began suddenly. Whirlwind action. The voice of the scoutmaster was shrill with excitement. "Attention, scouts! The redskins are upon us! Our homes, our children, our firesides are in danger! Keep in ambush. When you see the whites of their eyes, if you are ready, Grigsby, you may fire. Aim at the bloody red hearts of them. Fire to kill!" The scoutmaster darted behind a clump of Scotch broom, fitted an arrow to the string of the bow, and selected the tomato heart of the first redskin for a personal target. Bill and the nice child and Angel Face chose for themselves different bushes and trees of the garden, and at the scoutmaster's shrill cry, "Fire!" with various success in aiming, the arrows whanged against the fence. Jamie sat watching the proceedings. He was in doubt as to what his position in the circumstances might be. The fence that had been particularly and shiningly white was most objectionably decorated in consideration of the beauty of the garden. Jamie wanted a liberal supply of those red tomatoes himself, and he had been thinking when he gathered the ones he was preparing in the kitchen that instead of allowing quantities of them to waste, it might be possible for him to carry them to the nearest corner vegetable stand and secure for them at least enough to buy a box of blackberries or red raspberries or some other necessary food that he might want. There was a possibility that such fine fruit as those tomatoes could be sold for enough money to replenish the cash drawer, from which he was supposed to buy the milk and ice and the daily paper. While he was meditating on these things, the air awoke to a series of shrill cries. If Jamie had been blindfolded, he would have sworn that there were 25 youngsters on the job instead of 4. It was no longer possible to tell Fat Old Bill from Angel Face. The scoutmaster was lost in a series of wildly revolving gyrations, which included deftly leaping over flower beds, dodging behind trees, circling bushes, crawling belly to earth. A hail of arrows pinged against the fence, and presently the wilder the excitement grew, the straighter the arrows seemed to be aimed, and tomatoes began flying far and wide. In the midst of the din, a particularly well-aimed arrow hit a particularly large tomato, rather from below, and jarred it from the fence. Among the wild cries, Jamie could distinguish the voice of the scoutmaster shouting, "Ha! Another redskin bit the dust!" and return shouts, "Call the ambulance! Put him on ice!" Suddenly Jamie sat back and began to laugh quietly, began to enjoy himself. The first thing he knew, he was down on his hands and knees. He had gathered a handful of pebbles from the walk before him, and then, screened by the jacaranda, he began shooting the pebbles with accuracy and precision at the tomato hearts of the redskins. Seeing this, the scoutmaster went wild. "Soak 'em!" came the shout. "Pep up! This is where the West begins!" Angel Face sent an arrow over the fence. "Foul ball!" shouted the scoutmaster. "Aim below the belt! You'll scalp the early settlers!" Having exhausted his arrows, Angel Face disappeared for an instant and returned to the fray, beating the bee drum and shouting, "Atta boy! Keep your powder dry!" Flying down the walk came the nice child, with a fresh installment of tomatoes. "First aid to the injured!" yelled the scoutmaster. "Guy-yi! Guy-yi-yee! Huh! Huh!" Fat Old Bill forgot which side he was on and essayed a war whoop. "Listen to the rain crow warble!" shouted the scoutmaster, and in an excess of frenzy, lacking arrows, joined Jamie in throwing stones. When the last tomato had disappeared from the girders, the scouts appeared breathless and panting before the scoutmaster, who stood with sword at attention while the scouts fell in line for orders. "Scouts, our thanks to the noble stranger who has so ably assisted us in vanquishing our ancient enemies." 3 small boys, embarrassed at the unexpectedness of the situation, faced Jamie. Fat old Bill hung his head, and with his eyes rolled obliquely muttered, "Thank you." The nice child looked at him straight and said, "Much oblige." Angel Face brought his heels together, saluted with dignity, and said, "Deeply obligated, sir." And the scoutmaster swept the sword in a wide circle and repeated the hand on the chest bow, and then straightened, facing Jamie. "I thank you. My scouts thank you. Your country thanks you. Everybody in this darn neighborhood thanks you. Scout 1, get the hose. Scout 2, bring the broom. Scout 3, turn on the water." When the line was laid, the scoutmaster took charge. The water spanged against the white fence. Fat old Bill wielded the broom. The nice child and Angel Face gathered up the scraps of tomato and carried them back to the garbage can. When they had finished and everything was neat again, and the late afternoon sun began with a few last rays to dry and whiten the fence, Jamie noticed in passing close to it that there were dozens of almost invisible red lines all through the white, and he realized that the sham battle was probably a weekly affair in the garden of the bee-master. So he went back to the bench under the jacaranda with the feeling that in permitting the encounter he had not exceeded the limit of his privileges. While his back was turned, exactly what happened he was not able to decide. When he turned to take his seat, his gaze encountered a heap of flying legs and arms and legs everywhere. A big ball of humanity was rolling over the gravel walk, and in it the fat, bare legs of Bill, and the olive-brown legs of the nice child, and the silk-stockinged, kid-shod feet of Angel Face were intermixed. Presently the Dutch bob of the scoutmaster appeared on top, and the leader, with deft hands, began separating the mass, disintegrating it, expertly flinging it in different directions. "Get a pacifier for the babies," shouted the scoutmaster. "Grabbing and fighting over a hose like that. I said, Scout 1, put the hose away." Angel Face was sputtering. "You didn't say no such thing. You said Scout 3, and I'm Scout 3 myself. You wouldn't have told 1 to put it away when you'd told 1 to bring it." The scoutmaster fell into deep meditation. The sword handle was used to scratch the tumbled head. "Fellas," said the scoutmaster, dropping into a confidential tone, "I guess Angel Face is right. I guess, by gum and by golly, I did tell him to put away the hose, and I guess I told 2 to put away the broom, and I guess I didn't tell 1 to do anything, which is for the reason old Bill's so fat. It's cruelty to animals to make him move anyway." The scoutmaster sheathed the sword, combed the Dutch hair with soiled fingers, wiped the face on a particularly dirty sleeve, and stuffed in the tail of a shirt very much in evidence. "Scouts, use your lipsticks and disband for the day," came the order. Then the scoutmaster walked up in front of Jamie, took a decided stand, and looked at him inquiringly, while Bill and the nice child and Angel Face ranged themselves near, their eyes highly expectant. Jamie, sick though he might have been, Scot though he surely was, remembered back dimly to the time when he was a boy, and fought imaginary Indians, and hunted with wooden guns, and flourished wooden swords, and made wagons with rocking wheels, and carried in his anatomy a stomach that was forever empty. The stomach that was forever empty was the keynote of the present situation, he felt sure. Jamie rose up and extended one hand to the scoutmaster and the other to Angel Face, who happened to be such a particularly attractive young gentleman that Jamie succumbed to the light of his eyes and the charm of his smile the first instant he had a square look at him. "Come on, fellas," he said casually. "Let's go down to the corner stand and clean out the hot dogs and strawberry pop." The shrill cheering that greeted Jamie's ears was perfect compensation for the amount of the hole that the treat would make in the very meager bunch of loose change that he carried in his breeches pocket. Lying before the stand, while their diverse orders were being attended to, the visiting scouts looked Jamie over critically. They liked the twinkle in his eyes. They liked the lean smile that crept over his white face. They liked the accuracy with which he had whizzed the pebbles, and the dexterity with which he had gathered more when his supply ran short. Above everything else, they liked the fact that he had worked from behind a tree. If he had stood in the open and picked up stones and thrown them, it would not have meant much to the scoutmaster and that particular band of scouts. But the fellow that played the game hard, that played it according to the rules, that made it not a game but a reality by playing it as they played it, was nothing short of a real fella, and the youngsters crowded close and began to ask questions. Jamie sat down in the shade of a live oak and put one arm around the scoutmaster and the other around Angel Face, and saw to it that there was room for Old Bill and the nice child. While the buns were being toasted and the onions fried and the weenies split and browned, and the mustard beaten smooth, and the dill pickle sliced, and the pop brought from the ice, he told the boys something about what scouting meant when a man started on a night as black as a hat, on his stomach, crawling over shell holes big as a house, through broken rock and the debris of a sodden battlefield, with a rain of shells and shrapnel bursting over him, trying to get close enough to steal a secret from the enemy, searching for the odor that attached to a beloved buddy, hunting for the body of an officer. The nice child and Old Bill came and pressed close to Jamie's knees. The scoutmaster leaned the Dutch head against the wound on his breast and trained unblinking eyes on him. And Angel Face laid violent hands on his arm and paid not the slightest attention when the stand man said, "Your hot dogs are ready," and the popping of corks began. "Tell us some more," they shouted in unison. "Tell us some more." And old Fat Bill kicked the olive shin of the nice child and said, "Gee, we never got a chance like this before, did we? He's been where the ground's all soggy with real blood, and swords and things cutting into him, and shooting going on above him. Gee, ain't he wonderful?" It was Jamie himself who wrecked the party with his sensitive nostrils. He had talked about vitamins and calories. He had agreed with Margaret Cameron that they would start a regime that he would follow religiously. But since the regime had not started as yet, and since it seemed to him that he never, in all his life, had smelled anything quite so alluring as the odor of the hot dogs, he reached a long arm over the heads of the youngsters and with one hand gathered up the plumpest hot dog he could see, and with the other a particularly pink bottle of pop. What he said was, "Fall to chow. Help yourselves, buddies." Half an hour later he came up the grassy sidewalk past Margaret Cameron's door and grinned at her. His white face was flushed peculiarly, and Margaret Cameron peered at him over the load of clippings she was carrying, and then stared reapprovingly. "I'll wager 2 bits you went down to the corner stand and ate hot dogs with those youngsters," she accused. Jamie smiled at her joyously. "You win," he said enthusiastically. "Holy smoke, but they were julicious." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 10. Because of God. The next time Jamie answered the telephone, he got his call to the hospital. At 2 o'clock the following day, he again boarded the trolley for the city, and with no difficulty whatever made his way to one of its largest hospitals. Almost immediately he was shown to the room of the bee-master, a big room where the sun shone in and the wind played through, and the air was tinged with the perfume from a bowl of yellow roses. The instant Jamie saw those roses, he realized that if they were not from the bush that grew beside Margaret Cameron's door, they were from some other bush that belonged to the identical family and species. The yellow of the roses, the faint sweetness of their perfume, was in his nostrils as he rounded the screen by the bedside and stood facing the bee-master. Exactly what he had expected to see he did not know. What he did see almost broke his heart. The man whom he had supported to the Davenport, whom he had helped to the ambulance, had been ill. He'd been in a sweat of agony, but he had been a man alive with a chance for life manifest by the strength of his frame, the firmness of his muscles, the light in his eyes. It seemed to Jamie that the frame stretched on the bed before him was not tenanted by life, but by a spirit that might flicker out and make its passing at any minute. There was not much strength left in the white hand that reached out to him. The voice that greeted him was scarcely above a whisper. The eyes that searched his face and rested on him were tired almost beyond endurance. To cover his shock, his sense of pity, Jamie drew up a chair and began to talk about the thing he knew would be of most concern to the bee-master. First of all, he said, "I must tell you that I believe I'm bee immune. I've worn your coat and used the mint and the cinnamon pinks and the Madonna lilies prescribed by your partner, and they have been effective even above the dressings I'm carrying on my side. I can fill the water pans and gauge the right amount of salt and go past any of the hives with safety. I haven't had much length of time to study, but insofar as I know, your bees are flourishing. Your partner sends you word that they are all right, and the youngster really seems to know." "Certainly," said the bee-master. "My partner does know. My partner knows bees rarely and finely well, even to performing the delicate operation of clipping the wings of a queen." "All right, then," said Jamie. "You can take it that the bees are fine. Margaret Cameron sends her love and her assurance that your flowers are flourishing, and I can tell you that your house is being cared for lovingly. I lock it carefully if I leave it, and I live in it sympathetically, as behooves a man when he treads on antique rugs and touches antique furniture. You'll find everything exactly as you left it when you come home again." The bee-master smiled. "I divined that would be the case when I hailed you from the road," he said. "You appealed to me even in that hour of agony as a man of fine perceptions and right instincts. I knew that I would be safe in leaving even my most cherished possessions with you. I had not any sense that you were a stranger. You seemed to me rather an instrument that had been sent to serve my dire necessity. And the little scout, my little partner? Your little partner comes to the garden, but I doubt if the garden is much of a garden without you. There are 2 things that I have to tell you." Jamie dipped in his pocket and produced the price of the hot dog and the strawberry pop and laid the coins in the outstretched hands of the bee-master. "My instructions," he said, "were to have the bun fried, the hot dog split and cooked crisp. The onions were to be browned. The exact amount of mustard was specified. I was to superintend the construction of that hot dog personally and with care. I'll go now and see that it is made according to specifications, if you think Dr. Grayson would not cane me." The bee-master smiled. He closed his fingers over the money, the identical pieces that his little partner had counted out for him. "That money was carefully selected," said Jamie, "from a collection of buttons and buckles and dice and moonstones, and it happened to just about clean out the treasury. There wasn't much left, but your partner won a bet that was going to bring in 2 bits, so bankruptcy is not looming. I happened to be a witness to the winning of the bet. An accurately directed stream of saliva hit a bumblebee at about 10 paces and knocked it off a red creeper." A dry chuckle shook the frame of the bee-master. "Good work," he said heartily. "My partner can be depended upon to hit most anything that happens to be the mark that's aimed at." "And your partner," said Jamie, "has got a heart that's filled with love for you, love so deep and of such a nature that I truly believe that the offer to give a right hand that would be needed in riding a horse, in paddling a boat, in managing the scouts, nevertheless, the offer freely and honestly made of that same right hand in your behalf, if it would ease the pain and bring you home safe and well." The bee-master shut his eyes tight and lay there fingering the dime and the 2 nickels. By and by he smiled stiffly at Jamie. "You need not doubt the loyalty or the sincerity of that offer," he said, "and you need not doubt that it would have been heroically fulfilled had necessity arisen. And you need not doubt on my part that in all the world there is no one left half so dear to me as the little fellow. One of the reasons I'd like to live is that I might go on further in what I'm trying to teach that particular youngster about the keeping of bees, and incidentally about the keeping of a soul that I happen to believe is immortal. Anything my partner has gotten from me will do no damage. In fact, I have a feeling that the damaging things of this world are going to go past a mind that is fully occupied with something legitimate and constructive. Don't tell my partner that I dare not have the hot dog or the strawberry pop. Say that I'm mighty thankful to be remembered. Give my love, and if you feel that I would not be too much of a shock, next time bring the little fellow along." "I'd be only too glad," said Jamie. "And now can you give me any instructions before I go? Dr. Grayson specified that I must stay only a few minutes." "I think there's nothing but to go on as you are. I'd be glad if you would put in your spare time among the bee books. It would help you with your job. It might interest you to an extent that would carry you on during the time of my weakness, provided your own strength is sufficient. Grayson wants to see you in his office here in the hospital before you go, and if you will pull out that drawer there on the left and put the envelope in it in your pocket, that will afford you at least some compensation for what you've done for me in easing my mind about my home and my belongings and my business. Tell Margaret that they will not allow me to write, but that I love the roses she sends, and her notes are much company to me. Tell her I hope she will continue to indulge an old man until, let's say, until I reach home again, since I possibly have some chance. I will say good-bye now. I want you to know that I'm thinking about you almost constantly in my waking hours. Be sure to see Grayson. He's mighty fine. He might be able to suggest something that would make you less white and help you to gather strength. Now it's good-bye." "Good-bye," said Jamie, "and rest easy. Among us, Margaret Cameron, the little scout, and myself, we can manage the bees. There's no difficulty whatever about the flowers and the trees. I've already got that routine." Then Jamie went down and found the office of Dr. Grayson, and half an hour later he went home with a big bundle of antiseptic dressings, and without a drop of medicine. He had been advised to follow his impulses. If his body cried out for cold salt water, to indulge it. If the demand was to lie in the sun in the sand, go ahead. Since a year of the best care they could give you at one of our finest government hospitals didn't budge your trouble, try doing exactly what nature tells you she wants you to do, said the doctor, and see what result you get from that. I'm not sure but salt water and sunshine and clean air are not the best doctors in all the world anyway. In the office, Jamie sat on a bench to rest a few minutes and decide what he would do next. He was thankful for the dressings because he had not known exactly what would be the best thing to use. The doctors and nurses had done what they pleased to him, but he had not known very much about what they were doing. Now he would have the assurance that what he was using could at least do no damage. He thought about some necessaries he wanted, and he wondered if the envelope contained enough to replace the sum he'd borrowed for a ring and the marriage license, and so he opened it. Then he sat in dumbfounded amazement. It would not be a wise thing to go back and enter protest in the room of the sick man. He counted up the days that he'd been on the job in the garden. He figured that he had had his room and his board and the use of the clothing he required, but it was not right and it was not reasonable that he should be paid any such sum as that envelope contained for what he had done. He sat there wondering if men all over the country for common day labor were being paid any such sum as that. He felt the money between his fingers. He spread it out before his eyes. He studied it searchingly. He could replace what he'd borrowed, and he could spend the same sum 2 or 3 times over for only a few days of the protection of his presence about the bee garden. That was practically what his services had amounted to. He had kept the house open. He'd given it the effect of someone on the job. He put the money in his pocket, in a pocket where he could slip his hand to it and feel it. He left the hospital and went on the street, and still he kept fingering that money. If a sick man could earn that much merely by sticking around, as the little scout had expressed it, what could he not do if he were well? Dr. Grayson had said that salt water and sunshine and clean air might possibly be the best doctors. Very well, then, he had the Pacific Ocean, full of salt water. He had the whole sky, full of sunshine. He had air absolutely dustless and clean, wafting softly from the ocean every hour of every day, coming all the way from China. If there were dust in the air he breathed, Jamie reflected that it would have to be stardust. So he squared his shoulders, and with one hand he felt the money, with the other he felt his breast. He touched it deliberately, as probingly as he could through his clothing, and he discovered that since he had recovered from the strain of his tramp, it was not quite so tender as it had been. If he could earn money like that, if he had a garden of wonder to work in, if he could earn the bee-master's confidence, if he could daily make worthwhile friends, if he had a wife, if there were going to be a child to bear his name, what was the use in dying? There might be something very well worthwhile that he could do in the world. At any rate, he could get an unlimited supply of interesting work and interesting amusement out of the bee garden and the little scout. So Jamie went to several stores and bought some things he needed with the assurance of a man who has the price in his pocket. Then he went home, and for the first time in 2 years, he changed his occupation. He was thinking about life instead of death. He put away the things that he'd bought, and then headed straight toward the bench under the jacaranda at the top of the blue garden. He found on the bench, curled up like a kitten, the little scout sound asleep. In an effort to step lightly that he might not disturb the child, his foot turned on a stone of the border that had rolled from place, and the slight grinding awakened the little scout. Instantly the youngster was up, smiling ingratiatingly, and stretching 2 sleep-misted eyes to the widest extent in an effort to prove that sleep had not touched them since the previous night, at any rate. In further effort to prove that a scoutmaster was always awake and fit, the youngster stepped forward and inquired brusquely, "Now, what shall we do?" Jamie sat down on the bench and drew the little scout down beside him. "I'm tired," he said. "I've been in to visit the bee-master, and he's feeling fine. He sent you his love, and he was very much pleased with your gift, and some day soon he wants you to come to see him." The little scout nodded in acquiescence. "But if you're tired, what can we do?" Jamie smiled. "Must you have something active and vigorous to do every waking minute of your life?" he inquired. "Can't you occasionally sit down and rest and commune with your soul? If you're so very anxious to do something, let me make a suggestion. I have everything to learn about bees that you already know. How would it work if you have an hour to spare to spend it on my education?" The little scout studied Jamie intently. "You mean that you want me to wise you up on all I know about bees when there's all the bee-master's books in there on the shelf to learn from?" But didn't the bee-master study out a world of things for himself? Didn't he know enough to fill a book of things that he had figured out in a lifetime of experience with the bees? Maybe some of it was original with him. Maybe you know things that are not in the books. The little scout chuckled. "Well, there's a good many things that are not in the books that we would like to know. Somebody's got to do a lot more studying about bees before everybody knows everything there is to know. Well, said Jamie, suppose you begin wherever your fancy strikes you and tell me what you think I should know about bees. The little scout leaned forward, laid a pair of hands, not so clean as usual, palm to palm, and dropped them between a pair of knees that gave evidence of active service in recent contact with the earth. Then suddenly an intent little face with eyes of deep introspection was turned to Jamie. Guess, said the little scout. Guess the first question I ever asked the bee-master about bees. Why do you keep bees? Suggested Jamie. Slowly, the little tan and brown head moved in negation. Nope, you're all wet, said the little scout. You're not even warm. First question I ever asked was, why is the bee garden blue? And I'll have to tell you the answer because you would never guess it in 1,000 years. The answer is, because of God. Jamie's face betrayed the astonishment he felt. His brow wrinkled in thought. His eyes narrowed. He stared at the little scout and repeated softly, because of God? Yes, said the little scout. That's what makes bees so interesting. About half the things you'll have to learn are because of God, and why the bee garden is blue is the very first thing. Now, you listen and I'll tell you the reason. With uplifted hand to caution silence, slowly and deliberately the little scout repeated the explanation that had been given to the first question concerning bees. The bee garden is blue because blue is the perfect color, and bees are the most perfect of any insect in the way they live, and the most valuable on account of the work they do, and so blue would be the color they love best. And it is. If you don't believe it, watch them. And because why? The nearest we come to a perfect insect loves a perfect color best. Why, that's because God made them as they are. The little scout looked hard at Jamie, and Jamie's face was noncommittal. I guess you don't get it, ventured the youngster. Oh, wait a minute, and you will. The first thing you've got to learn is some figures. Because you're big and maybe been to college, you ought to learn 'em if I can. For one thing, there's 4,500 different kinds of wild bees. That's one thing for you to remember. Another thing is that 100,000 kinds of plants would not live any more if all these bees were blown away or burned up or something. Because, you see, a plant has to grow where the wind carries its seeds, or a bird or a squirrel sows it. And if one plant happens to be a male and another happens to be a female, they can't get up and walk to each other and do their courting and make their seeds come good, now can they? So they have to have something to carry the pollen back and forth to make the good seed. Now here's something to remember about a bee itself. Say a worker bee, because it would be the one that would carry the pollen. First, you can remember that in every one of the little tubes on its nose, a worker has got 5,000 smell hollows, so it's no wonder it can pick you out if you got a scent about you that isn't right. Then a worker bee has got 6,000 eyes on each side of its head, so it can see the flowers that it wants to get the pollen and the nectar from. And a worker bee has got 2 stomachs, a little one more inside for itself, and a way bigger one more on the outside for the hive. Back on its abdomen, every worker bee has got 4 pockets to secrete wax, and every worker has got baskets on its legs to gather pollen in, besides the nectar that they carry in their stomach for the hive. Every one of them has got a good sharp sting that it can use if it doesn't like your scent, or if it thinks you're going to hurt it or do something you shouldn't around the hive. Every one of them is covered with hair that is long for a bee, and it is soft and fine, and when the workers go down into Mr. Male Iris to get nectar for their 2 stomachs and to fill their pollen baskets, the hair all over them fills with the pollen too, and it is the law, because of God, that when any bee starts out to gather nectar and pollen, it never mixes one flower with another. If it starts on Iris, it keeps right on going to Iris. You can see it now, can't you? When the worker bee gets the pollen from Mr. Iris all over his hair, and then goes on to get pollen from Miss Iris, the hair is going to scatter the pollen for her. That's going to make the good seed come, because the bees do the flowers' courting for them. That's a reason besides honey as to why bees are so useful. One time, I asked the bee master if I couldn't see God, and if I couldn't touch him, how was I going to know that he was here? And he said, because of the hair on a bee. So that's one of the ways you can know. Then there are a lot of ways you find out about God on account of how he made queen bees. A beehive is just full of miracles and signs and symbols and wonders. The bee master said so. But perhaps the biggest wonder in the whole hive is just about the queen. There's a lot about God mixed up with a queen bee. Workers may only live 5 or 6 weeks, but a queen may live 5 or 6 years. She's a way bigger than a worker, and she looks different. She's long and slender and has bigger wings, and she has a big abdomen because she may lay 1 million or 2 eggs. She has only about half as many eyes as a worker, because she only needs them when she goes out to find her lover, or maybe a few times more when she has a great hive full of 120 pounds of honey, and so many bees are in each other's way. So when she gets everything ready, she tells part of them to come with her to found a new hive, and leaves the others to refill the old hive after the bee master takes his share of the honey. The way a queen comes to be a queen is this way. In a little cell all fixed up for it, the queen bee of a hive puts an egg, and she tells the workers, I want this egg to be a queen. Then the workers get busy and make the royal jelly. That's another thing the people who write the bee books haven't found out. They don't know just what royal jelly is or how it's made, but the workers know. God showed 'em how when he made 'em. So they make the royal jelly, and they feed it to what comes from the egg that the queen said should be another queen. It grows to be a white nymph, and when a white nymph is ready to fly, it is a young queen. With different food they feed what comes from each egg in each different cell, and out of each cell there comes a thing that the queen says she wants to come, for fear something might happen to a queen, because there can't any hive get along without a queen. She lays a whole lot of eggs that she says she wants made into queens, and then she lays quite a number for males and some for nurses, and thousands for workers. Remember this, bees make 4 different kinds of cells. Now, when the queen has her hive full of honey, and enough white nymphs to be sure that the hive will always have a queen, and lots of bee bread to feed the nymphs and all the other bees that are shut up in the cradles, and when everything in the hive is just right, a thing happens that nobody understands about. Right here is where the queen takes her ladies of honor, and her architects and her masons who make the combs, and her workers who bring in the pollen and the nectar, and she takes some males and she takes some nurses, and she goes right away and leaves all the work that all of them have done so carefully. The thing that nobody knows is who decides, or how it is decided who shall stay in the hive and who shall go. But it looks like 2/3 of them go with the old queen. Before the old queen starts to leave the hive with the swarm that goes with her, all of them except the queen go to the honey vats and take honey to last them 5 or 6 days, so they will not starve while they're finding a new home. And so the wax that they can distill from the honey will be right along with them to lay the foundations for the cells to begin work in their new home. Then the queen walks out of the hive, and the ones that are to go with her all come too. She flies a little way and settles on an orange branch, or maybe on a fig or a jacaranda, and close around her come her ladies of honor and all her swarm that are taking care of her. They hide her away down among themselves so no bird can get her, or hawk moth, or anything, and the scouts go out to hunt a new home. When the scouts go to hunt a home, they hunt a place in the rocks up in the canyon, or a big dead limb in a live oak or sycamore. But if the bee master is truly a bee master, he has known for several days by how busy the hive is and by the things he hears the bees say to each other that they're going to leave their home and find a new one. So if he wants to keep his bees and make his garden get bigger and bigger, he has some hives standing back all ready, and he watches, and when the queen comes out of her door and starts to fly, he takes his bee drum, and slowly and easy and deep, drum, 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 he beats it. The bees wonder what that strange sound is. They forget just what they were going to do, and settle on the nearest limb, and hide the queen like I told you, and quick the bee master goes and gets his smoker, and smokes them just a little bit to keep them quiet and easy. If he loves his bees, he doesn't smoke them very much, because a bee hates smoke the worst of anything in the whole world. Then, right quick, he cuts off the branch, or he sets the hive under it, and with his hand strips off the bees and tumbles them in. He always has to be sure that he has the queen and that she's all right. Then he takes the hive and sets it on a new stand and puts it in his bee garden. If he wants to, he can put it right beside the hive the bees came from, and they will not ever again go back in the hive that they lived in before. They will always stay with the queen and live and work in the new hive. The queen never in all her life goes out again unless she wants to found another new hive. Then she goes just the same as she did this time. So that is the way the bee master gets new hives of bees. Back in the old hive that's left, they're feeling pretty blue, because along comes the bee master and takes his share of the honey, and their beautiful queen is gone, and the lovely golden boxes of comb that fill the hive almost full are empty except for what the bee master leaves, and everybody stands around and feels blue and waits. The workers don't go out after nectar like I get from the Madonna lilies, nor for pollen. They won't hardly even clean up after the lazy old drones. It's the bluest time the hive most ever knows. So they all go and they gather around the cells that the old queen laid the eggs in to make more queens. The old queen knows, when she leaves, that out of one of these cells, pretty quick, there's going to come a new queen. So just when everybody in the hive is getting pretty well discouraged, one of the white nymphs sticks up her head and eats open the lid of her cell and comes walking out. The nurses go rushing to her and help her clean up and comb her hair and polish her wings. They kiss her because they're so glad to see her. Another thing that God has done in a beehive is not to let one young queen come out alone, because when she gets all ready and fixed, she's going to go out into the great big world to find her king. And if a bee bird or a king bird eats her up, why then the hive is in worse trouble than it was before. So maybe the same day or a day or two later, another white nymph sticks up her head and eats her way out of her cell and comes walking out. But nobody goes to her or helps her very much, because all of them are betting their money on the first one out. When the queen that came out first sees another queen has left her cell, it makes her awful mad. Right there the fight begins. They just go at it like I go at the nice child and angel face when I can see back in their eyes that they think maybe they're going to mutiny on me. Only I stop when I got 'em licked. The young queen doesn't stop until she's got the other queen killed, deader than anything, and the workers carry her out to the bee cemetery. Then the young queen wants to go on and kill every white nymph that's sleeping in the rest of the cradles. Right then and there she wants to do it, but the workers and the scouts and the guards step up and they say, "No, you can't do that. You have to go and find your king and come back ready to be the mother of the hive before you can do that." So the young queen rests up a few days and gets all ready, and one day when the weather's all bright and sunny, in the morning, when the dew's on the flowers and the lark is on the wing and everything, like that morning Browning wrote about, the bee master made me learn it, that one about God's in his heaven and all's right in the world. I expect your mother made you learn it too. Why, the new queen goes to the door and she walks out of it backward. She goes away a little piece and she comes back to it 3 or 4 times. God told her to do that so she would be mighty sure when she came home from the first long flight she's ever made, she would know her own door. When she's sure she knows where she belongs, why then she starts this flight, and God's in the way she can fly too, because she hasn't had a chance to use her wings ever before. But when she does use them, she goes up and up, away up into the sky. She goes up higher than the trees. She goes up higher than the birds. She goes up so high that the men who write the books can't ever see how high she does go. When she starts out, all through the line of the hives, the something that the bee books call the spirit of the hive, or instinct, or nature, but that the bee master says is just another name for God, tells all the male bees that a young queen has gone out to search for a king. They can't ride a milk-white charger to find her, they have got to use their wings. But they are some punkins on looks. They are big swaggery fellows. On their heads they wear helmets trimmed in black pearls and tall plumes. They have yellow velvet belts and long mantles, and they walk over everybody in the hive. They don't even pay much attention to the queen till they start out to court her. They have been a big nuisance all their lives. They won't work a lick. They don't go out and hunt any honey. They just walk up to the cells that the workers are filling and eat all they please. They go out and curl up in the tulips and in the lilies and wherever they can find a beautiful flower cradle and lie there and sleep in the sun for hours. Then they come back and eat some more, and they're too lazy to live like the other bees do, but the worker bees know the hive can't go on without them, so they clean up after them. Nobody likes them very well, but nobody says a word because they're part of God's plan. It's all right for 'em to have a good time while they've got the chance. They don't know a little bit about what's coming to them. So, when the young queen goes out, all the males think they would like to court her, and from all the different hives they go swarming up after her. They spread their wings so wide, and they fly so hard and fast that they get all swelled up and get more air inside them than they ever had before, and they get different from the way they were before they started. It takes a good, fine, strong one to go as high as the queen goes. Finally, when some of them get way up, mighty close to heaven, all alone up there where the sky is blue and the day's sweet and everything is so nice and fine, the queen says which one may be her king. Then they get married. They don't have but a little bit of a honeymoon, for the queen says she must go straight home and go to work. She doesn't even wait to say goodbye to the king. She just gives him a big push, so big and hard it kills him, and he falls down to the ground deader than anything. And she goes home and goes into the door, and she's lucky if she gets home and gets in the door, 'cause on account of birds and things. That's why there are more white nymphs waiting, so that if the young queen doesn't come back, another one can be got ready and sent out. You see how it's all fixed up from the beginning to keep things going? That's why God's in it, 'cause it's such a wonderful plan, and it is things that men couldn't do in any way at all. It just takes God to plan life for the bees. If the queen gets home, everybody's so tickled when she comes through the door that they kiss her and they comb her hair and they polish her wings and they fix her up all fine. You wouldn't think there was a thing but love and goodness in their hearts. Then what do you think the workers do? You could never guess, not in days and days, so I'll have to tell you. All the white nymphs that they've been feeding royal jelly and that the nurses have been taking care of so fine get stung. Can you beat it? You know how when any man cheats in business and loves another man up and makes him think he's his friend, and then turns around and takes all his money and maybe kills him, why people say the good man got stung? Well, right there in the beehive, what happens is 'cause the reason why they say that. All the white nymphs that have been loved up so good and fed the royal jelly, the minute the young queen gets home all safe and sound, why the white nymphs that would be queens if they got a chance, they all get stung to death. And maybe there's 40 or 50,000 of them. That's how sure the bees want to feel about having a queen. They're so dead that the workers carry them out and put them all together with the dead ones. Next thing they do is for all the workers to get together, and every big bluffy drone that's been lazing around the hive and getting waited on by 5 or 6 worker bees, and everybody has stood everything from him, why every one of them gets stung too. When it happens in the observation hive, you can sit with the glasses on them and see their faces, and they look so surprised and scared you can't help feeling sorry for them. They don't know what they've done, and they don't know why what's happening to them happens, and they can't understand why workers that waited on them, just a whole army of workers, mad as Alice's March hare and the Hatter out of Wonderland, came roaring at 'em, singing a war song and whooping battle cries. The old Mr. Drones get their wings pulled off, and they get their eyes stung out, and they get punctured everywhere, and every last one of them gets killed good and dead and pushed out of the hive. There's not anybody left but the young queen and the maids of honor and the workers and the nurses that are going to stay with her. If there's any danger, all of them make a shield and cover up the young queen. If it is a hard winter, they get close around her to keep her warm, and if there isn't enough food, they all go hungry and feed her. No matter what happens to them, every one of them, as long as they're alive, takes care of the queen, because it is the eggs she lays that make the new brood and keep the bees alive in the world. So, something tells every bee, no matter if you die yourself, take care of your queen, so that bees will not vanish off the face of the world like everything did that time of the flood. The thing that tells them, that's God again. The little scout looked Jamie straight in the eye. You begin to see now, don't you, why the bee master said the hair on a bee was God? Yes, said Jamie. I begin to see. It is the most wonderful thing I've ever heard about in all the world. Go on and tell me more. Tell me every little least thing you know." "There isn't much more to tell," said the little scout. "There's more figures I could tell about, how the old drone males have got just oodles more eyes and more smell hollows than the workers. The old drone males have got 37,800 smell hollows, and that's why they will be dead sure to find the queen, and that's God again. And the old drone males have got 30,000 eyes on each side of their heads. That's so they can see better than anybody else and be certain to find the queen, 'cause they've got to find the queen, and they've got to get married, and the queen has to lay her eggs to keep the world having bees, and to make the nice sweet honey for everybody, and to keep the 100,000 flowers alive. When the bee master gets the old queen and her family in a new hive, he sets it up in a nice place. The scouts come back to where they left the queen, and they hunt until they find the new hive. They know their family, and they go in, and then everybody goes to work. The workers build the cells, and the old queen lays all the eggs and tells the workers what she wants to come out of each egg. They go straight ahead, just like they did in the hive they came from. The workers clean up everything, and the old queen fills the cells again with eggs that she wants to be queens and drones and workers and nurses and maybe scouts, and they go on making more honey and hatching out more bees until the hive gets so full that the old queen says they will have to bring out a young queen and turn the hive over to her while they go out and start another family. The queen keeps giving orders all the time about what she wants done. She may rule for 5 or 6 years. She lays eggs all the time. You couldn't believe how many eggs, maybe as many as 2 million. She's only got 7,000 or 8,000 eyes, 'cause she's a stay-at-home lady. Right on the job is her first and last name, all 2 of 'em. But she hasn't any wax pockets, and no brushes, and no pollen baskets. She doesn't like light, and she doesn't know how Madonna lily nectar tastes, 'cause all her food is digested for her before she eats it. If I could work that scheme on hot dogs, you wouldn't think they were so bad, would you?" Jamie laughed. "Go on," he said. "Well, the queen just keeps right on laying eggs all day, maybe all night for all I know. Anyway, she lays them. I tell you, boys, she lays them, and every time she lays an egg she says what she wants it to be, and her nurses go right to work to feed the royal jelly to the white nymphs, and the bee bread to make more drones, and to make the workers and the nurses and the scouts, maybe, like I said before. And some of the workers are builders, and some are masons, and some are dancers. It's the dancers' job, when the hive gets very hot inside, to dance and wave their wings until they start a breeze to cool the cells. And sometimes they dance the queerest dance for the white nymphs. That's part of what I know about bees. I couldn't tell all I know about 'em, 'cause I can't think of it all at once. There's too much of it to tell right hot off the bat. But you can watch 'em in the observation hive, and pretty quick you can see which cells have got the big soft white nymphs in them, and which ones have got the big fat drones, and which ones have the little workers and the nurses and the scouts, maybe. After what I've told you, you can see the old drones crawling around over the cells, eating honey where they please, and being as dirty and mussy as ever they want to. Then you can see the workers go and clean up after them. You can see the cells where the eggs are being taken care of. You can see the cells that are being filled with honey. You can see the cells that have gold and red and purple pollen in for wax. Next time I come, I'm going to ask you about the figures that I told you, like the bee master asked me. You have to be ready and not make any mistakes, because if I can remember, a big man like you ought to remember." The little scout stood up, pushed down the tail of the green shirt that seemed habitually to work up, tightened the belt buckle at the waist, and drew a deep breath. "I don't know as I've told you so very well. In there in the library you can find the books like I showed you that tell what people used to think, the books that are the bunk. Then you'll find the books like Lubbock and Swammerdam, which have the wonderful pictures that will tell you what really happens. Then there are the books like Faber and Metterlink that the bee master says are 3 things at one time. First, they're the truth, and next, they're poetry, and third, they are the evidence of a master mind that plans every least little tiny thing. He says the only name for that master mind is God. He doesn't see any use in trying to dodge God, and sidestep him and call him the spirit of the hive and instinct and nature and things like that. He says a great scientist, one of the best, almost went crazy trying to do that very thing. His name was Charles Darwin, and the bee-master says C.D. would have been a heap bigger Injun if he'd been willing to put God in where he belongs. He says when God does anything with such care and puts so much thought in it and deals out such splendid justice as there is in a beehive, that a wise man will just take off his hat and lift his eyes to the sky, and very politely he will say, "Just God." Then, in a lightning-like change, the little scout kicked a high-standing pebble with fine precision against a mark several yards away, plumped down on the seat beside Jamie, and inquired casually, unconcernedly, "What do you say?" Under the spell of the magic of the story he had heard, Jamie ran his fingers through his hair. Then he cupped his right hand over his knee and put his left arm around the little scout and drew the child up to him closely. He dropped his lips against the tow hair, worked down through its bleached exterior, down through the dark strands underneath, and close to the small ear. He brought his lips and whispered, very reverently, "I say, just God." End of Chapter 10, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 11 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 11, The Aroma of a Spirit and a Flower. A few days later, Margaret Cameron came to Jamie with a pair of jackets that she had fashioned from unbleached muslin. A broad band fitted neatly around his chest and fastened with flat buttons. A pair of straps, easy when sitting, sufficiently close-fitting to keep the bandages in place when moving around, crossed the shoulders. When his wound was dressed and he slipped on one of these contrivances and buttoned it, he felt like a man who had just been redeemed. The bandage was so much lighter in weight, so much easier to wear than what he had carried for 2 years. Above all, it served his purpose and did not constantly remind him by its weight and the ceaseless chafing across his shoulders and under his arms of the fact that it was there. For a week, he and Margaret worked together, fixing their fences, they called it. They planned the best time of day to do the sprinkling. To the extent of the knowledge of either of them, they watched over the bees. As slowly and easily as possible, Jamie went about everything that week. He kept religiously to the diet that they were working out, and every morning at 10 o'clock he put on the master's bathing suit and, armed with an old blanket to cover his feet and towels for his head and arms, went down and boldly marched into the Pacific Ocean. After the first few ventures, he discarded fear and walked in until the waves broke over him, and before a week had passed, he discovered that by lying on his right side, stroking with his right hand, and using his feet, he could trail his left arm and swim a few strokes. This fact so delighted him that merely the feeling of exhilaration helped the circulation of his blood. When he was thoroughly chilled from the tingle of the cold salt water, then, in a spot he had selected, beginning in a mound of gold primroses and sloping down to the sands of the beach, facing directly to the southwest, he stretched his long frame on the hot sand, disposed of the blanket and towels to his comfort, and fell sound asleep. When he awoke, he would be thoroughly warm from the heat of the sands beneath him, and his body would have dried while coated with the salt water. Then he went through the quaint gate and slowly climbed the winding stairway that led to the back door. During these climbs, he discovered that he was developing a familiarity with every flower that grew on either side of the path. Those that he did not know, Margaret Cameron did, from her years of work that she and the bee-master had put upon their gardens together. He found himself studying the flowers, watching which bees went most frequently to which flowers, and when he discovered that the black Germans were paying more frequent visits to the nasturtiums than to any other flower, Jamie sneered. He remembered from botanical days Nasturtium officinale. That was cress, but nasturtiums were of the same family. The boys in the classes had always called nasturtiums the official nose twister, and wasn't it like anything doing business under the title of Black German to select for an especial favorite an official nose twister? This and other whimsies began to occupy his mind. When he reached the house, he went straight to the bathroom for a shower, applied fresh dressings, and clothed himself, and by that time Margaret had brought his lunch. After he had eaten, he wandered about the grounds for the 20 minutes prescribed, and then deliberately lay down on the master's bed, and to the music of the rhythmic breaking of the waves, he slept another hour. From that hour he came to a brimming glass of cold orange juice. As regularly he took the tomato juice in the morning, and instead of either tea or coffee, he drank milk with his meals. When he had finished his nap, he did as much work in the garden as he could do without tiring himself. Then he went to the bookshelves, but in his new resolve to fight to be of some good in the world, he passed by the tempting volumes of romance and ancient natural history. He laughed at them and talked to them and repeated in their faces rich phrases from their unique pages. The bees pluck their young from the air and place them in cells, do they? The honey falls from the heavens, does it? The best bees are small, round, and variegated, are they? So Jamie had his joke with the ancient naturalists, and then he advanced on the moderns and sat down with a book of rules for men who would be the keeper of bees. Back in the depths of his mind, Jamie decided that when the bee-master returned, he would be so weakened that it might be a year at least before he would be able to go on with his work, and during that time he would stay on the job, if the master wanted him, and he would learn everything there was to know about bees. The more he thought of it, the more it appealed to him that, since there was not the chance for forestry in California that there was in the East, he would do better and extract fully as much enjoyment out of life working with bees as he would with trees. It was after 10 days of religious following of this schedule that Jamie awoke one morning and, instead of arising immediately, lay still to take stock of himself. He stretched his right leg as far down in the bed as it would go and wiggled his toes. Fine! There was not a hint of soreness. He tried the left leg with the same results. Then he tried the right arm and then the left, and then he stretched his whole body and threw his weight on the back of his head and his heels and drew up his shoulders and eased them down, and the result of the exercise so delighted him that he tried it over again. He decided that it might not be a bad thing to work out a form of exercise and put himself through it every morning on awakening. So for himself, and merely of his own volition, he began a practice which a very great doctor of health recommends for all men and women who would be physically strong. It was considerably a matter of stretching and squirming the first morning, but during the days that followed, there developed a sort of rhythmic exercise that stretched and twisted every muscle in his body. After it, he lay resting half an hour or so, and went to the work of the day with a feeling in his body and an uplift in his heart and brain that a few short weeks before he had never expected again to experience. He was beginning to realize that the heat and the nerve strain were in some way being eliminated from his system. He was beginning to experience a calm satisfaction in the pit of his stomach, as if there were cooling streams running through his veins instead of torturing poisoned blood. The result of this feeling was that he could accomplish very much more in a day among the bees and with the flowers than he had been doing. At that, he realized that the time was coming speedily when he must have help. When it came to examining the hives and ascertaining for sure that each hive had a healthful and happy queen, that no disease had crept in, he would need help. There was the question becoming imminent of removing the honey, and it seemed that there might be too many queens. So the next time he went to the hospital for a visit with the bee master, he asked where he could secure help when the day came that he would need it. And the bee master gave him the address of John Carey, another keeper of bees with whom he had occasionally exchanged work in times of honey collecting and swarming. As Jamie sat beside the bee master's bed and watched him, it seemed to him that each day that passed marked a distinct point in the ravages of the disease that was devastating the lean frame before him. Each time he went, he could see that the bee master had not quite his old strength of voice, that he was slightly weaker in the clasp of his hands. When he had finished copying the address and listened to the instructions that the master gave him, Jamie sat looking at a fine old face on the pillow, the skin like parchment, the silken hair, and it seemed to him that daily a great peace and a quietness were growing on the brow and in the eyes, and he thought of what the little scout had said about the beautiful kind of death that came softly in the night, and he wondered if any night now that experience might not befall the bee master. It was while these thoughts were dominant in Jamie's mind that the same thought must have been passing in the brain of the bee master. His voice was very low and quiet, and his eyes seemed unusually tired as he said, "Jamie McFarlane, suppose you begin away back at the beginning and tell me all about the mother who bore you and your father and what kind of home you were reared in." Now these were subjects upon which Jamie McFarlane could speak eloquently on slight provocation, because he had loved his father and mother with good reason. They had been full Scot stern, but they had also been overflowingly Scot gentle and loving and tender, and his memories of his home and his childhood were something beautiful. Jamie sat beside the bed with the light from the window falling on his face, spoke slowly with the deliberation that searches for the salient points, with the loving impulse that puts in the small details that round out the full picture. When he had finished with the final description of how he was brought home from the war to the shock of the knowledge that both of them were gone, and there was nothing whatever, he sat very still, looking through the window, and it was the voice of the bee master that called him back. "And from there on," he suggested. So Jamie began again and finished the story. He told it truthfully, with no deviation whatever except that he omitted the night of the storm and its subsequent results. When he had finished, the bee master smiled at him, and then he said, "And what about the bees and the weeks that you have been among them in the blue garden?" Jamie answered, "As far as my mind is concerned, the time I have spent in your home trying to take care of your bees and your flowers and your trees has been the most beautiful time of my whole life. I began with a gnawing fire in my breast and a bitter blackness in my heart and brain, but some way, owing to some things the little scout said to me, and the clean air and the crisp sunshine and the beauty all around me, there is a sort of corresponding beauty that's crept into my heart and my brain, and I think it's smothered a large part of the bitterness. I was so desperately tired when I staggered across the road to you to try to help you reach the hospital that I am in no position to say what my physical or mental condition was when I came. but I know that today I have done about twice the work in the garden that I could manage the first day I really tried to look after your interests." The bee-master moved his lean hands over the coverlet. A rare smile illumined his face. "That's fine," he said, "fine. And would you feel, then, that if they carry me out of here some of these days and bring me home a wreck of a man, unable to stand on my feet and carry on my work, would you feel that you would care to remain with me, that you could try learning bees from the egg onward?" "I'd love it," said Jamie. "I'd love to wait on you and help you back to health over the same path that I've laid out for myself." Then he explained to the master what path he had laid out for himself, and again the gentle old voice cried, "Fine, couldn't be better, and what's more, I can see that you are making it. Each trip you make to cheer the old man up a little, I can see that your skin is taking on a healthier hue, that the blue lights of pain and discouragement are fading out of your eyes. You even speak with a stronger voice, with the assurance of a man who is captaining his own soul. I am staking my money that you're going to win through to health and happiness in the garden that has come the nearest to bringing me consolation of anything I have ever tried." The bee-master lay still and waited a long time. Then he said to Jamie, "It may seem to you that such confidence as I asked from you should be met with equal confidence, but I find that my weakness has made a coward of me. Some day, if you ever want to know what there is to know concerning me, ask my little side partner." There was an hour of exceeding blackness in which the little scoutmaster swung over my side fence and walked into my heart and into my life so securely that when this bitter hour came, almost before I knew what I had done, I had laid the whole of my burden on the shoulders of a child, only to learn that however keenly a child may think, however deeply a child may feel, there does not seem to be a large capacity for shouldering burdens. Children are so occupied with growing, with amusing themselves, with exploring the wonderful world about them, with following their impulses to explore and to fight, that there isn't much possibility of weighting their young shoulders with responsibility for anyone else unless, by chance, you take them from their companions, from their play, and load them with sickening burdens of heavy responsibilities that are unnatural and often breed rebellion in their young hearts. The little scout knows why I left my home and a goodly circle of friends and came out here alone, and from 2 acres of rocky land and a few hives developed 2 acres of beauty and made homes for millions of little denizens that swarm in the garden. The little scout knows my troubles, but God knows I don't believe I am equal to telling that story again. If the day ever comes when you feel that you need to know, tell the little scout that I said you were to be told, and you will get an accurate account of what brought me here, of the bitter pain I have endured, and of the surcease I have found in the glory of the sunshine and the song of the sea, in the healing of the lilies and the consolation of the roses, in absorbing work with as interesting a branch of evolution of life as the whole world affords. I have investigated rather deeply. I will guarantee you that in the evolution of any living species in the whole world, there can be found no life processes more complicated, more absorbingly interesting, more nearly human than in just the development of bees. I hope that you are making good use of the bee books. Yes, said Jamie, to the exclusion of everything else. The little scout started me on the books that, to quote literally, contained the jokes about the bees. The jokes were so absorbingly interesting that they held me. But if I would render honest service for the wage I accepted, I realized that I must work intelligently. So I soon dropped the jokes and went on to the reality. I have advanced to the place where I can recognize a queen, and I know an Italian queen from a German queen. I am also able to distinguish a nurse from a drone and a drone from a worker. Through long hours of studying the observation hive, I've pretty thoroughly familiarized myself with what must be going on inside each of the hives in those other long rows. As I told you, I had intended to study tree surgery, but I figured that if there is such a possibility as that I may become a well man, and since I have no ties, I had better remain in the same kind of air and sunshine that seems to be working the miracle that I need to make a whole man of me. Slowly the bee-master assented. Yes, he said, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you can find even a greater amount of interest in the intricate and delicate life processes of a bee than in work with the insensate trees that grow because they must. For however interesting they may be, and however beautiful they may be, the fact remains that they are not carrying out life processes that border so nearly on thinking and on reasoning as do the bees. I have quite decided, said Jamie, that I am going to study hard. I am going on carefully, and if you give me the opportunity, I will make my work among the bees. About the location now, said the bee-master. How do you feel about my location? Jamie smiled. I know the Atlantic seaboard and quite a bit abroad. I've seen the coasts of England and France, and I've gone all the way across this continent. The bay below your place constitutes my whole experience with the Pacific, but I am fairly sure that in all this world there is nothing to be found much lovelier than your garden of perfect blue. You remember that the ancient Chinese called blue the perfect color? The bee-master nodded corroboratively. There must have been days in that azure garden, laddie, he said, when God has really given me surcease, when for a minute a gold-haired vision of childhood has dropped from my mind, when for a minute the pain of the sin I committed against the woman I loved has been obliterated. If it can do that for a man carrying the burden that has been my portion, there is a prospect that a young man with health in his body and a heart without secrets might find the same great blessing in the daily beneficence. Jamie looked at the bee-master and winced. For 1 second he sat with his lips open and his tongue ready to fashion words, and then he reflected that he had no right to tell a secret unless it were his secret alone. He had no right to describe the storm woman. He had no right to tell any man of the shame baby he had covered with his name. If there had been anything magnanimous in his deed, it would lose the fine flavor, the beauty that such a deed might have if he talked about it. If he lived, there might possibly be something more to that phase of his adventure. If he died, he would face his Maker more of a man if he kept his mouth shut concerning a subject that drove so noble a specimen of womanhood as the woman he had married to the course she had taken. The next time you come, said the bee-master, make it on Saturday and bring the scoutmaster with you. That little scout gets under my cuticle so deeply that I am hungry for the odor of horse and the tang of dog and all the outdoors that carries wherever the scoutmaster goes. Jamie leaned forward with a broad grin on his face. Just between us, he said, could you give me any accurate information as to the sex of the scoutmaster? The bee-master leaned back. I could go no further than my own conclusions, he said, and it wouldn't be fair to the scoutmaster to deal in surmises. Did you ever have any conversation on the subject? I asked point blank, said Jamie. And what were you told? Inquired the bee-master. That if I could not tell, it didn't make any difference. The bee-master's head rolled back on the pillows. He laughed until a nurse came racing. As he wiped his eyes with the handkerchief she gave him, he said, well, really now, Isn't that about the truth? Does it make a particle of difference? I don't know that it does, said Jamie. I'm sure it doesn't seem to have made any with you. I see no reason why it should with me. He rose to go. We'll make it Saturday, he said, and I think you'll be asked if I got your hot dog right. The bee-master reached under the pillow and pulled out a small envelope, a tiny prescription envelope. In case I am, he said, the one thing I've never done is lie to my little partner. I'll tell the truth. I'll show the money waiting under the pillow until the doctor says I may have the treat. I see, said Jamie, and I think you're right. I don't believe we get very far with the lies we tell children. We get nowhere, said the bee-master sternly. We get nowhere. They see through us or discover our deception later, every time. Jamie arose and went over to the side of the bed and took the bee-master's hand, and suddenly he bent down and laid his lips on his forehead, and before he realized what he was doing, he found that he was on his knees beside the bed. He heard his voice saying, When I was a youngster, my father and mother taught me to pray. In the intervening years, I got so sure of my own sufficiency and efficiency that I grabbed the bait and ran. But lately, when I got to the place where I could truthfully say, in the language of the old hymn, other refuge I have none, I've been on my knees creeping back toward the foot of the throne. I'm asking if it's consistent with the divine plan, that I may be given back my strength and my youth, that I may be of some help in making my country a good place wherein to live, to work, and to love. I am going home, and I am going to kneel beside your bed, and I am going to ask God, if it is the best thing for you, to let you come home, to let you have more of life, more time to enjoy the beauty that you have created. And if that is not his plan, then I am going to ask him to give you the surcease that the little scoutmaster says was vouchsafed to little old Aunt Beth. The bee-master smiled. I heard that story, he said. I was told about it when it happened. It was a very wonderful thing that those two children could have gotten such a lovely conception of the journey to the far country, and I am very sure it is the right conception. Jamie kissed the bee-master on the forehead, and then he lifted to his lips the slender hands of the sick man, and turning, went quietly from the room. As he went, he passed a beautiful blue bowl, filled to overflowing with more of the yellow roses that he had seen growing only in the garden of Margaret Cameron. All the way home, Jamie rode in deep thought. Would the bee-master ever be able to come back to the house with the gracious face turned to the roadway, with the luring garden looking to the sea? Would he ever again sit in his great chair by his fireside and read from his beloved books? Jamie realized that he was not waiting to reach home and the side of the bee-master's bed to offer up his petition. He was asking God as he rode through the turmoil of the streets of the city, crowded on either hand by people absorbed in the affairs of life, to grant even a short respite to the man he was rapidly learning to idolize. When he left the car, he walked slowly up the roadway to the house of the bee-master. He entered it and stood irresolute for a minute, and then he walked to the telephone, and from a list he had made, selected the number that the little scout had given him. When he called it, the rich, sweet voice of a woman answered. Then said Jamie, "This is James McFarlane of the Sierra Madre Apiary. Is the scoutmaster at home?" "Not at this minute," came the reply. "Would you contract," asked Jamie, "to deliver this message? I've been to the hospital for a visit with the bee-master. He is homesick to see his little partner. He has asked particularly for a visit the coming Saturday. I thought I had better tell you about it before arrangements were made with the boys for a scouting party or some kind of a hike." "Yes, that's a good idea," said the voice at the other end of the line. I'll make a note of the message, and I'll see that it is delivered. I should be interested in knowing how you found the bee master." "It is difficult to say," said Jamie. "He seems so frail that a strong draught of air coming in the window beside him might carry his breath away." "Too bad," said the gentle voice. "That is too bad. The children dearly love him. Anyone can see that he is a noble specimen of manhood." "Yes, I think that too," said Jamie. "His home here, his library, his room, the pictures on his walls, the furniture he uses, everything seems to indicate that he could not be finer." "I've heard about you," said the voice over the wire. "If you're fine enough to appreciate the bee master to the fullest extent, it means that you are pretty fine yourself. We'd be glad to have you come in with our little person some day and take dinner with us." "Why, thank you," said Jamie. "That's awfully kind. I've been pretty seedy, and I've been shunning people for quite some time, but I think if there's an evening when you would not be having guests, I'd enjoy coming with the scoutmaster and sharing your fireside for an hour." "All right, then. Come any time you choose," said the voice, whose very cadence Jamie liked. "There never was a time when there wasn't enough food on our table for one more and room to squeeze in one more chair. Come right along any time you'd like." Jamie hung up the telephone and looked around him. He was not in the mood for reading. He stepped into the kitchen and drank his daily quota of orange juice, and when he reached the back door, there was a call in the air, a call that he answered with his blood. He went down the back walk and out of the gate and to his particular mound of beach primroses. He stretched himself on the sand, pulled his hat over his eyes to shade them from the sun, fitted his figure into the curves of the mound, and presently he was unconscious in the unconsciousness of deep, sound, refreshing sleep. By and by he awoke, and even before he was fully conscious, sniffed the air with questing nostrils. "That's strange," said Jamie to himself. "I chose this mound for its particularly inviting curve, but I didn't see any sand verbena on it." Jamie drew a deep breath to be sure that he had not been mistaken as to the odor that was mingling with the primroses around him. He realized that so near to evening the verbenas would be opening to distill their sweetest fragrance. Then he opened his eyes and straightened up to look around him and discovered that his right hand was full of verbena blooms. He stared down at it. Then he whirled to his knees and took a long survey up the beach and down the beach, and then he shifted over and scanned the sand with eager eyes. There it was, the footprint of a woman, not the peak-toed, pointed heel that he sometimes saw tilting over the sand. The imprint of a foot intended for business, shod in a shoe reasonable in width, unusual in length, with decidedly a common-sense heel. Jamie sprang up and, clasping his flowers, followed that row of footprints straight down the beach to the throne. With wildly beating heart and head awhirl, he climbed the throne and peered over, and he found that he was sickeningly disappointed that it was vacant. He took his own seat to the far south to think. He remained there, carefully sniffing the rock beside him. The tang of sage, the odor of verbena, a whiff of primrose were distinctly discernible. Not to lose time, he made his way down the rock, but the track that led to it did not lead from it. Gravel and fine stone and rock over which footsteps could not be distinguished formed the way from the throne to the roadway above. She must have gone that way, so Jamie followed. But when he reached the road, he could not see a trace of anyone that looked in the very least like the figure of the girl whom he was seeking. He went back to the throne and over the path he had come, and at the Primrose Mount he took up the trail and followed it south along the beach until he lost it among the entangling primroses and verbena among the sea figs. Just at the point where he lost it, Jamie discovered the reason why he had lost it. It had become obliterated by the tramping of dozens of little feet, funny little tracks, all of them the footprints of children. Blindly, Jamie followed down the beach, and once he found a spot where the footprint he was searching for stood plain in the sand beside a spot where the sand verbena grew, and all around it there came again the obliterating fleet of childish footprints. Then Jamie went home. He opened the gate and carefully closed it after him. Half the length of the steps, he sat down. For the first time, he brought the little bunch of flowers he held around to the range of his vision. "Can you beat it?" said Jamie to himself. "Can you beat it? That close, and I slept! I must be more of a log than I am of a man." He sat staring at the delicate pinkish-purple flowers that, as was their wont in the evening, were opening wide with the heat of his hand and distilling all around him the exquisitely subtle and delicate odors of their particular perfume. Once Jamie looked out toward the sea. "Then I'm right," he said. "She does live somewhere near here. At least, she haunts this beach, and she knew me, even with my face covered. For that matter, at a pinch, I might know her form better than I do her face. But what's the object in filling my hand with the most appealing little flowers in all the world if she hasn't any use for me in any other way?" Jamie thought that over carefully, and then he told the Pacific Ocean about it. "Come to think of it," he said, "I've filled my purpose with her. She has the name she asked for, she has the ring, and she has the certificate. She hasn't any further use for me, but this does prove that she has me on her mind. At least, she didn't use me and forget me." Then Jamie dropped the Pacific as being rather impersonal and confined himself to the flowers. He held them daintily in his slender fingers and looked at them with absorbed, questioning eyes. "I wish," he said, "that you could talk. I wish your little faces could tell me what you saw in her face when she gathered you. I wish that I knew exactly what was in her heart. I wish I knew whether she is very sure that she has finished with me, or whether there's something more that I could do for her." Then Jamie shook himself and sat straight. "By gracious," he said, and this time he addressed a particularly tall, particularly straight, unusually handsome yellow hollyhock growing beside the pergola. "By gracious, I'm not so sure that she'd get me any further if she did want me. It's one thing to offer a name you haven't any use for, and a body that's not going to last so very long as a sop to dry a woman's tears, not of repentance, but of fear, a fear that the world is going to shun the leper of disgrace, fear that the accusing eyes of a child are going to look into her face and find her wanting. It's one thing to do what you can when your time for doing anything is strictly limited. It's only a few days now until this month is going to be past, and if Margaret Cameron looks at my breast and can truthfully say that the fire is dying out of the wound there, if I am not deceiving myself in thinking that I am infinitely more of a man than I was 30 days ago, that's another proposition. That's a proposition that I hadn't figured on when I essayed the bridegroom stunt. And that's a proposition that's going to take a lot of thought. It doesn't behoove any man to assume a "I'm holier than thou" attitude, but at the same time, a man certainly has to do considerable thinking before he makes up his mind as to whether he wants to assume the rearing of a child fathered by a man who had the streak of yellow in his makeup that made him neglect to give his child honorable parentage. Jamie thought that over. He thought for a long time. He thought deep and hard. He thought from the background of Scottish prejudice. He remembered personal pride. He thought from the background of public opinion. Then he cast them all aside and thought straight from the shoulder. From somewhere a legal phrase crept into his brain. Mitigating circumstances. He could not think of the form of the storm girl as he had held it tight in his arms. He could not think upon the silkiness of her hair and the perfume of her breath and the wild odors that clung about her. He could not force himself to think that she was anything but fresh and young and healthful, both of body and of mind. It was not compatible with ordinary reason that she should have polluted her body and smirched her soul, that she had broken the laws of God and broken the laws of man, and risked, not only for herself, but for the life that was to come, that blinding, blighting thing which has been so comprehensively designated as the finger of scorn. "Whoever," said Jamie to a particularly intelligent mockingbird that happened at that minute to be perched on a brace of the pergola near him, "whoever invented that little phrase about the finger of scorn didn't make it half strong enough. What they should have called it was the red-hot poker of scorn, the iron that can be thrust against the breast of a woman, and that all her days can sear her soul and be set scorching anew at any unforeseen moment, and all because for a minute she probably loved a man so infinitely better than she loved herself, that she risked her soul and lost it, so far as the world is concerned. It is a blessed thing that she did not lose it with God, for there was the Magdalene whom he forgave, and the Magdalene was an old-timer who perhaps deserved what the mob gave her. But after all, God did forgive her, and it wouldn't do to allow God to be kinder to a woman than a Scotsman would be. The mockingbird flirted his tail and cocked his eye and said, quoting an oriole on a plum tree in the garden, "Once more now, once more now." Jamie grinned. "Have I got to do better than that?" he said. "Well, how would it do if I said that I'd break my word not to try to find the storm girl and start out with the deliberate intention of finding her? And how would it do if I said that I honestly and truly felt the mitigating circumstances to be mitigating, and if I really turned out, say, in about a year from now, to be a sound man, maybe she would overlook my scars, and maybe she could explain, and maybe we could find something really beautiful in life together." Then the mockingbird remembered a particularly brilliant performance he had heard on a date palm in Mexico from a bloody red bird, and threw a repetition straight at Jamie's head. "Good cheer, good cheer, good cheer." So Jamie looked at his flowers again and saw that they were beginning to droop their lovely heads. He got up and hurried to find the little copper bowl in order to put them in water. When he had very carefully arranged them in the bowl, he carried it to the bedroom and set it on the stand beside the bed that could be drawn close to his pillow. All the rest of that day, Jamie stumbled as he walked, not because of weakness, but because he was dreaming a peculiarly absorbing dream. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 12, Seeing Through Veiled Places. The remainder of that week, outside of the time consumed in carrying out the regime Jamie had laid down for himself, he spent in the garden and with the books. With the trees and flowers he had a sure hand. He had learned how to make flowers thrifty and healthful in the meager climate of New England. With water to lavish, with almost uninterrupted sunshine, with warm days and cool nights very frequently foggy, Jamie found himself facing a reversion of all he knew about gardening. He very speedily learned that in a land so lavish with sunshine and water, his task was going to be not to stimulate flowers to growth, but to cut back the growth in order to draw the strength of the plant more directly toward the production of flowers. Much garden lore he accumulated from Margaret Cameron, practical things that she had learned through experience, how to loosen soil, how to fertilize, how to water discreetly and to the purpose. Jamie already knew how to cut back effectively. What to do to secure flowers instead of leaves he soon learned. All that week he was looking forward to Saturday, planning for the day on which he and the little scout should go to visit the bee master. He had set the hour for their starting at 2:00. It was 15 minutes past 2 when the little fellow swung over the high board fence and came racing down the walk. Jamie was rather surprised. He had expected, from the casual and business-like manner with which the little scout had conducted the fight with the Indians, that equal promptness and executive ability would be displayed in keeping a date. He was waiting on the bench under the jacaranda when the small figure sailed over the fence. Scanning the little scout closely, Jamie thought he detected traces of recent tears. The eyes were suspiciously red of rim, the cheeks smeared with the indisputable evidence of childish grief. Instantly Jamie's heart went out in protest. Who had any business to hurt the little scout? What was it, beside the sting of a bee, that could bring tears to so valiant a small soul? Without taking time for thought, Jamie stretched out both hands. Without an instant's hesitation, the little scout walked straight into his arms and laid a confiding head on his breast, and Jamie's arms closed up tight. "You didn't have a fall and hurt yourself, did you?" Jamie could feel the shake of negation on his shoulder and the gulp in the throat. "I'm sorry," said Jamie, "but if we're not to keep the bee master waiting, we must clean up your face and be on our way." The little scout instantly stood erect. "Clean up! Clean up! Can't you tell by one look at me that I've been parboiled and scoured and curry-combed?" "You do give evidence of having had a bath," said Jamie. "It's only the region of your eyes that needs slight attention." "Oh, well then," said the little scout, "if you say I need it, I reckon I do. I had so everlastingly much trouble with Mother and the Princess that I thought I should never get started. Women make me dead tired." "What's the matter with the ladies?" inquired Jamie as he led the way to the bathroom, moistened a washcloth, and began operations in order to make sure that they were properly conducted. To his surprise, the youngster stood still and lifted a submissive face, and as Jamie operated, the child continued. "Oh, Mother is always nagging about cleaning your nails and spooning out your ears and wild hairs in your eyelashes and ingrowing toenails. You'd get to be a burden to yourself if you'd try to pay any attention to all the things that woman wants done. When it comes to the princess, I'd give my best jackknife if Dad would fire her." "Fire a princess?" said Jamie. "You're suggesting an unseemly proceeding. A princess is supposed to be treated with a very high degree of consideration." The youngster shrugged lean shoulders and sniffed. "Well, this princess we've got in our kitchen hails from some little crossroad in Europe, and she's used to being waited on herself, so she knows too darn well how to wait on other people. All of us got to go through too much polyfoxing. It's too familiar to call us by our first names and say anything in plain English. You've got to beat around the bush like a scouting Indian to put it across that you'd like a little more butter on your toast, or the strawberry jam just ain't. What's the use of all the fuss? When it comes to clothes, all two of 'em make me sick. That's what this row was about. I wanted to wear my clothes, so when I got back I could meet the fellows and go down on the beach for a sham battle. Mother would have it that I wouldn't go with you, and I couldn't go to the hospital without being all rigged up until I looked like—" The little scout stopped and dug an enraged toe in the rug before the wash bowl, and then concluded, "until I looked like such a sissy that the bee master wouldn't own me. And to tell it like a want ad, I was just forced to dress the way they wanted me to, and at the same time I had to steal out the things I meant to wear and hide 'em in a hedge down the street a house or two, and then I had to duck the hedge and get the bundle and find a place where I could change, and I'm none too sure my things will be where I left 'em when I get back. Always making a lot of time killing and a lot of worry." "I see," said Jamie slowly. "But didn't you want to be dressed in the best you had when you went to visit a very fine gentleman whom you love, as you told me you loved the bee master?" The little scout drew up and heaved a deep breath. Into play came the gesture that had now come to be inseparable from the scoutmaster's personality. "About loving the bee master, that's a thing that ain't very good to talk about. That gets down among your feelings where you want 'em covered up, where things ain't much of anybody's business. If it was anything that would do the bee master any good, I'd stand fire and water to do it. But when it's just nonsense, what's the use? The bee master likes me, or he wouldn't have sent for me, and he never in his life saw me as dolled up as I am right now." The scoutmaster squirmed, thrust forth a stocking-clad leg and a patent leather shoe. "Look at that now. Wouldn't it make you sick? What's legs for if you can't use just leg? Who invented stockings anyway? Scratchy, itchy things, and in a country where you don't need 'em. I'll tell the world. I'd have shed the socks too, but I knew I was late. Come on, let's go." Jamie hung up the washcloth, used the towel, and started to apply the comb. The scoutmaster backed away with outthrown hands. "No, you don't," cried the little scout. "I'm not allowed to use other people's combs. They might have tarantulas or Gila monsters or octopuses on 'em." Jamie laid back the comb and reached his hand. The scoutmaster laid a hard, scarred, wiry hand in his and walked sedately beside him until they passed through the front gate. Then the child looked up and remarked, "Now I guess we'd better release the clutch. If any of the fellows would see us, there's just a possibility that I'd get toppled off my throne. My scouts are about all I can handle some of these days anyway." When they reached the streetcar and took their places, Jamie looked down at the figure beside him and decided that it was too lean, that the physical condition was not what it should be. "Do you mind," he asked, "telling me how old you are?" "No," said the scoutmaster, "I don't. I'm 10 years old, and let me tell you, I've lived 'em. I've lived 'em all the way from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, and I've lived in cities where you had to be forever dodging the police and the bandits and the kidnappers in Mother's imagination. You couldn't get a kidnapper to touch me with a lightning rod. They'd take me for a regular roughneck." Jamie decided that the best way to get information was to keep quiet, so he said nothing. "I've ridden on ships and boats and launches and paddled canoes and traveled on trains from the New York Limited to the Missionary, and believe me, I've had my eyes open and my ears open all the way. Last time we came out, we missed the Limited we had reservations on, and we had to take the Missionary or stay 5 days in Chicago, and none of us could stick that, so we took the Missionary. The rest of 'em like to died. But I had heaps of fun, and let me tell you, I swelled my role something pretty. I'd just go through the cars, and nice and polite I'd say to the hot, dirty folks, 'For 5 cents, I'll get you a nice cool drink of water.' If they looked like a roll's rich, I'd make it 10, 'cause more of 'em got caught than us. You ought to have seen 'em fall for it. I got so much I had to bank in my suitcase in our drawing room, and Nanette saw me and baaed like a sheep, and I thought all was lost." "Well, was it?" inquired Jamie. "Not total. You see, Dad and Mother wasn't in that load. First, our personal conductor looked a mixture, but finally she got to laughing, 'cause I told her the funds was the result of the idle rich grinding the masses, and she's a dead sport. She said if I'd go 50-50 with Orthopedic Home, I could keep it. I was lief as not on that." The little scout paused. "Ever thank God for good legs?" Jamie said, "I have," fervently, and the little scout grinned and continued, I've gone a good deal scouting round with the scouts, and of course some of it at school would stick to me by accident. My mother's not so slow, and let me tell you, there's things you can learn from my dad. Maybe you think he hasn't been a giddy ranger. Boy, he's been city editor of a big newspaper, and he's been 2 years in a scouting plane over Germany, and he knows about making pictures. My dad's a regular leaping tuna. I am going to meet him some of these days, said Jamie. The little scout looked up quickly. Where? The inquiry was terse and forceful. When I called your telephone number to tell you about today, your mother invited me to dinner. The little scout's face fell. Oh! The ejaculation was too laden with disapproval to escape notice. Of course, if you don't want me to come— Now, there's another one of them unpleasant issues, said the small person. Sure, I want you to have grub. You can live on casabas and lobsters and homebrew for all of me. But what's the use of dragging Mother and Dad and Nanette and Jimmy and the royal family of Denmark into our affairs? Why ain't it good enough for us to go on being friends just the way we are? All right, said Jamie. I wouldn't think of coming if you don't want me. There you go again, said the small person. Did I ever say I didn't want you? Did I ever say I didn't fall for you hard? Did I ever say I wasn't hitting on 6 cylinders every time I see you? No, I never did. But just because I say there's places I want to see you and places I don't, you go and make it look like I didn't want you any old time and any old place. I thought from your mug you'd be a guy that'd play the game square. Well, I try to play the game square, said Jamie. Well, you're out of luck. You're all wet, said the small person. If you think you're playing the game square when you tell me I don't want you just because there's certain places I don't want you, couldn't a fellow have reasons? Couldn't there be some things a body wouldn't want to bleat all over the pasture? Jamie reached down and put his arm around the small person and drew the little figure up against him and found that the frame he was holding was quivering from head to foot. The days are fairly long for you, aren't they? Asked Jamie. Oh, I reckon the days are all right, answered the little scout. They're the same days other kids have, and a lot of 'em get fat on 'em. Cast your optics on Fat Old Bill if you don't believe it. It's just that there's times when I pretty near know that my job's about all I can handle. What's the trouble? Asked Jamie. Well, I reckon you know how you get to be a scoutmaster, don't you? Because he wanted information, Jamie said he was not sure. The little scout shrugged exasperated shoulders. Well, I'm darn sure. You get to be a scoutmaster by mastering the scouts, that's how. If they are jumping, you jump the farthest. If they are swinging, you swing the highest. If they are running, you spread your white wings and beat 'em to it. If it's bicycles, you just lie down over the handlebars and paw the air for dear life and let the rest eat your dust. If it's canoeing, your canoe makes the waves the rest of 'em upset in. If it comes to a slugging match, you got to have your jiu-jitsu thoroughly in practice so that you can sling any of the bunch in any direction you want 'em to circulate. Being a scoutmaster means mastering the bunch, and Fat Old Bill is getting to the place where I'm going some if I handle him. The nice child is easier, but let me tell you, Angel Face is putting on muscles these days. He didn't used to be so well. He was fussing around with appendicitis. Anywhere in the region of his right side, even a little crack would knock him out and make him sweat blood. But now he's kicking out of it in fine shape. He's going to make a great big strong man. In just about a year more, he's going to find out what I know already, that if he knew as much as I do, he'd know it's only luck if I handle him now. And whenever they find that out, they's mutiny, and the fellow that can handle the bunch is due to usurp the throne. I got that out of a history book, and it's good stuff. It sounds unpleasant, but it's a plain statement of facts. Scoutmaster and the limit is the same thing. In other words, you are working too hard, said Jamie. You are trained down so fine that you are on the edge, and while the rest of them are gaining, you are losing. Is that the point? The Scoutmaster meditated. I guess the real needle-fine point of it is that there's one of me and there's 3 of them, and sometimes they beg so hard that we let in 2 or 3 more that I can't eat 'em raw. I gotta roast 'em or quit. And on those days I finish up just about out of ammunition. Nanette says that I keep on fightin' and rollin' and kickin' until I horn in on her territory sometimes, but she ain't got anything comin' on me. I never had the hysterics and bellowed out in the night until I waked the family just 'cause the turtles didn't eat all of anything. Jamie tightened his arm round the Scoutmaster and slumped his body into an inviting curve, and in 3 minutes he held against him a youngster tired to exhaustion at the middle of the day and fast asleep. When they reached the hospital, Jamie gently shook the Scoutmaster, and instantly the youngster was up with blinking eyes and an ingratiating smile, ready to prove that unconsciousness of what was going on was for someone else. That particular fellow always was and always had been wide awake. The instant they were inside the hospital, the Scoutmaster reached for Jamie's hand, crowded up beside him, and walked to the elevator and down the long halls, cat-stepping. Evidently they were expected. The B-Master's door was open. A screen shielded the bed from the view of the passers-by. The Scoutmaster sent one look across the room and to the open window and nudged Jamie with a sharp elbow. Have you noticed how Margaret Cameron's roses have fallen off in blooming lately? The whisper was sibilant, but Jamie caught it and smiled as he noted the flowers and then heard a further whisper. She's always cottoning up to him. She's got the idea that he's her personal property. There's been more than one day when she'd about given her eyes if I'd 'a gone home, but as long as the B-Master says stay, I'm staying. Jamie rounded the screen, and the Scoutmaster followed and stood back until Jamie shook hands with the B-Master and stepped aside. Then the small Scout walked up before the Master's bed, wide-eyed, and took one good look and changed color, changed slowly from red lips and tinted cheeks to a spreading white. But the heels came together with a click. The figure stood very straight. The salute was according to rule and snappy to the superlative degree. The grin that overspread the small features was ingratiating. The B-Master held out shaking hands, and suddenly Jamie thought he had never seen a movement quite so sudden. He wasn't sure how the intervening space was cleared. The little figure simply arose in a leap and dived into the bed. The B-Master made a good catch, although he caught his breath at the same time because he was shaken by the suddenness of the plunge. But he had the little Scout tight in his arms, and the child was thoroughly draped over the chest of the B-Master. A small hand was gripping the old white head on either side, and from forehead to chin a shower of short hot kisses was raining over the B-Master's face. The little Scout sat straight up on the bed, and suddenly big tears shot one after the other across the childish face, and a little sharp wail that cut deeper than a knife piped out, "Oh, God, I wish you didn't have to suffer so." The B-Master's chin pointed toward the ceiling. He lifted his right hand and gathered his lower lip into folds and gave it outside pressure to reinforce it. "Yes, buddy, I've thought about that myself," he said, "and I've sort of wished it, but it seems to be in the divine plan, or through some negligence of mine in taking proper care of the machinery as I've come along, and so I have to take the consequences. But don't you mind." "Well, I do mind," said the little Scout. A hand was jerked backward in the direction of Jamie. "He's all right. He's a good Scout. He had sense enough to get behind the tree and use what he could find when the redskins attacked us. He's good stuff, a surefire thing, but he don't think himself that he's you." The B-Master glanced at Jamie, and their eyes met and held. "Take a chair," he said to Jamie. "Draw up close here. I want to tell you something, but first I want to ask you something." He looked straight at the Scoutmaster. "You're fairly sure," he said, "that the man I left to keep the bees is the right kind of a man?" "Yes, I'm sure," said the Scoutmaster promptly. "You couldn't get 'em to do a low-down mean trick to save you." "That's all right, then," said the Bee-Master. Then he turned to Jamie. "And you," he said, "have you become rather well acquainted with my little partner here?" "Oh, we've made a start," said Jamie. "We haven't had so much of a chance. The little Scout is in school, you know." "Well, what I'm interested in knowing," said the Bee-Master, "is whether you've got a feeling that my little partner plays the game square, doesn't do any mean tricks, is willing to help the other fellow, knows how to salute and to revere the flag of our country, and has a proper reverence for the great giver of all good and perfect gifts." Jamie thought an instant, and then he nodded assent. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I think we've come pretty close to at least touching on all that ground. I think if you had searched the whole world over, you couldn't have found a more genuine little human being to make your partner in the keeping of the bees." "All right, then," said the Bee-Master. "That's all I wanted to know, merely if you liked each other, if you are getting along well together. In case I should have to stay here for quite a time, or in case I should get better and have to make quite a long journey, I just wanted to know if you would keep the garden growing and keep the bees happy. You know it's something of a trick. If you have been studying the books carefully, you know it isn't a thing that everyone can do. Just keeping 2 acres of bees happy, 2 acres of life thriving." Then he addressed Jamie directly. "There will be times when you must have help," he said. "I told you about the right man the last time you were here. If you will call Mr. Carey and tell him the circumstances when you find in your examination that the last cell of any hive has been filled and the bees are growing restless, he will come and help you harvest the honey. He will show you how. Then you can render him the same service, and that way you will neither, one, be put to the expense of hiring a party who may not be compatible to the bees. He will teach you what the first signs of foul brood are and how to go to work on it. And as far as the rest is concerned, my little side partner here can tell you anything you need to know in taking care of the bees. Can't you, Buddy?" asked the Bee-Master, tightening his arm. "I sure can," answered the youngster. "I have put him wise to every single thing you ever told me about a bee. I haven't forgot the first word of anything you told me, and I can pretty near hit the bullseye on anything you ever read me from a book. I might not have just all the big high-sounding words, but I passed on the proper meaning." "Yes, I think you could," said the Bee-Master, "and I will bear you out in that. I never read anything to you that you failed in getting the proper meaning." "And too, you know," said the little Scout, "that you read something wonderful. You go very slow, and you pronounce your words so that almost anything you read is like poetry, and you put in little explanations where the language gets extensive. Most anybody could understand what you read." Then with a sudden rush, the Scout slid from the bed, and turning around, smoothed the coverlet and dipped deep in a trouser pocket, and brought forth a grimy, round-cornered pair of dice. With a flourish of triumph, these were laid before the Bee-Master. "I won't get you all het up throwing against you today," said the Scoutmaster. "This is the luckiest set I got. I'm going to leave 'em with you, so as if times come when you can have a pillow propped up, you'll have 'em to play with. Would a nurse be too puddin'-headed to throw with you? Could you teach her just how to roll the bones right? Could you teach her?" The Scoutmaster stopped suddenly. If a woman's got sense enough to take care of sick people and give 'em their medicine right and bathe 'em and rub 'em and take away the pain, I reckon she can throw dice. So of course you'll have somebody to play with you. I just kind of got the feeling that there can't anybody do anything just exactly the way we do it." The Scoutmaster looked at the Bee-Master, and the Bee-Master looked at the Scoutmaster, and each smiled a smile so rarely beautiful that his whole face was transfigured. "Well, as a secret between us, and not letting that tall, lean Scotsman there hear what we are saying, of course, such old friends as we are, people that have been so many years with each other, we do have ways that nobody else can quite understand. We do satisfy each other a little bit better than anyone else could. I have a very nice nurse. She will play with me, and I can't tell you how fine I think it is of you to leave your best set with me. I'll take great care of them, and if it just happens that the nurse is so puddin'-headed that she can't roll the bones right, I'll ask Jamie to bring them back to you some of these days." The scoutmaster nodded. Then from a hip pocket was brought out a small roll done in tissue paper. This was spread on the bed and opened up, and before the amazed eyes of Jamie and the bee-master, there billowed over the bed yards and yards of gaudy silk and satin, flowered, plaided, and striped ribbons. The scoutmaster ran appreciative fingers through the gaudy mass and shook it out. "You wouldn't guess in a frog's croak how I got these. A few years ago, before all the girls took to painting their mouths and their faces like the Indians, and all of them got the shingles, they was addicted to ribbons. Ribbons just raged. You couldn't get 'em bright enough, and you couldn't get 'em broad enough, and you couldn't get 'em stiff enough. Nanette used to look like the ribbon counter at Wanamaker's or Marshall Field's or Robinson's when she'd come down to breakfast. And then, just like that," the scoutmaster snapped a thumb and second finger with a spang to show how instantaneous that was, "just like that, ribbons were out. And Nanette had spent all her pin money on ribbons until she had a lean and hungry look every time she passed a hot dog stand or an Eskimo pie wagon. Ain't they the prettiest things? I'd like to see Nanette wear 'em. She couldn't get 'em too bright to suit me, nor too broad, nor too flowery. She had a whole drawer full of 'em. But when she shingled, I asked her if I could have 'em. She's got a business head on her all right. She soaked me 2 bits, but I paid it because I knew what they were worth. Then I took 'em down to the princess in the kitchen, and I told her she could have 2 that she liked the best to make her cases for her embroidery silks if she'd wash the rest of 'em and iron out the creases and make 'em pretty for me. I wasn't too lazy to do it myself, but I wasn't right sure how much soap to put on 'em or what kind, and swinging an electric iron is a profession you've got to learn. You can't flip the dust off your shoulder into anybody's eye unless you've had a good deal of dust there to flip. And that's the way it is with swinging an electric iron. You got to know how to do it before you get results." The scoutmaster shook out the ribbons. "Now, one thing you can do is take 'em one at a time and just slip 'em through your fingers, and look how silky they are and how lovely the flowers are and what beautiful colors there are in the stripes and how they run into each other." Before the eyes of the bee-master there was held up one ribbon of delicate hues. "You know," said the small person, "the man who invented that, if it wasn't a woman, whoever did it, had rainbows on the brain. You see the violet and the orange and the purple? See how the colors mix and blend? That's about as good a rainbow as God ever set in the sky to make a sign to his people that he would keep his covenants with man." SS. That means Sunday school. With fingers busy with the ribbons, the scoutmaster glanced over toward Jamie. "Do you know the Bible pretty good?" "My father was a minister," said Jamie. "I know the Bible from cover to cover." "Then you know that about rainbows?" asked the scoutmaster. "Yes," said Jamie, "I know." "Do you know anything prettier?" asked the scoutmaster. "No," said Jamie. "In any literature of any language I ever learned to read, I know nothing more beautiful than the promise that is symbolized by the rainbow." The scoutmaster stood still. Lean brown hands dropped among the ribbons. A pair of deep, expressive, tender eyes lifted to the eyes of the bee-master. "Do you reckon," said the scoutmaster, "that the covenant between God and man is a little like our covenant about the bees and about our secrets?" The fine old eyes of the bee-master were tender and solemn, and his voice was loving as he said to the little person, "Well, you know a covenant is an understanding. It's an agreement, usually only between 2 people, An agreement about something important and something worthwhile. Well then, said the little scout, that's what ours was, and I'm keeping it. And I'm going to go on keeping it. And this one is a regular flower bed with the bouquets all made up. And this one is Roman stripes, like Ben-Hur had for his sash when he drove Attar and Aldebaran and Antares and Regal. Oh joy, oh boy, wouldn't it be great stuff if we really had an honest and true amphitheater and horses like that and races like that now? These dingy little races around here where the riders come in and sell out the race before they run it, and they draw cuts in the morning to decide who gets to win that day. Oh, bah! Don't it make you sick? The world's getting so rotten they don't even run the ponies fair anymore. I am sorry to say, said the bee-master, that you are about right in your statements. If we don't call a stern halt, if we don't make a right about, if we don't come to our senses pretty soon, we won't have very much of the ancient honor that obtained among men left anywhere in this world concerning sport or business, either one. Then, noticing the arresting hand and the grave face of the little scout, he added, Are you holding the scouts level these days? There was an instant of hesitation on the part of the scoutmaster. The nice child is all right, but Fat Old Bill and Angel Face are eating too much raw meat. If they mutiny one at a time, I can handle 'em. If the day comes very often when 2 or 3 of 'em go bad in a heap, the scoutmaster straightened up and lifted a face contorted by a wry grimace. Woe is me! Jamie and the bee-master could not keep from laughing, much as they respected the mentality of their small partner. Now, as I was telling you, continued the little person, you can look how beautiful they are, and, too, you can braid 'em. Just by getting a nurse to give you a pin and starting with 2 and then working up and down and across like this, you can make a coverlet big enough for your shoulders to keep the cold air out, and you can make them run in waves, and you can make them go in loops. I don't know anything you can play at easier or get more combinations out of when you are sick and have to lie in bed than just a bunch of beautiful ribbons. It keeps your mind on what you are doing, but it isn't like solitaire or some of the things you can play alone that still make you think hard enough to send you to the mat if you wasn't already there. Now, I guess we'd better go. The bee-master will be tired. Mother said I wasn't to stay long enough to make a sick man tired, and I wasn't to talk enough to make him worse. And what else did she say? Oh, I know. I wasn't to look like I wanted anything to eat, 'cause there wasn't anything to eat at a hospital. The scoutmaster, with a lingering stroke, pushed back the gaudy ribbons, eyed them an instant covetously, and then bent above the bee-master and dropped a feathery kiss on his forehead, ran a hand over his hair, and said, You be a good boy and take your medicine and sleep when you're told and come home quick, just as quick as you possibly can. With that, the scoutmaster whirled and marched brusquely from the room. Jamie waited for a few words and then followed. Once outside of the hospital and on the street again, the scoutmaster lifted an enigmatical face. You've seen a good deal of hospitals yourself, haven't you? Jamie assented. Yes, said the scoutmaster, you seem to kind of fit a hospital right now, but not so much as you did the first time I saw you. The first time I saw you, you looked like you were a hospital all by yourself, but now you don't look much more than half a hospital. You seem as if you might belong to the garden just about as well as to the hospital. I suppose they are necessary, but, oh boy, ain't they fierce? Everything's so slippery and so quiet and so clean, and everybody on tiptoe and whispering. If I had a mint of money, if I had gobs and stacks of money, I'd build a hospital where all the windows opened onto a racetrack, and you could see a horse race and an automobile race twice a day, and I'd have bands and radios and moving pictures. Gee, the hospitals they have these days make me sick when there's nothing the matter with me. Then suddenly the scoutmaster took Jamie's hand and looked up at him. "Say, what's the matter with Mrs. Cameron? What makes her cry so much? And what's the use of her looking like a funeral without anybody dead? And why don't Lolly come home?" "Now look here," said Jamie, "you're asking me questions I can't answer. In the first place, I didn't know that Margaret Cameron was crying. I didn't suppose anything could happen that would wring tears from a woman so self-contained as she is. And in the next place, what could I know about Lolly?" "Well," said the scoutmaster, "she is crying a lot these days, 'cause she's right in the end of the car line where I get off with the scouts to play brigand in the canyon, and robber's cave in the mountains, and sand fights on the beach, and to go bathing. She's right where I see her every time I come past, and nearly every time I see her lately she's wiping her eyes. It might be about the bee-master, but there isn't any use for her to spill the brine when he might get well and he might come home. If she knew he wouldn't ever, I could understand it. I reckon it's about Lolly, because she don't seem to come home, and of course, when she isn't at home, Mrs. Cameron doesn't know whether she's sick or well, and she ain't going to feel comfortable as long as she doesn't know." The scoutmaster paused in intent thought a minute and then continued, "I reckon that's kind of a silly thing to say. Lolly's teaching school, and of course, when she's teaching school, she can't come home. At least not until it's time for vacation. If it was vacation and she could come and didn't come, why, that'd be a horse of a different color, and there'd be some reason for getting droopy." Merely to carry on the conversation, Jamie inquired, "Is Lolly a pretty girl?" The scoutmaster scuffled along the sidewalk, glancing from right to left, dodging pedestrians, watching passing cars for their numbers and direction, and replied en route, "Oh, joy! Maybe you'd call her pretty, if you like taffy molasses hair and big blue eyes and pink cheeks and a baby smile and about as much notion of whether you're going to do it or whether you ain't as a wave coming in. Why, Lolly's a pretty girl. But if you ask me, I'd tell you that if you want to see a pretty girl, if you want to see a right royal, high-steppin', cat's whiskers kind of a girl, just turn your optics loose on Molly." "This sounds interesting," said Jamie. "Can you give me any instructions as to where I'd have to be in order to turn my optics loose on Molly?" "No," said the scoutmaster, "not during the school season I couldn't. Vacations, it's easy, unless the coming vacation is going to be different from all the vacations that have gone before. All that have gone before, Molly comes home, at least part of the time, and then we have picnics, and she tramps with us and scouts with us, and we sure do have a real time when Molly's on the job." "Her home is near here?" inquired Jamie, beginning to take interest. "Well, how goofy!" exclaimed the scoutmaster. "Have you lived over a month beside Mrs. Cameron, and she hasn't told you a word about Molly and Lolly and about Dawn?" "It just happens," said Jamie, "that when we've talked together, we've talked about bees and flowers and food. She hasn't told me very much about her children." "Well, they aren't her children," said the scoutmaster. "At least Molly and Donald aren't. Molly and Donald are twins, and their father and Mr. Cameron were brothers, and when both of them went down in the boat the night of the big storm, why, Mrs. Cameron brought the kids home to her house, and she helped both of 'em to get their schooling, so Molly could teach and so Don could work. He's electricity. He knows a world about radio, and he puts in wires in different places. I think you call it installations. Installations would be the right word, wouldn't it?" "It sounds right," said Jamie. "And who's Lolly?" "Well, Lolly belonged to Margaret Cameron before she was married. Sometime, somewhere, she must have been married to some other man, and I dunno whether he went by the graveyard route or got eliminated by a divorce judge. Sometimes I think I'd like to be a divorce judge. It'd be fun to hear all the folks tellin' what's their troubles and why they can't pull even and who's to blame, and sometimes I see women that I'd just naturally separate from any man. I see a lot of 'em that don't look like they were keeping house or tending to their babies, or could come within a mile telling whether their kids' toenails were cut or their ears spooned, and things like that my mother's always fussing about. And of course, journeying along, I do at times see men that need suppression. The hands went down and out. The men who needed it were suppressed at that instant. There are some men, you know, just so trifling and just so full of home brew or some other kind of brew that no woman could live with them and think anything of herself. Maybe I wouldn't like it. Maybe it would be kind of a painful job. I don't know that I'd want it. But I'll tell you this about things I do want. I'll go to my grave disappointed if I don't ever get to drive across this country from ocean to ocean in an automobile. One of the kind that's got front seats that let back and make a bed, and a little cupboard and an icebox and a pantry on the running board and sleeping rolls and everything. Maybe I'd have a trailer. Maybe I'd pick up some things along the way to bring home for Mother's garden. I don't know just what I'd do, but you mark my word, I'm going to twist it around some way so I can get to go before long. Of course, the best thing about it is camping by the wayside and sleeping on the ground and meeting different people and seeing the country when you got time to look at it. You can't get much being whizzed through on a railroad train, and all the places you think might be a little bit interesting, or have a bear or a deer, or there'd be an Indian or bandit or something, those are the places you are whizzed by the fastest. That's the truth, said Jamie. That's quite the truth. Their car came down the line, and the scoutmaster was on the platform before Jamie had really convinced himself that the number and destination were right and could follow suit. Again, on the way home, the scoutmaster frankly leaned over against Jamie and waited for his circling arm and went sound asleep until the point came that brought the inevitable awakening. On the way near the hot dog stand, at a corner toward which Jamie felt a slight propulsion on landing from the car, he said to the scoutmaster, "Do you know, youngster, you are doing what the big folks call burning the candle at both ends." To his amazement, the scoutmaster tuned in. "Ah, but my foes, and oh, my friends, it makes a lovely light." "That may be all right," said Jamie, "and it may be a brand of philosophy that will do for grown folks, but that's rotten for the kiddies. There isn't anything you are doing that's worth stunting your growth for." "Stunting my what?" said the scoutmaster. "I mean," said Jamie, "that you are exercising too hard and sleeping too little. You are going such a pace that you are not as big and strong as you should be. You are on such a strain mastering those 3 big boys you play with that you are not getting the strength in your own arms and legs that they have in theirs. If you don't go a little slower and eat more properly cooked food at home and eat less hot dogs while you are scouting, just what you prophesied will happen to you. If you take such pride in being the scoutmaster, you'd better remember that you can't hold that office unless you are physically fit. You'd better cut out some of the hiking and some of the fights and a whole lot of irregular eating." "Sky pilot," scoffed the scoutmaster, "you sound like I had the hoof and mouth disease." And thereupon Jamie was treated to a countenance of such solemnity, to folded hands and uprolled eyes. For one instant he caught an expression with which he had been familiar in his boyhood, that he could not help laughing. "You know," said Jamie very soberly, "that I've been thinking lately that being a preacher wouldn't be such a bad profession. You might do a whole lot worse things than try to teach other men to come clean, to shoot straight, to ride hard, to be real men spiritually as well as physically." The scoutmaster shuffled ahead and beat Jamie to the hot dog stand. Also, the price for 2 was forthcoming. "My treat today, and that looks kind of rotten to let you treat the last time when there was 5 of us and take it myself when there are only 2. It'll be my treat the next time and a half." Jamie stood staring. "You figure your finances to the penny?" "I do," said the Scoutmaster. "About the worst mess you can get into in this world is the one you get into when you don't keep your millions straight. Dad says he guesses all the trouble in the world that is not about women is about money, and mostly if it's about one of them, it's about the other one too." Having settled the financial end of the transaction, the Scoutmaster gave undivided attention to the hot dog. The combination struck Jamie as about what he wanted also. It appealed to him further that he had no business at that critical period to partake of the combination that was entailed by the Scoutmaster's idea of a perfect treat. He hesitated over it a second, then came off triumphant, although slightly humiliated to fail in being a good fellow. "You know," he said to the Scoutmaster, "I've been very sick, and I'm not long out of the hospital and the doctor's care. I think I won't put my stomach up against that combination of yours. I'll just go home and take a glass of orange juice instead." It touched his heart with particular appeal that the Scoutmaster said instantly, "Well, I'd go and take the orange juice with you, but I've got this started and I can't waste it. So I have to pay for it and eat it, but the next time we'll take the orange juice together if orange juice is your limit until you get well." And then, trotting along the street beside Jamie, past a mouthful of the tantalizing combination, the Scoutmaster said, "Oh, gee, ain't it goofy to be sick? I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't have a hot dog when I wanted it. Of all the things there is to eat in the whole world, I don't know of anything I like better. Mother likes them, too. Dad doesn't come in so strong on them, 'cause he's got a stomach himself every once in a while. City editor and war did it. But as yet, glory be, they haven't either of 'em put the grand kibosh on me. The day they do, I'll leap from the pinnacle. I got pinnacle in geography, of the highest rock in the bay and go out with the undertow." "That would be pathetic," said Jamie. "Why do you want to cause your friend such grief and deprive the bee-master of his partner and me of about the only friend I have on earth, unless the bee-master has decided to be my friend?" "Of course the bee-master is your friend," said the little Scout. "I knew the bee-master was your friend the minute I faced up to the jacaranda and saw you sitting on his particular bench. Didn't you notice me keep straight on coming?" "I certainly did," said Jamie. "I registered that fact in my mentality with great pride and pleasure. I shall always remember that when you caught your first view of me, you kept straight on coming." "It was the same way with Molly," said the Scoutmaster. "First peep I ever got at her, I kept right on coming. I walked right up to her and into her just as far as I could get at the first séance. Do you know what a séance is?" Jamie said he did. "All right, then. A séance is so goofy that I didn't know, but I'd have to tell you about it, like bees and other things you need educating up on. But getting back to Molly, there's something about her that's got a pull. Every one of the boys just took to her like you take to buckwheat cakes and maple syrup, or waffles that you get from the waffle man on the beach, or anything like that you want all you can hold of when you think about it and want to go back in a few days for more. Molly's like that. Something that you want awful bad when you see her, and every few days you want her just as bad." "Tell me about Molly. She sounds interesting," said Jamie. By this time they had reached the gate. Jamie opened it, and the Scoutmaster led the way to the seat under the jacaranda. "Well, telling about Molly is a pretty long story. Molly had hard luck. She didn't have any mother to begin with, and then she lost her father. Then there was a good while that she had the devil's own time with Don. He just seemed bound and determined to do everything in the world except the thing she wanted him to. She thought she was never going to make anything out of him. She thought just as dead sure he'd go some way that wouldn't get him anywhere, and I don't know whether she ever would have got him pulled through or not if it hadn't always been Lolly in the background. There never was a time I've known him that he didn't think she was just old peaches and persimmons, alligator pears, and everything squashy like that. when he wouldn't do anything 'cause it was honest and square and straight, and 'cause it was what he should do, 'cause Molly wanted him to, why, that very same thing he'd do for Lolly if she'd give him a kiss or pat him a little or laugh at him or coax him along with a petting party. I like Molly 'cause she ain't an all-day sucker. She just comes to the point, and she knows what the point she's coming to is before she starts for it. There ain't any meandering about Molly. The Scoutmaster showed in deft handwork the straight way that Molly went. And I reckon if I was grown up and wanting a job to earn money at, that I'd rather have the job Molly's got than any job in the world. You surprise me, said Jamie. You astonish me. I'd have thought teaching school was the last profession in the world that you'd choose. Yes, but in these days there's different kinds of teaching school, said the Scoutmaster. The kind that Molly does isn't the kind you're thinking about. It isn't shut up in a room and staying in one place and doing the same thing over and over. The kind Molly does is called teaching Americanism. Did you ever know how good-looking and how interesting a lot of little round-the-world children can be? A lot of little Italians and Greeks and Spaniards and Indians and Hawaiians and Japanese and Chinese, cutest little brown things with big round eyes. You ought to hear 'em sing, "My country 'tis of thee." You ought to see 'em salute the flag. You ought to hear 'em learn the words that mean that there isn't any country in all the world so big and fine and nice to live in as the United States. You ought to see 'em learn that their heads are made to think with, and their hands are made to work with, their feet are made to march with, their eyes are made to see straight, to see all there is. Oh, gee, I like Molly's job. I like to help her when she's having a picnic on the beach with them. I think that school sounds mighty fine myself, said Jamie. Would you take me some day when Molly's teaching Americanism on the beach? Sure I would, said the Scoutmaster. Molly would be glad to see you. Molly's always glad to see everybody that believes in America and believes in God. She's strong on both of them. Anybody that shoots straight and rides hard and plays square, like I told you. You ought to see her shoot and ride. If I was a millionaire and had money to burn, the first thing I'd get after I got the kind of a horse that I'd like to have for myself would be the kind of a horse Molly would really like to have. The Scoutmaster arose. Just about now I speed for home with barely time left to shift to my other wardrobe, provided it ain't been bandited and left a dark cloud hanging over me. Anything I can do to avert trouble? Inquired Jamie. Not a thing, old dear, said the Scoutmaster, not a thing. But I thank you. I thank you heaps for your good intentions. The Scoutmaster cracked heels, laid a palm over the region of the pit of the stomach, and bowed low. Then, with a whirl, the youngster started down the walk. Only a few steps had been covered when the small figure turned and the Scoutmaster called back. I didn't have time today, but remind me the next time I come, and I'll do the lame duck and the wet hen for you. I made 'em up myself. I have to have a bathing suit and a duck to do 'em right, but I could pretend I had on a bathing suit and the walk was a duck and off it was the water and show you how it goes. I'm nifty about the wet hen. I think I do her spiffy. I'll remember, said Jamie. I'll surely remember. He waited before turning to the house because he liked to see the agility, the free sweep, the unfailing grace with which the little scout skinned the line fence between the grounds of the Bee-Master and Margaret Cameron. The next morning, before Jamie took up the line of march for the beach, he called his neighbor. Since she said nothing herself, he ignored the fact that her eyes were red and her hands tremulous, but he did wonder. He wondered exceedingly whether it was the Lolly he had not liked so particularly well from the Scoutmaster's description, or whether it was the illness of the Bee-Master that worried so fine a woman as Margaret Cameron. Jamie stretched himself on his bed and laid his hands on the dressings that covered his side. Then he looked up at his neighbor. "Margaret Cameron, you are on oath," he said. "Your right hand's in the air, and you are solemnly swearing that you are going to tell me whether or not 1 month of the best regime we could devise has taken the color and the fever out of this wound any." "I haven't had the nerve to look myself, for I cannot face it very well except in a mirror, which is not altogether satisfactory. Let's go." Jamie did not know as he shut his eyes. He did not know that the skin of his face was tightly drawn across its bonework. He did not realize that his hands were trembling as he raised them to uncover his left breast. Margaret Cameron came to the side of the bed and leaned over him and looked intently. "Turn slightly toward me," she ordered sharply. Jamie's eyes popped open, and at what he saw in her face began to leap and to bound, and before he knew what he was doing, he was upright and had both of her hands. "Oh, Margaret," he cried, "are you sure? Are you sure it's that much better?" Margaret was gripping his hands as tight as ever she could. "Oh, Jamie boy," she said, "it's well nigh a miracle the way the color's fading out, and as sure as you are 6 feet high, it is drawing together at the bottom. It is coming clean, and there is more flesh over your ribs and across your chest. You're not so lean. I've been thinking I could see it in your hands and in your face, and at that we haven't been trying so much for flesh building as we have for blood purification. If we can get the bloodstream clean, most any time we can begin flesh building. Jamie boy, I'd say you are going to make it. I'd say if you hold steady and keep it up 6 months, you can close that ugly spot. It's going to leave a nasty scar, but scars are the aftermath of any war. If your blood will purify, if you can get in working order, there is nothing to stop you from being the man God meant you to be when you were born." Then Jamie took Margaret Cameron tight in his arms and kissed her over and over again on the top of her head. Then he released her and looked after her wonderingly. Because she was going from the back door, her shoulders shaken with sobs deeper and longer than the most motherly of women need shed over the joy of a step in the right direction for even a highly considered neighbor. Slowly Jamie turned from the back door. Slowly he went back to the bed upon which he had lain. Slowly he got down on his knees and clasped his shaking hands and laid his forehead on them, and then reverently, deeply, from the bottom of his heart, he thanked the Lord. Then he headed straight for the icebox and drank a pint of tomato juice. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 13, The Keeper of the Bees. There came a stretch of days during which the awakening of each morning was a small miracle all by itself to Jamie. To awake rested, refreshed, to awake with hope in his heart, to look down the irregular stretch of the garden and on the ceaseless lapping of the sea, and to say to himself, "Today I will transplant the lilies. I will trim the poinsettias. I will plant some tomatoes." To be able to tell himself that he would do something constructive with the knowledge in his heart that he would have the strength to do it and the uplift in his spirit that would give him joy in the doing, because from that period on, each morning awakening was in a way a new miracle. It seemed to him that he could feel the purity, the cleanliness of the blood that was flowing through his veins. He knew that the heart in his breast was calming down, was throbbing with a regularity and a surety that he had not known in a long time. It had ceased to flutter, even at a stiff climb. He knew that strength was gradually forging into his limbs and his hands, that his brain was clearing. He was no longer a pusillanimous creature creeping around wondering about how long he could live. He was an upright man with a hopeful outlook, with a definite purpose of beating the game if it lay in the power of himself and Margaret Cameron and California to win. It was a big game that he was playing. It is in the blood of humanity to fight for life, anything but death. Jamie sat on the side of the bed and meditated upon how strange it was that human beings should complain of pain, of poverty, of disappointment, of defeat of every kind, and yet the instant death that the little scout said was beautiful, became imminent, humanity armed against it and fought to the last ditch as he was fighting. He admitted that he might be mistaken, that he might be over-hopeful, that Margaret Cameron's vision might even be colored by her hopes for him. But one thing he could not be mistaken about. His body was not so lean. His hands were surer. He could walk without his legs bowing under him, and he had quit morbid introspection. He had reached the place where several times alone in the evening he had laid aside the bee books and picked up the greatest of all books and read chapter after chapter, and he realized that never once had he done this without closing the sacred volume with the feeling that in some way he had gained something. There had been possibly only one word, some thought, something that remained with him and helped him to fashion the coming day. Then Jamie arose, picked up a pencil, and drew a circle on the calendar around the previous day. And from the circle he ran a line to the margin and lettered it M.C. That meant Margaret Cameron, and the date was the day on which she had found him better. Another month he would continue the same regime, with even more exactitude, and then she would look again, and he registered a vow as he put on his clothing that she would find him better. As he arranged the dressings on his wounded side, he looked closely at the pad he had removed, and then suddenly Jamie found himself doing what the little person would have called pirouetting. There was barely a faint pinkish seeping. He had felt for days past that the stains were not so large and not so angry. That morning there was ocular evidence that could not be done away with. Too plain for words to dispute it, lay the proof before him that Margaret had been right. Before Jamie realized fully what he was doing, he found that he was dancing around the bedroom with much less reserve and more enthusiasm than the little scout had danced down the garden walk. He was actually laughing to himself as he drew on his clothing, and when he heard Margaret Cameron in the kitchen with his breakfast, he opened the door and called to her, "Lady of Scotland." His voice rang out with a tone Margaret Cameron had not previously noticed. "Step this way," said Jamie. "Yesterday you had exhibit number 1. This morning cast your optics on exhibit number 2. And Jamie picked up the pad from a basket that was being filled for the incinerator and pulled it apart that Margaret Cameron might see. "A month ago," said Jamie, "those pads were pretty thoroughly soaked with brilliant color. This one I just removed is barely damp and the faintest pink. Oh, Margaret, woman, I am going to make it. I am going to be a whole man again." "Sure you are," said Margaret Cameron, and for the sake of a good cause, she was willing to throw even more assurance into her tones than there was in her heart. But the boy was better. Anyone could see that. There was noticeably more flesh on his bones. The skin over his face did not look so much like parchment. There was a faint color creeping into his cheeks and his lips, and it might well be that half the battle lay in having him merely believe that he was better. At any rate, it was infinitely preferable to the doleful attitude of considering his days as numbered and spending most of his time deciding on the highest number. That month both of them worked and held frequent consultations. They repeatedly revised the diet lists, making the food that they felt was right and beneficial recur most frequently, omitting things that were not helpful, and sticking religiously to the tomato juice in the morning, the orange juice in the afternoon, and the best milk that could be found in as large quantities as Jamie could take it. That month was one in which they neatly walked. Sometimes they spoke softly. For Jamie it was a month filled to the brim with joyful thanksgiving. Every day he could positively see and feel the progress that he made. Each day he could accomplish slightly more in the garden. Each day he knew more about the bees. That month he developed the habit every night of picking up the Bible the last thing before he went to bed and reading a few verses. And from thinking a prayer and from thinking thanksgiving, he advanced to the place where he boldly, in the silence and serenity of the little room, got down on his knees and prayed the prayer of thanksgiving. Then he followed it by the prayer of asking. He found himself asking God to take care of all the world, to help everyone who needed help, to put the spirit and courage into every heart to fare forth and to attempt the great adventure on its own behalf. When it came to cases, he asked for strength to keep the bees and the garden safely. He asked for help, physically and morally, to be a man of whom his father and mother could justly have been proud. Then he asked God to take care of Margaret Cameron, to ease whatever trouble it might be that seemed to be resting in her heart. Then, from the first time he actually had gone on his knees and lifted his face to the throne, Jamie had included the little scout. He told God about what a fine spirit he thought the little fellow had, and what a bright mentality. How unselfish the child was, and how overly developed the sense of fairness. And he asked that the little fellow be taken care of and guided right, and given the opportunity to grow into such a citizen as would be a benefit to the nation. When he reached the bee-master, Jamie laid hold on the foot of the throne, and he begged the Almighty that if it were at all consistent with the divine plan of things, to spare the bee-master, to let him come back to his home and the homely, simple things that comprise the spirit of home, to let him have a few more years in his garden with a brilliancy of color to comfort his waking days and the song of the sea to soothe his pillow. Last of all, he reached the storm girl, and for her, Jamie begged safety, mercy, and the power to give her help. Then he arose, in some way fortified, a trifle bigger, slightly prouder, more capable, more of a man than he had been the day before. He had asked for help, and he knew that he was receiving help. And he knew that never again would he be ashamed to face any man or any body of men and tell them that he had asked for help and that help had been forthcoming, and that the same experience lay in the reach of every man if he would only take the Lord at his word, if he would only do what all men are so earnestly urged to do, believe. That was a good month for Jamie. Before the close of it, the pads covering his side were coming off dry and clean. He was using them now more as a protection to tender, freshly formed flesh, covered with skin so thin it seemed as if a breath would rend it, than because of any seepage. When Jamie went into the sea, he stroked with his right arm only. When he lifted a heavy load, he protected his left side. If a high reach was to be made, he made it with his right hand. But never for an instant during the day or in a waking hour in the night did there cease in his soul a little low, murmuring song of thanksgiving. Over and over all day he sang it, but there were very few words. It ran, "Life, life, a useful life. I thank thee, Lord, for a chance at life, for a chance at beautiful work, for a chance at beautiful friends. I thank thee, Lord, for life." Each time he went to the hospital, he carried flowers from the garden and sometimes fruits and loving messages from the little scout and quaint gifts ranging all the way from a battered jackknife and a stick to whittle to a well-worn deck of cards with which to play solitaire. One day, as he went into the hospital, he met Margaret Cameron coming out. So he knew that she had been to visit the bee-master and had not told him that she was going, and he knew by the whiteness of her face and the pain in her eyes that the bee-master was not improving, that he was not gathering strength, that the chances might be slowly lessening day by day of his ever returning to the friendly house so beautifully encircled by a garden of love. Jamie went up to the bee-master's room and read the truth for himself. The master was scarcely able to speak. There was a white look across the noble brow that seemed to Jamie to indicate that the fine old soul before him was very near to being ready for transfiguration. When he arose to go, he had extreme difficulty in keeping his voice even and his eyes clear. "I want to tell you," he said, "how much I thank you for the chance you've given me to get back my manhood and to learn work that each day I am growing to love more and more. I want to thank you for giving me in your home the opportunity to get back to a confidential understanding with God, to find out the peace and sustaining power that He is willing to give to every man who can muster the manhood to receive the gift." Jamie leaned over and kissed the bee-master on the forehead once. "That's for the little scout who sent you a truckload of love." Then he kissed him again and added whimsically, "And that's for Jamie. He's brought you the same amount." The bee-master held Jamie's hands very tight for a minute, and then, in barely a whisper, he said, "Thank God that you've learned to lay hold on the promise of the Master. I am thankful that you have learned to accept His gifts. And I believe, too, that you have learned enough of life and enough of love in my house and in my garden that you will be ready to accept any gift which love and confidence may bring to you." Jamie went out wondering what that meant. The next day he learned. The call came early from the hospital. The bee-master had found that beautiful crossing that the little scout had so understandingly described. With his hands folded on his breast, in his sleep, he had answered the call so lightly given that the nurse found him as she had left him. His instructions had been that his remains were to be shipped immediately to an address he gave in the East. He wanted to be laid for his final sleep beside the two Marys, the one he had loved and married, and the one to whom their love had given life. All three of them were gone now, and Jamie put it into the next prayer he uttered, that hour might find them, hand in hand, wandering amid greater beauties than the little garden had ever contained, even among the splendors of the fields of paradise. In telling him, Dr. Grayson had asked that he come to the hospital for a conference, and when Jamie reached the hospital an hour later, he was dumbfounded to have placed in his hands, ready for execution, the last will and testament of the bee-master. It set forth that, on account of love and affection, the property therein described was given, devised, and bequeathed to the present occupant and caretaker, James Lewis McFarlane, and to his first assistant, Gene Meredith. Said property was to be equally divided between the two beneficiaries, the acre on the right hand facing the street with the beehives contained thereon to be the property of Gene Meredith, the acre on the left hand facing the street to be the property of James Lewis McFarlane with all the improvements thereon. There followed further provision that the two beneficiaries were to draw cuts for the possession of the residence, the one drawing the short cut to become the owner of the house, which was to be removed to the property of the winner, the expense of moving to be paid from funds in the bank belonging to the estate, which were also devised, share and share alike, to the beneficiaries of the will. From these same funds there was to be drawn sufficient money to duplicate the house or to build one having the same number of rooms, general appearance, and conveniences on the property of the loser. The remainder of the money in the bank, after these transactions were made, was to be equally divided between the parties benefiting by the will. When this amazing document was thoroughly explained to Jamie, he sat looking rather bleakly at Dr. Grayson. He was not in the least ashamed of the big tears that were running down his cheeks. "But I can't do that," he protested. "I haven't earned that place. There must be someone who is nearer to the bee-master than I." "Well," said Dr. Grayson, "in case there is, don't worry. You'll hear from them. If there are people living who feel that they have a better right to that property than you, they will put in an appearance. In the meantime, we will go on the supposition that the bee-master knew his own mind and his own business, and that in giving you the place, he wanted it to go into the hands of a man who would appreciate it, who would love it, who in all probability would keep it as the master left it." Jamie sat staring, thinking deeply, and then he knew what the bee-master had meant when he had said the night before that he should learn to accept any gift of love as well as the gifts of the Heavenly Father. The bee-master had known that his time was imminent, that his crossing was near, and he had meant in a way to prepare Jamie for the fact that the little house and the bees and the bright garden were going to be, in part at least, a gift of love to him. Suddenly, Jamie sat up and repeated a name slowly. Gene Meredith. Then he realized that he was still in the dark. He didn't know any more than he had before. Gene might be a boy or might be a girl. He looked at Dr. Grayson. "Does Gene Meredith know about this?" he asked. "The bee-master gave me the telephone number, and I called the parents. Yes, the bee-master's little friend knows." "And will the parents accept that gift on behalf of the child?" asked Jamie. "Most assuredly," said the doctor. "Why not? There probably was no one on earth to whom the bee-master was attached as to the little person he always referred to as his side partner. There is no reason, since he had no child of his own, as to why he should not leave his property to anyone he chose. There was every reason as to why he should leave it to a man who had cared for it in his absence, in whom he had faith, and to a child who has perhaps relieved the tedium of more dark hours in the master's life than all the rest of the world put together. It seems to me eminently right and fitting that the bee-master should do precisely what he has done. I forgot to call your attention to a last provision and an afterthought in the form of a codicil as to the furnishings of the house. Everything in the living room and the books go to the little scout. The remainder of the furnishings are yours." Jamie arose. He offered his hand to Dr. Grayson. "I am going out in the air where I can walk and think," he said. "But I'll tell you right now, there's no use to probate that document. It was made by a sick man. It was made by a man fighting for life after an operation," said the doctor. His mentality was as clear as yours or mine when I said good night to him at 10 o'clock last night. There isn't a court in the land that can touch that will." "It's simply impossible," said Jamie. "I will not even consider it." "Oh, yes, you will," said Dr. Grayson, "because if you don't probate that will, I'll do it for you, and you can rest very largely assured that Mr. Meredith will see that his child's interests in it are taken care of. You will take it whether you want it or not. If you don't want to keep it, once it comes to your hands, if you'd rather see someone the bee master would have hated go into the little house and commercialize the garden, that's up to you so far as your half of it is concerned. You can make up your mind when the time comes. Since you are so in doubt about it, I think I had better turn the document over to Mr. Meredith, but the chances are he will want you to cooperate with him." "Well, I will not," said Jamie stubbornly. "I will not accept a thing I haven't earned." "Oh, damn the Scots," said Dr. Grayson impatiently. "I'm glad I'm English and willing to take all I can get, and you're the first Scotsman I ever saw who wasn't willing to take all he could get, no matter if it did come as a gift. And as for not taking things you haven't earned, you'd better stop breathing, you'd better stop soaking in sunshine, you'd better stop eating the fruits of the earth. They are all gifts that you have accepted and were mighty glad to accept." "A gift from God is one thing," said Jamie. "A gift from a man I have known such a short time is something different." "There is no difference in the gifts," said the doctor. "They are both gifts, and I reiterate, you are a fool if you don't accept them with a thankful heart." Jamie shook his head, and turning from the office, went down to the street and then back to the house and to the blue garden that the love of flowers and the love of beauty in the heart of a sentimentalist had built around a home. He stepped softly as he entered the door. He carried his hat in his hand and looked around for some place not too intimately connected with the bee master where he might lay it. What was it that amazing document had said? 1 acre of valuable soil, crowded to the limit with wonderful planting, a row of white hives running the length of it, something in the bank, plenty of comfortable clothing that fitted him, a bed whereon to sleep, and they were his if he cared to stretch forth his hand and take them? Jamie suddenly discovered that he was not so strong as he had thought he was, because he was shaking until his teeth chattered and the tears were rolling down his cheeks until he was exhausted. So he got up and went down the back walk the extreme length of it, and opened the gate and stepped into the footpath that led down to the white sands of the sea. There before him his eyes encountered an amazing sight. Backed against a rock, making feeble efforts at self-defense, were a couple of children, and before them there was a small figure working a sand shovel with the precision of a rotary plow and the velocity of a whirlwind. The victims against the rock were clawing their eyes and gasping for breath and making an ineffectual effort to return the compliment. To Jamie it was evident that the flying sand was very nearly smothering both of them. A few long strides brought him to the rescue. He grabbed the little scout by the belt and pulled hard. "Gently, partner, go gently," he said. "You're smothering those children." The little scout lifted the shovel and raised a face of outrage with the offered explanation. "They began it. They picked on me. I wasn't doing a thing until they threw sand on me 6 times. "No doubt," said Jamie, "no doubt, but that is not any sufficient reason as to why you should smother them. You're going at them like a whirlwind." The little scout drew to full height. A deep breath filled a heaving chest. There was no disputing the argument offered. Again, I threw as much on each one of them as both of them could throw on me. I had to be going some. Jamie took that in slowly. Perhaps you did, he said. Is that shovel yours or theirs? It's theirs, answered the scout. I took it from the biggest one, and you will notice he is taller and huskier than I am, so that's that. You come with me, said Jamie. Let's go up here to the rock and sit down and look out on the ocean. When were you at home last? Left right after breakfast, said the little scout. It's Saturday, you know. I was coming to help you with the bees this morning, but you wasn't there, and so I came on down to the sand and thought I'd look around and see if I could start anything. And right away those kids began picking on me, so I thought I'd better show 'em a few. Jamie headed toward the throne, and the little scout scuffled along beside him. If you've not been home since breakfast, said Jamie, when they were finally seated facing the ocean, if you haven't been home since breakfast, Gene. Who told you my name was Gene? Cut in the little scout. Dr. Grayson, said Jamie. He told me at the hospital this morning that your name was Gene Meredith. What else did he blab about me? Inquired the little scout. It was evident to Jamie that the whole of the small figure beside him was suddenly imbued with defiance, drawn up for battle. He didn't say anything, said Jamie, except that you would have the sense to accept a very wonderful gift that's going to be offered to you. Is it a horse? Asked the little scout instantly, the defiance beginning to fade. No, said Jamie, it's something worth more than a great many horses. Never mind that right now. There is something else I want to tell you. I just came from the hospital. Slowly, the little person drew away from Jamie. Slowly, the gray eyes widened. Slowly, the hands clenched. Slowly, the narrow chest heaved up and sank back again. Ah! Said the youngster harshly. Ah! He ain't gone and slept the beautiful sleep, has he? Jamie sat still and looked out across the ocean. It was a blow he found himself powerless to deliver. Slowly his eyes turned to the horrified face of the child beside him, and suddenly the little scout launched a quivering figure into his arms and buried a twisted face on his breast, and for a short time Jamie had difficulty in holding the writhing body in his arms together. A curious thought struck him. That rock that he called the throne was not very well named. It seemed to be a place where people brought their troubles. In an earlier experience with it, he had held the body of a woman tortured to the extreme limit of endurance. Now he was holding the body of a child so lean and slight that he could scarcely manage his long arms to give the support that was needed. Don't, begged Jamie, don't take it like that. Let me tell you, it was like your Aunt Beth. It was in the night, without even awakening the bee-master. His hands were folded on his breast, too. There was a wonderful smile on his face, exactly the smile that you described, the smile that seemed as if there were a great secret that those closed lips could tell if they could open. Jamie fumbled for his handkerchief and turned the little scout's head and wiped the streaming eyes and cupped the big hand under the quivering cheeks and held on tight. Don't cry like that, he begged. You are tearing yourself to pieces. The master wouldn't like it. Don't you know that you said all the angels would be glad when they saw your Aunt Beth coming marching, straight and tall, with a sure step down the flower ways of heaven? It's going to be like that with the bee-master. You are selfish when you cry like that. You are not thinking about him, about his going home to Mary and his wee girl. You are thinking about yourself. Instantly the little figure straightened. Sure, I'm thinking about myself. Why shouldn't I think about myself? I got myself to live with, haven't I? Who's going to be hurt when I got a pain or ain't strong enough to handle old fat Bill, or when I can't make anybody understand any of the things that he always did understand? He ain't the only one that spilt the beans. When he told me all there was to tell about things that went wrong with him and the people who ruined him, he didn't do all the talking. He knew just as much about me as I did about him, and now I ain't got a living soul to go to that'll understand. What am I going to do? Just answer me that. What am I going to do? Suddenly, Jamie found himself taking the woebegone face before him between his hands. He found himself laying it against his face, first on one side and then on the other. He found himself hugging the frail body until he knew he was almost cracking the bones in it, and deep and husky he heard his own voice saying, "You come straight to me. When you've got a secret you want kept, when anyone doesn't seem to understand, and some of the bunch will not play fair, and things go wrong, you come to me." Instantly the little scout struggled away from him. Jamie met a level gaze of such depth and appeal as he never before had encountered in human eyes. "Honest to God," said the little scout, "tear out your heart, cut it in pieces, and cast it to the four winds of the heavens?" "Whose lodge ritual have you been reading?" asked Jamie. "Dad's," said the little scout calmly, "only we made ours as much worse as we could." Then his fingers tightened again. "Honest? On the level? Do you really mean it?" "Honest, on the level. Swear over my heart," said Jamie. "Hold up my right hand and take the oath before the Almighty." "I'll always be your friend. I'll keep any secret you tell me. I'll do anything in the world that I can at any time, at any place, to help you." A steady hand was thrust at him. "Shake," said the little scout. "All that goes for me. All what you said about me, I'll say about you. I'll come to you like I've been going to the bee-master. We'll be partners like him and me was. I'll help you all I can, but, say, what's going to become of the bees? What's going to become of the garden? What's going to become of that nice house?" Jamie hesitated. Someone had to tell the child. They were there. It was his opportunity. He wanted a childish viewpoint. Why not? So he said quietly, "Would you believe that there was anyone in all this world that the bee-master loved any better than he did you?" "I don't have to waste any breath on explaining beliefs on that point," said the little scout. "I got actual information. I got it from the great mogul. I got it from the man higher up. I got it right up against the bee-master's heart. I got it with a tight kiss, and it's a secret I ain't telling anybody except the man that takes his place. Remember, you're under oath, and this is the first one I'm going to tell you because it was our secret between us. There might have been folks that wouldn't have liked it if they'd known it. There was folks that wouldn't have liked it. Margaret Cameron wouldn't have liked it, for one, 'cause I've got my doubts if she cared any more about Lolly than she did about the bee-master. What I know about her, the way she cleaned after him and waited on him, I guess I seen Mother cottoning up to Dad. I guess I know a little about married folks, and what I know about her is that she'd have been tickled to pieces if the bee-master had said to her, 'Wilt thou?' You just bet she'd have wilted. She'd have wilted all over him. But he didn't ever ask her, and he didn't ever intend to ask her. He never loved any woman in all the world but Highland Mary, and he let one other woman make a fool of him when he was so lonesome after she was gone, like a chicken trying to peruse him around with its head cut off. Say, that's a secret, too. I seem to be spilling all I know on you at once. You might get him in line better and hold on to him tighter if I told him one at a time. And it'd be more sense if I tell my own anyway. He might not like it if I told his. I didn't mean to either. Just saying that about Margaret Cameron made me think how I could have told her any time she was whirling like a button on a barn door that there wasn't nothing to it except that he thought she was clean and he thought she was fine, and he'd rather play cribbage or checkers with her than to sit and think about the awful thing that happened to the woman he liked best and to his little Mary. No, she needn't ever thought it was her he liked best, 'cause it wasn't. It was just as is little old me. And why I know it is like I told you before, 'cause he said so, and he wouldn't have to say so if he didn't want to. Nobody asked him. Nobody pushed him off the springboard. He took the high dive all by himself. Well then, said Jamie, if he loved you like that, and you know he loved you like that, and if he was going on his long journey and had something very dear to him to leave, who do you think would be the person to whom he would leave it? So long as he lives, Jamie will remember the reaction of the little scout to that question. The flat shoulders squared, the head lifted to an extreme height, the chin drew in, the eyes batted. A hand was laid on the chest at the base of the throat. The mouth opened and the eyes closed, and the little scout went through the pantomime of swallowing the biggest morsel that could, by any possibility, be forced down a small esophagus. Then it came straight from the shoulder, as Jamie was beginning to learn that everything came with the little scout. Why, he'd just naturally leave it to me. Calmly, casually, convincingly, the words came from lips of assurance. He'd leave it to me, and maybe he'd leave some to you, because you stuck on the job when you wasn't hardly able, and you faced down the bees like a real man would, and you been square about taking care of things. You can write down my answer to that question. He'd leave some to me, and if he played the game square, like he always did, he'd leave some to you. Well, said Jamie, you're a good guesser, Gene. That's exactly what the bee master has done. He's left a writing that Dr. Grayson thinks will hold in the courts, and this writing says that the west acre of the Garden of Wonder up there and the hives that are on it are yours, and the east acre and the hives that are on it are mine. For yourself, you are free to do whatever you and your parents think best. For me, it seems to be a gift that I cannot accept. How come? The little scout shot the phrase at Jamie forcefully. Why, I haven't done anything to earn it, said Jamie. All I've done here is not a drop in the bucket compared with the value of an acre of land down that slope, planted as it is, peopled with the bees. It's simply stepping into a home and a comfortable living and a profession that I feel sure I have brains enough to master with a few years of loving and painstaking work, and there are all the books I need and all the material I need and the name of a man who will help me. It's too easy. It's a fairy tale. It's a dream. Things don't happen that way in real life. The little person thought that over. Look here, said a confident voice, and a small hand was laid on Jamie's cheek, and his face was turned straightly to meet the gaze of the speaker. Look here, maybe you think the bandages you're wearing don't show through the shirt on your back, but when you stoop over, they do. You're pretty game about it, and you don't bellyache, but, of course, you wouldn't be all harnessed up like that if you didn't have to be. And that means that wrong things and things that hurt you and hit you awful hard came your way. And it was for all of us, for our country 'tis of thee. But you bucked up and you stood your hurts and you didn't complain and you pulled through 'em. And you just know all by yourself that ugly things and mean things and maybe things you didn't deserve at all happened to you. Now, why ain't that just the same as if something that was wonderful and lovely happened to you? Why couldn't a beautiful thing happen to you just as well as a bad thing? Why couldn't getting an acre of land with beehives and flowers happened to you just as well as getting a rip snorter that nearly tore your heart out. Laugh that off, will you?" "Well," said Jamie, "come to think of it, I have heard of the law of compensation. The law of compensation means that when things have gone about as far as they can go in one direction, sometimes they turn around and go equally far in the other direction." "Sure," said the small person. "That's the dope. That's the way to look at it. Don't sit there and talk about not understanding things and not being worth things. Course you're worth 'em, or you wouldn't have got 'em. All your life there's been something in you, and I expect it was born in you, just like it was born in our baby. Ever since they brought him home from the hospital, you can see there's things about him that's like Dad, and you can see things about him that's like Mother, and I hope to goodness there'll be one thing about him that'll be like me." When I went on a boat past the cave in the rock where, if you look through, you can see the light, Molly said, when I saw the light, if I'd wish for the thing I wanted most in the world, it would come true. So I made a wish, and Molly wanted to know what I wished, and I wasn't going to tell her. I like Molly, but everything ain't all of her business. I like her, but she ain't the keeper of my secrets like the bee master was, and like you're going to be now in his place. So I'll tell you what I wished for my little brother when I saw the light that makes wishing come true. I thought of it just the minute I saw the light, 'cause even worse than I want a horse, I want the thing I wished for my little brother. So just as quick and just as hard as I ever could say it, right in my heart and looking straight at that light, I said, "I wish that our Jimmy will not ever grow up to be a cad." Jamie arose and took the little scout by the hand. "Come on, Gene," he said. "Let's go home." The little scout bounded expertly from crag to crag down the rock in front of him and waited for him at the base. "You seem to like my name." "Well," said Jamie, "there couldn't be a lovelier name. It's something to know about you definitely, and at that it doesn't tell me whether you're a boy or a girl." Jamie saw the mutiny that instantly dawned in the eyes raised to his. "Still harping on that old no-sense thing, are you?" demanded the little person. "Still fussing over trifles when you are satisfied with the big thing. If I'm your partner and you're the keeper of my secrets and we're going home together, ain't that enough for you?" "That ought to be almost enough for any man," answered Jamie. So they started up the path toward the back gate. Halfway there, the little scout paused and looked at Jamie speculatively. "Am I to call you the bee master now?" "No," said Jamie. "You aren't going to call me the bee master, maybe not for long years yet. The bee master is a title that has to be won by painstaking work and fine thought and delicate operations. It's a title that properly belonged to the man who's sleeping now. He could wear it with grace and dignity. It's too big to fit my case. We'll have to find a title for me that means stumbling along plainly and simply, every day studying my job and making the most of it, going at things with all my heart and putting the best I have to give to them, just sticking on the job because I like it, as you told me I would." Registering among the mental pictures that endured, there registered on Jamie's consciousness the upward lift of the shoulders, the backward slant of the head, the elevation of the chin, the outward gesture of both hands, and on his ears fell the dictum, "Oh, well then, if you want to be plain and simple, if you want to get right down to brass tacks, you'd better just answer to what you are, the keeper of the bees. That's a good enough name for any man." "I heartily agree with you," said Jamie. "That's a fine title. That satisfies me fully and completely, better, in fact, than any title possibly could that was of German origin." "Is the bee master of German origin?" queried the little scout. "Yes," said Jamie, "that title is of German origin. Was the bee-master a German? No, said Jamie, never. The bee-master was British by breeding and training. He happened to be located in our country, but he was of British ancestry, if he didn't go farther and be of British birth. Well, he didn't go that far, said the small person. That's another thing he told me himself. He was born in Pennsylvania, and he found Mary there, and he was married there, and he lived there, and the awful tilting rock was in the mountains there. The tilting rock? Asked Jamie. The little scout looked down. I guess I'm kind of broke up today, was the conclusion reached. I guess I've said 2 or 3 things I'd better kept still about. We won't talk about that rock today. Maybe someday I'll tell you. It's pretty awful, and I don't sleep well if I get to thinking about it. If I get to thinking hard about it, I can't very well quit. I want to see him before they send him away. I want to straighten his hair and fix his tie and fold his hands myself. I want to fix his feet comfortable and easy, and I would like to put his slippers on him, too. Right there, Jamie broke down. By that time they had reached the bench under the jacaranda. He sat down on it and buried his face in his hands and sobbed aloud. The little person stood beside him and put stout arms around his neck. "Ah," said the voice, roughened with emotion. "They didn't go and send him right away. They didn't put him on a morning train. They didn't not give me a chance. They didn't let somebody else fix him." Jamie straightened up. "Honey," he said, "I'm afraid they did." "Well, I call that a dirty jip," sobbed the little scout. "It ain't giving the bee-master any show, and it ain't giving me any show. When he liked me best, he would have wanted me to fix him. Mother would have come with me, and so would Dad. Dr. Grayson knew all about me, and I'm going to tell him what I think of that kind of business. I've called him on the phone maybe 6 times and got him here and run as tight as I could, licked to get him what he wanted, and to heat water and to help him. He knew darn well who the bee-master would want to fix him up to go see God. It ain't fair." Then the little person collapsed, and Jamie had his chance at comforting. By and by, when both of them were calmer, they sat on the bench side by side and dried their eyes on the same handkerchief. "Did he divide things the way you'd like to have 'em?" asked the small person in abrupt change, as was habitual. "Did he give you the side of the garden you'd most rather have?" "Why, I'm perfectly satisfied," said Jamie. "I don't see any difference." "I do," said the little scout. "If I'd got to take my choice, I'd have said the east side." "What difference does it make?" asked Jamie. "There are as many hives on the west side as there are on the east. If there aren't, we'll count them and make them exactly even. I'm perfectly willing to move the black Germans over and give you them as a bonus." "Was it the black Germans you wanted?" "No," said the little person. "It wasn't the black Germans I wanted. It was the Madonna lilies. I can beat the bees to 'em every crack. I just love to suck the honey out of 'em. It's the real thing, straight from the fountain, and I like the real thing. And that panel of fence where we make the redskins bite the dust, I'd like to have had that mighty well." "But won't a west panel do as well?" "Oh, I reckon it'll do as well. The only difference is that I ain't used to the west panel, and I am used to the east, and so is old Fat Bill, and the nice child, and Angel Face. All of us are used to the east, but I reckon we could use the west just as well." Then the little person looked at Jamie speculatively. "I'm kind of disappointed in you." Jamie sat straight. "I don't know what I've done," he said. "That's just exactly it," said the little fellow. "'Tain't anything you done. It's something you didn't do. When you said it didn't make any difference to you, and I showed you good and plain that it made the difference of the Madonna lilies and our Indian ambush to me, you might have offered to trade sides with me. Probably I wouldn't have done it. Probably I wouldn't have had anything but what the bee-master wanted me to have. Probably I would have saved up my money and got some Madonna lilies and planted 'em on my side for myself. But I thought you'd offer to trade." Slowly, Jamie digested this. "I beg your pardon," he said. "That must have been a thoughtless streak in me. My head is a lot older than yours, and I knew that we couldn't trade without going to court and having measurements and making out deeds and paying officers for making the change, and I suspect that knowledge kept me from saying that I'd trade when it really wouldn't make any difference to me which side you had, or any particular difference if you had both of them." "But I wouldn't have both of them," said the small person promptly. "If the bee-master had said both of them were for me, I wouldn't have taken but half, because it wouldn't be square. When I asked you to stay and did all I could to get you to stay, it wouldn't be fair to take all of it." The little person looked at Jamie again inquiringly. "What's going to become of all the money he had in the bank?" "Well," said Jamie, "according to the word of the will, after his funeral expenses and his just debts are paid, whatever remains in the bank is subject to provisions in the will that your dad will explain to you when he has thoroughly studied the document. I can tell you this, that there is money provided to pay the cost of moving the house onto the grounds of whichever one of us draws it, and there's money to build another little house that will cost the same as the value of this one, and whatever is left is to be divided evenly between us." Said the small party slowly. "You think it's likely the bee-master gave me some money as well as the bees and the flowers?" "I know he did," said Jamie, "if that will holds good. If there doesn't turn out to be some blood relatives somewhere who can prove that they are relatives and are entitled by law to have possession, you mustn't set your heart too hard. You must go at this with the feeling that the bee-master intended you to have it. But there is a large possibility that somewhere in the world there may be a man or a woman who can take it from you, and who very probably will when they learn about it, because, after all, blood is thicker than water, and in this case anyone related to the bee-master would be blood, and you and I would be water." "Yes, I get that," said the little person. "I follow through. But in case the bee-master knew his business and the judge would say things were ours, then would there be money coming to me?" "Yes," said Jamie, "I think there would be, but I doubt if it could come to you before you are of legal age. I think probably your father would have to handle it for you and conserve it for you until the law says you are old enough to have it yourself." "Ah," said the little person, "ah, there it goes again," and the small feet kicked the pebbles of the walk until they flew yards away. "There it goes again, always having to wait and wait, always having to be disappointed." "What was it you especially wanted?" asked Jamie. "What's the use to tell you if I don't get it?" said the disgruntled little person. "What would you think I'd want?" "Well," said Jamie, "if I was taking a random shot at it, I'd say that you would want a horse." "You said it, son." The little scoutmaster leaped in the air. "You said it. If I ever wanted anything, if I ever really wanted anything in all this world, I want a horse. I want my own horse. Queen's wonderful and Hans is wonderful, but I want my own horse. I want to put my arms around his neck and love him personal. I want him to know me and follow me like Dad's dog. I want him to come when I call. I want him to learn my way, and I don't want anybody else, not Nanette, not little brother, not anybody, to ride him ever but just me. I want him for one thing that's mine and nobody else's. I want to be just as selfish as ever I can be with him." "Well," said Jamie, "never having met your father and your mother, I don't know, but it seems to me, from the tone of your mother's voice when she talked to me over the phone, Yes, I know her telephone voice, said the small person. I like it myself. I stand and listen sometimes when she's talking, just to see how much sweetness can be put into the way she says things. And about your father, because he is your father, I think it would be my judgment that if this money and this land is a gift to you from the bee-master, I should think— Of course you should, interrupted the little scoutmaster. Anybody would think that they'd let me have a horse out of it. Couldn't we keep him here? I don't know how far the city limits extend, said Jamie, but we'll investigate. We'll keep that a secret between us and we'll investigate it. We'll see what we can do. If you think it isn't likely that they would agree to your having a horse in town, don't say anything about it. Let's just keep it under our hats and see what we can figure out ourselves. All right, said the little person. I won't say a word to them. We'll see what we can figure out. And I believe now that I'd better go home. Maybe Dr. Grayson telephoned Dad. Maybe he's waiting for me. Maybe Mother would like to see me. And just maybe they haven't taken him away yet. I'm sorry, said Jamie. I'm awfully sorry, but I happen to know that they have. You mustn't build any hopes on that. I happen to know that he's gone. The little person stood still, staring hard at the zinnia bed, struggling hard to hold steady lips and to keep dry-eyed. Then came the habitual, lightning-like change of subject. I hope, said the little scout, I just hope that the bee-master didn't have very much money in the bank. I hope there's only going to be a little of it. But why? Said Jamie. Oh, said the little scout, I can't see the use of people having so much money. It don't seem to do anything but make a lot of trouble. I've been looking on for a good many years, and seems to me most of the fighting and the fussing and the lawsuits and things going wrong is among the people that have got a whole lot of money. Why can't folks be satisfied with a reasonable amount? Well, said Jamie, glad to change the subject, what would you say was enough? What would you think would be about the right amount for us to have? The little scout thought that over and then announced conclusively, I'd say that anybody that's got the east acre or the west acre of this place, and a long row of beehives and lots of fruit trees, and flowers and worlds of flowers, and the sand and the sea, and a little house that yells, Come on in, clear across the road to you. I'd say if they had enough to own that, and get the bread and butter and the strawberry pop and the hot dogs, I'd say they didn't need another thing on earth. Clothes, of course. I forgot about enough clothes to cover 'em up with. And didn't you forget about a horse? Said Jamie. Oh, well, now, of course I meant a horse. I meant a horse most before anything else, except a place to keep him. You can't have a horse without a place to keep him. That's been my trouble for years. I could have had a horse almost any time. There wasn't any stable for him, and not any alfalfa or oats or anybody to keep the stable clean. That's been my trouble all along. A horse, of course. And a boat, of course, suggested Jamie. The ocean isn't very much good without a boat now, is it? The little scout hesitated. Oh, well, of course, with the ocean at our back door, of course, now we could use a boat. The bee-master told me once why he put the fence where he did, but he said he owned clear down to the water. A man wanted to buy his shoreline and put a hot dog stand there, and he decided he couldn't have it because we could get hot dogs down at the corner. The bee-master said that one of the finest men who ever lived in England, one of the biggest credits to that fine old land, was a man, and his name was William Blackstone. He made me say over and over about the hot dog stand what William Blackstone said. I'll tell you now. The little scout stepped in front of Jamie, brought small heels together, squared lean shoulders, lifted a chin, and accomplished a nobility of countenance that was startling. Jamie did not understand how it happened that a tear-smeared face, that sand-filled tow hair, sanded brows and ears could take on the look of dignity and serenity that was on the face of this youngster in the delivery of this sentence. Thou shalt not obstruct thy neighbor's ancient light. Suddenly, with a flashing change habitual to the little scout, the entire figure slumped, came back to the bench, sat down beside Jamie, and leaned against him. That means, said the little scout, that ancient light means the sunshine and the moonshine and the clean air clear from China. The bee-master used to go down and lie on the sand by the hour and let the ocean tell him things that comforted him. He said if he sold that, the man adjoining him would be the owner, and he would be the neighbor, and he didn't want his ancient light all mussed up with the hot dog stand. And he didn't want his inheritance of well-salted, dustless air right fresh off the sea all fogged up with hot dogs. Didn't make any difference if they did make your mouth water. We could get ours down at the corner. Then the little scout put a pair of arms tight around Jamie's neck and closed in almost to the point of suffocation, and the keeper of the bees got his second little hot kiss firm on his lips. The little scout said, "Thank you for taking his place with me, and I'm glad that you've got the Madonna lilies and the fighting ground, and I'm glad you've got the East Acre and half the bees. I'll take the black Germans if you don't want 'em, and I'm glad if the bee-master had to go. I'm gladder than I can tell you that you are going to stay and keep the bees." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 14, The Homemade Miracle. Only a short time was required for the settlement of the estate of the bee-master. All he owned was the 2 acres of mountainside and beach and the money that he had deposited in the Citizens' Bank. Because he was so thoroughly familiar with the bee-master's wishes, Dr. Grayson consented to act as executor. The determination as to whom the house should belong had been decided after the manner prescribed, and it had fallen to Jamie. It was agreed that the house should be appraised, its value should be set aside to accrue interest for the little scout until such time as it was desirable to erect another house on the West Acre. It was agreed that the home should remain where it was until Jamie desired to move it. A fund sufficient to cover a contractor's estimate of this expense was set aside to Jamie's credit. The little scout was to have the complete furnishings of the combined library and living room on demand. The remaining money in the bank was divided equally, Jamie's half being set aside to his credit, the little scout's to begin compounding interest until legal age was attained. The proceeds from the honey and the garden were to be divided equally after the wages of any help employed had been deducted, the child's share to be placed in the bank. The bee-master was reaping the reward that the Almighty has in store for a man who has kept the faith and from his earthly opportunities has made of himself a scholar and a gentleman. After the inheritance, it was noticeable to Jamie and the family of the little scout that ownership had brought problems and responsibilities to the youngster. There was an inclination to eat fewer hot dogs and save more dimes, and very speedily it developed that the first improvement the little scout planned for the West Acre was a fine large bed of Madonna lilies, and the bulbs of these are expensive in comparison with hot dogs. It would take much self-denial to plant a bed from which a satisfying amount of honey could be obtained in the raw. Jamie frequently noticed the child going carefully over the ground, apparently in search of a level spot that would have access to the road and not disfigure the premises, and he knew what that meant. Plans were being made for housing the horse that was the secret desire of the youngster's heart. As for Jamie, he was frankly bewildered. It was very true that he had been born in this country, that his education had started in our public schools and ended in one of our best colleges. It was true that he belonged to our country by birth and environment. But it was also true that the blood of a man and a woman, both of whom were born and reared in Scotland, was in his veins, and the habits and characteristics of the Scot were strong upon him. All the Scotsmen with whom he had ever come in contact had inherited what they owned from their parents or earned it by hard labor. Jamie was not accustomed to gifts. He could not recall that anyone ever had given him anything in particular. Then why, all at once and out of a clear sky, should an acre covered with fruit, carpeted with flower brilliancy, humming with bees that were doing the work that provided the income upon which to live, be presented to him? There might have been a feeling in Jamie's heart that his government owed him something. There was no such thought concerning the bee-master. Jamie said frankly to Dr. Grayson, to the father of the little scout, to the probate judge, that he could not feel that he had any right to a half-interest in the garden of the bees. Under pressure, he agreed to assume the responsibility of taking care of the same tentatively. But he said firmly that if any relative of the master's nearer kin turned up and claimed the land, he should abdicate immediately. For this he was rated roundly by 3 very intelligent businessmen. Dr. Grayson pointed out that the bee-master knew what relatives he had and where they were, and if he had desired that they should possess his property, he would have left it to them. It was the doctor's opinion that what the bee-master desired was that of a man of fine perceptions, of trained mind, of high capabilities and appreciation, a man who cared for color, for music, for the small graces and beauties that go to make up the refined excellencies of life, should reside in the Blue Garden. Mr. Meredith said that he was only slightly acquainted with the bee-master, but it was his opinion that he was a highly cultured gentleman, that he knew his own mind, that his brain was extremely clear, and what he had seen fit to do with his own property was good enough for him. The probate judge said business was business. The records to the property were clear. The beneficiaries were before him. There was nothing on his part to be done but to follow the customary processes of the law. Whether Jamie wanted it or not, the east acre of the garden was his. That and the house belonged to James Lewis McFarlane. It was up to him to assume the responsibility of ownership, to pay his share of inheritance tax, and to be ready for the property taxes that would be assessed according to the regular processes of the law. So Jamie went back to the garden, his mind in the turmoil of bewilderment. There was much sprinkling to do, and he could think while he sprinkled. He could wonder why things happened as they did as he trimmed shrubs and used a hoe. When it came to caring for the bees, they received his undivided interest. But when he had accomplished all the work that he had been doing daily in the garden, giving perhaps a little extra attention to the west side merely because he was Jamie, then he applied himself to the regime of diet and exercise that he and Margaret Cameron had evolved. In the long evenings, by the hour, he pored over the bee books, and then went out in the daytime and tried to apply what he had learned to his personal experience. He was not responsible for his mind in those days. It flew off at queer tangents, and he found himself developing a habit, when he had any time of leisure, of taking a book and from beneath the shade of a certain orange tree at the foot of the garden, alternately reading and keeping an eye on the shoreline. He had a feeling that some day, sooner or later, a tall girl with the free stride of a boy was going to pass along the beach and climb the back entrance to the throne, and when that happened, Jamie wanted to be there to see. The letter in his pocket was exactly the same letter it had been from the first time he had read it, and he had read it times uncounted since and pored over every stroke of each letter. He could reconcile the letter with the girl that he had held in his arms, with the woman who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him and taken the marriage vows. But he could not reconcile either of these people with a girl who had complicated her personal affairs to the extent of being in dire need of the outward signs and symbols of chastity. The longer he mulled over the situation, the more his mind became at least open to the conviction that the girl of the canyons and the mountains and the desert, the girl to whom there persistently clung the odors of sage, whose step was alert, who had the far-distance look in the eye of the outdoor person, would not have been subjected to the allurements and temptations of the girl who lives her life at the high pressure of cities. Jamie could see how any girl who was daily dreaming of herself, of fine clothing, daily frequenting oversexed and vulgarly sexed picture shows, nightly attending dance halls indiscriminately peopled with whoever chose to appear, from whatever condition of life they happened to come, could get into serious trouble. He could see how the mad dash in automobiles from one place of amusement to another, how irregular eating of highly seasoned foods, how the loss of sleep, the constant contact with men who had not been rigorously trained in the habits and customs and ideals of a generation or two back, might have resulted in disaster to girls too young to realize how they were abusing their bodies or imperiling their souls. The more he thought of it, the greater grew his wonder that any girl in such circumstances escaped with her virtue or with sufficient health to finish even a reasonable lifetime. And what benefit a girl bereft of virtue and health was going to be to a home or to a nation, he had not much idea. The only thing he knew definitely was that such girls were the kind he wanted to keep a mile away from. Standing before the glass one morning, intently studying his left breast, holding in his hand a pad he meant to apply and strap in place after his inspection, Jamie for the first time was paralyzed with a thought that had not before obtruded itself. Exactly why he had not thought of that very thing, he did not know. After he did think of it, it seemed to him that it was the one thing he should have thought of first, and he had not. Any Scotch gentleman, truly, in the depths of his heart, places his God and his country and his honor and those he loves above everything else. But always deeply ingrained in the heart of every Scotsman is the love of money, the place that can be bought with money, the power that can be purchased with money, the comfort that it will give, the luxury that it will provide for loved ones, the assurance that the cold and hunger and misery of the world will be averted. The very first installment of money that the bee-master had put in Jamie's fingers had stirred him to the depths of his soul. He had held it between his fingers. He had stared at it incredulously. The fact was that never in his life had he had money that belonged to him to spend as he pleased. All the money he ever had in his possession was what his father and mother had given him to buy his clothing and to pay for his education, and it had tried them sorely to get together sufficient means to do the things most desired for him without providing any luxuries. He never had known what it was to have money in his pockets to spend as he chose, and the result was that his first earnings as the keeper of the bees spurred him to the fight that it now seemed possible might end in victory. It was several days yet until the time for Margaret Cameron to make her second inspection. The pad Jamie had removed that morning looked as fresh and clean as when it had been applied. The morning tomato juice, the afternoon orange juice, the soaking in the sea, the baking on the sands, the clean, dustless, salt-laden air, absorbing occupation, all day out of doors, a mind with something to dwell on that was holy, that was beautiful. What doctor need hope to compete with such a combination, such an exhibition of nature's powers for healing? Perhaps it was the clean pad he had removed, the evidence that there was a skin coating over his breast firm enough to hold through the work of the day, the feeling of coolness and satisfaction in the pit of his stomach, the absence of heat and burning in his blood. Probably it was a combination of all these things that had made Jamie, standing facing the glass that morning, voice a joyful conviction. I'm going to make it. As sure as there is a God in the heavens, I'm going to be a well man again. Right there was where Jamie received his blow, an awful blow, a blow from which he shrank and which whitened his face and set his hands to shaking. His voice sounded strained in his own ears because he said it aloud. And by all that's holy, I contracted to die. It was part of my agreement to be through with life in 6 months at the most. I said there wasn't a chance that I'd live, and probably the girl who married me would not have done it if she had not thought that I was practically a dead man. Jamie stood still, holding the pad and staring at it. He could feel the girl's exploring fingers across his chest. He could feel the shudder, perhaps of pity, that had gone through her as he guided her fingers across the outline of the bandages and braces that he was then wearing. He had given her evidence to prove his words. She had accepted the evidence. She had trusted his word, and now he had turned around and he was doing everything in his power, making his utmost effort to live. Soberly, Jamie laid on the pad and fastened the bandage that held it in place. Soberly, he donned his clothing and went out to his work. Every few minutes he stopped and stood staring before him. 50 times that morning he said to himself, "There isn't a ghost of a chance of my dying in 6 months or 6 years or 10 times 6 years if I keep on improving as I am now. The only way I could die would be to wreck myself, and if the day ever comes when I meet Alice Louise face to face and her circumstances seem to be accompanied by mitigation, what will she think of me for being alive?" Then Jamie's sense of humor came to the surface. If matters turned out in such a way that I had a chance to live, I suppose she wouldn't ask me to kill myself if the wound didn't kill me, and if she did, I scarcely believe I'd follow even the dictates of a lady quite that far. I'll tell her I was honest, that the storm night was as black for me as it was for her, that the struggle that raged in my heart was the same thing as the storm in hers, or the storm on the sea. I'll tell her that it was my good fortune that the sun has broken through, and that there's life in store for me. I'll tell her that I called on God, and He came to the rescue, and made it life and work and a chance for happiness. I'll tell her that if she will call on God, it will be in His power to straighten out her problems as mine are straightening. I'll tell her that it is not my fault that I'm alive. No, I can't very well tell her that either. It is at least halfway my fault that I'm alive. God gave me the opening. It is to my credit that I took it. I suppose I could have gone on eating the wrong food combination and carrying a black load on my shoulders. I could have gone on eaten up with self-pity and reeking with poison. I'll take enough of it to myself to stand responsible for the resolution and the ability to do the things necessary when the way was opened. Dad used to say in the pulpit that the days of miracles were over, that today God gave us our chance, and if we wanted miracles, we had to perform them ourselves. It took the greater part of a day to get this problem straightened out, but it ended in Jamie reaching the conclusion that he was honest in what he had said, honest in what he had done, but different circumstances had altered the case. Margaret Cameron would be overjoyed the next time she examined his chest. He found himself so elated, so full of hope that day, that he was very careful to protect his left arm and his left side. It seemed to Jamie that if anything happened to break the frail coating of skin across his chest and set the bright stains to reappearing on the pad he wore, he could not endure it. He knew, if it happened, that it would break his mental reserves until he would sit down and cry like the veriest baby. At any cost, he had to keep that delicate, tender coating intact. In the beginning of his work, Jamie had very seldom left the premises. He had scarcely ever gone to town, never unless it were imperatively necessary. Now the necessity seemed to be imperative that he go frequently. There was always something occurring about the settlement of the bee-master's affairs, or a reason that he should go to see Dr. Grayson or the probate judge or the banker who was holding the funds of the bee-master's estate. Added to this, he was falling into the habit of paying an occasional visit to the man with whom the bee-master had exchanged work. He found John Carey an interesting man, an entertaining man, a man of whom it would be worthwhile to make a friend. Sometimes he would not exactly understand the instructions of the bee books. Carey could make everything plain and do it so quickly and so effectively that he was worth knowing from a business standpoint alone. So more and more frequently, the keeper of the bees hurried through with his work and went to spend a few hours in the apiary of another man. Soon he began to realize that from her work about the house and in her garden, Margaret Cameron was watching him. He was brought to the realization by the fact that every time he came home from one of these absences, he found a house in order, dustless furniture, fresh bed linen, a spotless kitchen, a bowl of flowers on the living room table. One day he came home to find a shining house. That morning Margaret Cameron had examined his breast for the second time and had told Jamie what he already knew, that however faint it was, however frail it was and delicate, however liable to crack on slight strain, nothing altered the fact that there was a tissue coating of skin entirely covering the wound on his breast. Margaret Cameron was old enough to be his mother. She had thrown her arms around his neck and kissed him, and they had performed a crude dance of exuberant joy in the small bedroom. Margaret had arranged her yellow roses in the bowl. She had drawn forward the bee-master's chair and set before it the slippers that Jamie had been wearing. It was her way of inviting him to take his place as the master of the house. She had set a table with the daily paper on it beside the chair, and every other vase and pitcher in the house that had ever held flowers was flower-decked. Jamie smiled with pleasure as he glanced around the living room. He thought how few men there were in the world who could take insensate objects and make a room so livable as the bee-master had made the room upon which he had indelibly stamped his tastes, his mentality, his artistic tendencies. Then Jamie swung open the door and stood as still as the last pause before the breaking of a great storm. The sleeping room was dusted. There was fresh linen. It was shining. It was reeking with the odor of sage, an odor that never in any faintest degree had attached to Margaret Cameron. And on the nightstand beside the bed, where the light stood and the thermos bottle for water, was a copper bowl, and the copper bowl was overflowing with sand verbena. The exquisite flowers, with the refreshment of water, with the evening hour, as was their habit, were rolling up and spilling abroad their faint, delicate incense, the most beautiful flower perfume, Jamie thought, in all a world of flowers. He walked over and picked up the bowl. He looked under it. He looked on the table carefully. He looked over the floor. He lifted the pillow. He searched the four corners of the room. There might have been a note, and a breath of wind might have blown it away. Then he headed straight for Margaret Cameron. He found her in the garden. He took the pruning shears from her fingers and led her to a rustic seat under the sheltering boughs of an acacia that a few months before had been a stream of flowing gold, liquid gold that spilled and poured and dripped. Then he sat down beside her and captured both her hands and turned her face toward him. "Margaret," he said, "you know how much I thank you for all the thoughtful things and the motherly things and the kind, heartening things that you do for me. You probably understand the cleanliness, the immaculate, scrupulous state of scouredness of my boyhood home. You know how I appreciate and luxuriate and grow stronger and feel better with the kind of housekeeping that my mother would do for me had she not been forced to make her crossing before my return. I think my house is the most beautiful house in all the world today. I wouldn't trade it for any house of any millionaire anywhere in the state of California. The little scout is right in thinking that it's possible to be satisfied with what you have. That if you have a house and a flower garden and the assurance of daily bread, it is enough. Life is wonderful today, Margaret, very wonderful. I've had an interesting time with Carrie and his bees. I've made up my mind that if the bee master wanted me to have the house and garden, I want them as badly as he could possibly want me to have them. There never was any question of my wanting them. I merely had the feeling that I might be usurping the rights of some other man. If it happened to be a woman whose rights I was usurping, then, of course you'd be puddin'-headed enough to get up and get out and leave what rightfully belongs to you, said Margaret Cameron. If she could convince me that she really had a right to the place, naturally, however much I loved it, I'd clear out, said Jamie. But clearing out isn't what I came over here to talk about. Margaret, you've made my living room wonderful with a world of flowers. Now tell me truly, did you put the flowers in my bedroom? Margaret Cameron turned toward him a face of frank astonishment. No, she said, I didn't. I never want a bedroom cluttered up with flowers. I don't like to sleep with stronger flower perfume than comes through the windows. I don't think it's healthy to lie all night in a surcharged atmosphere. I didn't put any flowers in your bedroom. All right, then, said Jamie. If you didn't put them there, you are the only one who has keys and access to the room. You can tell me who did. That's exactly what I cannot, said Margaret Cameron, because I haven't the least notion. Has the little scout been here? Asked Jamie. Not that I know of, said Margaret Cameron. Of course, I don't pretend to keep tally on the comings and goings of that youngster, but I wouldn't take oath that a window wouldn't form a more suitable mode of entrance than a door. You know there's a gate between us, and you know that you never saw the little scout do anything but jump the fence. Jamie grinned. I know. It's part of a code of exercise. By this time I know the little scout fairly well. In the first place, the youngster is not addicted to gathering flowers. In the second place, these flowers have been very carefully clipped with scissors or a knife, and in the third place, they are arranged with a grace and a beauty to which the little fellow has not yet attained. Some of the stems are long, and some of the stems are short, and some of the heads are upstanding, and some, having a few leaves, spill over the edge of the bowl and creep out on the stand cover, and altogether they are sufficiently artistic to please the senses of the most discriminating artist of Japan. If the little scout had gathered them, they would have been wadded into a tight bunch and chucked into the bowl in the most effective way to get them there. Don't you believe it? I think very likely, answered Margaret Cameron. Jamie smiled his most ingratiating smile. Margaret, he said, you would tell me if you knew, wouldn't you? Why, I think I would, answered Margaret, catching his mood and smiling back at him. I can imagine no reason as to why I shouldn't. I think I'd tell you if I knew, but honestly and truly, Jamie, I haven't the faintest notion who would compose the very artistic combination you've been describing so enthusiastically. Have you made friends with any of the neighbors? You know I haven't, said Jamie. There aren't any neighbors on the west. Neighbors are something to acquire in the future, and you are my neighbor on the east, and beyond you I haven't penetrated. Straight down, of course, there are hundreds of people daily on the beach, but aside from more blue, this garden probably looks like every other garden running down to the sea. It's had no visitors so far as I know. The truth is, Margaret, that there's something about the house today that puzzles me. The bouquet in my room was one thing. The bee-master's chair pulled to the hearthside with the slippers I've been wearing before it. While we are on the subject, did you do that? No, said Margaret Cameron, I didn't. I've felt that the bee-master's chair was something sacred and devoted to him, and I've respected the fineness of your nature that kept you from appropriating it. I've got to bring myself to the place where I don't mind seeing some other man using it. Frankly, I'd rather see you using it than any other man I know, but I couldn't see you sitting in it just at this moment without resenting it. I thought you'd have that feeling, said Jamie. I had, and a desire to be more worthy, to attain more years and more knowledge, to make of myself the level best it was in me to become. Not until I have climbed too near my limit dare I aspire to occupy that chair. You told me that you had a daughter away teaching school, and that you had a niece who came to see you frequently, and I wondered if either of them might have been with you and might have arranged things differently from the way you would. Margaret Cameron shook her head. Lolly went far upstate with the school she accepted, clear to Sacramento. She can't afford to come back and forth until the term's out. I don't mind admitting that the house is like a grave without her, and I've had some tears to shed because in one or two of her recent letters she has insinuated that she might not come home for her summer vacation, that she might go with a camp of girls up into the Yosemite. To tell the truth, I felt sort of peeved at Molly. Right down in my heart, I know that she was instrumental in getting my girl to school away from home, and I can't see why she did it. The plea that she would get more salary doesn't take into consideration the fact that she'd have to spend such a big share of her salary for food and a room, when if she taught in the city, she could use the car line and be at home on nights over Saturdays and Sundays. I haven't dared say anything to Molly because a few months ago, it was at the time I was away when you first came, I went to the city to her. She had had an awful shock. She hadn't but one near relative on earth, her twin brother Donald, and from the time their father and my husband were drowned at sea at the same time, I've had them in my home until they were far enough along with their education to get work and go out for themselves. They'd all been friends. Don and Lolly had been better friends than I'd wanted them to be. Don didn't have Molly's backbone. He didn't have her view of life. I thought he was kind of shiftless and weak, and for a few years we all had a fight to keep him from getting into a lot of things that he shouldn't have gotten into. It was always Lolly that could hold him and manage him, if anybody could. I was kind of glad of it when he got work and went away, but having Molly at her schoolwork in the city left this house so emptied out and lonesome that my girl just picked up and went too. And in my heart, I knew that Molly planned it, and I didn't like it. Then, like a clap out of a clear sky, Molly called for me to come quick, that she was in trouble, and when I got to her, I found her worse broken up than I'd ever thought she could be. Word had come that Don was dead. They had got him work, a fine place, in the big power plant at San Joaquin, and he seemed to like it and was doing fine. I don't know enough about electricity to know how the thing that happened could happen, but he did something wrong, and as quick as electricity can do it, he was gone. I sent for Lolly, but she didn't come. She sent word that she felt so bad she was sick in bed and she couldn't, and I could see how she would feel bad enough to make her sick in bed. You know Lolly's my girl. I had her by my first marriage. She wasn't really related to the children. Mr. Cameron was her stepfather, and she might have thought a lot more of Donald than I knew she did. Anyway, Molly and I had to lay him away alone. Molly felt so bad I most forgave her. Besides, I didn't exactly know that she had planned to get Lolly away from home. I just felt she had. The whole thing has upset me a good deal of late, and Molly hasn't been here as often as she used to come. I don't know why, because the truth is, I thought a lot of the boy myself, and I could have been honest and sincere in mourning him with her. Now come these letters from Lolly, hinting about going farther north in the state for a summer vacation, and only being home a few days at the very last, and going away again to teach the coming year. The whole thing is just the way it shouldn't be. I wonder sometimes if I've been too clean and too particular about where the girls went and what they did. The way things seem to be going among the youngsters these days, it doesn't look as if a mother could be too particular. But if she is so particular that she drives her young folks away from home, I don't know that that gets her anything except a good big heartache. No, there wasn't either of my girls with me. If there's a feminine touch in your house today that you don't understand, I'm telling you truly, I don't know who the female is or where she came from. Jamie thought deeply. All right, he said at last. If you don't know, why you don't, and that's all there is to it. I'll have to do my own Sherlocking. He said it jestingly, but the idea persisted. He went home and down the back walk. He lifted the latch of the beach gate with exploring fingers. He followed the hard clay and gravel path down to where it met the sands of the sea, and he stood and looked very intently, very carefully over the sand. By and by, he thought he began to distinguish the impress of a foot, and a few yards farther he found what he was looking for, an imprint that he had seen before, the same shaped shoe, the same width, the same broad common-sense heel. Then he knew without any doubt whatever that the Storm Girl had been in his home. He went farther along the beach toward the south, following the footprints, and finally he found the sand mound on which the verbenas had grown. He found the severed stems from which his flowers had been cut. Then a thought struck Jamie, and he whirled and almost ran in the direction of the throne. With palpitant heart, he climbed the ascent leading to the crest, clambered over the rocks, and came about facing the place where he and the Storm Girl had endured the storm together. That evening the sun was dropping into the Pacific in a circle of red glory. The clouds above were almost blood red in its light, the water a deep indigo blue out on the way to China, an exquisite light emerald near the shore and wavering over the surface and coming in slowly with the light waves were exquisitely shifting colors of lavender and old rose. The foam of the beach and the very sands were delicately colored with it. Somewhere very close a mockingbird was singing, and white gulls were passing in homeward flight, and a few little sandpipers were quarreling down on the shoreline. There was a whole world of things for Jamie to see and to love and to thank God for, but what he did see was the fact that the Storm Woman had sat in her place and arranged the flowers that she had brought him. Tiny withered leaves of sand verbena lay on the rocks at his feet. Discarded blooms that were too old had been dropped there. Jamie took one step farther and looked, and in his place there lay on the rocks 3 exquisite heads of bloom, a long trailing stem and a medium and shorter stem twined together deftly, braided past the leaves and laid in the place upon which he had sat as one would lay an exquisite tribute on the grave of the dead. That very thought came to Jamie. Good Lord, he said, I wonder what she'd think if she knew I'm about 10 times the man that I was the day I married her. I wonder if she'd think I haven't played fair if she knew that I was working with all my might to be a whole man. And I wonder what she'd think if she knew that I'm not keeping my promise not to try to find her. I wonder what she'd think if she knew I broke it when I went to Margaret Cameron to see if she could tell me anything, and I broke it again when I went along the beach trailing a footstep that I know. I wonder what she'd think if she knew that right down in the depths of my heart I just about adore her. I wonder what she'd think if she knew that there haven't been very many minutes since the night I held her in my arms, that I haven't held her in memory and haven't wanted her and haven't ached for her and haven't worked for her and haven't thought about her until I've got to the place where I don't much care as to why she needed my name. And I wonder what she'd think if she knew how often I've read her letter and how I appreciated it. And I wonder what she thinks when she gathers San Verbena and puts it into my fingers and carries it within a few feet of my pillow. By Jove, I wonder if I married her with sufficient assurance to stamp a little bit of my individuality on her. I wonder if she feels that I really am at least half a man. I wonder if days of trouble are coming near and if she needs a man who could take care of her and comfort her and do what he could to fortify her. I wonder if those flowers beside my pillow are her way of asking me to break my word, to search for her, to find her, to help her. I wonder if they are her way of saying that she needs more from me than my name. Jamie sat until dusk, then slowly arose and made his way home to his supper. As he crossed the back porch, a thought occurred to him. He went down the walk and around to his bedroom window, and as he examined closely, a head of San Verbena lying on the ground came to his notice. Margaret Cameron had told true. She did not know who the Storm Girl was. She had not furnished a key to give entrance to his house. The Storm Woman had done what she was so perfectly capable of doing. In the seclusion of the shrubs, screened from the streets and the neighboring houses, she had slipped up the back walk and stepped into his window. So that was that, and it did not help Jamie any on his way toward dying. As a matter of fact, it gave him more food for thought and more reasons for living than ever before had possessed him. After that, Jamie lived in hourly expectation. Some day, surely, she would come again. Some day he would be in the garden when she came through, or he would find her on the throne. He was almost tempted to write a note and leave it there, but the knowledge that many people climbed the uncertain path leading to the top of the jagged rock deterred him. He could not take the risk of anyone else finding the message that he intended for the Storm Girl. He could not help in his heart thinking of her as he had seen her, strained and unhappy in the glare of the lightning, or with quivering lips and staring eyes as she had left him. He could not help trying to picture how her face would appear if it were afire and alight with happiness, how her eyes might shine if she were pleased and interested. What a wonderful companion she would be, breasting the waves, or climbing a mountain, or working in a garden, or sitting opposite a hearthstone. Whatever he might have thought of her in the nebulous character of a woman he had seen, a woman whose race and blood were manifest in her face and bearing, and the tones of her voice, a woman to whom his blood had a right to cry out because they were of common nationality, each only one generation removed, the fact remained that she never could be nebulous to him. She was stamped on his memory, in his consciousness, in a different way from any other woman. "Because before the Lord and by the law she is my wife," said Jamie, "and I cannot get away from that fact, and she cannot get away from it. She cannot marry any other man without making herself known and divorcing me." Then Jamie got another blow that knocked him speechless and almost senseless for a moment. What's more, he said to himself, and to all and sundry when he gained sufficient breath with which to speak, what's more, James Lewis McFarlane, you can't marry any woman. You can't have a real home. You can't have a hearthstone so long as you are legally married to a girl who wants only your name, or to one who doesn't want you in person at all. Jamie sat down suddenly and admitted that he was possessed of a single-track mind. He had been on the track that led to death and elimination when he had done this fool marrying stunt. Now he was on the track that led to a home, to work in the world, to the things that all men desire when they are sane and healthful, and he was bound as tight as the law could bind him by records in the office of the Marriage License Bureau of the county in which he lived. That was something more to think about. So Jamie went about being the keeper of the bees, the master of the house, the partner of the little scout, with several problems very persistently in the forefront of his mind. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. Chapter 15. Reaping the Whirlwind. The days began to slip by rapidly. As Jamie became more familiar with the work he was supposed to do, he found that constantly he could see things of his own volition that no one had told him about. Yet they were things that increased the activity of the bees, things that added to the beauty of the garden, things that resulted in producing a larger amount of different kinds of vegetables. He found, too, that a number of fruit and vegetable stands not far from his location were willing to pay him worthwhile prices for anything he had in those lines that he and Margaret Cameron could not use. Then he began filling baskets for the little scout to carry home, that there might be no question of unequal division. There had been 10 days when he had scarcely seen the little scout, and then there came a joyous day when the child came whooping into the garden, followed by old Fat Bill and the nice child and Angel Face. They had made merry, and Jamie's ears rang and his sides ached with laughter. They were celebrating the close of school. They were planning for a long summer that was to comprise more mischief than probably ever before had been crowded into the same length of time. Jamie found himself mighty thankful to have the little scout around the garden. It was not only that he received much efficient help with the bees, with the pruning and watering, it was that he had fallen deeply in love with the youngster. As he became more firmly fixed in his regard for the child, he worried, grew obsessed with the feeling that things were not as they should be, that of the scouts it was the master who was not attaining the height and developing the physical strength that the exercise all of them took should have resulted in producing. Several times Jamie had seriously considered calling the scoutmaster's mother and asking her if she did not think Gene was exercising too strenuously, taxing brain power to the breaking point, making of each day a round of never-ending activity. From a word dropped here and there, Jamie realized that the child was not sleeping any too well of nights. Sometimes the little scout slipped into the living room and stretched on the davenport, or into Jamie's room and across the foot of the bed, slept for hours, as the dead are supposed to sleep. As Jamie's own strength grew, as the tissue coating of skin across his breast strengthened in thickness and faded in color, as the continued careful diet, the salt baths, the sun treatment, and the tomato and orange juice worked their will, so Jamie's mind cleared in proportion as his body strengthened. A feeling of power, of executive ability began to develop in him. He ceased almost entirely to think of himself. All the thought he had, he continued to concentrate on his work, on the little scout, on Margaret Cameron, and he found that there was no hour of the day in which his mind was not battling back and forth, pro and con, concerning the girl he had married. He wondered if he should start a systematic search for her. If he found her, whether she would be pleased or turn from him in anger. He wondered if there might not be assistance he could render her. He wondered if there might not be mitigating circumstances. Jamie could not force himself to think of the Storm Girl as a girl who had broken the laws of God and the laws of man. In those days he had an ever-present worry concerning Margaret Cameron. He'd learned to respect his neighbor highly. He'd learned to appreciate deeply the many kind and thoughtful things she did for his comfort. He felt that if the whole world were filled with mothers who were willing to remain at home, to shoulder the duties of caring for a home, to stick to sound common sense and reasonable judgments as Margaret Cameron had done, there would be more boys and girls willing to remain at home, willing to find entertainment there instead of on the beaches and in the canyons and in cheap public dance halls. Then he reflected that Margaret Cameron's trouble at that present minute, as nearly as he could figure it, was because her only child had left home and was deliberately remaining away from home. Margaret had told him only that morning that Lolly had definitely decided to go with a party of young people who planned to hike through Yosemite and Muir Woods. She had written that she would try if possible to get back for a few days before school began in the fall, so a long, lonely summer was stretching before Margaret, and she frankly admitted to Jamie that there was an unrest, an apprehension hanging over her that it was quite impossible for her to dispel. So when Jamie thought of Margaret, he thought sympathetically, wonderingly, and much of the time with a fair amount of indignation. He could but feel that something was due to parents who kept the home fires burning, who weathered the years, who had doctored their children and worked over them and prayed over them, who had used the utmost of their strength and bestowed the deepest of their love, who had unselfishly given and given all they had to give, and still had earned seemingly nothing whatever, not even gratitude. Jamie could not believe that the attention Margaret was paying to him was touched with the depth of devotion and tinged with the quality of consideration and love that she had given to any of the three youngsters she had loved and devoted herself to until they reached the point where they were able to fend for themselves. Now it was a vacation. It was the time that other children were coming home, and neither of Margaret Cameron's were coming. Not the girl to whom she had given birth, nor the girl to whom she had given shelter. Why did not both of them come for a few weeks? Why did they not plan and come one at a time so that Margaret might have her vacation when other people were having theirs? Why did they not make some plans for her? Why did they not do something to break the monotony, the sacrifice, and the hard work of her life? He resolved that he would work very hard. Then he would take a few days off, and he would ask Margaret Cameron to go pleasuring with him. They would go where people were resting on the beaches. They might go somewhere on a boat. They could go into the city and hear some wonderful concerts or see some worthwhile pictures or to an interesting play. For his share of what she was making life mean to him, he would try to make some material return. That he settled on, definitely. One day, Jamie mentioned Margaret's children to the little scout, and found that the child was as indignant as he was. "There isn't any telling," said the little scout, "as to when Lolly'll get here. She doesn't think about much except herself, and she does mostly what she pleases. But Molly will come. Her job's a hard one, and she may have to rest up a few days. She may have to close her rooms and get somebody else in them. But if Molly doesn't come, she's got a mighty good reason, and when she comes, the campfires and the picnics will begin, and there'll be something worthwhile doing round these parts. When Molly comes, she has greased her bearings, and she's hitting on 6 cylinders, and we go." The little scout used both hands to illustrate how they went when Molly came home. "There's a lot of fun in Molly to the square inch. She wears a big kid grin on her face, and she ain't afraid of dirt, and she ain't afraid of water, and she ain't afraid of work, and she ain't afraid of spending a penny. Talk about persimmons. Molly's them." "I'm waiting anxiously," said Jamie, "to know Molly." "Well, go on waiting," said the small person. "Stick on the job, and when she does come, if you care about girls, why, there's a girl that's got some juice in her." "I believe you," said Jamie. "I think you should know, and I've every confidence in your judgment." The little scout was crumbling bread along the edge of the back walk for a hen mockingbird that had nested in a date palm beside the pergola. A large chunk of apple from one that was being consumed in scarcely masticated chunks was laid beside the bread. In 3 more bites the apple disappeared, core and all. Juicy fingers were wiped on the seat of unusually soiled breeches, and the little scout took a hold above the hands Jamie had gripped round the stems of some iris he was transplanting. The added strength that was brought to bear loosened the roots from the ground, and the scoutmaster and the beekeeper rolled promiscuously over each other and down the side of the mountain until they came to forceful impact with a grapefruit tree. They got up laughing, and Jamie gathered up the iris. The scoutmaster stood daintily poised. A deep inhalation of breath, an indrawn upper lip, an outshot lower one, blew the dust from the deep grey eyes. A shake like a dog coming from the water was supposed to be sufficient to dislodge accumulated dirt. An ecstatic expression, toned to idiotic sweetness, settled on the small face. With the thumb and second finger of the right hand, a very real piece of dirt was flipped with exquisite execution from the left shoulder. Then in pantomime, Jamie's condition was inspected through skillfully manipulated eyeglasses that Jamie saw perfectly, even when they were not there. "Ah, Willie," said the little scout, "I hope you didn't damage yourself permanently." "No, I didn't," said Jamie, "and I entertain the same lively hope concerning you." "Oh, thanks awfully," said the little scout, and with a continuation of the same breath, "I betcha." A hand dived into a pocket, brought up some small coin, and inspected it carefully. The price of a hot dog and strawberry pop were laid aside, and the remainder estimated. "I betcha 7 cents I can hang by 1 foot from the beam of the pergola right there." Jamie looked the situation over. "I'm not taking your bet," he said. "If your foot slipped and you came down there, you'd knock your brains out." "I wouldn't if I hit on the ground," said the scoutmaster. "You would if you struck the stones within 6 inches of the ground." "Yes, and that's the kick to it," said the small person, "just to find out what I would hit on," and immediately started scaling the pergola. "Look here," said Jamie, "cut that out. You aren't going to hang from 1 foot from that cross-section. I don't know how long that pergola's been built, and there's been a lot of water thrown on it to wash the vines. It may be as rotten as sin." Steadily, the scoutmaster climbed upward and presently sat on the second bar, bouncing up and down on it to ascertain its stability. Jamie looked belligerent. "I told you not to do that," he said provokedly. "I ain't gonna do it," answered the scoutmaster serenely. "I heard you. There's nothing the matter with my ears. I can pull another one just as good, and if I come a smasher 'twon't break any more than my leg. I'm going to hang by my little finger." Before Jamie had time either to say or to do anything, the body of the scoutmaster was dangling, and it was supported by 1 little finger of the right hand and nothing more. "All in!" shouted the swaying youngster. "Look out, I'm coming down. I'm aiming for the dirt. Call Grayson if I hit the stone." Down came the scoutmaster, landing deftly and with perfect precision on the freshly watered soil of the garden, perhaps 4 inches from the stones that might very easily have broken a leg. "Now look here," said Jamie. "I told you I wasn't feeling as good as I might one time, didn't I?" "Yes, and you didn't need to tell me," said the scoutmaster. "I could see it for myself, but I can see now that you're about as husky as they make 'em. You could drive a steam plow or run a stone crusher or swat a bandit if you wanted to. I won't do it again." Then the scoutmaster planted a small pair of feet squarely in front of Jamie and looked at him with the very devil dancing in the depths of the deep eyes. "Got your goat, didn't I?" taunted the little scout. "Thought you'd have to go to the telephone and ring up Mother to come with the ambulance. By gracious, there goes your telephone." Jamie had gotten past the place where the ringing of the telephone was an event. It rang so frequently in those days. It might be Carrie calling for help. It might be Grayson to explain some new legal technicality that he had encountered. It might be the bank calling. It might be the scoutmaster's mother wanting her offspring at home. Jamie wiped his hands on his trousers and walked to the telephone and picked down the receiver. The scoutmaster sat on the stone that had failed to serve the purpose of breaking any bones, and with loving pride inspected the west half of the garden in which they were working, and which constituted a beloved personal possession. Looking over the length and the width of the acre that stretched down to the sea, said the little scout, "When I get through high school, I'm coming to live here. They may take their darn colleges and gamble 'em and smoke 'em and drink 'em and Bolshevik them straight to the devil. I'm going to get my education out of the books that the bee-master put in his library. What was good enough for him is good enough for me, and while I read his books, I'll be thinking about him. One of the reasons I'm going to keep clean and walk straight and be decent like he was is because I'm going where he went, and we're going to see what we can get out of heaven together, like we got a good deal of fun out of earth. And, oh boy, I wish he knew how much I miss him." In the house before the telephone, with a face sheet-white, hanging to the instrument for support, shaking in every part of his being, shorn of his new-found strength, torn to the depths of his soul, stood Jamie. He had picked down the receiver and said "hello" as casually as any man ever had said it, and then answered in the affirmative to the inquiry, "Is this James Lewis McFarlane of the Sierra Madre Apiary?" Then the voice had continued, "You are wanted immediately and most imperatively at the maternity hospital, corner of Irolo and 17th Streets." "Yes," panted Jamie. The voice went on, "Your wife last night gave birth to a fine son, but she's not reacting from the anesthetic as she should, and we are growing alarmed. We found your address among her effects. Kindly see how quickly you can reach her. The probabilities are that she will be asking for you very shortly." Jamie hung up the receiver, picked up a pencil and wrote Irolo and 17th Streets so that he would not forget. Then he reeled to the bedroom and began seeing how quickly he could put on suitable clothing to make his appearance on the street. As he worked, he called for the little scout, and when the youngster appeared, he said, "Lock up, quickly. Have the front door key ready for me. I have an urgent business call to the city, and I don't know when I'll be back." "Ah," said the little scout in disgusted tones, "I came to stay all day. There was a lot I wanted to get done on my property." "Yes, I know," said Jamie. "Maybe tomorrow. You better call the gang and play the rest of the day on the beach or run along home." He was out of the door, locking it behind him. Then he made a headlong plunge down the walk and down the street toward the car line. The little scout stood looking after him. "Important business. Well, I'll tell the world it's important. The house is on fire. The dogs bit the baby. Ma's lost her vanity case. Government ain't survivin'. God's dropped out of heaven, and there ain't a darn thing right in the whole world. Leap to it, Jamie. Fix it all up fine. Oh, boy." The little scout walked around the house, climbed in the back window, punched up Jamie's pillow, and lay down on the foot of his bed. Jamie sprinted to the nearest streetcar and rode to the city, getting instructions on the way as to where Irolo and 17th Streets might be, and when he landed some distance away, he took a taxi. Once seated within it, he felt for the checkbook he had stuffed in his pocket and all the emergency change that lay in the little box on the top left-hand shelf of the working library of the Bees. His thoughts were whirling in chaos. The Storm Girl. She'd come to her hour of agony bravely, without doubt, as she would. She'd asked no help from him. She'd brought a child into the world, a son. A fine baby, the voice had said, but it did not sound as if she were all right. The report had sounded ominous to Jamie. He'd not known that anesthetics were a part of the birth of a child. A great many things had happened in the past 6 years that Jamie did not know about. He'd not known anything worthwhile in the beginning as to how human beings entered the world, but he'd been told, he had deciphered for himself, the fact that it was not an easy journey either for the mother or the child. And at this hospital that he was going to, there was a little living boy, and the ceremony Jamie had gone through had been for the purpose of covering the child with an honorable name. That fine little fellow he'd been told about was James Lewis McFarlane, Jr., and the fine girl, the Storm Girl, the girl of the deep eyes and the broad chest, the girl of the cold wet face and the clutching hands, the girl of the quivering lips and the staring eyes. What was it? She'd not rallied from the anesthetic? She was not regaining consciousness as she should? And among her effects they had found his address, and he was on his way to her. A minute more, and he would be in the room where she was. He would see her forehead and the wealth of hair streaming over the pillow, and her white throat. Jamie knew what he was going to do. That was definitely settled in his mind. He was going to take her hands and hold them tight. He was going to draw her face to his, as she had voluntarily yielded it to him once. He was going to cover it with a passion of suffering kisses. He was going to tell her that he did not give a darn what had happened or how it had happened. He never could and he never would believe that dishonor had touched her or ever could touch her. He was going to make her well, and he was going to take her home, and he was going to take care of her. They were going to live together and love together, and they were going to make something very wonderful of life. The new blood, the fresh blood, The clean blood surged up in Jamie until the hair was almost standing on his head. He was wringing his hands without knowing what he was doing. They aren't efficient. They aren't doing what they should. I'll kill the doctor and wring the neck of every nurse in that hospital if they don't get a move on them, threatened Jamie. Birth's a natural function. You can't tell me that a big, strong girl like that wouldn't live through it if she had the proper care. Jamie raced into the hospital and to a desk and down a hall and into an elevator and then into a small room. He stood beside a bed and took one long look. Then he turned his ashen face from the doctor, waiting beside the bed, holding the wrist of the gasping woman, to the nurse. I have made a mistake, he said. They've given me the wrong number. This isn't my wife. The nurse stepped over and from the contents of a drawer picked up a marriage certificate that he had seen before. James Lewis McFarlane, she read from it, and replaced it in the drawer. Jamie took a grip on the foot of the bed and leaned over. The girl lying on it was not a girl he ever had seen, not a girl who by the wildest stretch of possibility could have been the Storm Girl. Jamie gripped the insensate wood harder and bent lower and stared wide-eyed. What did it mean? How could this have happened? Why should this girl have in her possession the certificate which symbolized the marriage that he had entered into with the Storm Girl? He made his way to the side of the bed and looked intently at the left hand lying nerveless on the coverlet. There was the ring that he'd bought, on the third finger, the cheap little wedding ring. He picked up the hand and examined the ring until he made sure. He knew that both the doctor and the nurse were watching him. The doctor spoke. How long has it been since you've seen your wife? Jamie opened his lips to say that never in all his life had he seen the woman before him, and stopped with the words unsaid. If he'd said what he was thinking, if he repudiated her, if he left her to life or the greater mercy of death with the avowal that he did not know her, that he'd never seen her, then where was the beauty of the deed that he had tried to do in covering a woman who needed a name with his? After all, it had not made any difference to him, the night of the storm, what woman bore his name, if with it she recovered self-respect and a decent heritage for an unborn child. A fine little fellow, the doctor had said. If he opened his lips, the fine little fellow would no longer be fine. He would be a shame baby, a thing to be pitied, to be scoffed at, to be shifted around from one charity organization to another. He would be thrown on the world defeated in the right to a home, to love, to the proper kind of rearing. It would be no marvel if any wave of crime or of shame that anyone could imagine should engulf him. And the girl, Jamie, stared hard. He realized that if there were blood in the china-white face, if there were color in the lips, if there were luster in the hair, if those transparent eyelids would reveal pain-filled, beseeching eyes, she would be lovely. Possibly there was a man in the world who could have repudiated her. Jamie could not Jamie McFarlane. The words died without utterance. You mean, he said thickly, that it's strange I don't recognize her? Maybe it's the pain, and it's been long months since we were married. I've learned, said the doctor, that there are a good many curious and some inexplicable things in this world, but I can't help expressing the opinion that you've been a poor sort of a husband if you've allowed your wife to go through anything so crucial as the nerve strain and the physical strain of approaching maternity and delivery, and given no sympathy, extended no care. It scarcely seems human. Jamie licked his lips and took his medicine. He could not say anything in self-extenuation that would not cast a reflection on the girl before him, and in the few minutes that he had stood staring down at her, he had realized that her every breath was coming shorter. The hand he was holding was a weight in his fingers. He gripped it and began to chafe it. For God's sake, he cried, try to do something. Forget about lecturing me now. Do something. Don't let her slip away like this. The doctor looked up at Jamie and said quietly, There is nothing known to medical science that 3 of the best doctors in the city have not been trying all night, and some very excellent nurses have performed their duties carefully. You might as well understand that it is very near the end. I thought possibly she might rally. I thought possibly she might have something she would want to say to you. I thought you ought to be here in the event she needed you, and I told you the truth when I said your son is a fine little fellow. He's a beautiful specimen of physical babyhood. There's the makings of a fine man in him, and we are needing men in this country. We seem at the present minute to have an overplus of hounds." Again Jamie took his medicine. The taste of it was bitter on his tongue, because he was not a hound. He never had been. He had not the smallest obligation to the woman before him, other than the obligation that any man owes all women, to love them honestly, to care for them gently, to respect their bodies as the vessels through which the world must be populated. That was a thing that had been hammered into him from the hour that he was old enough even remotely to understand its meaning. He must always take care of the women. He must always be polite to the women. He must always be kind to them. They must be taken care of because they were to make homes. They were to mother little children. They must be respected. They were the vessels that contained the seeds of life. From their loins must come the presidents and the senators, the governors and the businessmen, the captains and sailors and soldiers and the tillers of the soil and the ministers who filled the pulpits and the teachers who molded the minds of youth in our schools. Here lay a woman dying in youth, dying in beauty, dying in her own thought of herself in shame, in scorching anguish, because some man, somewhere, had held her body lightly and violated it and consigned it to months of mental suffering, to hours of pain-racked anguish, to the loneliness of unloved death. Jamie reeled on his feet, and the nurse thrust a chair under him. She looked at him penetratingly, and then she said deliberately, "Doctor, there's something about this I don't understand, but I will not join you in the belief that there is anything unmanly attaching to Mr. McFarlane. In the few days she was here before the child was born, Mrs. McFarlane seemed to adore him. She had no unkind word to say against him." "What's that?" asked the doctor sharply. "I'm telling you the truth," said the nurse. "She said that he was the noblest man, the finest man in all the world. She said that he had done one thing so big and shining that no other man would have done it. She said that she had a feeling that she would not survive the birth of the baby. When she showed me her marriage certificate, I suppose she intended me to send for him. I looked up his residence. She said that if her baby should live, provisions had been made for it, but she expressed a wish to me that so fine a man as he might have it. I don't know how to explain the fact that they haven't been together these months, but I do know that the fault did not lie with Mr. McFarlane." "In that case," said the doctor to Jamie, "very likely I owe you an apology. I'm seeing so much these days that is exactly as things should not be in this world, that I'm getting fairly raw. I do apologize if I have said something I shouldn't. About your son and provisions having been made for him, that's up to you. If you want the child, of course, in the face of this marriage certificate, the law will give him to you." Jamie turned to the nurse. "What did she say?" he asked. "She said once," answered the nurse, "that it was impossible, but if it were possible she would give her life gladly if she knew that you would take the baby and make of him the kind of a man that you are." "All right," said Jamie tersely. "I will take the baby. You may get him ready. I have a comfortable home. I can see a way in which he can be well cared for. I will do my best to make the kind of a man of the boy who bears my name that his mother wanted him to be." Then Jamie and the doctor and the nurse were astonished and bewildered. A low laugh broke from the lips of the girl on the pillow, a low, exultant, caressing laugh, a laugh full of wonder and delight and unbelief, and with it ended the last remnant of breath from the tortured body, and the bright head on the pillow rolled back and lay still. Jamie covered his face and sat silent, and when he looked again he saw a sheeted, straight line. He looked at the nurse with pitiful eyes. "Have you instructions," he asked, "for necessary arrangements?" The nurse nodded. "Everything has been provided for, and most unusual, all expenses were paid when Mrs. McFarlane entered the institution. In such an event as this, we were ordered to prepare her body and send it to her family." "All right," said Jamie, arising and mustering his strength. "Where is the boy?" The doctor looked dubious. "You have someone competent to take charge of a newborn baby?" he asked. "I have," answered Jamie. "A fine, cleanly woman who's reared 3 children to maturity." "All right, then," said the doctor. "Give him the baby." The nurse disappeared and presently returned. She put into Jamie's arms a bundle odorous of castile and boracic, a thing that was warm and alive and moving. Convenient to his reach, she set a suitcase, and Jamie put on his hat, crooked his arm around the live bundle, picked up the suitcase, and walked from the room. The nurse looked at the doctor, and the doctor looked at the nurse, and they said to each other, "Well, can you beat that?" "What do you suppose came between them?" asked the doctor. "If she said things like that about him, why should he leave her, never to see her again, without a tear of remorse, without a touch of affection? I've had a good many peculiar experiences in 30 years' practice of medicine, but this beats everything. I don't understand it." "Neither do I," said the nurse, "and what's more, I don't believe he does. I must go and put in the calls for the parties I was told to send for in the event she died. I think she must have been very much under the weather all the time. I think she came with the feeling that she would not survive, and I think she had that feeling because she did not in the least care whether she did or not." The nurse picked up a towel and wiped her hands vigorously. "I get so mad at this sort of thing sometimes," she said, "that I want to go out and stand on the platforms and in the pulpits, and I want to tell people some of the things I've seen and heard. I'd like to talk for one solid day to the girls of this country. I'd like to tell them of the heartache and the disappointment and the pain and the shame that they're fixing up for themselves in their future lives when they undertake to leave the straight and narrow path and allow themselves voluntarily to become the playthings of men, to let their honor be taken from them, to let their efficiency be wiped out, to let their years of training and the love and care that's been expended on them all go for nothing, to bring shame and disgrace on their parents, and to do to their own souls and to their own bodies what this poor dead girl has done to hers." "Evidently," said the doctor, "you're one of the people who still believe in hellfire and damnation." "Yes," said the nurse, "I do. And I believe in hell at its hottest and damnation at its damnedest for the men who are responsible for such anguish as we've seen this girl suffer, and for such a death as we've watched her die. I'd like to take the men who cannot wait for honest marriage, and a time when they are able to support a woman and give her a home, and fortify her body to serve the functions of wifehood, of motherhood, and homemaking, men who upset everything and ruin everything for their own personal immediate self-gratification. I'd like to take them all out and hang them as high as Haman. Sometimes I think I just hate men." And to his amazement, the nurse broke into tears and used the towel on her eyes. "But look here," said the doctor. "You spoke up for Mr. McFarlane. You said he was not responsible for this." "And I'll say it again," said the nurse. "Can't you see by what she told me, by the way he came in, by the way he left, that he'd never seen the girl before, that he didn't know who she was? Because some arrangement had been made by which that child was to bear his name, he assumed responsibility for it. But good Lord, you can't convince me in 10 years that he'd ever seen that girl there on the bed before, or that the marriage certificate I packed among her belongings so the child could have it was a legal document. Don't you think it?" Then the nurse went her way, and the doctor went his way, and the keeper of the bees climbed in the taxi and gave instructions to be driven back to the Blue Garden. End of chapter 15, read by Sandra.
Chapter 16 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. The Partnership Baby. When he dismissed the taxi and started up the front walk with the bundle and the suitcase, Jamie was surprised to find the little scout sitting on the front steps beside a bottle of milk, half consumed, with crumb decorations prominently on the face lifted inquiringly in his direction. "Well, look who's here," said the little scout. "My gracious, you look exactly like Dad when he brought Jimmy home from the hospital." "Well," said Jamie, "that's a very good way for me to look. Have you been sitting here ever since I left?" "No," said the little scout. "I went through the back window and lay on the foot of your bed and slept about 3 hours. And then I was hungry, and I went over to Margaret Cameron's to ask her for something to eat. And I run into her just as she was leaving. She said Molly had telephoned her to come in for a few days. I'm waiting at the church to tell you you'll have to get your food the best you can until she comes back. Didn't strike me until after she was gone that I'd forgotten to ask her for something to eat myself, but I knew she wouldn't care, so I climbed in the back porch window and got a chunk of bread out of the bread box. The milk's yours, all that ain't used. Say, Bo, honest, what you got there? Jamie sat down suddenly. His solution of what he was going to do with James Lewis McFarlane, Jr. had been to transfer him to the care of Margaret Cameron. He had planned to ask his neighbor to take the child and care for it until he could find the right kind of woman to undertake the job. In the back of his head, there had been a hope as he had driven out that Margaret would use on the baby the same cleanliness, deftness, and expert care with which Jamie had not a doubt, from her brand of housekeeping and cooking, she had reared her own family. Of all the bad luck that he had experienced in his unlucky days, nothing had been much worse than that Margaret Cameron should have chosen to go pleasuring, should have selected the day to start a vacation when he needed her the very worst. Jamie set down the suitcase and produced the front door key. "Unlock the door," he said to the little scout, and together they went in. Jamie laid the small bundle on the davenport, and then he stepped back and drew his hands over his perplexed face and said to the scoutmaster, "I wish you'd tell me what am I going to do." "What's eating you?" inquired the small person casually. Jamie pointed to the bundle. "That's a baby," he said. "A live baby that needs nursing and feeding and loving. And I thought Margaret Cameron would be the woman who'd do it." "Are you sure she said she had gone visiting and she would be gone no telling how long?" "She didn't say no telling how long," said the scoutmaster. "She said a few days. I should think a few days would be a week, maybe." "And what," demanded Jamie, "what am I going to do in a week, maybe, with a live baby?" "Ah, feed it to the birds and let's get on with our work. We're wasting a lot of time on the garden," said the little scout. "You look here," said Jamie. "You aren't talking about a crust of bread. That's a baby in that bundle. A tiny boy who wants his chance to live and to grow and to paddle a canoe and to ride a horse and to be a scoutmaster just as bad as you do." "Ah," said the disgruntled small person. Then the scoutmaster walked over and lifted a square of fine white flannel with a border of forget-me-nots and peered down at what was beneath it. Suddenly the scoutmaster dropped to a kneeling position, leaned forward and looked intently. Then a softened face turned to Jamie over a lean shoulder. "You'll have to get a baby bottle," was the verdict. "'Tis a nice baby. It's an awful nice baby. It's the cutest little thing. It's as pretty as our Jimmy was the first time I ever saw him, and I thought there wouldn't ever be another baby as nice as he was. But they is. Far as I can see, this baby has got just as nice clothes, and just as pretty a face, and just as cute little hands as our baby had. Say, where'd you get him?" "He's mine," said Jamie. "His name is James Lewis McFarlane, Jr." "Well, I'll be darned," said the little scout. "Ain't the world getting full of James and Jamies and Jimmies? I know about 2 dozen. Dad's name begins with James, and our baby's Jimmy. And this baby'll be Jamie, and you're Jamie. You wouldn't think, with all the names in the back of the dictionary, and names by the yard in the Bible, and fool names that people invent, that so many folks would have to run to James. Say, what you gonna do with him?" "That's exactly the question," said Jamie. "What am I going to do with him?" said the little scout. Let me think. Jamie had the impression that he came closer to seeing thought than he ever had before. The face of the youngster was drawn with thought. First the body sank back on the heels, and then the heels curled under and the floor made the seat. One arm leaned against the davenport. One hand, from fingering the blanket, crept up and closed over the little red fingers of the newborn baby. The little scout looked up. "Pull down that window blind," came the order. "You got to have a dim light. Their eyes are Riley for the first few days. They can't see. If they get too much light, they go cross-eyed." There was a return of a few minutes to thought. Then the little scout began to think out loud. "My, ain't we accumulating? Talk about compound interest. I'll say things are compounding for this partnership. Here, all unbeknownst to ourselves, we get a house and flowers and trees and bees, and now, by gracious, we get a baby. And of course, if we got it and it's yours, we got to take care of it. Say, where's his mother?" Jamie hesitated a second and decided that the truth was the quickest and the easiest. "I hate to tell you, buddy," he said. "I hate to tell you, but the truth is, this baby hasn't any mother. The task of getting him into the world was too big for her. She paid for his life with hers. You will be glad to know that she was like your Aunt Beth. She went over to see what heaven had in store for her, laughing out loud, laughing the gayest laugh of contentment and exultation." From the floor, the little scout stared up at Jamie with wide eyes and slowly nodded a corroborative head. "I know, that was Aunt Beth's smile come true. It's the kind of a laugh that the smile she had would have been if it had broken through and come out loud. I told you being dead was beautiful, but I don't see what's going to become of this new little Jamie. You never saw the amount of oiling and bathing and bandaging and changing and dressing and weighing. You never saw anything to equal the things Mother does to our Jimmy." Then suddenly the little scout came up to one knee, and then the other, and slowly assumed an erect position, then from the depths of preoccupation stumbled to the telephone and took down the receiver and gave a number. Jamie stood breathless, fearfully, and listened to a one-sided conversation. "I want Mom." "Hello, Mom, is that you?" "Say, Mom, we got the dirtiest gyp out here this morning. We got a little splinter new boy baby just like Jimmy when he first came from the hospital, just as nice and sweet and everything. And, Mom, this is the dirty part of it. Getting him here was too much for his mother. She went dead on us, and we ain't got her. And we're got this baby, and his name's Jamie after his dad, just like our baby. And, Mom, we thought Margaret Cameron would take him and take care of him for us, and that's another dirty thing. She's gone off on a visit, and she won't be home for 3 or 4 days, and we ain't got a thing to feed him." The little scout clapped a hand over the mouthpiece, turned to Jamie, and in a strained whisper inquired, "Have we got any clothes?" "I think so," said Jamie. The small person turned back. "We got oodles of clothes, everything we need. What we need is someone to do the oiling and the feeding and the changing." And then the little scout sprang straight in the air and gave a shout. "Bully for you, Mom! I knew you'd come across. Do you see why I didn't ask? I was giving you your chance. I knew all the time you would. Least I was dead sure you would. And say, Mom, take your roadster and step on the gas. Any minute he might begin to yell and we don't know what to do. He just came in the night. Jamie's too big, and I'm afraid." Take the shortest cut, and if a speed cop mixes with you, bunting, and come on." The scoutmaster hung up the receiver and turned to Jamie. The shoulders drew up, the chin tilted, a gloating look passed over the features, an indrawn breath was shot out suddenly. Said the scoutmaster. "Ain't she the Lollapalooza? Did you get that? I didn't even have to ask her. Right off the bat, just crack. Babe Ruth couldn't have hit it cleaner. She says she, 'I'll take care of him for you,' just like that." Both hands waved outward and onward in a curve of exquisite grace. "Just like that. Whenever you go to bed on the right royal high steppers, I've got 2 bits I'll chalk up on my mother." In the interim, Jamie replaced the blanket over the face of the sleeping baby and looked dubiously at the suitcase. What was it the nurse had said about having put in personal belongings for the baby? He had better get those things out and take them into his own keeping. So he picked up the suitcase and carried it to the bedroom, opened it on his bed, and pulled out a drawer in the dresser, pushing aside the clothing it contained, and began emptying the case. He removed little nighties and dresses and all sorts of queer soft garments and square folded stacks. And when, in the bottom of the suitcase, he came across a package wrapped in a cloth, he pulled it open enough to see it contained strings of beads and bracelets and trifling feminine adornments. He had not had time as yet to think of the Storm Girl. When he did think of her, he realized that the time had come to find her, and the time had come to settle a fairly long score with her. This was not playing the game. She had not been fair. And of all the women in the world, I wouldn't have selected her for a liar, said Jamie. And that minute his sense of outrage was so strong that he forgot the relief he should have felt over the knowledge that the woman he had rushed to the hospital to help was not the Storm Girl. Scott materialism, Scott integrity, Scott bulldog stubbornness, not alleviated by enough American environment to tone them down perceptibly, surged up in Jamie. She'd much better have a clean heart and be where the baby's mother is than to be going around in the world high-handed and strong with a lie on her tongue, said Jamie, and he slammed the package down and pushed it back and dropped some of his clothing on top of it and shut the drawer with a bang. Then he went back to the bed and carefully repacked the baby clothes. There was lace on some of them, and the fabrics were so fine that they stuck to his work-roughened fingers and clung to them so that he had to shake some of them off. At any rate, they seemed to be warm things. There seemed to be enough for 2 or 3 babies, and even to Jamie's unpracticed eye, they seemed to be fine things, carefully made things, lovingly fashioned things, with tiny buds of pink and forget-me-nots of blue, and wee yellow daisies showing here and there. As Jamie slammed shut the suitcase, he stood erect and addressed the back window. Possibly he was speaking to the ocean that glinted blue and gold beyond. Right this minute, said the preacher in Jamie, said the judge in Jamie, said the stern critic in Jamie. Right this minute, between the 2 of you, I'm thinking most of the dead woman. He carried the suitcase out and dropped it on the floor beside the sleeping baby. Then he sat down and turned back the face blanket and worked back the clothing and pushed away the hood strings tied under the chin and looked long and intently at the baby. He did not remind him of anyone. He was very small. He had eyes, and a nose, and a mouth. He was extremely red. The girl on the pillow was not reproduced in him insofar as Jamie could tell. Then, as the scoutmaster had done, he examined the hands. He got more from them than he did from the face. They were perfect hands, fashioned exquisitely, long, slender fingers, beautifully tapering fingers, with little nails finished and extended beyond the finger ends, perfect workmanship. And they were such fingers as paint pictures and play violins, and lovingly handle the kind of books that the bee-master had bequeathed to the little scout. Jamie turned, saying as he did so, "Did you notice how beautiful his hands are?" He got no answer and turned farther. The little scout had crossed the porch and gone the length of the walk, and opened the gate and was hopping from one foot to the other in the nearest wheel track, looking with undivided attention toward the city. In an unbelievably short time, a nifty sport model, a beautiful car suitable for the showpiece of an automobile exhibit, swung to a deft stop, and almost before it stopped, the little scout was on the running board. Jamie could see that the dirty arms were thrust inside, and the face lifted to the face of a woman moving toward the door. He could not hear the conversation that ensued. Something was asked on the part of the scoutmaster, and that something met a laugh that sounded mellow and sweet on Jamie's ears. But the door was barred. The scout was insistent. The hand that reached out to open the door was covered by a grimy hand, and then Jamie distinctly caught the phrase, "Aw, please, Mom, don't." And he heard the answer, "All right, then." The little scout hopped off the running board and opened the door, and there stepped down a woman who seemed to Jamie to appear the way any woman ought to look, to be just about exactly right, a radiant picture of wholesome health. A head of golden brown, silken curls, bobbed short for comfort, sensible clothing, dainty and pretty, of extreme style in cut. Briskly across the stretch of sward, through the gate and up the walk toward Jamie she came, the little scout scuffling ahead. The screen door was pulled open as Jamie stepped back, and the little scout darted through. "Mom, this is Jamie." Jamie made his best bow and stood for inspection. He got it. Careful, incisive, but not offensively long. A firm hand was held out to him. "I've been intending to come for some time," said the mellow voice that Jamie recognized as one he had frequently heard over the telephone. "I've had my hands reasonably full with our little Jimmy and a Danish princess presiding in our kitchen, and keeping the children in school. I think I took it for granted that anyone the bee-master would leave in charge here would be all right, and so I haven't gotten around to make friends as I should have done. But of course, our little scout has been all right with you." It happened that Jamie's eyes were on the face of the little scout when the expression was used, and he saw the deep breath of satisfaction that swept from the lips of the child. Then past him hurried the woman that the little scout had called Mom. She dropped on her knees before the davenport. She turned back the blanket and laughed softly. The face she lifted to Jamie was beautiful, a Madonna-like face, the face of a woman fashioned for motherhood. "I am sorry," she said, "if your baby has cost his mother her life. I am sorry, but I must congratulate you on the baby himself. You'll have your compensations. He is a beautiful child, really a beautiful child." The pair of deft hands, glittering with sparkling rings, slipped under the baby and lifted it, and the mother, who had it in her heart to be a mother to any baby, to all babies that needed her, sat down in the bee-master's chair, its first occupant since his going, and lifted the baby and held it against her breast and to her face, and laughed to it, and said sweet little words of utter nonsense, and praised it, and curved around it, and cuddled it up, and then paused and looked at Jamie. "I didn't know," said the soft voice, "that you were married." "I hardly knew it myself," said Jamie. "It was such a very hurried marriage on account of circumstances I may explain to you some day. I'd been overseas, and I brought back a wound, and there were reasons as to why we had not been much together. I am shocked beyond expression that the baby's mother lost her life. I had not even once thought that such a thing might occur, and I had depended on Margaret Cameron. I didn't know that the child had been born until they telephoned me from the hospital. I decided I'd stay with the baby and let his mother's family care for her. I could not leave the garden, and I was sure of Margaret, and got back to find that she had been telephoned for to go on some kind of a jaunt, and she'd started suddenly. Before I knew what the little scout was doing, you had your call. I'm afraid it's too big an imposition for words." The face that met Jamie's was a laughing face. "Don't bother about that," Mrs. Meredith said. "I'm willing to give a few days' time for a lovely baby named Jamie. It will be like having my baby over again. You needn't worry in the least. Have you clothes for him?" Jamie pointed to the suitcase. "Enough for 2 or 3 babies, I'd judge." To prove his statement, Jamie opened the case. Across the baby, a pair of interested eyes explored its contents. "Why, those are lovely things, exquisitely made. I almost hate to use them. I could use some of Jimmy's things just at first when there is so much oiling, and a tiny baby is rather a mussy proposition. I imagine those things will be more carefully handled in your hands than at the hospital, or even by Margaret Cameron," said Jamie. "Go ahead and use them. When they're gone, little Jamie shall have some more." "That's fine," said Mrs. Meredith. "That's fine. You will have something of your very own to work for now." Jamie felt something of a hypocrite as he assented to this proposition, but in the presence of the little scout that was not the time for dissent, so he let the statement go and closed the suitcase, and when the lady arose, he escorted her to the car. There they met a difficulty. "I can't drive and hold the baby too," said Mrs. Meredith. The little scout made a clean leap to the front seat and held eager arms. "I can hold him. I can hold him exactly like you do and keep the face cloth down. I want to hold him." Jamie smiled quizzically. "And if Fat Old Bill and the nice child and angel face come trooping down the street and see you holding a baby?" "Now, you look here," broke in the little scout. "Fat Old Bill and the angel and the whole bunch can just fry in their own fat. All of 'em's getting too fat anyway. Great big softies. Anyone that's got any objections to anybody else holding a little bit of a new baby that ain't got any mother, and that wants his dinner, can have the best licking I got in my system, and they can have it quick. Step on the gas, Mom. Let's get him home before he cries." The scoutmaster tightened careful arms around the little bundle and called back. "I'll telephone twice a day. I'm going to stay at home and do all the caretaking myself, except the feedin' and changin' and bathin'. You call me when Margaret comes and you get your arrangements made." Jamie went back inside the house and sat down suddenly on the first chair he saw. He tried to think constructively, reasonably, humanely. Such an unexpected experience, such a startling experience, such a pitiful experience he had not bargained for in his adventure. It had come, and Jamie could not figure exactly why. "I suppose," he said at last, "that when God made trees and fruit and grain, he knew how he was going to use them. He didn't intend that they should stand around and fill no purpose. And when God made men, very likely it was his intention to use them. That is a wonderful hand little Jamie brought into the world with him. It may be a useful hand as well as a beautiful hand. It may be that if it's carefully trained, there is work in the world that such a hand can do better than any other hand that ever has been fashioned. Once in a while there does come into the world one hand that can do work slightly better, a trifle finer than any other hand ever has done it. There is one thing about this experience that is dead sure. So long as there is blood in my veins and marrow in my bones, there is not going to be any taint of shame attached to this baby. He is going to have his chance, no matter who was his mother. And as for that little mother herself, with that unexpected and wonderful laughter on her lips, stepping across the boundary to meet her maker. Before he knew what he was doing, Jamie had slid to the floor and he was on his knees. His hands were clasped, his face was lifted, and he was praying, "Oh God, great God, creator of the universe and of men and of women and of all that this world contains. Oh God, have mercy on the girl who is coming before you this morning. Whatever her frailty was, whatever her fault was, remember the suffering and the price she paid, and have mercy. Take her to your heart. Take her to your everlasting home where there is safety and cleanliness of body and purity of mind. Take her with my father and my mother and all the holy angels, and teach her that there is a better way than the way she chose. Have mercy, O Lord." Stumblingly, Jamie arose and went to the bedroom. He sat down on the side of the bed and put his hands over his face and cried until his lean frame shook, cried his heart out. After a long time, when the storm had passed, he wiped his eyes and discovered, as he reached the back porch, that he was hungry. So he went across to Margaret Cameron's kitchen and burgled his way through a back window. Into the basket she used, he packed everything he could find that would spoil in her absence and carried it home with him. Then, for the first time, he really went about the business of trying to cook food for himself. He knew where he could take the streetcar and find a small cafe not so far away, but somehow he was in no mood to meet men. He was in no mood to face women. He wanted to be alone. He wanted to think. He wondered where what remained of Alice Louise was going to be laid. He wondered if a small stone was going to be erected above her, and if his name would be carved on that stone. He wondered if it would read, "The beloved wife of James Lewis McFarlane." Then he wondered what the name of the baby's mother might have been, and it occurred to him that he had a way of finding out. The first time he was in the city, he could go to the Marriage License Bureau and asked to see the records on some excuse that he could think up by that time. He could find out what name the Storm Girl had written in to fit with Alice Louise. Jamie never in his life had examined a marriage certificate. The one in which he had been interested had been compiled by the clerk, a line shown Jamie to sign on, and then the Storm Girl had signed her name and taken prompt possession of the document. When his thoughts reached the Storm Girl, they immediately grew chaotic. Exactly why he had not as yet time sanely to figure out. He had the feeling that he had been made a dupe of, that he had been a good deal of a fool, and yet he knew that feeling was not fair. The girl had not asked him for anything. He had put up as strong a case of special pleading as he knew how to build, before she had told him in a few brief words exactly what it was that she needed. Wherein Jamie felt aggrieved was that she had not been square. She had not told the truth. She had said what she needed. She had left him to feel that the offer he had made, and which she had accepted, was on her own behalf. This morning had proven that she had used him not to serve her own needs, but those of another woman. Jamie realized that he would have done what she wanted. In that storm, facing his own reckoning so shortly, as he had felt at that time that he was facing it, he would have given any girl who had happened to appeal to him in distress the benefit of his name and what protection he could offer her. It would not have made any difference who the girl was when her needs were so very great. It was just that he had gone to the hospital and had raced to the room, expecting to kneel beside the bed and take the hand of the Storm Girl in his and fight for her life, in a fight that some way he felt certain he could win. When he had seen a strange face, the shock had been so great that he had sat down tamely and submitted to what the doctors and the nurse had said was inevitable, without even making the beginning of the fight he had meant to wage for the woman he had thought he was going to see. He had been defeated. She had slipped away from him again, and this time he was angry, genuinely provoked. He had only had a short time in which to think, and in that time he had told himself repeatedly, she didn't play the game square. In Jamie's eyes, that was almost the worst sin that anyone could possibly commit. His feelings on the subject had only grown stronger during his months of contact with the little scout. The little scout thought as keenly about playing the game square as he did, and was absolutely scrupulous in every practice indulged in. Jamie remembered with some amusement and a throb of pride that when he had asked the question of sex directly, the answer had been neither a lie nor an evasion, but straight from the shoulder. If you can't tell, does it make a darn bit of difference? That was fair dealing. That was leaving the field open. That was the kind of thing that Jamie liked. Before he went to bed, he called Mrs. Meredith. The baby was fine. It was no trouble. It had been oiled and fed and rolled up warmly, and the little scout was on the job, said the voice that Jamie thought was the sweetest voice he had ever heard over the telephone. None of us are getting much of a chance at the new little Jamie. Our little scout has taken possession of him and is on the job. I think you will need help with the bees seriously before you get it for the coming few days. There seems to be a feeling of responsibility that none of us understand. I think perhaps it's all of a piece with the pride of possession, with the ownership of an acre of land and a line of beehives, and a fine showing of orchard and garden. I noticed that the little scout says proudly, "Our baby." When he had gone back to his bedroom, Jamie was still thinking. "Well, anyway," he said, "our baby isn't a shame baby. He has a perfectly good name standing for him on the records, and he's going to have a perfectly good chance. And as for the Storm Girl, she can go hang. I'm through with her." Then Jamie turned out the lights and lay down on his pillow and decided he would go to sleep very speedily. Out of the darkness, a voice said to him, in the vernacular of the little scout, "What's eatin' you? Did you want her to be dead? Did you want her to go to the horrors that are facing the beautiful body of Alice Louise?" Jamie turned over and buried his face in the pillow and cried, "Oh, my God, no! I didn't think of that. I don't want her heart broken. I don't want her dead. What I want is to know who she is, where she is, to have her depend on me, to be able to do something for her, to be released from my promise not to seek her. No, no, for her I want life. I want happiness." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Keeper of the Bees. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wallace Morgan. The Keeper of the Bees by Gene Stratton-Porter. The Interloper. If the little scout had not been taking a double share of responsibility for the new baby Jamie, very likely the thing that happened during this period never would have happened to Jamie the elder, who did not come far from being considerable of a baby himself, under the right circumstances. To begin with, Jamie had not as yet been able to reconcile himself to the fact that he owned an acre of California and a house beautifully furnished with the exception of one room. He had not been able to take in that a world of flowers, an orchard of fruit trees, a garden of vegetables, and a long row of hives of bees yielding the most delicious of honey, a very large percentage of it having been gathered in the delicate blue garden of the bees in an adjoining garden. He had not been able to realize that the most attractive small house he had ever seen and half of the Sierra Madre Apiary were his. He had not been able to bring himself to feel that it was either just or right that all these things should be his. He was still looking upon his possessions in a state of bewilderment. It was true that he had been before the probate judge. He had fulfilled the requirements of the law. The property had been transferred to him and Jean Merited according to the exactions of the law. Money had been drawn from the bank and the inheritance tax paid as the bee master had provided. And still, Jamie did not feel that he really owned the acre that was standing in his name. He had the feeling that if he stayed there for a long period, say 10 years, and had studied the bees and had worked faithfully, if he had taken the place of a son to the bee master for that length of time, and the bee master had made his crossings and left his property to him, knowing him thoroughly and feeling that he could depend on him, that to Jamie would have been the right and reasonable transaction. He did not realize that anyone who met him and who was a judge of human nature in one good look from Jamie's head to heels would have been able to say definitely what he thought concerning him with very nearly the same degree of truthful delineation as could have been rendered at the end of 10 years' acquaintance. Jamie was the kind of a man that women and children and other men and dogs trusted without asking any questions. Jamie was the kind of a man who could forget the biggest problem preying on his mind to bind up the broken leg of a dog, to heal a hurt for a child. His present predicament was proof of what he would do for another man, glowing proof of what he would do for a woman. He had not been accustomed ever to think seriously of himself until the sharp-nail wound tore his breast, and then for 2 years he had been forced to think. In the regime of hospitals and medical treatment he had faced for such a long long period, the thought that the end of him was not far away, that it had become an obsession. Gradually, Garden had worked its magic until now Jamie was once more a man who was thinking for the little scout, for Margaret Cameron, for a girl who had risked her life and lost it, and, dying, had left him a second inheritance, one that Jamie was more willing to accept than the first. In the absence of Margaret Cameron, he was cleaning house. His thrifty mother had trained him to be her assistant in childhood. He knew how to sweep and dust, how to arrange furniture, how to keep a house immaculate. He was using the broom on the entrance porch when a taxi stopped before the door. A very smartly dressed young woman stepped from it and verified the house number. She looked over the premises with approving eyes and a smile of reassurance on her lips. It caused panic in Jamie's heart. He had not felt that he had earned the property. He had not felt that he had first right to it, but he was quite certain that God himself did not know how much he loved it, how much he wanted it. And when this attractive young lady, with the smile of assurance that was almost too assured for the best degree of breeding, looked the premises over and inquired, "I am not mistaken in thinking that this is the residence of Mr. Michael Worthington, am I?" Jamie shook his head. "I think," said the young lady confidently, "that I could have selected Papa's house from any on this street. It looks exactly like him." Jamie had thought that he was fortified for this very thing, but when it happened, he learned that he had not been prepared in the least. He felt precisely as if someone had slugged him over the head with a very substantial piece of extremely hard wood. He had only brains enough left for an observation that he was too polite to make a hazard. So he said to himself, "Well, it may be that this house looks exactly like Papa, but God knows you don't." He went further, "And I'd always been taught that there was a strong probability that girls would resemble their fathers." What Jamie did outwardly was to get his heels together, square his shoulders, and manage a bow. "Am I to understand," he asked, "that you are a daughter of the bee master?" The young lady looked at Jamie and smiled, probably the most attractive smile she could muster. "I am not only a daughter," she said, "but I am his whole family." Of course, when the news came of Papa's having died so suddenly and unexpectedly, it was necessary for me to spend some time seeing that he was laid away as he would have desired to be, and doing everything that I could to comfort Mama. Jamie suddenly found himself putting up what he had considered a fight. "I had understood from the bee master," he said, "that both his wife and daughter were dead. I don't know how much about his first marriage. Of course, his first wife was dead before he married Mama. And I think they did have a child. I seem to have heard it mentioned, but of course that was long before I was born." "Oh, I see," said Jamie. "And I might as well tell you, if you are in charge here, that Mama and Papa never could agree. They were always having difficulties, and at last she was forced to secure a divorce. She could not live with a man so irritable and exacting, a man who never wanted to do anything but drone over a book or occupy himself with some kind of highbrow stuff that nobody human could have been interested in. I don't blame her a bit. I was entirely on her side. After she got the divorce, Papa went somewhere. She never knew where he had gone. He did not communicate with us directly. His lawyer sent the money for my support, and I suppose it is to him that I shall have to appeal to secure the property which rightfully belongs to me as his only child, his only living heir." "Has nobody told you," asked Jamie, "that the bee master left a will in which he bequeathed this property to a partner he has had for a long period of several years, and to me?" The young lady laughed pleasantly. "There was a rumor. Somebody said something about there being no effects, possibly a letter from a nurse at the hospital where Papa died. But, of course, when people know that I am Miss Worthington and Papa's only child, there isn't going to be any question as to whom the place rightfully belongs." Jamie looked very hard at the young person before him. He could sec no reason as to why he should not believe what she said, but she did not in any way, in any faint degree, resemble the bee master. Not a mannerism, not a word of speech, not in the shaping of hands or feet, not in facial formation or expression. At the same time, if she carried with her credentials to prove who she was and that her claim was just, it was nothing more than he had expected, nothing more than he had been insisting would happen. So he said, "If you furnish proof that the bee master was your father by blood, if you furnish proof that you have a legal claim to this property, there is no contesting the fact that it is yours." But the bee master was very clear in his mind, according to the testimony of his doctors and nurses, and so he made his crossing, which happened in his sleep. and he was very emphatic in his statements that he had no heir of his immediate blood. What you will have to do is to show your proof, establish your identity, and make your claims convincing to the probate court of this county. In case you can do this, there is no question but the property is yours. In the meantime, it is standing on the records in my name and in the name of the master's partner, and I am in charge. And I'm going to remain in charge until your identity is established and your claims are substantiated. And where, cried the young lady, am I going to remain? If I have to go into court and make a legal fight of this, it may require weeks or months even. And I had barely enough funds to bring me here. The allowance Papa made me never was half what it should have been. I know nothing about that, said Jamie. I have nothing to do with it, but I do know that there is a small fortune in bees and the trees and flowers of this property, and that its value depends upon the bees being watched. As many of them are swarming at the present time, there is honey that must be removed to save the bees from starting robbing. And always in California, the watering must be strictly attended to in the event that what the bee master wished and intended can be substantiated before a court. I do not propose, for the sake of his partner, who is now mine, and for my own sake, to have value depreciate as it will if I step out and leave the place to the care of a stranger. Then the first really ugly streak showed the disposition of the young woman. She laughed disagreeably. Well, there will be no question about your stepping out, she said, and about your stepping very speedily. There is not a court in the world that would cut off an only daughter and an only child and leave a man's property to almost a perfect stranger. That would be a little bit too low, and since this house is Papa's, I think I have every right to remain here. She turned toward the street and beckoned to the taxi man. Bring my trunk and bags, she ordered. The taxi driver shouldered a small steamer trunk, carried it into the house, and set it in the middle of the living room, placing upon it a suitcase and a dressing bag. He was paid for his services, and he climbed in his taxi and drove away. And a strange young woman with a very determined countenance took off her hat and looked around. Jamie was worsted in the first round. He should not have allowed her to come in the house. He should not have permitted the taxi driver to leave the trunk. But she had said that she had very insufficient funds. There was a probability that a judge might substantiate her claims. Whatever Jamie did or did not do, he had to be a gentleman. He thought swiftly, and he thought correctly. He thought, Margaret Cameron is away. If she were here in this emergency, she would give me a room. She would let me sleep in the bed that belonged to her nephew. And since I know positively that this is what she would do, why wouldn't I climb in her back window and take possession? I will water her garden and see that her flowers are carefully kept until her return, and in her kitchen I can cook me something to eat. So Jamie went into the bedroom and gathered up the clothing in which he had come, the things that he had brought since his occupancy, and the package containing the personal belongings of Alice Louise. He made them all into a bundle and went down the walk, through the side gate, burgled a back window, and established himself in the room that he felt certain, from the wall decorations and its location, had belonged to Margaret Cameron's nephew. Then he went down to the corner grocery and purchased some food, which he filled the ice chest. He hung up the ice wanted sign and removed the milk and tomato and orange juice he had in the bee master's ice chest. And inside an hour he was dispossessed, but he was still holding the job. Still weeding, still watering, trimming, and keeping careful watch on more than the bees. As he worked, it appealed to him that the first thing he should do was to call Mr. Meredith and let him take what action he chose in his child's interest. So he went to the telephone and, after hearing all the latest particulars, which were enthusiastically delivered concerning little Jamie, he asked for Mr. Meredith. He was told that he was out of town and would be away for a week or 10 days. Right there Jamie hesitated. He could take care of his little partner's interest in the same manner as he would his own. He could see what legal action was taken and reported when the time came. There was no necessity for setting Miss Meredith and the little scout to worrying when there was probably nothing they could do. So Jamie hung up the receiver without saying that at that minute the Apiary was in the hands of an interloper. As Jamie worked, this same interloper came down through the garden on a tour of observation. She had changed her dress for another, light and attractive, with the stains of travel removed. She seemed more like a world of girls, such as Jamie saw everywhere, every day. The difficulty was that she seemed so much like them that Jamie was not interested. It had to be an unusual girl, someone different, someone giving at least slight evidence of having a human heart, mental culture, and consideration for others. To make Jamie look twice, this young party evidently was thinking mostly of herself. Jamie watched her advancing towards him down the back walk, and the first thought that came to him as she was sharply delineated in a patch of sunlight was, "She looks hard." Persistently, he went on with his work. The girl was now within a few yards of him. She stopped and studied him intently. "I've been thinking," she said, "there's nothing here that can suffer greatly in the few days that will be required to arrange the papers so that I can come into possession of my property. I prefer that you leave me in undisrupted possession." Jamie looked at the girl and smiled, and it was a winsome smile, a bonny smile. "Don't you think," he said, "that you are asking a good deal of human nature? I've been caring for this place for quite a while now. I've been thinking it was my own for some time past. You are confident to an unusual degree if you think I'm going to walk out and turn over the property that stands on the records in my name without having seen any proof you have to offer, without knowing whether you could establish the claims you make before a court. Do you mean that if you came into possession of this property, you would live here? You would make your home here?" The young lady glanced around her. Jamie's incredibly irritated her. "What kind of a back number are you?" she asked. "As we came here, I thought we were going about 20 miles from the station I came in at." "And so you were," replied Jamie. "You were a good guesser. And what would a girl, just when she has a right to have a good time, want to be marooned in a place like this for? If there is anything I am afraid of, it's a bee. If there's anything I hate, it's a mountain. If there's anything I hate worse than a mountain, it's the sea. If there's anything I can't abide for a few hours at a stretch, it is such stillness as this, such deadening, sickening silence. Does anything ever happen here?" "Yes," Jamie said. "You came, and the bees are beginning to swarm every few days. There's fruit to be picked, there's sprinkling to be done, there's hoeing and cleaning and work aplenty. More work than any one man can do as well as it should be done." "In other words," said the young woman, "you are proposing to stay here and keep an eye on me?" "You said that," said Jamie. "What I said was that I was proposing to stay here and take care of the property, to do the sprinkling, to hive the bees." "I'm not such a fool that I don't know why you will not go," said the young person. "Draw your own conclusions," answered Jamie. "This side of the garden needs watering today. I am going to water it." And he quietly went on with his work. The young woman stood still a minute, and then she said, "I want the keys to the chest Papa always kept his papers in. Undoubtedly, there are things there that will help me to establish my interest." "Tell that to the probate judge," said Jamie. "If he wants that chest unlocked and the papers that it contains turned over to you, he will send a clerk to go through them with you and to make a record of them and place them in evidence before they are tampered with." It happened that Jamie was keeping watch, oblique watch, but nevertheless a sharp watch. On the face of the girl, when he made that statement, he saw the arrested breath, he saw the whitened face, he saw the tense pause and the deep thought, and the voice that sometimes talked to him inside himself said to him, "Now, she doesn't like that. She doesn't want anyone present when that chest is open. She doesn't want a record made of those papers. She doesn't like the idea of asking the probate judge to send a man to go through them with her." Jamie immediately attached another length of hose and drew his work up the slope until he was opposite the window that gave the best view from the living room. In this manner time went on. He had occupied Margaret's house and kept his eye on the young person for 2 days and 1 night, and he was fairly well tired out when the young lady passed Margaret Cameron's, and Jamie watched her take the trolley for the city. He went over to the house. He did not see how it could wear the same expression on its face that it had always worn. It would have confronted him if it had looked very much disgusted and displeased, but it did not. It smiled on the roadway and the mountainside on which it looked with exactly the same serene, placid smile of invitation that it always wore for him. He tried its doors, but they were all locked. He looked in the window, but he could see nothing except that the trunk was standing in the middle of the living room, and the wardrobe of the young lady seemed to be mostly draped over the bee master's chair. He decided that this would be a good time to work Margaret Cameron's garden. So he went over and turned on the hose. He was busy there when he heard the light padding of Beat's shoes behind him and turned to face the little scout. "Oh, hello. How's everything?" "How's everything at your end of the line?" parried Jamie. "Fine," said the little scout. "I'm doing all those things that I told you I'd do for our partnership baby. He's going to be an awful nice baby. Mother's crazy over him. She cuddles him up and takes care of him exactly like she did Jimmy. But she ain't much stuck on this bottle business. She says it's an awful nuisance to fix the bottle, and she says it's an awful pity that any baby should have to lose its mother, because she says that a baby, when it's a little thing like that, gets more from its mother than just milk. She said it gets a steady stream of love. She says that a baby that lies on its mother's breast and looks in her eyes and lays one little hand on her neck gets with its food something that it knows about all its life. She says it tain't natural and it tain't right for a baby to be alone on a pillow and any old bottle propped into its mouth. It ain't propped with Jamie, 'cause I hold it, and it's a good thing this happened while there's no school, 'cause I'm telling you that you wouldn't believe all the things I do when there ain't nobody looking. I can hold the bottle, and I put my arm around Jamie, so's maybe I can kind of fool him into thinking he's got the same stream of love along with his milk that our Jimmy got. I tell you, our Jamie is just keen. My goodness. There, I've gone and used Nanette's word. That's the only adjective Nanette knows. Her shoes are keen, and her dress is keen, and her haircut is keen, and the party is keen, and the picture is keen, and I've heard it so much, I hope to goodness I ain't gonna go and get keen too. Jamie laughed. "You don't have to get keen, Mr. Scoutmaster," he said. "You've been perfectly keen ever since you've been born." The little scout was evidently pleased. There was a slight increase in height. There was a funny toss of the head. "Well, who's going to shake dice with the right kind of a swing and manage a bunch of scouts and do a whole lot of other things that I've been up against all my life? And not to be pretty keen, I'm keen on this place. I can tell you that. I'm about dead for it. I was telling Mother this morning that the very minute I get through reading and writing and arithmetic, I'm going to come here and get on my job. She says I'm going to college, but there are a whole lot of things about me that she doesn't know as well as she might, and college is one of them." Then the scoutmaster amply proved to Jamie the claim that had been made. He felt himself being subjected to a long look. He felt the length of a small figure pressing against him. He felt a hand unusually clean slipping up over his left side. He heard a voice so soft and sweet that it reminded him of a certain telephone voice that he knew. The voice wailed, "Oh, Jamie, your side didn't cheer, did it? You ain't got all to do over again, have you?" Jamie put his arm around the little scout. "Why, no," he said. "My side's fine. It's getting better every day. I have it in the back of my head that in 2 or 3 months more I would not even have to wear the lightest kind of a pad or a bandage." The scoutmaster looked up. "Then what's the matter?" Jamie hesitated. "Your face looks pasty, and your eyes are dead tired. You look all beat out. You look like you just like I do when the scouts go to roughhousing, and I've had to lick the bunch. Sometimes I look at my face when I brush my teeth, and I can see just how big my job is. Right around my eyes I can see it, and I can see things around your eyes now." "What's the matter?" Jamie thought swiftly. He did not want to tell the little scout what was the matter. In Mr. Meredith's absence, he did not want Miss Meredith worried with a legal complication when she had undue care of a baby for whose care he had assumed responsibility. He thought fast and hard and let the moment slip. "You are all right, little scout," he said. "You are rather keen. I was worried last night, and I didn't sleep well. I was kind of keeping watch over our place and Margaret's." "Isn't Margaret back yet? Things look all shut up," observed the scoutmaster. "I imagine she's gone into the city to have a vacation. Visit with Molly you're always talking about," said Jamie. "I'm taking care of things for her while she is gone. I guess I'll go over and take a look at my property," said the scoutmaster, grinning broadly at Jamie. "All right," said Jamie. Neither of them had noticed that the interloper had passed Margaret Cameron's while they were watering her garden and had unlocked the front door and entered the house of invitation. The scoutmaster flew over the fence, trotted down the gravel walk, waved a salutation at Jacaranda, and took the curve passing the front of the house for the very natural reason that the 1 acre which stood on the country records in the name of Gene Meredith lay on the right-hand side of the house. As one approached it from the entrance, as the child crossed the walk, there was a noticeable movement in the living room and the whiff of an odor that acted on the little scout as a stiff breeze of formic acid acts on the wild. With a large fund of assurance, the scoutmaster crossed the porch in a bound, swung open the front door, and faced the open trunk, the dresses draped over the bee master's chair. Faced also a young woman with an unduly bleached head and overpainted face, a young woman who, to the eyes of the scoutmaster, was a fine combination of everything in the world that a nice young woman should not be. The youngster stared in amazement. How come? Was the greeting shot at the interloper? The suggestive hands were thrown out, one in the direction of the trunk, one of the chair. "Hello, kiddo," said the young person. "You're sure my luck. Take this dime and run to the nearest grocery and get me a bottle of milk, and when you bring it back, I'll give you a nickel for going." The scoutmaster stood still and looked hard at the young woman, looked long and intently, and remembered something and could not tell exactly what. You're not Jamie's mother, are you?" But of course you couldn't be Jamie's mother, 'cause Jamie's coming made her too sick and she had to go across whether she wanted to or not. Who are you and what are you doing here? "That's nothing to you," said the young lady. "Run along and get my milk, and then I've got about 50 other errands I want you to do. You can pick up quite a bit of small change in the next hour or two if you move so that you stir the dust at all." The scoutmaster stood still, with hard, almost feverish eyes. The face of a woman was scanned. The eyes especially were studied deeply. The trunk and the clothing, the abdominal odors of cheap soaps and vile perfumes, all registered adversely on the child's mind. This woman in the house, and Jamie at Margaret Cameron's, and doing nothing about it? That was exactly like Jamie. It had been the private opinion of the little scout for some time that as a fighter, Jamie might hold his own among the Germans, but he did not show much inclination to hold his own when somebody tried to give him a wonderful piece of property. Vaguely the thought that had begun stirring in the back of the scoutmaster's head stirred deeper and cleared up and took form. The small hand was thrust out. "Give me your dime. Sure, I'll do your errands for you," said the little scout. With the dime tightly gripped in one hand, the scoutmaster sailed over the fence and landed almost at the feet of Jamie, and there the child stared at him belligerently. "Who's the Jane in the crooked makeup and the dirty skirt?" The demand was brief and to the point. "Is there anyone in the house?" asked Jamie. He was so taken aback he reverted to his father's childhood and said, "Hoose." "I'm telling you there's someone in the house," cried the little scout. "There's a comedy queen in the house." A Jane like that draped all over the bee master's chair and her trunk open in the middle of the floor. "What did you let her in for?" "She walked in," said Jamie. "And wasn't you big enough to keep her out?" demanded the little scout, tilting up a head to look to the full extent of Jamie's 6 feet plus. "Yes, I was," said Jamie, "if I had used force, but I'm not given to using force on the ladies. So you cleared out and came over here, and you turned over our property to that piece of Limburger cheese?" "I'm afraid I did," said Jamie. "Well, you put the biggest crimp of my style that anybody ever did," said the scoutmaster. "I bet you just walked out like a milk-fed turkey and never put up one warlike gobble." "I told her," said Jamie, "to tell it to the probate judge." "Ah," said the scoutmaster, in the hoarest, roughest tone Jamie ever heard issue from the small throat. "Ah, what's the use of the probate judge? You knew the bee master, and you knew he wouldn't do anything that wasn't fair and right. If you want to lop over like a California Christmas candle, you can just do it. You can give her your share if you want to, but believe you me, the hands were in action. Believe you me, Mr. James Lewis McFarlane, you will not give away my half of that bee garden, 'cause that was the only chance I ever stood of getting a horse. The reason I didn't get a horse wasn't 'cause there wasn't enough money in the family to buy a horse. It was 'cause I couldn't keep a horse in a city. Out here, I don't see why I couldn't. There's no neighbors on my side to object. I'll see that flax wig in there doing me out of my horse." The little scout thrust forth a hand and disclosed a dime. I'm going to the grocery to get milk for her, and then there's 50 other errands. Suddenly the little scout changed to the woman in the house, and in an exact intimidation of the tone and manner that Jamie recognized, he heard, "Kiddo, there's about 50 other errands you can do for me." There was another change. "You can stake your role, Kiddo is going to stay right here on the job. Kiddo is going to do the errands. Kiddo is going to find out some way to get that Jane out of there and get her out pretty quick. Kiddo happens to know a whole lot of things that you don't, and Kiddo is just beginning to get wise to who that party is." Both hands flew out, one of them wide spread, the other gripping the dime. "Let me tell you, Kiddo is saving a last arrow for that party right in there. Kiddo owes it to the bee master to puncture her until you can see daylight clear through her. Maybe you think I ain't got her number now. Maybe you think I don't know who pushed little Mary and broke her spine and made her die. You watch me. You ain't gonna fight. I am. How did you get in this house?" "Walked in," Jamie said. "All right," said the little scout. "I'm going to telephone Mother, and I'm going to get my scouts on the job, and you put your ear to the ground and listen for a rumble. Kiddo is letting loose the dogs of war. Believe you me." The scoutmaster brought both feet down with an emphatic slap, and presently Jamie heard the ringing of the telephone, and he heard, too, the voice of the little scout. "Say, Mom, Margaret Cameron's away, and my partner out here needs me. I'll probably have to cook his dinner for him. I may not get in till late. If it's too late, he'll bring me. Don't worry about me. I'm all right. But this big baby out here needs taking care of worse than baby Jamie. I'll tell you that," to the assembled multitude. The receiver hit the hook hard enough to break both, and the scoutmaster went through the front door and started on a skimming run in the direction of the corner grocery below. Jamie sat down and began to think. Then he went to the telephone and called John Carey. He asked if in the event any of the bees threatened to swarm the next day, he could depend on him for help. The reply was that he could. Carey would come over in the morning, and they would look the hives over and get some fresh ones ready for swarms to occupy. Presently Jamie saw the scoutmaster enter their front gate and go up the walk with the bottle of milk. After that he saw a bunch of papers and odds and ends carried to the incinerator. Then he watched the gathering of tomatoes and vegetables, the picking of fruit that was carried to the kitchen, and when he went over to get a better idea of what was going on, he saw in passing a window that the scoutmaster was standing in the middle of the living room, fitting dresses over the bee master's coat hangers and hanging them up in his closet. Presently little Scout came out to him. Jamie was surprised at the expression on the small face. It had become absolutely inscrutable. It did not remind Jamie of anything he had ever seen. It was a trifle white, a trifle set, immobile to the last degree. It was only by looking closely that Jamie saw that the entire figure was turned up like a fiddle strung, stretched and taut, and ready to respond to the note it would be called on to deliver. Suddenly in Jamie's heart there leapt up a feeling of confidence. The bee master had said that the little scout knew. Thereupon it appealed to Jamie that it would be a wise thing on his part to stand guard while the little scout went into action on the basis of whatever knowledge would furnish the grounds for action. Said the scoutmaster, "She is trying every key in the house on my chest, and pretty soon she will find one that fits. And that chest is just wadded full of things that ain't any of her business. That's got Highland Mary's things in it and little Mary's things. It's got marriage certificates and deeds. It's got business papers. It's got the signed up settlement that settles that little flapper is there for life. I know who she is. I know what she thinks she will do, and believe you me, she can do it if she gets that chest open, and that chest belongs to me. What are you going to do about it?" "Where is the key?" asked Jamie. "My dad's got it," said the little scout. "It's among the things the bee master had at the hospital with him, and the day things were settled, the probate judge gave 'em to Dad to keep till I'm of age. It's in his desk at home. I could get it by making a run in, but I ain't going to do it. That reminds me that she ain't going to unlock that chest with any key she'll find around the house, nor any key she will get made, 'cause that chest's got a private kind of lock on it, and there's a leaf in the carving where you've got to press a spring before the lock will work." Days when I had done everything else and I was getting ready to go home, and the bee master was so lonesome for something alive and something to talk to him, he would let me work on that combination and showed me the things and let me look at the pictures and let me see the things that were in there that belonged to Big Mary and Little Mary. And that's what's been working in my head. There's a picture in that chest of that Jane when she was little. And she looked just about as measly as she does now. It's got a name and a date on it, too. That will kind of fix her if she don't look out what she tells the probate judge. She can't get in that chest unless she splits it with an axe. And if she ever does that, zowie. The face lifted to Jamie was the face of a small pagan dealing justice. There was no hint of mercy. There was no hint of tolerance. It was inexorable, as immobile as the face of the figure of justice holding the scales above the judge's chair in the office of the probate court. A cold shiver crept down Jamie's back. For the first time he addressed his small partner by name. "Gene," he said, "Gene, be mighty careful what you do. I'm not claiming that I haven't got an awful wrench in the prospect of being driven from the garden, of giving up what the bee-master meant me to have, but however much your share of it means to you, it cannot mean what it would if you did some terrible thing and got yourself put in prison or blackened your whole life. There is only one way to manage these things, and that is to let justice take its course." "Exactly what I think," agreed the little scout. "I'm not believing that there isn't justice in this village. I'm not believing it ain't going to take its course if I spring from ambush like Chief Running Horse at the right time. I told you before, I'll tell you now. You keep out of this and you watch my dust." The little scout wheeled and went back to the house. Facing the interloper in tones of suave politeness, this message was delivered. "Miss Taw McFarlane says to tell you that the keys of Miss Taw Willington's chest are in the care of Miss Taw Meredith, and that Miss Taw Meredith will be out of town for several days, and they can't be delivered until his return." "Well, I have no time to wait," said Miss Worthington. "I've got to go through the papers that belong in that chest. I've got to open it if I have to smash it." The little scout smiled. "Mr. Worthington said that the chest came from across the ocean with his grandfather's housekeeping things, and it was hand-carved, and at once belonged to a queen. If you tried to break it open and damaged it, and if what you found didn't satisfy the probate judge as to who you are and what you're doing here, you'd get yourself into pretty serious trouble, because here in California, we began to train the babies along with their bottles, which are against nature, and I don't recommend them, but I thought they'd sound more polite than mentioning the other way. Anyhow, we begin to train them that early to pull off their hoods and wave them when anybody says antique. We swat them on the dome, impressive if they don't. We adore antique chests and tables and chairs and rugs and things, and you better look sharp, because California wouldn't like it if you abuse anything antique." "Say, look here," said Miss Worthington. "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm a kid round this neighborhood. What's your next?" "Drag that trunk into the bedroom." The scoutmaster advanced and stooped to one end of the trunk, looked around and about and said politely, "Kindly take the other end. These rugs are also antique, and furniture can't be dragged over them. And besides that, your trunk is about twice my size, even if it is a steamer." Miss Worthington hesitated a minute, then took one end of the trunk and helped to carry it into the bee-master sleeping room. The little scout looked at the open closet from which Jamie's clothing had been removed, at the open drawers from which he had taken his belongings, and a wave of anger surged up that very nearly upset the brand of self-possession that the scoutmaster was trying to maintain. The thought that was at that minute in the small head was whether fists were sufficiently hard, muscle was sufficiently tough, were not equal to the task of pinching this interloper through the window down a particularly steep piece of mountainside leaning towards the sea. But the mentality of the little person spoke up. "Go and pinch her!" Chances are big soft Jamie would be standing outside and catch her in a blanket and bring her in and put her to bed and stand up all night watching to see whether she was going to open that chest or not. And he probably wouldn't stop her if she did. What's the use if I pitch her? It wouldn't get me anywhere. I better just stick around and stay on the job and see what she's going to do. So the scoutmaster ran innumerable errands and watched with blood literally at the point of boiling while the house was searched from top to bottom. Drawers were empty, books shifted on shelves. At last the little scout lost patience. "Say, what's eating you?" Miss Worthington fairly jumped. Think you're going to find the Condor or the drums of jeopardy? What do you mean? Demanded Miss Worthington. Sounds too funny, said the Scoutmaster, to hear you say you are Miss Worthington and then say, I should think that the bee master would have taught you when you was about 2 years old to say, what do you? And I didn't suppose you would know what I was referring to, but it's strange. He didn't teach you his own child. He's the one who taught me about the Condor, is the biggest sparkler in the world, and the drums of jeopardy are the biggest emeralds. I got that out of picture show. It was the hair raiser, too. And it had the prettiest girl in it, a girl with dark hair and eyes and a reasonable amount of lipstick and her makeup on straight. And she could act, too. She was just a humdinger. I'll tell the world. If you're carefully educated, said Miss Worthington, why do you use the slang that you do? The little scout laughed. Oh, I've got to sling that brand of guff to keep in favor with the scouts. If I talked among them the way Dad makes me talk at home, I wouldn't be scoutmaster with a bunch of very long. When we play, we're Indians and bandits and pirates and things like that. We talk that way 'cause it makes it realer. And anyway, nobody expects a 10-year-old kid to talk the way a woman of 30 would. I'm not 30, snapped Miss Worthington. Excuse me, said the Scoutmaster. I knew you were close to 40. I only said 30 for politeness. I'm done with you now, said Miss Worthington. You may go home, but you better come around again in the morning and see if there's anything you can do for me. All right, said the Scoutmaster. I'll be right here. I'll start home whenever you pay me for what I've done today. I've been flying pretty lively all afternoon, and I'm getting hungry enough to eat up every hot dog on the corner stand. I'll pay you in the morning, said Miss Worthington. I'll take my pay now, said the little scout. I happen to be out of change, and I'm telling you, I'm hungry. Miss Worthington produced her pocketbook, and taking some small change from it, dropped it into the outstretched hand. The little scout counted it twice. Say, you ain't throwing your change to the birds, are you? But the inquiry was good-humored. The scoutmaster had decided to be on the job in the morning. What time do you want me? Better make it about 9. All right, said the scoutmaster. Maybe I can get here an hour sooner and wipe up the dust on the furniture or straighten things out for you. Or clean your shoes. I often clean my mother's shoes. I know how. That's fine, said Miss Worthington. Come as soon as you want to. I'll be right here, said the little scout, and for your own sake, 'cause I'm so fond of you, I'm just telling you before I start that you better remember how California feels about antique furniture. The little scout closed the door and went down the path and scaled the fence and said to Jamie, I can't chase up a reason for staying there any longer, and I'm about sick hungry. If you can hang out the night and do something to scare her off about getting into that chest until morning, I'll go on the job again pretty soon, after 7, and I'll stick at it until I see if I can make something happen. Then the line of march was taken up to the nearest hot dog stand. A few rods away, the little scout turned. Let me wise you up to this. If she gets desperate in the night like the hardened criminals do, she may try breaking my chest. Be a good idea for you to take the axe or anything she could pry without of the tool house and fasten the windows on the inside where they latch and lock it on the outside. If she can't find anything that just suits her to attack with, maybe she will let it be until morning. And that was what Miss Worthington did. She was tired herself. Being too lazy to cook, she ate bread and milk, took a bath, and went to bed early. And she was still asleep when the scoutmaster arrived in the morning. Depending on the assurance that he would be called if needed, Jamie, reeling for lack of sleep, stretched himself on his bed and went over the edge. The situation for that day was up to the little scout. End of chapter 17.